A rift has occurred in the world, making it no longer safe. In order to save humanity from the possible consequences of the rift, a new organization was created with users who had enough power to become the leaders of humanity. Families were recruited to work with the leaders, helping them as well as training the hunters. In this way, they earned honor and respect among the people. But also, many such families started to appear who were hungry for power, and among them were the worst. The old man stood in the hall and asked the fighters their main creed, the creed of the divine sword family, Beck. They unanimously answered him that their creed was strength above all, orders above all. The guy who was sitting on the ground listened as a group of guys shamed him for being of the divine sword Beck family, since he was lucky to be him. But just think about it. He was considered the weakest of those studying here. They asked him if he knew their family creed, to which he replied by reciting the family motto. They laughed at him and showed him a letter from the elder, which said that he had been expelled from the family because of his lack of talent. The consequence of this banishment was the removal of a vein from the boy's right arm and heart aura. The guy told him that there was no place for such a talentless and useless person like him because he was relatively trash, and the proof is that only 3 people were against his expulsion. Then the guy who was mocked realized that his father, the elder, whom he worshipped and was proud of, had personally ordered his expulsion. The abuser said that he himself had volunteered to carry the letter to his son, which made the lad furious at what he heard. The boys continued to mock him, calling him a talentless chump whose place was to work on the street and not study with them. There was no point in him continuing his studies since he had reached the first rank by the age of 24, while Mockingbird had reached it by the age of 14. He gave the command to start, and while the boy didn't understand anything and screamed to be let go, the company grabbed him under their arms and held him. They had no choice but to take away from the boy what made him part of the family he didn't deserve. The guy asked what they were going to do, and the ringleader reminded him of 2 rules. The first is the vein on his right hand with which he holds the sword, and the second is the heart aura. The boy started to actively resist, shouting that he wouldn't let them do it. He knew he was weak, but always tried harder than anyone else in the class so he wouldn't embarrass his family. Despite the fact that he was treated like a nobody, and the fact that he had no talent, he always did his best for his family. But the boys were stronger than him, and after silencing him so that no outsider would hear his cries, they went about doing what they had been ordered to do, so it was nothing personal. They set about carrying out their orders and decided to start with the heart aura. The boy's scream could be heard behind the closed doors of the room. Events carried forward a year. A huge house was overrun by flames, and the people in it were screaming for help. But it wasn't just the fire that was the problem. There were monsters in the building with people who were hunting them. They were coming right at the people, and people were running away through the fire, screaming in panic. The guy remembered what he thought was the most horrible thing about this expulsion from the Divine Swordback family. He couldn't think that such horrible events could be compared to anything less horrible than these. Yes, it's definitely a terrible day. It started out as usual, and the guy was spending time on the streets like a regular loser, when suddenly a huge rift appeared in the sky over Korea of a size never before seen. Not even the association could have foreseen the consequences the rift would entail. And the rift was of imposing proportions. People ran away surrounded by chaos, and the guy hurried to run as well, so nothing would happen to him. He ran down an alleyway, and suddenly he heard a terrible smell that made him cover his nose with his hand. He froze when he realized what the smell was. The whole road was littered with the bodies of dead people. The boy thought he had no luck in choosing shelter, when suddenly he heard footsteps behind him. When he turned around, he was horrified to see a monster standing behind him, a huge ogre. It swung at the guy and wanted to crush him, but he was able to dodge it. This creature came out of a rift, and it was very strong as the impact left a huge dent in the ground. The guy wondered if he could survive being exiled in such a situation until the association arrived. The scars on his arm were visible. He knew that if he tried to run away, the ogre would catch up with him immediately. He dodged the monster's attack again, bouncing back the other way. Without a vein in his arm and an aura, he could not kill this monster. He could only wait for the association to arrive. He tried to attack the ogre, but failed. He threw the guy right against the wall. The ogre was too fast. He stood there and looked at the guy with red eyes, preparing to kill him like the others. The guy didn't want to die. He had to get revenge on the Beck family for everything they had done to him. So he pulled himself together and ran as fast as he could around the ogre, swinging an iron stick at him. At that moment, he began to remember how he had been humiliated at school, and especially he remembered the words of the gang leader, Hojun. As the ogre destroyed his skull, the boy remembered how he had been called a trash, and a loser who dishonored their noble Beck family with his presence at school. He didn't know where that power came from about him at the moment, but if he had the chance now to be where he was a year ago. A voice began to sound in his subconscious, telling him that he had begun the passage of the 1,000 swords, and that she had earned the title of magical sword wielder. After a while, the guy opened his eyes. He was in some place in a bright room, and was surprised that he hadn't been killed by an ogre. He recalled with horror the last images he had seen before he lost consciousness, and it was the huge ogre that the boy thought had killed him. But was it all a dream? He didn't understand what was going on, and when he looked at his right arm, he noticed that there were 2 scars missing. He was horrified because he didn't know what it meant and where his scar could have disappeared to. He looked around and realized that he was in the room where he had lived before his exile. What was strangest was the feeling of power that came from the vein in his right arm and the aura of his heart. Suddenly, he heard a notification on his phone. The guy saw a number and realized that he had regressed back 10 years, and he was in the building of the Beck Divine Sword family. Jin panicked. He couldn't even relate to everything that was going on with irony. He was once again part of the family that had once taken everything he had from him, and it was the most horrible moment of his life. He didn't know how it all happened. He was punching himself in the face thinking it was all a realistic dream now, but he still felt everything like it had once been, and it felt absolutely nothing like a dream. Suddenly, the man behind him frighteningly asked him if he was crazy as he continued to slap his cheeks. The guy turned around. The man behind him said that this time he was caught by some stupid and strange gentleman, but anyway, the contract was in force, so it wouldn't hurt them to get acquainted. The man's name was Blackstone, and he's the magical sword that flipped royal families. It was hard not to believe that Blackstone was a magician and was standing right in front of him because there was just no one here. But what a contract and a magic sword. The guy had never been involved in anything like that. He didn't understand how it could be 2020 years now at all, and generally thought he was dead. Blackstone looked at him thoughtfully, because usually everyone throws tantrums, but this guy was pretty calm. So he thought he had a good head on his shoulders and went right ahead and told him what was going on. All souls are bonded through a magical sword contract, and now the guy has become his master, whom Blackstone has to supervise for his growth. He asked the guy to say aloud the phrase of the status window. The boy didn't understand what it all meant, so he asked the servant to say it again, and he repeated it to him. He retold Jin literally everything he had said earlier. But as soon as he talked about the status window again, the young man turned around and walked away toward the bed. He was definitely asleep. This can't be real. Blackstone did not understand why he had such a reaction, because he thought it was some kind of hallucination after death, when the soul goes to the other world, and it is not real, and all life passes in front of his eyes. And Blackstone just imaginary hallucination that now tells him about some swords and contracts. Blackstone resented he wasn't human, but he didn't expect the new master to react this way to the information. He insisted the lad say the phrase, and then he would understand. But Jin had already burrowed into bed, deciding that this was another ploy by his enemies, Bak Hojun, to have him fooled and made a fool of again. And then Blackstone, hearing the name, asked the boy if it was his enemy. Is this the man he wants to avenge his shame and the one he must defeat? He could help him with that. So Jin got out of bed and asked if it was possible. Blackstone assured him that that was what the contract was for. All he had to say was a code phrase and a condition to trust him. The boy wondered if he was telling the truth, because his regression made no sense. But it happened nonetheless, and this chance he'd had all along, he desperately needed it. He remembered all the injustice he had suffered when he was humiliated by Hojun and the day they took his power away from him. He didn't deserve it because it obviously meant more to him than they thought. But now he had a chance to get back at the Beck family for everything. He told Blackstone that he didn't trust him completely, but if he did what he told him, then he would believe him. The servant agreed with him. Then Jin said the status window and got all the information about himself in front of him. He was 15 with no traits or skills, but had the status of a magic sword wielder. His results were paltry. Absolutely every category was at the lowest rank. Blackstone thought so, but nevertheless Jin's intelligence category was at an average level, and that wasn't bad anymore. And Jin noticed that Blackstone's appearance had changed. He explained these changes to the boy by saying that so he was weak. His servant would look the same and thus make him stronger and more confident. He showed him that his original form was a small dagger, and the strength he had in him was reflected in his appearance. Jin wondered how the man abruptly transformed into a small sword. Then Blackstone said that he could only regain his appearance and powers when he raised the level. Those were the terms of the contract. Jin called this ridiculous, for he thought he would die of old age even before Blackstone regained his old powers, for he had no talents or skills at all. But the servant told him that was the reason he liked him. It is no fun at all to meet gentlemen who are already strong enough. It is much more interesting when clients weak like Jin show up and teach them everything from scratch. He has to suffer to try and overcome to achieve his goals. Blackstone suffered for 200 years in the void, so he was not intimidated by the difficulties of life. Jin wondered if it could be that he survived to take a second chance. He told his servant that he agreed to perform a magic contract with him, and the servant was pleased with this. He decided to get right down to business by giving his master a task called Endurance as a National Strength. Jin didn't expect such a thing. It reminded him of a computer game with levels and tasks, and it looked strange. But Blackstone said it was the way to keep the guy informed of his progress and achievements. Though it all seemed outdated, but still there have always been ways to notify, and this one fits this timeline. Once upon a time, the owners received letters, once upon a time books, and the level of growth of the master did not matter as it remained unchanged from day one, continuously and without rest pushing the boundaries, and if Jin would listen to his servant, even a dumbass like him would be considered a genius by people. Jin wondered why among all the people they had chosen him and contracted him, because there are quite a lot of people like him, almost all of them. And then Blackstone told him that the reasons for the contract and the desire for a magic sword, he would tell him after the assignment. Jin was wary, but the servant hurried him because the time to perform the task was coming. Blackstone constantly chided Jin for not knowing how to place his body in the proper position during training, for forgetting how to breathe properly, for not bending his knees properly during a run. Jin was just told to run, and he made so many mistakes. The servant told him that he misunderstood what was expected of him, that his job was to make his master stronger and more resilient, and that he should listen to his advice to push his personal limits if he made too many mistakes. The lad was clearly not ready for this. But Blackstone was not going to listen to his whining and went on to admonish him about body position, hands, knees, and breathing. If he didn't change anything, this workout wouldn't count. But Jin didn't want to hear any more rebukes and continued to do as he pleased, thinking that he could do it this way. Blackstone looked at the boy and saw his stubborn nature. It made it more and more interesting to watch him, though he didn't understand why his skills were so low when his intellect was clearly high. Jin continued to run, and Blackstone joked that he was walking as if he could see his legs, which made his master angry, and he tried his best to run even faster. Blackstone observed him with a very strong determination toward the task at hand. He could definitely relate to that Baek Ho-jun, but with horror, Blackstone noticed that a feeling of hatred was overwhelming Jin's body. How could so much hatred fill the body of a 15-year-old boy? How could there even be that much hatred in a man? Blackstone thought about what he thought was strange about Jin's behavior when he met him. Jin, tired and tortured, ran up to the servant and said that he had finished his run. It's hard enough running with all his strength, but also 15 more laps. He almost didn't die pushing his limits. Blackstone knew there was something special about the guy. One quality he was sure of in himself was pride and mindset, but the servant countered by saying they were two different things. Jin didn't like that look. He knew he was trying his best and that was his limit. And if he did less, then there would be no effect. And if he did more, then he would get hurt. But he could look at his limit at any time, all his results and threshold of possibilities. So he looked at his status window. Yes, he was wrong. Pride in thinking was at a high level. And he realized for the first time that this could be his greatest talent. Though he never could have thought of it, and he reached out for his award for the first time. But Blackstone said the training was over. Jin didn't think so and wanted to run some more. Even though his servant told him his body was already exhausted, he stood his ground. He said he felt no pain in his legs and body, as if he had new strength in him. Blackstone wondered how it was even possible to increase his level so much in half a day. He immediately began to talk the guy out of it. Even though his abilities had risen to level 15, no one knew what could happen to his body with this kind of exertion. It was unpredictable. They were connected to Jin, but he didn't understand what was going on. He only knew his tasks and had no idea who was giving them to him. His soul was connected to someone-made sword, and because of that, he knew all the skills and techniques. He asked Jin about the strange part of his personality that he noticed behind him. A feeling of extraordinary hatred within him. This emotion had been growing within him for 15 years. Their souls were connected, so he knew what he was talking about. Then he could know why he came back and what he wanted. But would he want to help him then after learning the truth after being underground for 200 years? He started to talk to Blackstone. Suddenly, the guy behind Jin told him that Kyuhyun was right about him. This guy annoyed him with his talk before he waved his sword too loudly. That voice reminded him of someone. The guy said that this little jerk was running around. This guy was humiliating him even before he came back. Jin had flashbacks from the past when he was humiliated by a whole bunch of guys stronger and more talented than him. Baekhyun said he would be interested to see the result of this pathetic training. Here he was, he had to do roll call. Baekhyun told him that he was his Hyungnim and asked him why he still hadn't bowed his head before him. He ordered him to bow down before he killed him. He bowed down, but the guy kept mocking him, saying he only understands orders when he's being told off. And why wasn't he training now? Was he tired? Blackstone didn't understand who the freak was, and Jin explained to him that he was the sixth child of the Beck family. The servant realized that this was the freak the contract said he was. He looked bored, and so Blackstone thought Jin would deal with him soon, only if he followed directions and practiced. Blackstone was invisible and coming up behind Baekhyun. He began to touch his cheeks and eyes, making his face look ridiculous, which caused laughter in those around him. He started to tell Jin not to laugh or he would beat him up, but a voice from outside told him to be quiet. His father would be coming soon and he must not hear such talk. It was the direct heiress of the divine sword, Bae King Kyung's second child. She also addressed Jin, saying that he would be having an aura manifestation ceremony, so he wouldn't dare embarrass them all there. It was on this day that he had the opportunity to return, which didn't make him happy at all. Suddenly it was announced to everyone that an elder was coming. Everyone knelt in front of him and greeted him. He walked past all the students and Blackstone asked Jin if it was his father, and he said it was. Blackstone admired such a strong and intelligent man as an elder, but the boy said that he wasn't the only one here. There were plenty of people like that except for Baekhyun. The servant told him not to worry. This was only his first assignment, so since he had handled it pretty well, it would help him go on. So he shouldn't forget that the journey of 1,000 miles begins with just one step. Jin began to do strange things and surprise Blackstone. He reasoned that he was trying not to relax and train even now, especially when there were already advantages, and especially he needed to do the best he could before the aura manifestation ceremony began. No sooner had Blackstone explained to him that this was impossible than the boy took off and started running. He wanted to become strong enough and complete all the tasks as soon as possible. He wanted to start doing everything in order to overtake Baekhyun. Blackstone thought he was crazy. He didn't listen to him at all. The consequences couldn't be foreseen. Suddenly a window appeared which, although it said that the student was not listening to his teacher, he had increased his physical abilities and his stamina was even higher. He couldn't believe he could do it in such a short time. Blackstone has seen many different masters in his life, but this is the first time he has met someone as dedicated as Jin. He surely knows his abilities. But there was also the alert that their proximity to Blackstone was heightened. Jin looked at him and the servant said it was one of the rules of the contract to be as connected to the master as possible. This system reminded the guy of a dating simulator. So because of this ridiculousness, it just might be his deathbed dream. Suddenly the scoreboard showed that due to the observation of Blackstone's reaction, Jin had been added 200 more points. Blackstone was shocked by this. It had never been possible for a guy to get so many points in such a short time. But he didn't realize it himself. His magic sword honor had dissolved so quickly, but Jin had told him that it had dissolved when Blackstone was still small. He earned 500 points for this task. He could put the points he earned into something, and Blackstone said they should be used to increase his physical rank. The rest of the points could be saved. As soon as he did all this, the screen showed an excess to his stamina and physical capabilities. and something strange began to happen to his body. It seemed to grow from within, causing Jin not the most pleasant sensation, his body and appearance taking on an appearance in line with his rank and accomplishments. The pain he felt stopped, and he changed. It meant that he was weak enough before, but strong enough at the same time since he could endure it all. Then Jin realized that if he hadn't been able to endure the pain, it would have ended badly. You could see it in the look on Blackstone's face. Evening came, and the elder gathered all the heirs for Jin's aura manifestation. Youngho's first child failed, and everyone should know why the fifth child was Baek So-hee, the fourth child, Stella Baxon. Jin immediately set about the task, and he was good at it to begin with. He remembered that before the regression to the same ceremony, he had been unable to do anything at all. Now that everything has changed, he is much stronger and he will be able to do it. He is now more powerful than ever. Suddenly a task popped up in front of him that shocked Jin. It said to manifest his aura not through his heart, but through the Danton. Blackstone told the boy to be brave enough to do what he was asked to do. Because he had an aura appropriate to the owner of a magic sword, this path will be different from the others. But nevertheless, experts usually follow their own path. Jin understood that he had to do the assignment if only because it would affect his growth. He began to do the assignment the way he wanted and follow his own path. And everything began to repeat again. He saw again that the aura had to be activated through Danton, and Blackstone was telling him that it was his personal path that would be different from the rest. After a moment, the room was filled with black smoke that emanated from the orb. All the members of the royal family were shocked by the color of the aura. It meant that there was a demon inside of Jin. They ran away to the side. Baking Kyung said she didn't know how that happened, but if there was a demon inside him, it would kill Jin. She immediately lunged at him with her sword, but Youngho's older brother prevented her from doing what she intended, through which she too received death threats. The black aura spoke of Jin getting it from a demonic family, but the brother said it didn't matter. It was just the color of his aura, and that was it. Jin was shocked at what was happening. He had contracted with Blackstone, no demon magic sword. What could it all mean? Youngho was still keeping his furious sister from killing their little brother, keeping her from going near him and convincing her that it must not be what she thought it was. Their father watched everything and turned to Baking Kyung, asking what she was up to and if he'd let her draw her sword. They bowed before him, but the elder was very angry about everything. He didn't give permission to kill his own son, what Baking Kyung wanted to do. The aura of the third child may have been different. It may indeed have been demonic, but that is not the case in this case. It is a huge amount of power, trained and pure aura. Baking Kyung begged her father's forgiveness, but he told her that because of her hatred of demonic families, she would soon lose her head. As punishment for pulling her sword, he ordered her to go meditate for the next 6 months, and she obeyed. Jin understood that her father encouraged everything for his daughter, clothing attitudes and punishments. If he had been in that situation, he would not have been treated as gently as Baekhyung. Therefore, he needs to become even stronger in order to overpower this family. Jin was approached by the elder. He congratulated his son on the manifestation of the aura he had never seen before. Jin shied away. The father asked why his son kept the magic in Danton, and everyone wondered. Jin knew he had to answer something to please his father, so he wouldn't destroy his aura. He told him he was different. He wasn't like his siblings because he didn't have the inherited talent of Baek. He was weak, so his heart was very bad at using magic, and he does it through the Danton. His father told him that he could inherit the fate of the excluded, since they do not let magic through their hearts, and he would become exiled trash. But Jin said that by doing so, he would become stronger than ever before, and these were not empty promises. He would soon show everything in practice. At first his father laughed, but then he said that even though he sounded cocky, that's what he liked about Jin. He was going to be better than all of his older brothers and reach the highest sword of the Baeks. And if he didn't, he would either die or live a horrible life. He said he would keep an eye on Jin, then announced that today's ceremony was over. Youngho looked over Jin's hands, telling him that it was amazing, the ceremony, and that he managed to manifest an aura so black at all, except of course that his sister wanted to kill him at the time. He asked his brother if he had ever trained an aura through Danton, but the guy couldn't believe what Jin had done. He noticed a dramatic change in his body and character. He was clearly more physically sturdy and stronger. Jin said that he wasn't training with a sword, he was training for endurance. Young-hoo didn't know it was possible to do so much endurance training and have such results. But nevertheless, he wished his brother wouldn't give up and keep practicing, because he couldn't do anything like that at his age. Jin had already promised this to his father, and then before he left, his brother gave him a gift, a Camille stone that would help Jin stabilize his aura in case of emergency. The stone was expensive, but his brother gave it to him because Jin trains hard and this is his reward. Suddenly, Jin was called by Baekmyeong-kun, and he said that Jin had surprised his father very spectacularly at the ceremony by showing everyone his special aura. But nevertheless, he's still a weakling who can't do much more than that because he can't get the magic through his heart. He wanted to force Jin to follow him, but he wasn't going anywhere and wouldn't obey. Then Baekmyeong-kun threatened him with a beating like last week. Suddenly, Jin had a new assignment to get even with his abuser right now. He didn't expect it to be this close, something he had wanted to do for so long. Blackstone said that such assignments would come up occasionally, and they should be done since there's a pretty high reward of 300 points and a surprise. Baekmyeong-kun still stood his ground, and Jin thought that in a past life, this would have looked different. Baekmyeong-kun told him that maybe he had once pitied him, but Jin replied that maybe he was the one doing it. Then his brother got even angrier at him and punched him in the face with all his might. He told him to decide where and how he would pass out, in the warehouse because of the workload or here when he beat him up. He told him Jin was saying stupid things to his father back then, that he would get stronger with his method, but that would never happen to a loser like Jin. Then the boy asked his brother what he even knew about life. Blackstone wondered if the Lord really knew what he was going to do, or if he was just bluffing. Baekmyeong-kun really was acting like a little upstart, but were their strengths equal? Already the edge of an enraged Baekmyeong-kun decided to teach his brother a lesson for his insolence. He started throwing punches, and though Jin covered himself, he was still stronger and punched him, saying that he shouldn't object and sass, or he would have to pay for his words. The fight continued, and when Baekmyeong-kun was about to land one last punch, Jin grabbed his leg and punched his attacker. He clearly didn't expect to be punished for his actions in the same way. Jin was angry enough to finish the fight, but suddenly he saw Baekmyeong-kun standing motionless. Apparently Jin had disarmed him, knowing where to hit him, and now that he couldn't do anything, he could get back at him for all his insults and humiliation. He's added 300 points for the assignment and a surprise. Blacktown wasn't expecting something like this, which was evident on his face, but he complimented his master. He was amazed that Jin was waiting for the right moment to strike, because things looked very different. But the bastard would definitely be looking for Jin when he woke up. But Jin thought his brother had too much pride and too many fears. He wouldn't seek him out for revenge, so now it would be quiet for the near future. Blackstone asked Jin that if he understood correctly, the whole family had magic in their heart, and he didn't understand why they didn't store magic in the energy core like he did. He replied that this storage of power was found to be the most efficient, everything being in one place, but nevertheless Jin chose this particular path. He said he had no choice. He explained that he didn't want to make the mistakes of the past and wanted to be determined to change his life rather than destroy his energy core. Blackstone thought that maybe he was glad that his life had been useless, and this time he got a better one. He asked Jin again about the aura, and he repeated about the energy core in the past. Blackstone didn't know that and was shocked. Jin was only now telling his servant that he had lived 25 years and died, but he had regressed to 15. Blackstone couldn't believe it. Jin had been bullied since he was a young boy into thinking he was a mistake, and now he had a chance to avenge everyone for past humiliation and prove that he was worthier than all of them put together. He told him that he had been stripped of his powers and banished, and then wandered the streets, where he had once been killed by a huge ogre. Now everything was taking on a logical explanation for Blackstone, which is why the guy was making it so easy to get things done. He asked him what his goal was, for now he had such a strong and loyal ally as Jin had never had. And he thought about his goal. He gathered his thoughts and said he wanted to become the greatest swordsman to replace his father and become an elder. Then he would change this family from the inside. Blackstone had expected such an answer. He liked it. That's exactly what his master should be. Regression had nothing to do with his contract, but it had already happened. It would help his master become not only stronger than his abusers, but the strongest of all his family and all the swordsmen of this world. It was all up to him to kill to carry out his instructions and the tasks he was given. He was more than ready. He had already begun the journey toward achieving his goals. It was a good attitude. He told Jin again that as his assistant he would serve and teach him, which would make him the greatest swordsman in the world. A new task appeared. Trust your luck and choose one from the cards provided. This was the reward for the surprise task. The reward for the aura would come later when Jin was sufficiently trained. The task was unexpected, so the reward had to be chosen that way. It was like a computer game. He was choosing blindly. Blackstone's past masters had always had bad luck with these rewards. Jin chose, and then the whole room glowed, and in his hands was a balloon. It's a power perception pill. Blacktown was shocked because this pill gave a lifetime of susceptibility to magical power, and a wretched man like Jin just took it. He explained to him that this ability gave him the power to better perceive the power of others, and thereby increase sensitivity to his aura. If he ate the pill, he would increase his aura several times over. He asked the servant if the pill had any side effects, but Blackstone resented how such a great thing could have side effects. But he remembered getting injured. After the physical enhancement, Blackstone said it was because his body condition wanted better. And Jin, seeing no obstacle, quickly swallowed the pill. Suddenly he felt exactly nothing. It was because his susceptibility to the force was at a rather low level. But that would change next. Anyway, Blackstone complimented the lad on the work he had done today, and told him to rest today, and they would continue tomorrow. Jin objected to the servant again, infuriating him with his stubbornness and his desire to get everything at once. It wasn't for nothing that he thought he could still, for he clearly had more strength than he once had, so Blackstone shouldn't call him names and just keep training him. They didn't notice the man watching them through the window, sitting in a tree and clearly suspecting something. The doors opened. Mun Ji-yun saluted the elder. He had come to tell him of the incident he had witnessed. The elder listened intently. He told him that Jin had defeated his older brother today without weapons or anything else. His father was surprised at what he heard. Baek Myung-kun was strong enough, and Jin couldn't even use his aura properly. But the subject said that Jin succumbed to his brother at first, but chose the right moment and overpowered his opponents. The father decided that the younger son had simply outsmarted the older son and thus won. After the unsuccessful fight, Baek Myung-kun shut himself off from everyone. His father called him a coward because he didn't even order his son to isolate himself, and he had already done so. While Jin was practicing in his room, Elder thought he would be bored by this showdown, but things were getting more interesting. He ordered Baek Myung-kun to be brought here, and the servant listened to him. Meanwhile, the loser brother was thinking about how he could get back at Jin. The next day, Jin was talking to the servant about opening the aura. He had been thinking about it all night and had a plan to do it faster. Blackstone asked what he meant, and Jin put down the camille stone his brother had given him and took a hammer. There was one method he wanted to use. He smashed the stone with the hammer. Blackstone understood that Jin hated his family, but that to break the stone his brother had given him wasn't too much. Jin said that he loved his older brother, and he broke the stone not out of hatred, but to try to do something. Magical power began to flow from the stone. He explained that the power now surrounds him, and when he would train, he would absorb this power and Camille stone, which hovered in the air. It was a rather bizarre method. He tried to breathe it in. The screen showed him adding points to his characteristics. Blackstone didn't understand why he told him there was such a method. If the screen wrote it was the first time it had been used. It could have been because now was the relative past, and in the future, where Jin had already died once, this method was more common. Now its aura would grow rapidly. Blackstone rejoiced at this, for now his restriction was removed. What restriction is he talking about? Blackstone's first seal was lifted, and now he becomes a sword. Not as big as he wanted, but when Jin worked even harder, it would go from a simple dagger to a full sword. He asked Jin to swing it. It was the first time he'd ever held something like that. Suddenly he felt his aura drain away. Blackstone said that he is not a magical sword for nothing, for they are bound to the master. Jin needs to become even stronger to handle the sword and his magic. After all, as a rule, with great power comes great responsibility. He barely flicked the sword away, and Blackstone became human again. The first unsealed seal doesn't make up for half of his abilities, so they'll have to train harder. It's not that he couldn't swing his sword yet, but he could barely hold it, because everything comes with time and everything needs to be learned. He was just beginning to discover his abilities. Here he had already obtained an inventory, a kind of pocket bag with the things he needed and the items associated with his aura. it was already a level higher. Right now, the size of the inventory was small, but the further it would get, that was fine. Jin wanted to train like crazy to wield a sword. It was an unusual sword, but a magical sword. He opened the status window and saw that he hadn't completed the task, even though he had opened his aura. It might be because he wasn't strong enough yet. So he prioritized completing the unfinished task. At that time, the elder asked Baekmyeong-kun what happened to his face. He didn't know how to answer his father, and it made him angry. He already knew for sure about the shameful defeat. But he immediately began to justify that he had simply let his guard down and missed the punch without expecting it, and that he surely would have defeated his brother if he hadn't tricked him. This excuse was pathetic because he was defeated by a rank lower opponent, and now he excuses himself for just missing a punch, even though he was beaten unconscious. The son immediately started to apologize, but the elder asked what he did after he lost the fight. He replied that he was gathering information about Jin. His father was angry because it seemed ridiculous. What other information? Then Baekmyeong-chun shouted that he knows that his older brother gave something to Jin. But his father didn't want to hear anything his son went the way of the scoundrel and selfish man again. He immediately chased Baekmyeong-kun away. But as soon as he started to leave, his father asked him how about getting Jin to surrender, because they know very well the credo of the Divine Sword family. Force and orders are paramount, and he should force his brother to surrender. Then who knows what might happen, and perhaps with that kind of pressure, Baekmyeong-kun will stomp his way to the elder's seat. Jin and Blackstone watched from their window as Baekmyeong-kun stood motionless beneath their window for hours. Jin said he wouldn't come to them anytime soon, but apparently he talked to his father. Even in his past life, his father had turned them against each other, and in this situation, so surely he had a hand in it. The more so because he was defeated by his younger brother, and his father couldn't let that go. He always reprimanded the older one for such a display of weakness, and Baekmyeong-hun came to Jin more than once after his father talked to him and humiliated him. It wasn't long before they were fighting him again, but it was surprising how everyone in this family was willing to fight each other at any moment. Jin thought this was a great opportunity for them, as he could vent his anger on his abuser at any moment and teach him a lesson, so parenting was not insignificant. He continued to train and not focus on the scumbag, especially since the training was also affecting Blackstone in a good way. He was getting stronger too. He asked him to concentrate again, and then the result would be better than the first time. He told him to concentrate on the power that comes to him during his meditation, to have it not only in his heart but in his whole body. He told Jin that this is a method to train Kane's aura. The power is like a waterfall in his senses. He felt something similar long ago. It overflows his body and everything around him. This man Kane very much like someone. He resembles Blackstone because it was Blackstone. Jin came to his senses abruptly and realized that it was already dark. Blackstone complimented the gentleman even though he was distracted by other thoughts while he meditated. The status window showed that he had put stability into the energy core and successfully completed the task. He couldn't believe that he had done it, that he had finished the task that he had failed to do before. Blackstone marveled at Jin's success. He was smart, but that he would learn aura training so quickly, he was special. He was added another plus 100 points for Blackstone's amazement, but he denied that anything of the sort had happened. Jin asked the servant to be surprised more often. It didn't usually work so foolishly, especially when he first met Jin. The boy was pleased with his results and asked if this was Kane's method, the way he meditated. Blackstone answered that it was, and Jin realized that his aura came from Rasadam. Blackstone didn't know who it was. It was his first time in this world, and the only thing he knew was that Jin's stats were high. Blackstone thought that if the boy was lucky, it was thanks to him that Jin had accumulated a lot of points, and Blackstone suggested that he invest them in one thing. The result would be special. Then Jin decided to invest some points in fencing, a decision that surprised the servant. He didn't understand why he did it. It looked useless, but still, he didn't defy his master. Jin had few points and could not raise all his characteristics. How could he train wisdom? For that, he needed to improve his strength and aura. So he began to train immediately. Blackstone asked if his older brother wasn't targeting him right now. But the boy argued as always that he wouldn't go to him now, but would wait. But it wasn't all that solid, since he needed to boost his aura, in which case he had the perfect punching bag. By punching bag, he meant his brother, whom he wanted to go in search of right now. Blackstone understood that the guy was 24 years old in real time. but his powers, they were just a little above his brother's. Their clash could be dangerous. But Jin knew what he was doing and told Blackstone to just watch. He really went crazy. Baekmyung-kun saw his brother and immediately got into a fighting stance and was ready to attack. But it was his sister Nuna. She was surprised to see him and asked if he was ashamed. He didn't know what she meant. Then she said that she had already heard that he had lost to his younger brother, which was shameful considering their ranks. He had taken too long to see Jin as a threat, and he paid the price for it. Mocking him, she walked away. The guy was incredibly pissed off, and that's when Jin appeared behind him. He laughed at the appearance of his brother, who clearly wasn't used to this position. Baekmyung immediately told his brother that if he didn't shut up, he would kill him. And to his surprise, Jin had no intention of backing down, but instead offered to fight right away. This shocked the guy. What happened to his brother, who had never been a fighter, who was weak and couldn't stand up for himself? It was as if another man stood before him, and he was frightened and cornered. It had only been a few days since he had mastered the aura. What could have changed him so drastically? Jin said his brother wouldn't need a sword. He should slay him with his bare hands. Baekmyung-kun snapped out of his seat. He would not let himself be defeated this time. But no matter how many times he attacked, Jin dodged him. He said he could feel his strategy. It hadn't changed since their last fight. He was aiming for his head like he attacked then and defeated him. Jin then took the lead in the fight and started throwing punches that his brother couldn't dodge, using all the new skills he'd learned in days of hard training. He surprised his brother with it. Baekmyung-chun didn't understand how this was possible. By the end of the day, he had slayed his brother, and this time he was knocked out. Jin was glad he put his new abilities into practice, and Blackstone thought this was definitely the craziest gentleman he'd ever met. After a while, they were in town. Those huge houses reminded the servant of a concrete forest. He asked the guy why they were here, and he told him that now that he was making full use of the aura, he needed to register. All aura users must be registered with the association. Jin and Blackstone came to the center. Jin said that he wanted to register as a user swordsman. The girl let him fill out the first-rank swordsman form and said that she would check his aura level after a while. As Jin began to fill out the form, the girl looked at what he had written in surprise. She asked him his name again and asked if she understood correctly that the guy was a member of the royal family of the Divine Sword Beck. Jin laughed, saying that he had just written that last name on the form. Then the girl told him that a member of the Beck family had already come here last month, and he was a very unpleasant man. But unfortunately, she didn't remember his name or what he looked like. It was the first time she had seen him. But Jin was completely different from this family. He was very kind and handsome and just couldn't be related to them. Jin was embarrassed, and Blackstone asked the boy if he cared about his origins. But it was still the same old way. He still wanted to destroy them all. His certificate was registered, and now he had to enter his aura data, and he thanked the employee for her help. Walking back, Blackstone noticed that his master was very happy. The reason was that in his previous life, Jin had received his first certificate at 24. Blackstone said that the boy acted like a 15-year-old, but there would be more surprises next, so it was too soon to be surprised. Everything was still to come. Suddenly, they heard someone calling out for Jin. It was the receptionist. She had barely caught up with Jin. She wanted to talk to him for a bit and told him that a dungeon had appeared not far from here, and there was a swordsman missing. She ran after him to propose the job, since there might already be those willing. Besides, people with an association in this job would help him practice. They both realized that her being so friendly was due to the fact that Jin had also spoken ill of the Beck family. Since he would now have talent, it would be nice to test his abilities in real life. There were vine moles that weren't a problem, very different from his past life. He agreed to go. It was a chance to test himself. After a while, he went to his destination, where he was met by people from the association. Hong and Soo said that the guy was very lucky to get into the dungeon on his first day, and Jin said that he would try very hard. Then Hong's partner, Young-hoo, asked him why he was talking down to the guy since he's from the Beck family, but Hong didn't think that a real family member would come here to work in the dungeon. He told Yeon to quickly finish preparing everything. Hong asked the guy if he was really from the same family, and Jin just replied that he didn't like those people. Hong immediately asked the guy not to say such things, because he obviously didn't want to get in trouble if someone happened to overhear these conversations and not report back to Beck. Blackstone admitted that he didn't think their reputation was that bad. Then Jin noticed a girl not far from them. He thought she reminded him of someone, but he couldn't figure out who exactly. But then he remembered that it was Jock Yonghua from the Thundercloud Formation. She was the youngest daughter of the cruel Red Lotus Jock family. Red Lotus and Divine Sword were feuding families. Yonghua was talented, but was also hated because she trained on her own without the help of anyone from her family. She was called because everything was ready. She approached Jin, and he introduced himself to her. She did the same in turn, not suspecting that he already knew her, but she gave her last name incorrectly, hiding her origins. Hong told them to hurry since they were already waiting for them, and they all went into the dungeon together. Hong argued that even though moles pose little or no threat, you have to be careful. You could hurt yourself on something or get lost, so you have to be very careful. Jin explained to Blackstone that the vine moles are different. They live here and might be around here somewhere, and they're just huge. They're so big that they dug this tunnel. Blackstone was wary. Suddenly, they felt a tremendous vibration that swept through the entire cave. Han ordered everyone to be on their guard. They saw huge monsters above. They were sitting and watching the people. Yonghu said that dealing with these creatures would be very difficult. Even if they tried to run away from them, the moles would still catch up to them. Even though they were almost blind, their hearing and sense of smell were much better than humans. Even if they managed to finish off at least one mole, their giant claws were still a danger. The vines around their necks looked very stiff, so they would have to go elsewhere. Jin drew his sword, preparing to take the fight, but in this environment, it was not the best option. Jin already had experience with moles in his past life. Suddenly, one of the monsters jumped at them, but Yonghu was able to fight it off. There were so many moles, and they were everywhere, literally surrounding the team. They attacked and snarled at them time after time. The mole jumped in their direction, but missed, which created a lot of dust, which enveloped the entire space in limited visibility. There were no wounded among the team, but still their job was complicated. Jin had to be especially careful. He had no practical experience, and though he was strong, the moles were still dangerous enough for him. Blackstone shouted to the boy to duck, and if possible, wait for another moment to strike. But Jin wouldn't listen to him. He thought he knew better, for he had experience fighting them. At that moment, he had the Black Wind Rosatum aura added to him. This ability would soon be activated. The mole's weak point was his soft neck, which was covered by a vine, and all he had to do was find a place where there were fewer vines. The rest of the mole's skin was rough, so the neck was the best place to aim. Suddenly, a monster appeared behind Yonghu and was about to attack him. As Yonghua came to his aid, she disarmed the monster with a punch and saved her partner. She looked at Jin and asked mockingly, "Is it true that you only have to aim for the neck to defeat them? After all, you can defeat them simply by using force." They disarmed most of the monsters. The moles attacked them as soon as the team entered the cave, but common sense was not to be expected from these monsters. Yonghu told Jin that everyone tries to avoid the vine moles, so there's almost no information about them. Then how did he know about the monster's weakness? He said he had been told about it once in class, and he was just looking for something about moles before he went down into the dungeon. He wouldn't tell Blackstone more, as he thought he already knew enough about his past. Everyone was surprised at how aggressive and very strong the moles were. It was a surprise to everyone. Han wondered if the skin of the moles had become very rough. It was suspicious. They stopped. There were two ways to go next. They were lucky the association told them to kill the moles, and now they could split into two groups. Suddenly, they saw a huge mole that was looking right at them. Its forehead had the boss's seal on it. It seemed to be the reason the moles were so strong, but it was unclear what they were exploring here. Jin told Blackstone that this mole was the guardian of the dungeon, and though the association's work for such hardships also pays, but because of such situations, the cleanup is much harder. The higher the rewards, the harder the labor and tasks, but this dungeon is hardly inferior to rank 2 in difficulty. Yonghu told the team not to worry about the boss. She would do everything herself, and they would have to deal with the other moles. So she hid in one of the tunnels, and the team didn't know what they should do. They thought about Yonghua having enough skills, but at the same time sending her in there alone. Jin argued that he shouldn't worry about the ringleaders in these dungeons. He'd read about it. But no one believed him because it was the first time he'd been here. Yonghu suggested that Hong leave the guy here so they could handle everything in the meantime. He thought about it and decided that they should help Yonghua. He told Jin to run away right away if he saw he was in danger, and they would deal with the moles, and he immediately took off. Blackstone asked him why he volunteered to help, and Jin said he had to take down the mole personally to get the reward he was promised. He then got a surprise mission to defeat the mole boss before anyone else could do it. Jin was pleased with such a task. It was just in time. He was willing to risk his life to complete it. To risk his life at a time when he'd already died once was like that. Blackstone had never seen or heard of these moles before, but he considered them rather peculiar creatures nonetheless. These monsters are new here, but they are much weaker than they look. They have long legs, they make wide steps so they get tired very quickly. They are easy to catch, so no one really looked for any weaknesses. 10 years ago, before the strategy was created, the moles were a bit different. But Jin has also changed. He has become stronger, and now he has the strength to overthrow the Beck family. At that moment, he saw Yonghua had already met the two moles, and he breathed a sigh of relief. She hadn't gotten to the boss yet. He quickly ran past her, and she saw this. She called out to him and asked him where he was in such a hurry. He told her he was going to the mole boss, to which Yonghua repeated that she would deal with the boss herself. It's very dangerous here, and if Jin wanted to offer her help, she would refuse. Jin replied that he wasn't going to help her, he was going to kill him himself. Yonghua was shocked by such statements. But on the other hand, she thought that if the guy just got his first rank today, he probably just didn't understand everything. And this wasn't all a game. He came here in plain clothes with no training whatsoever, and he's also being selfish, so he's asking to be killed. Blackstone asked the boy how he was feeling after all that had been said. But Jin decided to propose a wager with Yonghua. She thought she was imagining things, but Jin explained what he meant. He'll fight the main mole first, and if he doesn't defeat the boss in 3 minutes, then it'll be her turn. As an added reward, the winner has the right to ask for something from the loser. The girl thought Jin had hit his head, since he thought that amount of time was enough to defeat such a monster. That wasn't even enough for a third-rank user. The boss was already here, so she didn't have time to think. She agreed to all of Jin's suggestions. She didn't care because she didn't believe he would slay the monster, and in the meantime, she had time to rest. Even Blackstone doubted Jin's abilities, but he was more confident than ever. According to his personal experience and calculations, even 1 minute should be enough, which was hard to believe looking at the mole. Yonghua couldn't understand how he would make such an absurd wager if it was to get her attention. Now she understood why Jin was looking at her so strangely. Blackstone told Jin that she started looking right at him without taking her eyes off him. The guy explained it by saying that he was messing up her plans, but the reason seemed to be something else entirely. At that moment, the mole took off his vine and started trying to strike with it. Jin dodged and for a moment was able to get close to the monster. He was at a suitable distance from it and was ready to attack. Yonghua was watching all of this. The mole was making big movements, so it was much better to dodge him, and he was getting tired. At this point, his Racidum aura was activated, and the target's movements were slowed by the black wind. Jin took advantage of this new skill and took aim at the mole in the neck. Yonghua was shocked by what she saw. She didn't understand how he could do it, as it took him about 30 seconds to overpower the monster. He won the bet, plus he got 200 points in a surprise. Yonghua couldn't believe that he was a rank 1 swordsman. How could he defeat the boss with his skills? She was asking him a lot of questions because she couldn't understand what had just happened. Jin asked if she wanted to know how he did it, and she said of course she did. But Jin said that he would never tell her about it, which made Yonghua very angry. He asked her himself, and now he's just joking with her. No idiot would tell his secrets to anyone. Now that he's won, she's by the rules to comply with his request. She admitted that she underestimated him, thinking he was weak, and Jin understood that. He said that she was the Red Lotus of Thundercloud Formation, and he would defer his wish for later. She asked him how he knew she wasn't who she said she was, and Jin only said he guessed, "There aren't many warriors right now." Yonghua looked at him and she felt like she was losing to some brat. She got mad at him and said that he was just like his divine swordback family. Jin immediately said that he didn't like his family and could easily not pick up words talking about them. Blackstone had noticed that the guy was mocking Yonghua with his expressions, but he knew he would. Yonghua calmed down. Pulling herself together, she told Jin to look at the mole. There appeared a reward for completing the task that was promised to whoever defeated the boss. It was a ring, and taking it, Jin thought he should check the ring with the appraiser. Blackstone said he had that ability and could do it. They saw that the ring of the vine mole exceeds all the basic characteristics. Yonghua congratulated the guy on winning. She had only made this bet because of her hasty conclusions, but nevertheless she didn't like what he said. At this point, they were approached by people from the association who were surprised that Yeonhwa did well. It was amazing that she defeated such a strong opponent, even though they were worried about her. Yeonhwa said that she didn't do it, but Jin did. Hong looked at the guy in surprise. They all couldn't believe he was the only one who did it. Yeonhwa decided that next time she wouldn't let herself be beaten so easily. Jin was in a good mood because the first task was quite easy and the people were good. He was rewarded for killing the mole boss, but ended up winning twice. Blackstone told him not to be too sure that it ended so easily. Yeonhwa is unlikely to forget everything that happened and get away from Jin. Blackstone heard Jin say in his and Yeonhwa's conversation that he wasn't from the Beck family, but the guy had swiped that he never said that. He only said that he didn't like them. It was like that, but Jin was still a little annoyed with Blackstone's behavior. Jin saw two young men who apparently he knew were here to accompany him. One's name was Youngjun Hyuk, and the other was Moonju Young. Blackstone said that having servants at that age is already a success, but the boy wasn't happy about it. Jin told him that today was too late, so he had to go and they would meet tomorrow. But the servants told him that as of today, he would be staying at the Beck Monastery on the 8th floor. The owner of the house ordered him to move there. For such merits as Jung deserves, he should live in the ancestral home. The elder also gave this decree. Jin was shocked by this news, but he would go inside for a while. He ordered his servants to wait for him outside. Once inside, he opened the doors of his room. It was large and empty. Finally, he was living in the ancestral home. Blackstone thought the guy was so happy he was about to cry, but Jin said he was trying to control his composure. Blackstone told him that he was dwelling too much on his past. He needed to move on with his life. Jin took it differently. He had dealt with Baek Myung-kun. Now there were 6 other people left. Jin reflected on the fact that having so many people in their time is already old-fashioned, and even at an age like his father. Blackstone took the conversation in another direction, asking Jin if he knew the two who were now his servants. Moonju Young was familiar to Jin. He had been told to watch him. In his past life, he didn't even know it, but now he could sense his presence thanks to his sensitivity. He didn't understand why his father had black sword-level fighters assigned to him. They were something akin to elite guards. So he had his father's attention, and they should probably leave now. They went downstairs and Jin thanked the servants for their work and said they could be dismissed for the day, but stopped Moon Chi-young suddenly, telling him to keep his distance the next time he was watching him. Because everyone should have their own space, he didn't expect to be seen. Blackstone tried to reason with Jin not to make hasty moves. Then he didn't listen as he always did. It was about a father Blackstone did not know as a man at all, but Jin did. What would happen if the servant told him that he had caught him spying on him? He would certainly be glad that his efforts had been noticed. Big Stone would never be able to understand this family. Jin offered to open the reward for the mole boss right now. Since he had such good luck, why not? The cards appeared in front of him again, and Blackstone asked the guy to choose responsibly. But it's just like a game whose outcome you can't predict. He might not win anything, or he might hit the jackpot. With such a random choice, Jin decided he would just take the card that caught his eye, and that was it. After choosing a card, he came across some kind of mask which caused Blackstone's emotions to run wild. Though the mask looked like the most ordinary from the most ordinary workshop, Blackstone shouted for him to take a closer look at this unusual mask. Again, the system lavished him with gifts, and Blackstone just couldn't believe the guy was so lucky. He explained to Jin that he wasn't crazy. It was a demonic transformation mask whose rank was legendary. Jin was now also shocked. Apparently now he can even change his appearance thanks to this mask. He wouldn't be able to change his height, but he could change everything else within reason. He could fool anyone if he wanted to. He decided to test it now. When he put it on, he answered a few questions, chose an aura color, and decided to try and transform into Moonju Young. And in a moment, he was an exact copy of the guy. It was amazing. Blackstone advised him to check if the color of his aura had changed. In checking it, he saw that it had changed. It no longer looked as cheap as the boy had originally thought. He was grateful to Blackstone for making him choose his card carefully, and he dreamed that one day Jin would heed all his advice. But Jin asked him if the name of Kane's empire had been mentioned. It was the name of his training method. What was it all about? Blackstone was dumbfounded by what he heard. He could not say that the mask had nothing to do with them. Everything he studied is connected, and it is the source, he would soon find out for himself. But he should not get into all these matters. And anyway, why would Jin want to use the mask when he is already the son of such a powerful family, unless he wants to do something not very legitimate? He really wanted to use it tomorrow. Blackstone wondered and asked why he wanted it, but didn't get an answer to his question. Later, they were at a reception with an elder who had already heard that Jin had been in the dungeon yesterday. He already knew about it, even though Jin was not being followed. Father had eyes everywhere. Perhaps he had even been told about it by the association. And then the father said that he had heard that his son had made the same bet there. Blackstone had noticed how the elder knew all the news without leaving the palace. The father wondered if Jin knew who he was betting with, and he answered that he did. That, he said, was the main reason for his action. He wanted to show the daughter of the feuding family that he was stronger than her. The father was told that Jin had hidden his origins, but he said that young Hua had drawn such conclusions herself, and when she found out who she had lost to, he would want to see her face. The father liked that answer, and she said that he would let his son use all the available funds of their family, which means that if anything happens, he can use his family name to solve some problems. He is allowed to enter the various rooms of their family. He has finally achieved the same thing as the others. He thanked his father, but before he could finish speaking, he saw a new task appear before him, telling him to choose his personal path. Why had this assignment appeared at such an inopportune moment? Blackstone explained to him that it was because things had gone differently since he had met. He really was where the others were now, so now he had to make a choice. His personal path or change his principles. He would either be like all the other swordsmen, or he would have his own personal path. If he tried to cheat, he would fail this assignment and get nothing. His father thought his son was refusing, but Jin assured him he was not. He wondered if it made sense for a man without much skill to try to catch up with his sisters and brothers, who were at a fairly high level and were very strong. He made his choice and failed the task. He went to his father, telling him that he had gained enough skill in single training and wanted to continue it with his permission. His father said that if Jin had a trainer with him, he would learn much faster, but he refuses. Jin said it was his personal choice. His father didn't hesitate long to agree to give him 2 months, and then he would give him a test, and if he didn't pass, he would be punished. He asked if he was okay with that, and Jin decided to prove his point. Meanwhile, young Hua practiced burning off her anger on the pair she ended up ruining. It was new and expensive, and her father would have a conversation with his daughter, but young Hua said she wasn't in the mood to talk right now, and ordered the boy to get lost. He didn't understand why she was so rude and kicking him out if he had information about the man she was looking for. She immediately turned to him and immediately took a piece of paper with something written on it. It had Jin's name on it and his age. They were the same age. And then she saw his background and became furious. He had dared to fool her. Her brother rushed to reassure her. This information was hard enough to get, and she wanted to tear this sheet apart. It was ungrateful. She told him that if Jin registered for the dungeon raid, she should be registered there too. She should be ready to get revenge on him because he shamed her, and besides their families were feuding, she should kill the next mole boss and not him. For the first time, she was so concerned about someone else. Their confrontation seemed quite interesting. They came to practice. They were back where they started relatively recently. Suddenly, they saw Baekmyeong-kun. In a past life, Jin would not have allowed himself to say hello to him, but now when he did, Baekmyeong-kun ignored him, and that made sense. Because why would he say hello to a man who beat him up when he met him? He needed to put it all aside and move on. Blackstone began coaching Jin in his own way, telling him to first draw his sword, then hide it, and then immediately draw it again. Jin asked what the point of this was, and he told him that he wanted to see how the boy did with it, to see what he could do with it next. He immediately went about his tasks, and couldn't hold his sword. He swung it and didn't hold it, causing it to fly off somewhere in the direction of almost injuring the others, which was worth proving he was inexperienced. Baekmyeong-kun turned to him, calling him a pathetic cheat. How could he not have enough skill to demand so much attention to himself? He would have been better off as before and not bothering anyone at all. How could he even beat Baekmyeong-kun by being like this? But Jin didn't pay any attention to them. Blackstone said he should train to reach the same level as those guys on the court. He suggested another exercise to the guy. He should aim his sword at a line on the simulator, Then he could learn the art of the sword. Jin thought that if he had slayed vine moles before, this task shouldn't be difficult. He struck the wooden structure with all his might. He again made trouble for the others, because the simulator flew off exactly where the others were training. It wasn't the most pleasant situation, but he didn't do it on purpose. Blackstone was surprised by Jin's attitude towards his brother. They were still supposed to be practicing underground, but it seemed clear that Jin had already started earning experience here. Let them all tell him to his face what they thought, not behind his back. When one of his brother's coaches approached him to sort things out, he was already being watched. He was really hiding his talents by cutting the pole in two after just one punch, with the fact that this was the first time he was training this technique at all today. Jin heard they were having a sparring competition tonight. He'd like to join in. The trainer thought about what he said, even though it was silly after what he had done on the training ground. He looked at Baekmyeong-kun and thought he would let Jin join. He would put him in competition and ask the guy if he could handle the workload. Jin assured him he would, and then the coach told him to wait a little while. They were setting the stage for him because they weren't all his friends and didn't like him much. And if you say bad things behind other people's backs, bad karma would befall you. Blackstone knew the boy wouldn't listen to him, so he told him to do what he wanted. Jin wanted to fight with them. The trainer introduced them to the new competitor and asked if they minded if he participated, and everyone was fine with that. He asked who would like to fight him, and then just as many people expressed their desire to fight the guy. What surprised Blackstone was the popularity. Jin decided to pick an opponent, and it was Kim Woon-sik. Jin told Blackstone to look into his memories, and then he would understand his choice. He saw that this guy had bullied Jin in the past, humiliating him and calling him names. Now Blackstone understood and wanted Jin to deal with this crazy bastard quickly. He should get the sword, and he'd do the rest on his own. They introduced themselves to each other, and Kim immediately asked why the guy was using the naked sword technique. But Jin said he shouldn't care. But he went on to say that by using such a technique, one could make a mistake and then the opponent would strike. Jin didn't care about his monologue, and then Kim started to attack him. Shattered Kim's sword, without much effort, or Blackstone did. He won and cheered over the loser, following Kim's words that his opponent could strike if he failed to attack him. Hit Kim. It was a shame he couldn't do more, since it was only a sparring match. Kim had no idea that the guy could wield a sword like that, and burst into tears over his loss. The trainer didn't know how to refuse him after what he had seen, and was afraid to say the wrong thing. And then Jin chose his own opponent, the guy who raised his hand for the first time, So Yeon-ho. Blackstone realized that this bastard had also beaten Jin in the past, and was now his older brother's servant. He was brutally beating the guy even when he didn't have the first rank, and he repeated everything after Baekmyeong-kun. He asked Jin not to let the bastard go until he got even with him for all the wrongs. By nightfall, Jin had beaten almost all of his opponents. He told his teacher it was easy, or the opponents were weak. But still, there was only one candidate left, and he challenged his brother to a duel. They hadn't fought him in a long time, and now was the right time to rectify that. Master wanted to dissuade him from this venture, but he said he would defeat his brother despite the fact that he had defeated all his previous opponents. He wasn't going to run away from someone as pathetic as Jin, who only knows how to provoke people. But Jin asked him then who had defeated all the opponents just then. They decided to disregard the rules of decorum and start fighting right away. His brother had also switched, was quite strong and talented, but he knew his habits and techniques like no one else, so he could easily anticipate them. Suddenly, he intercepted and blocked Jin's punch, which startled him. He knew he had underestimated his little brother, but now he would fight him properly. He used his aura to fight him. He wanted revenge and wanted to teach his younger brother a lesson for the future. Jin defended himself. Baekmyeong-kun said he heard about the bet between Jin and his father. This fight would be a demonstration for his father to see how pathetic Jin was. But Jin tried to keep an indifferent tone when talking to his brother. He wouldn't even let him swing his sword, which made everything critical. At one point, he knocked it out of Jin's hands. Blackstone shouted to Jin to stay calm and use his aura, and he did so. He activated the black wind and decided to take his sword. Baekmyeong-kun said that he would use his aura as well. Jin got his sword back, and their fight continued with renewed vigor. Suddenly, Baekmyeong-kun fell to the ground, and Jin struck him down. The trainer was shocked by what he saw. Jin's hands were shaking, losing was very close, and though he tried to stay calm, he couldn't lie to himself. Blackstone praised the guy, saying that he was on top of his game. His movements and decisions were better than before. But Baek Myung-chun was strong too. Everyone in this family is talented. The teacher came up to him and said that this was not the outcome he had expected. He apologized for thinking he was weak because his skill level was high and now he respected him. Jin smiled at that statement and said he would like to continue tomorrow. The teacher was clearly not happy that this would all happen again tomorrow. But he himself had once said that no matter what the result, one should continue to train. He wouldn't listen to the coach's excuses and left. Suddenly he saw that he had completed the task, taking away his enemy's rivalry with him. He didn't remember such a task, but Blacktown assumed that the guy got those points for being able to surprise him. He could use it whenever it suited him. A servant rushed over to them to give Jin a letter from the administrative office. This organization dealt with documents, missions, and errands for their family. But what did they want from him since they had never touched him before? But when he opened the letter, he saw that it was not really a letter. It was a request even outside of the family. It was an association, and their request had been sent through the administration because Jin didn't look at his phone. He hadn't used his phone since registering with the association. The servant suggested he go to the administration for details. His training was already over anyway. He turned to those he had defeated and advised them to clean up, because tomorrow they would do it again. His phone was right there on the bed, but it was almost out of charge, so he couldn't hear the notifications. Blackstone asked if the guy had any friends he corresponded with, and he replied that he chatted with him. Besides, it was strange to hear something like that from someone who had never had any friends and had been locked in a sword for millennia. He decided to see what the request was, and when he opened it, he saw that the association was asking for help in defending the First Legion District. The Legion District was a place where monsters were constantly appearing. It was not much different from a dungeon. It could be a great place to train since there would be monsters there all the time. It makes sense, but it's not a popular place, and since he got lucky with the reward for the mole boss, it might not lead here. It was Hong In-soo who asked, and the name sounded familiar. It was the man who commanded them in the cave with the moles. He must be helping him because of what Jin said about his family. Blackstone suggested that next time he would cuss out his family even more. Maybe it would help even more. If Jin hadn't been snitched on every day, he would have expressed himself that way. The petitioner was Suena, and Jin wondered why she would go there. She was the only daughter of the leader of a magical guild. This guild was associated with manufacturing and made good quality things. They fought for first and second place in that. But Suena came to the Legion District and died. Everyone she was with also died. Then the guild searched for the culprits, but alas found none. He's not supposed to go there because it sounds dangerous. But if he can save them, he'll go there for Suena and Hong In-soo. He's good to him, and Jin didn't expect that. It would be terrible to stand aside. Blackstone showed him that a new assignment had come in that said Tide Fates. It was risky, but Jin had no other choice, so he accepted the assignment. They were outside, and Blackstone asked the guy how he was going to cheat this time. Jin didn't want Blackstone here. He took Moon Ji-young and all of their family's weaponry with him. Hong told Jin that they hadn't called Yoonghwa, but she came anyway. They didn't understand why they were seeing her again on missions, but they couldn't help it. She didn't come here in her past life and was alive until Jin died. She came up to him and said she knew he would be here, a nice coincidence. He asked her what she was doing here, and she told him that she wouldn't tell him everything. Blackstone said that everyone was here for one thing, and he was asking stupid questions. At this point, they were approached by Suena, who said that not many people would agree to such a mission, but she honored their bravery. She wanted to tell them their purpose. Her purpose was research. She had heard that somewhere around here there was something called black barb grass. Blackstone asked if it had caused her death in the past, but Jin said no. He didn't know why that was because the weed wasn't a threat, and there were no people here who could do any harm. They decided they would figure out the reason when things were already starting to happen. They could handle it. They went through a portal and found themselves on some lawn. Suena told them that it was unknown when the monsters would appear, so they had to be careful. They would start here. 2 were guarding, and 2 more were ready to defend themselves if anything happened. Suddenly, Blackstone called out to the guy and said he seemed to understand the reason for that tragedy in the past. There was a timer above them showing that the boss was 10 minutes away. He showed up as soon as they arrived. Jin wondered if that was the cause of the death of the explorer and the entire group. Here was Hong, who was very strong and could protect them. He wouldn't let this happen as he had been a user for decades. He would order everyone to flee at the very least. The monster could not go beyond the borders. It would be strange because even from the hands of a huge boss could save at least one person, and then all died. Suddenly a man came out of the bushes and greeted them. Han was just as kind to him, and said that they were guarding a man who was looking for black grass here. The man was surprised as he thought there was no such growing here, but wished them good luck and left. Han also said goodbye to him. He was a strong man, about the 4th rank by our standards, and he wielded an axe. Time expired. The entire sky was covered in red clouds. A huge monster goblin berserk came out to them. He came out of nowhere unexpectedly. They immediately began to think what to do, but Suena said that they should run away because the monster is very dangerous. But Hong said not to worry because the goblin is not as strong as it seems. Besides, they are all skillful and strong here. Yeonhwa asked the girl to stand back and not worry. She had already defeated goblins and would do it again. Now Jin realized that Suena didn't die at the hands of the boss. They all died after their encounter with the goblin. They began to fight, and Yeonhwa began to help Hong topple the goblin to the ground. But she couldn't. He was too strong, and Jin was confused. The goblin roared, which meant he was about to go on the rampage. He attacked Hong, but he repulsed the attack. But they didn't count on the goblin being that strong. Yeonhwa devised a plan to get as close to the goblin as possible, but she needed Jin's help to do it. But he was already standing near the monster and preparing to fight it himself. He thought that Yeonhwa severely underestimated the boss. Even if she knew monsters well, it wasn't a guarantee that she was right. He instantly sliced the monster in half. Yeonhwa didn't understand how he knew this trick, since he was only rank 2. Hong, on the other hand, praised Jin for his speed, which was amazing for someone as young as Jin. Yeonhwa was jealous of him. She once again couldn't get ahead of the guy. Then he asked her if she wanted to know how he did it. She wondered because the last time he tricked her, Jin laughed. Then Suena ran up to them and said that she found something. Right next to the dead goblin was black prickly grass. This meant that the mission was completed and they could go back. It was pretty hard. There was a bounty near the monster. They were all happy about it and didn't expect such a surprise. Suddenly, Moon Ju-young shouted to Jin to step back. At that moment, something flew into the tree near them. It was an axe. They recognized it as the same axe that the man who had been approaching them had. He came out to them and said that next time he would not miss. He was the one responsible for Suena's death in the past. The reason he attacked them was the goblin bracelet in the black grass they were looking for. He came back for them. His name was Sajinu. Everyone was horrified because they had heard of him. He was a crazy killer who didn't care who to kill or why. He was just doing it for nothing. Moon Ju-young said that he would deal with him himself because this lunatic was the 4th rank. But Jin wouldn't let him do that because his father would find out. He would do it himself. He didn't come here to die a senseless death. But if things get too bad, his assistant will intervene. Jin was glad that he had such a chance to fight such a strong opponent. He ordered Yeonhwa to take care of the others and he could handle himself. She urged him not to do it because he didn't stand a chance. But Jin said they would all die if he didn't fight Sanjin. He asked her to cooperate with him for the good of the others. Sanjinu laughed at him and attacked him. Jin activated the black wind and managed to block the blow. The psycho was surprised by this and taunted the guy, saying he would chop off his legs. They fought, and at one point, Sanjin struck Jin's sword. At that moment, everyone screamed. Sanjin said that the boy was destined to die today. He jumped over the guy, and at that moment, Blackstone turned into a sword and asked to fight with it. He said that to activate it, you had to say the curse of the crunchy night. He activated the sword and blocked Sanjin's blow at the last moment. His aura weakened. He ordered his servant to protect everyone, so it wouldn't happen like that time in the past. He lost consciousness. A staff member ran into the office and called for the director. He shouted that Sanjin was dead. The bastard was hiding in Legion territory. That's why they couldn't find him. It was a huge area. The problem was that Shin Beck's special man caught him. The director said it wasn't a big deal if it wasn't a known family. But then he realized who he was talking about. But he's 10 or 12 years old. How could he do that? He didn't know what to do now. It sounded absurd. He could have written that a rank 1 teenager defeated a rank 4 psychopath killer. That's shameful. He couldn't believe it himself at first, but even Yeonhwa testified and confirmed that it was true. The director asked if Jin was able to get close to the criminal, and the staff member replied that he had thrown him to the ground and used the chi sword. The director was going crazy. This just couldn't be done by a teenager and with a chi sword. But if this is true, then the most gifted swordsman in history has come into the family. He had strange dreams again with a man he didn't know, but as if he had seen once. He felt the power emanating from him. He woke up and saw Blackstone in front of him. Jin was brought to his room when he lost consciousness after the fight. He had been in a coma for 2 days. A cheerful servant came to his room. He had cared for him when he was unconscious. He asked how he was feeling. Jin had a headache. It was because the guy was abusing his aura, but it would pass. He was worried about Jin, but not as much as some people who were even waiting today. He called Yeonhwa and Soina into the room. They came to thank him for their rescue. They all survived. Because of him, he saved everyone. Soina thanked him on behalf of the entire secret guild. Jin was surprised that she was so grateful, but she shouldn't have been since she had hired him herself that day for her own safety. She couldn't stop thanking him. Apparently, she was very scared at the time. Yeonhwa said that the psycho had killed about 10 people, but Jin put an end to it. But Soyeon also thanked the guy for getting the black weed. She was working on something and couldn't tell him everything now, but she would tell him first when she was done. She decided to give him a gift. Jin refused, but she insisted it was a necessity. His sword was broken, so she gave him a new one. It was a sword-binding radiance, designed to bind light together. He could use its energy. It was a useful gift. It was a very valuable sword, so he asked Soyeon if she really wanted to give it to him. Her father insisted on such a gift, and if the boy didn't accept the gift, she would be in trouble. He obviously asked it out of politeness. She left him to rest. She went to the Legion without telling anyone, so she is grounded. She was only allowed in to check on Jin. She offered to meet him later. Blackstone swiped that her family at least cared about their children, while Beck didn't care. Yeonhwa gave Jin the goblin bracelet and some box her brother told her to give her. She would help Jin with the treatment. She asked the guy why he lied to her. He is Beck's direct heir, but didn't tell her that. Jin told her he never said that. She misunderstood his wording. He just hated them. But that didn't mean he wasn't a member of their family. Yeonhwa saw that this family was just full of jerks. Even this guy was like that. He's not weird, he's stupid. She, with a sense of accomplishment, decided to leave his room. She left with the thought that next time she shouldn't let him win, she would overtake him. She walked out, slamming the door loudly. He had completed the task. Jin was glad it was over. He doubted himself again. He thought he was going to die. It was especially scary when his sword broke. Blackstone laughed. It's okay, he even got bonuses. But Jin noticed that he gets them when he touches the feelings of others. Jin must like the system since none of Blackstone's previous masters had ever received such bonuses. He thought about practicing and got extra points for his trainer's surprise. Moon Chu-young went to the elder and began to report what had happened in the Legion that day. He told him that the guy got a mission from Soina in the Legion. Then an assassin showed up. He was strong and his target was black grass and a goblin bracelet. He ambushed Jin. He wielded axes, though they used to be swords. He was looked for all around, but he was hiding. The elder was interested. The servant told how the elder's son overpowered the outlaw with a black aura he had never seen. He wasn't sure if it was a sword aura. Even though Jin had a black aura, the sword had a different one. He had never seen anything like it before. It was stronger than the sword's aura. This boy would never bore the elder. He was pleased that the feuding family and the secret guild were indebted to his youngest son. He had never praised Jin before. In the meantime, the test was 22 days away, and the elder thought of what it would be. He ordered that Jin be brought to him. Blackstone stood together with Jin. From this day forward, the guy would have to do 2 things. He had chosen the path of his sword, as he absolutely disliked his teacher's training. Now he must practice a lot, put all of himself into the art of sword wielding, even if he only swings his sword once. This action should also carry a certain meaning. Jin thought about these words while looking at his sword. A meaningless sword is the same as a sword that is not used. Jin's second task would be footwork. This was strange since he had been learning another method of his family, and Blackstone had seen the guy use this method. It had been passed down to him from his family as an inheritance. Was this the method where he balanced using his back and then carried forward? Jin replied that yes, it wasn't bad, but this method didn't suit him. It had no place in any skill from the Beck divine family. Jin was shocked by Blackstone's statement like that. He roughly understood what he meant. The sword art that Jin was studying now had a high degree of freedom. For this reason, it could be used in any situation, but his family's skills were too standardized. He could use them at any time, but one had to repeat them until one embodied the chosen movements and swordsmanship, so there was no point in them. It wasn't something that suited him. Blackstone agreed that the guy was thinking right. If he studied the techniques Blackstone advised him here, he could dodge the axe that was flying towards him. When his sword broke in those seconds, he couldn't move. Blackstone said he would teach the guy everything. The technique was called unknown footwork. Jin creates it with his movement or desire. First, he has to set his feet shoulder-width apart. It doesn't matter which foot he takes the first step with, but he has to understand which side the sword is pointing. He felt his steps felt much lighter. There are predetermined movements, but among them, in all likelihood, there are also non-constant movements naturally connected to each other. This meant that no matter where he was, he would always be able to attack with his sword. Taking out his sword, he chopped the trainer, this technique of footwork. He decided that Blackstone was right. He would be able to use this technique in any situation. But this was entirely Jin's merit. He could control it and was capable of creating it himself. Jin thought about his abilities. At that moment, he was called out by Munju-yong, who was approaching him. He told Jin that he had something to tell him. The elder ordered him to bring him to him immediately. It looked like the time had finally come. The elder made a decision about the test, and in a moment he was in front of him. After greeting him, his father ordered Jin to stand up, which was to prove it. He didn't care about what was going on around him. The elder said that Jin should know why he was called here, and he told her that he remembered that he had to take the test. The elder decided to briefly tell her what the test was about. At that moment, he called out for someone to come in. Jin turned around and saw some guy walking towards them. He greeted the elder. Jin couldn't believe his eyes. There would be a competition in 3 weeks, and the elder advised him to use his third-rank aura to defeat the opponent. This guy was Baekho-jin. To pass the test, Jin needed to defeat his older brother. Jin said he would do the job. Baekho-jin would not allow him to use aura above the 3rd level, and if Jin broke the rule, he would lose. Baekho-jin said that he wouldn't let that happen. So the elder decided to ask Jin a question, asking him what sword aura he used during his task. After all, the father had heard that his son had defeated Sajin with only 1 aura strike. Jin was frightened by such a question. He said he couldn't tell the elder. This made his father angry, but Jin replied that since they had a bet, he didn't have to tell him anything. Jin said that he thought his father had some plans for him, since he said he would determine his type after he took the test, and he saw what he was capable of, so he agreed to it as a bet. He can't tell his opponent about his weapons. Because of what he said, the elder laughed. Such statements were insolence on Jin's part. He was already looking forward to the winner of this bet. They both left their father, and Baekho-jin told his brother that he didn't think the opportunity to beat him would be so near and fast. But Jin also said that he was waiting for this opportunity, since now he has the chance to humiliate Baekho-jin to the fullest. His older brother told him that the guy has a great talent for making people want to kill him. He should try harder, because if he doesn't win this bet, he'll be in big trouble. But Jin said the duel won't happen today, so his brother needs to cool down. They would still have time to see him, but he was actually worried since even Baekho-jin was a worthy and strong opponent. He didn't have a plan, so he was thinking about it now. Blackstone suggested that since you couldn't use a 3rd-rank aura, and Jin had a 4th-rank aura and still lost, it might be easier for Jin to defeat his brother, who had a 3rd-rank aura. But Jin replied that even though his brother was a rank lower than the past villain, he was still stronger. His green aura was very strong, and his sword technique was very precise. Because he changes his technique often, people call it the withering flower technique. In addition, his brother in his past life hated him for no reason, and in the end just took everything away from him and threw him out on the street. For that reason, he should defeat him no matter what. He asked Blackstone if he had any idea about that, and he told him that maybe he should just destroy the entire planet during the duel with the Crystal Knight technique. First, Jin needs to practice with what Blackstone taught him. Putting all his will into the sword was a very difficult task. Blackstone asked what kind of energy Jin wanted to put into the sword, and he said he wanted to be strong and fast. This, according to him, would lead him to victory. But Blackstone thought the guy was crazy since 1 wish would be enough and he wants to put 2 wishes into the sword. He shouldn't be greedy and pick one, but Jin told him that he wouldn't change his mind since he had made up his mind. He just wouldn't get another chance like this ever again. Blackstone tried to calm down. He said it was his business and let him do what he wanted, but suggested he just imagine putting his will and desires into it. Jin concentrated on it and felt some kind of power in the sword. Blackstone saw that the boy apparently understood what needed to be done, and that wasn't a bad thing. 2 weeks later, in the great tournament hall of the Divine Beck family, all of the Beck family's children were present, and the talk amongst the common people was that there was no point to this fight. Since Jin had defeated a 4th-ranked opponent, he would still not be able to defeat the invincible Baekojun. The heirs were thinking how much of a waste of time it was. What was their father thinking? It was time for the duel, and the two men entered the arena. Baekojun was on the left side. He told his brother that he had chosen the perfect place to bury him. But Jin replied that they hadn't even started the fight yet to start throwing threats. He was on the right side of the arena. Baekojun wanted to threaten Jin further, but he advised him to win first and then say such things to him. He was really trying hard to piss off his brother, making him go crazy with hatred towards him. The elders announced the exit, and absolutely everyone present bowed to him and greeted their ruler. He told them that he was attending a duel of peer-to-peer opponents that would be of great importance to everyone else. Therefore, the fight would continue until one of them surrendered. He would allow all attacks and methods. He announced the start of the duel. The fight began, and the two of them looked at each other, ready to convince. Baekojun told his brother that after this duel, he would be out of their family. Jin activated the Black Wind. Baekojun saw the black aura for the first time since the ceremony. He sarcastically asked Jin not to lose too quickly, as it wouldn't be fun at all, and the audience wouldn't like it. He couldn't wait for the battle to start. Baekojun started to attack, but Jin successfully blocked his punch, which his older brother didn't realize at first. Jin didn't realize what was going on because the slowing down effect was supposed to work, but for some reason it didn't. Baekojun asked him if he was going to defeat him with just these things, because even if he didn't use a 3rd-rank aura, Jin would never be able to defeat him. But Jin was evasive and told his brother that he was talking too much. Blackstone watched all of this and advised Jin to get closer to his opponent with his famous footwork. Otherwise, this fight would never end. Jin thought he should probably do it. His abilities were imperfect, but if he understood how Baekjun attacked and struck, then he could understand how to dodge. This was a chance. Jin tried to remain calm. Even if his skills were so high, it would surely be hard for him to react if he moved unpredictably. After thinking about it for a while, he decided to stick to this plan. So he got behind his brother and unexpectedly elbowed him, causing him to lose his guard for a while. Now he should use the next technique of exposing his sword. But Baekojun was not himself with anger that his brother had hit him so meanly. He used his aura, which surprised Jin. Blackstone said that even though the guy was only a level 3, he still looked pretty intimidating. Of course, it would be much harder to get close to him now. The only chance for Jin to win was to stop his brother from using the Withering Flower Sword. He was rooting for the Lord and wished him luck, because he had been training and preparing for this for a very long time. He just had to attack right now and not give up. After a while, Jin realized that he wouldn't win through stamina alone. He needed to break his opponent's stance. Baekojun recognized his younger brother's talent, but he asked him to understand that he and Baekojun were on different levels. At this moment, Jin saw his brother using the Withering Flower Sword. He was afraid of this very thing. He realized that if he showed weakness or made any mistake now, he would be finished. He was already seriously injured, but all his thoughts were that he needed to properly bear his sword. At least this time, there was no way he would back down. Baekojun saw that Jin's condition was very weak, so he decided to end at this point. Blackstone shouted to the gentleman to back off or he might lose his arm. Jin then decided that he too had something to answer his brother on this. The desire he has to put into his sword to make it stronger and faster in his long-cherished dream of crushing the Beck family. He did so, but Baekojun was not appeased and was still just as hungry for revenge. Even though Jin was able to block that punch, he would have to do it again, squeezing every last bit of strength out of him. Suddenly, he noticed the opportunity window displaying the information that he had been given the ability of 1,000 swords. Because of his extreme training, he had entered the mode of super concentration and focus. Baekojun thought that his opponent was about to fall, when he suddenly noticed the black aura that was emanating from Jin. Gathering all the power he had, he used his new ability, the Emperor's Core. Baekojun tried to block this strike, but as soon as he did, he noticed that his aura was collapsing. At some point, there was a huge explosion, and as soon as the dust disappeared, everyone saw Baekho-jun lying on the ground. He didn't understand how his younger brother had managed to do that. Everyone looked at this and couldn't believe that the young lord had lost to his brother, who was ranked below him. Jin himself realized that he had lost too much aura. He was very tired and injured. Blackstone praised the Lord for his efforts and victory. He had definitely just reached the heights. Jin joked that he had never heard such words for himself before. He turned to his father, saying that he had completed the task and defeated the opponent, as the rules stated. The elder smiled and told him to do what he wanted. This reaction alarmed his children. The elder got up from his seat and announced to the audience that the duel was over, with a fleeting glance at Baekho-jun, who was lying on the ground. The elder looked at Baekho-jun and thought how pathetic he looked right now. Sometime later that same day in the Baek family's monastery, Jin looked at his shaking hands and thought about whether he would always look like this after using the Dark Emperor projectile. Blackthrone had told him that the whole problem was that he had failed to get his aura under control in time. So he should rest, and once he resumed the power of his aura, practice controlling it. Jin understood his friend's instructions, but before all that, he would like to check his rewards. In front of him appeared a whole list of awards for the completed task. In total, he received 700 points, which cheered him up a lot. It was also noted Blackstone was happy. He also received 500 extra points for shocking a large number of people. Blackstone was now surprised by this amount of points, but Jin took the reward for granted. He thought that this was a pretty useful system with points for surprising people. It would definitely play to his advantage. Blackstone agreed with the master. The more he surprised people, the more points he would earn. And he was genuinely happy for the guy. It was motivation to develop, especially since he seemed to like this grading system. Jin collapsed on the bed with relief. He had quite a bit of luck in training on his own, but he wouldn't have been able to accomplish this alone. He looked at his hand that had the goblin bracelet on it. It had helped him win this battle. Blackstone remembered that while Jin was unconscious, that girl wouldn't let anyone even touch that bracelet. It was very peculiar to her. Blackstone asked what the guy was going to do with the points he had earned. He decided to upgrade all his skills. By doing so, he would be able to upgrade the Imperial gear to a higher level. The more Jin trains, the higher his level will become. It would allow him to use more power since it contained raptures and strength. Jin couldn't believe that it was possible to be even stronger. A little while earlier, during the announcement of the winner, everyone was extremely impressed and shocked by the results, especially the children of the elders. In their eyes, he looked crazy. He literally admitted his defeat in front of everyone. As he had definitely bet on Baekho-jun, it was hard to believe. Jin berated himself for not being experienced enough. He could have used the power of the fragile knight, but he didn't. He just almost fainted. Blackstone praised him for doing well. After all, it was quite a difficult spell, and not everyone can pull it off. Jin thought about how his abilities were revealed at the most dangerous moment, like in a movie. It was true, plus the goblin bracelet was one of the keys to the path of 1,000 swords. Blackstone explained to the boy what it was. He should think of it as a goal he was trying to achieve in the art of sword wielding. In the path of learning, he would achieve more and more, but they hadn't gotten to that point yet. Jin had been practicing hard to perfect the skills and technique of the Imperial projectile, and he was able to replicate it. Blackstone had told him that he was now releasing an amount of energy commensurate with his level. Jin hoped that he would be able to use this technique every time he needed it, since he had no problem using the Imperial projectile. He suggested that Blackstone start a new training session right now, to which he replied that he only wanted to suggest it, so the next session would be to develop his legs. A new assignment popped up on the window of opportunity. Jin realized that the duty of a divine sword right after defeating his brother was not to be expected. His father was not the kind of person who would give him a break. It had to be the work of one of Jin's siblings. Jin was holding a flyer that said he would have to fight people above him in rank. Thus, he would honor the family. He was sure that this was the work of Baeksan. He didn't know how it happened, but it was definitely her. Kim Bom-seok and Yuju were to fight him. They would be helping him in his past life. They were part of her faction. Blackstone asked the Lord if he understood correctly that his fifth sister wanted to get rid of him, and he told him that it could be her fear of becoming the next Baekho-jun. She's definitely up to something, and Blackstone suggested that it might be best to back out. But Jin told him that he couldn't do that. He just had to go and do what he had to do. Plus, he told him that there was something very good about the venue for this event, so he was sure he wasn't in any danger. He decided that if Baksin was playing dirty, he would do the same thing. That same night at the Baek family's monastery, Jin was very emotional, rejoicing that he too had received a divine sword duty, a task for a third-ranked swordsman when he was only a first-ranked swordsman. It was a reason for him to be proud, although his servants were clearly worried. They didn't understand why he was so excited and advised him to give up on it, since they wouldn't be able to protect him in the event that it was a matter of the divine sword Baek. But Jin told him that he didn't know how the fight would end, but he would be accompanied by third-ranked men, and he didn't have to worry. He couldn't abandon his duty. These words angered Muncho Ayon. Even though their fight could be seen by someone else, he still could barely contain himself. It had only been a day since Jin had defeated his master Baekajun. If he received this kind of mission right after that, it could only mean one thing. Blackstone noticed that the servant was very worried about Jin, but the guy thought that Moon Cheo-yeon doubted his strength, even though he had handled the third-ranked mission. Moon Cheo-yeon wanted to object to the Lord, but Jin didn't want to listen to him and immediately ordered him to get away and not spoil his mood, since he was doubting her before the battle even started. He had no choice but to listen to him. Jong-jun was at a loss for what he saw, but Jin told him to follow along with Moon Cheo-young. Mong-jong thought about how much he had overestimated Jin, thinking that he was smart and could make deliberate moves. Was he being consumed by greed? Jin looked at him and thought he knew exactly what he was thinking. He appreciated that he was worried about him. He told him to notify the administrative department that he was going on this mission. Moon-jin realized that the Lord was doing this because he knew he was being watched, and while Jong-jun didn't realize what was going on, he bowed to Jin and said he would complete the mission. Baeksin watched them. She wasn't surprised that her brother accepted the mission because no one in their right mind would refuse to fulfill the duty of a divine sword. But she thought that even though Jin was a talented swordsman, his knowledge was superficial. She asked the servant what the plan was for her brother tomorrow when they went on the mission. He told her that the young master would fight in the front row of the monsters, as members of the Baek family should, and that as soon as they passed the stable zone, Kim Bom-seok and Yu-ju would ambush him. They're both listed as third-rank swordsmen, but they've already received the fourth rank and they'll be let through without a problem since their data hasn't been updated. No one knows they're related to Baksin, so he assured her she wouldn't be in trouble. She could see the servant was prepared. He handed her a picture of some man, telling her that he would finish everything. No one would come back alive from this mission. She was pleased, but she told him not to relax as she had to finish what she had started. Her little brother was going to die soon. Meanwhile, Jin was practicing without giving himself a moment's rest, which worried Blackstone. He reasoned that he would have time to rest in the 3 hours it would take to get there. He looked foolish, though he did enjoy practicing. He'd been practicing punching and vertical cuts since dawn. It was all because the more he practiced, the stronger he became. In his past life, it was completely different. At that moment, two guys came to him apologizing for being late. He didn't immediately recognize who they were. They introduced themselves to him as his escorts during the mission, Kim Bom-seok and Yu-ju as third-rank swordsmen. Now he understood who they were. They said they were honored to be by his side. Blackstone watched them and said that Jin was probably right when he said they were coming for his head. He explained his opinion to him by saying that these swordsmen had introduced themselves as third-rankers. Although they were actually fourth-rankers, that certainly wasn't the only thing Baeksin had prepared for him. Blackstone asked if they had a second plan, because he thought that since they had met these people, there would be someone else. Munchin came up to Jin and informed him that everything was ready. He put everything Jin had asked him to put in his bag. Munchin told him that he trusted him, but asked the Lord to be careful. Jin appreciated the attention, but told him not to worry, because they would see each other when he returned. After a while, they were already at the place. Jin was welcomed and thanked for joining the mission. Before leaving, the man wanted to tell the guy about the current situation with the rift. He will go in there, and since the rift is connected to other dimensions, the environment might change as well. Jin asked if he was right that the impact of the disaster had spread to the outside of the rift. And he was right, because it was usually not as foggy as it was now. There was much less air inside, so he was advised to watch his breathing, which was timely. Jin asked the attendants if they understood the mission, and they told him that the mission was to eliminate the monsters that were a danger to humans. Now they could start going in. The people from the association wished them good luck. The first to enter the rift were the attendants and then Jin. Once there, they noticed that there was less air, and the temperature was noticeably lower. Blackstone saw the look on Jin's face and realized that this place must be familiar to Jin. He said that he really knew this place, and even who lived here. They heard the rustling of bushes, and in the same second, they saw a whole group of monsters. In order to kill them, they didn't believe what he told them at first, and he repeated that he was ordering them all to be killed. They didn't expect him not to lead the fight and didn't expect him to fight. But he told them that he wasn't going to waste his forces on some group of goblins, and they, as third-rank swordsmen, would have to handle it with ease. He would only fight if there were more goblins, or a stronger monster came. The monsters were already approaching them, and Jin ordered them to get down to business. They didn't understand why things didn't go according to plan, and why he wasn't doing anything. Obviously, his sister didn't appreciate him. Blackstone wondered if the guy would join the fight, or if he just said that for nothing. But Jin said that he was foiling their plan when they were counting on him to be in front. After a while, they destroyed all the monsters, and Jin told them that it was just a passing thing, and they had to move on. They realized that they had no choice but to wait for him to turn away from them and attack from behind. Otherwise, they had no other chance. Jin decided to play along. Blackstone treated it with irony. At one point, one of them hurt his arm, which startled everyone. It was a thorny ash tree. Blackstone knew this plant because it grew a lot in his world. It needed a special medicine to heal the wound. Besides, the ash tree causes pain that doesn't go away for a long time, and is distracting during battle. Yuju had to put on a different outfit. He was angry that he was distracted by Jin and hurt his hand so clumsily. At that moment, a rumbling sound was heard. The monster was approaching them again. He boldly said that he would handle everything himself this time, and he wounded Ash, let him rest. Now they would finish him off as soon as he turned his back to them. As soon as he turned his back to them, they decided to attack. Without wasting a second, they were sure that they would kill him quickly and follow orders. But Jin managed to dodge them, and now it was his turn to deal with them. They panicked because they couldn't let him get away. They must capture him, but they didn't understand how he had anticipated their attack on him. But they didn't know that Jin had known everything from the beginning. They noticed that the monsters weren't attacking him. These Nile creatures didn't have a habit of attacking those who didn't touch them, and that means the two of them are a target for them. Kim Bom-sok told Yujin to run after the boy while he dealt with the monsters, because they couldn't let him get away from them and fulfill the young Mrs. request. But things were clearly not as they had imagined. Kim Bom-sok wanted to kill Jin and he used Black Wind. He immediately took the initiative to fight. After hitting Kim Bom-sok, he said that even if they killed him, they would still come after them. The first-ranked swordsman slew two fourth-ranked swordsmen. Perhaps if they attacked more quietly, it would be more difficult. The gnolls, seeing that their assailants were dead, started to leave, so there was no reason to waste any more energy. Blackstone assumed it was over too quickly, but Jin said they still had some work to do. Blackstone was sure to send someone else to get rid of the two losers. This time, Jin would ambush them. After a while, someone was walking towards the forest. He noticed how much the fog had become and how little air was left. It was the perfect arena for him. He didn't realize if they had gotten rid of the guy or not, but then he was horrified. When he saw that those who had been sent to kill Jin were dead, he had killed them. At this point, Jin attacked the assassin from above, but he was able to defend himself. Jin told him that he was much better than those 2 times he was able to block the blow. The assassin didn't understand how this guy could be so strong. Jin previously knew to send someone else after the previous 2 assassins, but he didn't know who exactly. But still he thought about how to proceed and seemed to have come up with an idea. Since it's foggy, they'll send someone with a stealthy disguise. Blackstone will help him with the plan. They waited for him in the tree, and when he appeared, they knew what to do. He was using a disguise, which made Jin's job a little more difficult, but he tried to focus on him. Jin was helped by Blackstone telling him which side he was being attacked from. When fighting a person who is disguised, he has to penetrate them with his sword at the most opportune moment. At some point, Jin made a distracting strike, and as soon as he was distracted by it, as Jin used an imperial projectile, and thus overpowered his opponent. By throwing him aside, he breathed a sigh of relief. The opponent was indeed very strong, and if it wasn't for Blackstone, then Jin would have died. Blackstone asked if the guy would take revenge on his sister, but it was impossible in the near future since she was level 5. But still, if she continued to interfere with him, he assured his friend that he could prevent it. There must be some kind of meeting at home right now. Blackstone was used to the master not telling him anything, but he asked what was at the end of the place. Jin said there was a third-rank flower and a monster. They walked and looked for the flower, and when they saw the red flower, Blackstone froze. In his world, it is called red morning flowers, just like in Jin's world, only he advised him not to pluck the flower as it is at its best at dawn. Jin knew this, and he also expected a monster to appear. A huge monster rose from the water, protecting the flower from the likes of Jin. It was a mud golem. It was complex for the reason that it regenerated perfectly. In any case, even if this golem was low-ranked, they would need to destroy its core first. Blackstone looked at Jin and didn't understand why he was smiling. He surely remembered where the golem's core was, so he should be able to deal with it with ease. Jin asked him to be quiet as he was preventing him from concentrating. He dodged it, as he realized that if he missed even one hit, he would die. Jin noticed that the golem had the same movements as the troll he had met in his previous life. But if he didn't dodge, he wouldn't let it slip through. Now the monster's position was destroyed. All that was left of the golem were stones. Jin put strength and admiration into his sword as he needed speed to make such a powerful attack. But they both realized that the core was not destroyed, and soon the monster would resume again. But Jin was not dismayed by this, for he felt it could serve him in his training. Blackstone didn't understand what the guy meant at first. Jin explained to him that golems coming back to life and attacking would be a useful thing for him to do now. Then Blackstone realized that Jin was up to having fun with the golem, since he knew where the core was and could kill it whenever he wanted. It was all for practice. It was probably pretty stupid at a time like this to do such a thing. He pointed Blackstone at the almost generated monster and asked if it would be right to strike in a straight line despite the swing of the sword. Blackstone said yes, and after saying that, the guy chopped the golem with just one swing of his sword. But he didn't like what he had done, as the technique he had practiced was far from perfect. Blackstone thought it was something crazy, but nevertheless he did not object to the master. But since he was going to train, Blackstone advised him to decide on the characteristics of his sword. But Jin said that he had already thought of everything. For a vertical cut, he uses speed and mass, and for a blow, speed and accuracy. But still his friend advised him to put his will into the sword and swing it. The sun was already setting, and since the flower could be picked up just at sunset or sunrise, they could head back, but he would need to finish something before that. He swung his sword at the guard his hand and then pierced the palm of his hand where the core was located. He had successfully completed the task of the core to the very end. From that moment on, the rewards for completing the task began to be counted, and most of them were for increasing his friendship with Blackstone and the impression he had made on him. He had managed to unlock the first gate of the 1,000 swords, specifically the Sword of Rapture, the Sword of Mass. There was also created a sword path that contained Rapture, the power of mass, and the mist that gathers cuts. Blackstone already just wanted the guy to be given everything he deserved. He denied that he was surprised. Jin asked what the fog collecting cuts meant, but Blackstone himself was surprised that the guy had learned the technique. He told Jin that he needed to deal with the morning flower. The guy jumped across the swamp to the island where the flower was growing. It was already orange, and that meant now was the time to pick it. Jin thought about how lucky he was today, because first he had a training toy that would never break, and now a morning flower. Blackstone questioned whether it was okay to use a golem for training purposes, because it was dangerous and stupid, but Jin didn't see anything wrong with it. He was wildly boastful, but he was in high spirits. They had accomplished the mission and could return. After a while, Jin emerged from the rift. Outside, the man with the association was waiting for him. He praised him for his work, but he asked the guy where the other swordsmen had gone. Jin said that they were attacked by an assassin during the mission. Then the association man argued that no one goes into the rift. But Jin brought the assassin with him and asked if the association man knew the assassin. He was the one who missed the criminal, and now he has a huge crime on his hands. Jin tried to reassure him that he had dealt with them all, but hiring a level 4 criminal to kill a family member was the Beck family style. Jin asked if there was a bounty on the criminal's head, and the officer hurriedly told him that he would calculate the amount and credit it to Jin. He cautiously asked the gentleman how he had defeated such a dangerous criminal single-handedly and remained unharmed. To which Jin replied that it was quite simple. He left but asked the officer to remove those guys who came with him on the mission because they should not be in their house in any way and they did not deserve it. Blackstone congratulated Jin on his successful return from the rift and asked what they were going to do next. Jin didn't know what he was going to think about when he got home, and there was something he was very curious and worried about. He couldn't wait to see Leah Baxon's expression when she saw her brother alive, the brother she wanted to kill, that she'd even hired a criminal to do it. The two of them stood in front of her father, who asked her what she had done. But Baxon couldn't answer him anything, perhaps afraid of his reaction and definitely not regretting what she had done. Jin stood nearby with a completely unperturbed face, waiting to hear his sister's excuses. Then the elder asked again, this time shouting to the entire hall. Baxon fell to the floor and began to beg for forgiveness. The Steele brothers and sisters of Beck were present. They all heard Baxon confess that she had purposely changed the mission to kill her brother Jin, saying that it was the duty of the divine sword, and then sent swordsmen after him to kill him. The elder listened to her and asked if that's all it was. Baxon froze and said that's all she did. Then he said that since he had heard Baxon, he now wanted to hear Jin's son and his version of what happened and what his sister was guilty of. He replied that her fault was that she shamefully lost to him, using such resources to kill him, she couldn't follow through. It was her fault, even after hiring a rank 4 assassin with a criminal background. She still lost. These words made Baxon angry. She couldn't believe that this second-rank brat had beaten her, defeated 3 fourth-rank swordsmen, and was now embarrassing her in front of her father and other family members. Her father understood what his son meant, but said that she couldn't make the invitation to pass the swordbeck duty on her own. She had to have someone to help her, someone older. He agreed that she failed her plan with a bang. She didn't even have the help of 2 swordsmen and an assassin. He said it was her fault. Baxon admitted that she was ashamed. Now, by all the rules of their family, Jin should take revenge on her since she tried to kill him. But he admitted that he couldn't do that now. His father laughed out loud. He asked his son if he knew that his sister had a 5th rank and even a sword squad. How was he going to defeat her? Jin repeated that he wasn't going to do it now. It was an impossible task right now, but if he gave him time, he would definitely take revenge on her. The father turned to his daughter and told her that those 20 swordsmen who were part of her squad would no longer belong to her. He ordered her to go meditate at the wall for 9 months. She had no choice but to obey her father's order. After that, the elder said that everyone could leave. The discussion was over. They all began to disperse, and then Baxona called Jin over. She said that 9 months wasn't such a long time, so when she came back, they would meet him. He said he would look forward to seeing her. Already there was such an arrogant man who had no respect, and he paid for his arrogance when he beat him to a pulp. Baek Myung-hoon was still furious about losing to his younger brother. Baekson thought that unlike Baek Myung-hoon and Baek Ho-jun, she would definitely kill Jin. It would only take a couple months. She's definitely not a loser like them and would finish what she started. Jin said he was looking forward to seeing them to see which one of them would die. Myung-hwan ran into the manager's office, excited about something. The manager asked him what he was doing at this hour. Myung-hwan asked him who the offenders were who were involved in the offense of the division's ability to retaliate. He answered the employee that they were Sang Jin-woo and Pa Chol-yun. He asked why Myung-hwan wasn't on duty right now, but the guy said that it didn't matter now because Pa Chol-yun was a dead 4th-rank offender. The warden didn't believe it was possible, but Myung-hwan said it was true that the criminal had been killed and that there was a bounty on him. The boss asked how it all happened, and the employee told him that it happened in the Altered Rift Zone. He was killed by the youngest son of the Divine Sword family, Baek. When the boss heard that the youngest son of Baek had done it, he realized that he was the guy who had killed Sanjin's killer and protected the explorer and the whole expedition. He was the youngest Baek, but Manhwa remembered that Baek Ho-jun and Baxona were also the youngest. The chief said that it was true that this young man had only recently reached the 2nd rank, but had already killed the criminal Baek Chol-yun, who was the 4th rank. Had he become an even stronger real monster, he was only 15 years old, and something like this was something unbelievable. Jin looked at his status. Now he had risen to a 3rd-rank swordsman. He was getting stronger with each new day. He complained to Blackstone that it looked like things were going to get worse and more annoying from here on out. He wondered if the Lord wasn't happy that Baxon was being punished. But his father said that someone had helped her, and that meant that someone even stronger than Baxen wanted to kill him. But he had absolutely no idea who that could be. Suddenly, Sung-hyun walked into the room. He knew Jin was in his room right now. He asked his brother what was even going on, and why did Baxen kneel down in front of his father, and what failure were they talking about? Jin knew that Sun-hyun had just returned from a mission, so he offered him a seat since the story is quite long. He listened to Jin's story about how he was almost killed on a mission by his own sister. He asked him what he would do and what his plans of action were, since 9 months was a short time. Jin confidently told his brother that he planned to train to beat his sister. His brother said that it was commendable that Jin would train, but his sister has many swordsmen at her command. He can help Jin, but of course, it would be better if he made peace with his sister. Jin looked at his brother in surprise. He just almost got killed, and he thinks that if they make up, everything will change? Sung-hyun sighed. He remembered the family's credo, that strength above all else and orders above all else. He apologized for asking such a stupid question of Jin, but the younger man was pleased that someone was interested in his condition and thoughts. Sung-hyun said he should ask him if he had any problems, because he would always help him out in any way he could. Jin thanked him for his support, but he realized that he was probably tired and wanted to rest. Blackstone looked at Sung-hyun and realized that his brother was probably uncomfortable with Jin. He must think he had changed, because a few months ago he was the kind of person who looked hopeless and had no chance of changing. Jin felt sorry for his brother, but he's not the same as he once was, and he can't pretend to be someone else. Blackstone suggested him to use Jin, the flower he took away on the mission, and asked the Lord if he knew how to use the flower properly. It would help his magic and aura a lot. Jin's eyes lit up with admiration. He wanted Blackstone to show him how to apply it. The morning sunflower was not treated like other medicinal herbs. He could easily use it by placing it in his aura and then just eat the powder. But in this form, it would be quite hard to eat the powder. It would probably be better to mix it with water. That's what they do with many medicinal herbs before using it. Blackstone was nervous, not knowing if he could even do that, but Jin said he would drink it in one gulp and nothing would happen. Jin got 20 points for this resistance and also 40 points to the other skills. Blackstone looked at the window of opportunity in surprise. Jin said that the system was just touched by his concern and rewarded Jin for it. But he kept denying that the guy was just lucky again. But Jin didn't deny it, and he just wanted his friend to start trusting him. Jin experienced some strange feelings, and Blackstone said that he needed to put 4 characteristics into his aura. If the sensitivity was high, he would be able to use spirit, an ability only found in special auras. Jin was surprised that Blackstone could use spirits. Blackstone said that he didn't know that he was just a sword, and all his previous masters didn't have this ability. Jin joked that he would have to find a spiritualist. But someone knocked on his door and asked permission to come in, and Jin allowed it. It was Muncho Ion. He told him that he had heard about the Lord's success in fulfilling his duty to the divine sword. He had come to ask how he was feeling. Jin reminded him how he had asked him earlier not to worry about him. But Muncho Ion had reason to worry because last time Jin was attacked by Sanjinu, this time it was assassins. You never know what can happen. Blackstone tells Jin that it seems his servant is really worried about him. Apparently he's a very loyal bodyguard, and it's a credit to Jin himself. He might as well have asked Munchin to train him. But Jin didn't know what Blackstone was talking about. He had a new assignment called True Life Experiences Best. The point of this assignment was to clear 20 dungeons that also had major monsters. Jin saw that the level of clearing had to be high, which meant that Jin would have to handle this assignment alone. Blackstone had told him that otherwise the assignment would simply not count against him, and he himself liked this kind of assignment. They must have forgotten that Muncho Ion was also in the room, and he must have just witnessed Jin's strange behavior. Jin turns to him and says that even though he's never asked him for anything, he has a favor to ask now. The first mission they went on was the dungeon of an orc who was noted for his ability that even when wounded, he would not retreat because he was quite tough and fast. Blackstone warned that the orc used his strength and instincts when fighting, so they should avoid the first attack and then make the first move. Soon the orc began to attack, and using Blackstone's advice, the boy attacked him after the orc had started to act. Apparently Munchin had picked a good enough place, and Blackstone was offended that he was once again praising someone else, but not the system that picked these tasks for him. But Jin said that it was not a bad thing. he would get through this task very soon. Blackstone objected, saying that the system had helped him more than once, not even twice, and Blackstone complained that he still couldn't get used to his master's new appearance. He looked like a bandit. Jin said he couldn't help it, because Monkyon had gotten him this fake persona and he had to live up to it. The events are moved back to a few days ago. Young was holding some person's ID. Jin asked him to get this particular identity. It was the ID of a guy named Kim Ji-hoon. He has third-rank abilities and he has no family. Munchin was surprisingly quick. He advised him to change his appearance so that no one would have the slightest doubt about his identity. His aura was suspiciously black in color, and he had to think about what to do about it. Jin then showed him something since Munchin had confided in him. It was a subspace pocket. Jin showed the guy what he had gotten during the successful completion of the task. It was an almighty demonic transformation mask. Muncho saw in front of him just a copy of Kim Ji-hoon. He was surprised how the Lord could change so drastically and quickly. Jin said that the aura issue could be closed since he could change the color of his aura without any problems with the mask. The guy was shocked at what he saw. He had never seen anything like this before. It looked perfect, and he was sure that no one would ever recognize Jin like this. Munchin was the first person Jin told about the mask, and the reason he told him about it was because he considered the guy his protector and trusted him more than anyone else. Moon Choyan couldn't understand why Jin trusted him, because when he received the letter about his debt to the Divine Sword, he must have overreacted and said too much. Jin said that even though he knew that he was only there for him because of the Elder's orders, he was the first person who genuinely cared about him besides Sung-hoon. It seemed to him that the guy was genuinely interested and worried about him, and he was very grateful and glad to have such a person by his side. Munchin was touched by those words, and he said that he would protect Jin in any way he could because he sees his potential. He promised that he would never tell anyone about what Jin had told and shown him. Not even the Elder. He was sure the guy had a good reason why he was hiding that mask. Jin said it was true that he was going to go down to the second-rank dungeon, much to Muncho Ion's surprise. He is a rank 1 swordsman who defeated 2 rank 4 criminals and is about to visit a rank 2 dungeon. There are already rumors about him because of the anti-criminal users department. They call him the monster and genius of the Beck family. And what will those people think when they find out that Jin is walking around the second-rank dungeon? They will start to doubt his strength. And the most important reason was his sister Baeksun. He didn't want any more encroachments on his life. Munchin said that he would look for a dungeon for Jin so that he could start training as soon as possible. Jin asked him to find one so that the monster leaders would be there, and he said that they would try to make it happen. After he came out, Blackstone confessed that he thought that a man like Munchin would definitely support Jin to the end and would keep his word. He was completely on his side. He had finally found his first ally. There were about 50 monsters in the dungeon. Jin suggested they both calm down and concentrate. They still had a long way to go. The orcs began to attack in a group, but since Jin already knew the tactics he would follow, he confidently fought off the monsters, dealing damage and weakening them. Even though they were actively attacking him, he was still successful in destroying them. He had a map with the locations of these monsters. It made their job easier since they didn't have to search everywhere. Blackstone reminded Jin that this was a kind of cheating. Meanwhile, he himself was fighting the monsters, and it was estimated that he had about 40 orcs left to destroy. He hid his sword and decided to rest for a while, for apparently the leader would be arriving very soon. The map showed that he was approaching. His specialty was the use of his shield. The monster came straight to their hands, and they didn't even have to look for him. But because of his shield feature, it would be much harder to attack him. They would have to break his position. Jin took Blackstone's advice into consideration and started walking towards the orc. He would have to face such a ringleader about 19 more times, so there was no time to wait. He tried to attack him, but the orc used a shield. And then Jin realized that the opponent was quite strong in defense and fighting him face-to-face would not work. Blackstone asked Jin to dodge the orc, but he didn't want to do that because if he followed this tactic, it would take years to fight. He learned a new tactic while fighting the golem, and if his prediction is correct, the sword contains delight and power. He will use the power of the vertical slash to destroy its position. He created a vague, dominating cut that was able to destroy the orc leader's position, and thus making the dungeon completely cleared. It was a successful completion. He was getting a little tired. Blackstone had noticed that with a mixture of elation and strength, Jin was turning into the truest monster. He himself recognized that when he used all of his aura, he became much stronger than expected. As he approached the monster, he noticed that a belt had appeared near it. Blackstone wondered how a guy could so easily approach a dead monster without being disgusted. Jin decided to ask Blackstone how he could appreciate this find. He only acted polite when he needed something. Blackstone asked to see Jin's reward. The guy thought that by all appearances, it was a pretty good item and was quite rare. It wasn't just not bad at all, it was remarkable. He should be grateful to the system. This dungeon was quite suitable for gaining combat experience. They noticed a commotion around them. It was because the orc leader had been destroyed, and now the dungeon was disappearing. The mission was over, and now they could return home. When they came out of the rift, there were already people waiting for Jin, or rather Kim Ji-hoon, to come back from the mission. They were discussing how fast everything had happened, and the guy told them that he had been lucky today, and the day had not been wasted. He was approached by Munchawayon, who praised the gentleman for returning safely. Jin replied that he had destroyed 40 orcs and their leader. He didn't believe it at first, thinking that he meant that he had formed a team. But Jin replied that he had not, as he had come for training and had destroyed the monsters alone. Mun Cho-young looked at the Lord in surprise and didn't understand why such a talented and brave guy like him was always treated so badly. He said that he would immediately start looking for a new dungeon for Jin. He was honored to serve a man like Jin. Successful missions came one after another, and Jin didn't even realize that he had successfully cleared the 4th dungeon. Blackstone asked him if he had noticed how happy Munchin was when he found a new dungeon for his master. It was the first time Jin had seen him so happy. But Blackstone wondered how Munchin asked Jin which dungeon he liked better, the one that killed 2 people or the one that killed him. He felt like he was purposely giving Jin the hardest missions without the easiest ones. But Jin said that this was the kind of mission he needed to train for, even though today's mission was unusual. These people had a very strange expression on their faces. Maybe it was because they were used to constant battles, but they still looked strange. Even before entering the dungeon, these people divided into 3 groups. The first group lures the monsters, and the second group destroys them. The third group keeps watch. Suddenly, a man called out to him. He said that this was his work area, but he would turn a blind eye to his presence here for 80% of the proceeds. Jin didn't understand what he meant, and the man told him that if he gave him 80% of the items and magic stones he found, he would let him go. You shouldn't go into other people's territory to avoid getting into trouble. Since today's dungeon was quite lucrative, he might offer the guy to join his guild. Blackstone asked Jin what the man was talking about. The guy told him that he now understood why these people had such faces. He definitely knew something about it. Even in his past life, there were such people who signed slave contracts with weak people. The man threatened that if the guy refused, he could say goodbye to his hand. It was a guild of bastards operating on multiple levels. He replied that he didn't have time for such nonsense, so he could leave such nonsense to his slaves. And these words made the man angry. He tried to attack Jin, but he managed to dodge and hit him first. He fell to the ground with a scream, and they had time to escape. These types always talked a lot about nothing, trying to seem stronger than they were. The people who were in the man's guild were apparently on his side as well. He decided to tell Blackstone about this guild. He knew who these people were, and they were here because of their financial situation and were willing to rob and kill for money. They were divided into 3 groups, but it was actually one guild. They did everything to monopolize this dungeon, crushing the numbers and thus keeping everything for themselves. That's how they acted. And probably this type is also part of the guild, but over time has turned into the ringleader, and it's him who is contracted, but he's not going to get rid of all these people. He's only going to get rid of the ringleader. He called the leader, who resented that he wanted to solve everything normally, but now it will not work. He threatened to kill him. Surprisingly, he didn't lose consciousness. One of the guild members told the leader that this guy is not like a normal swordsman, as he went after the monster leader alone. But he didn't want to listen and said that even though the guy hadn't been here long, he had already killed a 4th-ranked swordsman, and they were all here because of that. The beating and threats were no different from Jin's behavior. He threatened the people that if they stood by and did nothing, he'd kill them all. He was really going to crush them in numbers, but Jin didn't see it as a threat, as their advantage was only in their numbers. not in the quality of their work. The whole group of them started attacking him, and the leader was encouraging them to deal with the cocky guy. But suddenly the smirk on his face disappeared when he realized that the guy had disappeared somewhere. Jin began to destroy his opponents one by one with great speed, which frightened the leader who underestimated him. Jin walked up to him and told the frightened leader that he was just an ordinary third-ranked swordsman who was just passing by. Jin turns to the leader. He warns him in advance that if he continues to do what this organization is doing now, he will cut off his head. The man was frightened enough not to cross Jin anymore. His name was Kim Dok-chul. He said he was a member of the Black Mantis Guild. But Jin realized that Kim was lying to him and asked him a second time what guild he belonged to. Kim Dok-chul said he was part of the Tribune Guild. Blackstone saw the look on Jin's face. He apparently knew what guild it was. As it turned out, it was a tiered guild that would grow to a huge scale in 10 years. But it wouldn't become bigger than the Beck family, Blackstone thought. All of these people who came to this dungeon today were from this guild. But Kim said that to monopolize the dungeon, he had also brought people from the lower guilds here. Under their guild, there are about 8 such small factions. Jin then assumed that these people were the same as their ringleader, but he denied it. These people were forced to join by force, intimidated by threats to their families, or tricked through acquaintances, brainwashed. Then Ji asked him who gave the orders to do all this. But Kim said he didn't know. The guy didn't really believe in the words of such a scoundrel and criminal. He said that he didn't know anyone higher up in the organization. Jin realized that he was just a small fish in the organization. Kim Dok-chul said he told the guy everything he knew and asked him to let him go. But Jin did it his way, and it only took one swing of his sword. Blackstone agreed with him that since this man had betrayed his comrades, he didn't deserve to live. But he realized that the death of such an insignificant and pathetic man would have no effect on the Tribune Guild in the future. Suddenly, there was a new and unexpected assignment that said that Jin would have to bring down the Tribune Guild. That is, destroy it. The reward offered was a reward of 700 points in secret projectiles. It was quite an unexpected task, and the reward for it was also very suggestive. Jin said that he could not refuse such an interesting assignment and would accept it. But he should realize that the guild leader was an extremely cautious person. They should only make one mistake, and that person would immediately disappear. He was distracted from these thoughts by the people who begged him to spare them because they knew nothing. Jin turned to them and told them to tell their leaders that he wanted to join the Tribune Guild. One of the old men in the crowd said that this was impossible, as they were of a lower position. But Jin assured them that if they told their leaders, their requests would reach the leader, and then they would definitely be accepted if they swore to serve faithfully. Terrified at what they had seen, they said they would do as Jin told them. Blackstone asked the guy if he thought Jong Yunun would find out, and he confidently said yes. He was so sure for the reason that in his previous life, when he had read the newspapers about uncovering multi-level guilds, there must be a person from there as well. After arriving home, Jin met up with Muncho Ion and asked him if he knew about the Tribune Guild. He replied that this was the first time he had heard of it. Jin told him about this multi-level organization and that people from this organization had attacked him in the dungeon. After saying that, Muncho Young jumped out of his seat. After hearing about the attack on the Lord, he asked if he was all right. He looked very worried and asked Jin if he needed a doctor. Blackstone picked up once again how loyal the servant was to Jin. He had heard of tiered guilds earlier. They get equipped and contracted. The percentage keeps increasing, and before the victims of the rogue's manipulation can pay the full amount, they are already being exploited in the dungeons. Blackstone looked at the food they were served and didn't listen to what the guys were saying. They needed more information about the Tribunal Guild. Jin explained that he had a case related to them. He had seen many people in the dungeon who were enslaved by the guild. Moon Choyan assumed that the guy wanted to destroy the guild in order to free those people. Jin played along, saying that he didn't like the organization's methods, and because of that he wanted to intervene. There was also a mission that he didn't tell Moon Choyan about for obvious reasons. Moon Kyung could not contain his admiration for Jin, who acted as the most just and honorable person in the world every time. The other members of the Beck family didn't care about the problems of the common people at all. Jin was completely different. It looked like Munchin was barely holding back tears. He could see that Jin had a very good heart, the path of justice he had been waiting for, and perhaps a man like Jin could follow that path. he could probably change his Beck family. Blackstone noticed that Moonjun didn't look at Jin as a hero. He didn't see anyone else who could do such a thing. He said he would look into the information about the guild and report everything to Jin. Jin was flattered by such loyalty, but asked him to at least eat first. He told Moon Cho-ayon that he would also have a request. There was one rumor he wanted him to spread, and Moon Cho-ayon was wary. A month later at the Tribune Guild, the leader heard a rumor that one person was very eager to join their guild. He asked his subordinate about this person's abilities, and he said that this guy had single-handedly killed the head of one of the groups, even though all the members of that gang were there. They investigated, and this guy is not affiliated with any association or any major guild. He's a rank 4 swordsman and he's 29, so he could have impressive prospects in the future with his skill set. He justified his desire to join the Tribune Guild by saying that he liked their way of monopolizing dungeons. At the end of that mission, he had appropriated all the magic stones and items, so it could be assumed that this guy was very greedy for money. It could even be said that he was greedy for it, because if rumors were to be believed, the guy spent a huge portion of his loot on gambling. He was perfect for them, and the leader ordered them to bring him here. Meanwhile, the unsuspecting Jin had already cleared the 9th dungeon, and he had done it very quickly for the first time, which Blackstone had also noticed. Munchin had been putting all of himself into finding dungeons for Jin, but Blackstone thought something strange. It had been a month and the guild people still hadn't contacted Jin, but Jin said that was not the case. They would show up soon, and he had been warned about it. As it happened, a man came up to them and asked if the guy was Kim Ji-hoon. The Tribune was already looking for him. The man who approached him introduced himself as Son Taon from the Tribune Guild. Jin said that he already thought that their organization wasn't interested in him, but Son Taon refuted that if the guy hadn't changed his mind yet, he was offering to go with him. Jin decided to appear as tough as he was back then in the dungeon, making Son Taon apologize for their silence for a month, and now he's telling him about some nonsense. Son Taon said he was sorry, but if the guy didn't come through with him, he would regret it. Jin didn't understand why on earth he should believe him, which he stated to the man. As a sign of apology, Song Taeyan held out his hand holding the magic stones. He promised the boy that if he went with him, he would earn another crystal. Jin praised him and took the stone. Apparently the man had some manners, as Son Taeyoon guessed the guy really liked money. Jin told him to lead him where he needed to go, and Son Taeyoon motioned for him to get in the car. Moon Cho-young would secretly accompany the Lord. Their target was Jong-yoon's base not far from the guild. He must arrive on Jin's signal so that they wouldn't be suspected. He could trust him completely. They arrived at their destination, and Son Taeyan said that the guild leader would be waiting for the guy inside. Jin alerted Blackstone by saying that he hoped he would be able to complete the task faster this time, but he didn't explain anything and just asked him to watch. After a while, Jin was already in the office of the leader, who happily welcomed the new candidate to their guild. Jin noticed that although it was a warm meeting, they had made him wait for a month before responding to his request to become a part of the guild. The leader didn't hide the fact that the reason they took so long to respond to Jin was because they were looking for information about him, and it took time. Blackstone told Jin that he was right when he said that the guild would dig for him. They were really careful and serious. The leader asked the guy if he would join their guild, and he said with a smirk on his face that he would be willing to give any help to the guy in return for helping them. But Jin didn't want to seem like a simpleton, and said that he wasn't going to wait that long even for top-notch service. And since they had spent so much time searching for information about him, he wanted to see what they could do. He asked them to provide him with 14 dungeons with second-rank monster hoods. If they could do it in 2 weeks, he would agree to cooperate with them. Now Blackstone understood what Jin meant when he said that the quest would be over soon. The villains should be used just like their previous victims. He told Jin that such a request could only be handled by a large and strong guild, such as the Divine Swordback family, but Jin asked him why he was comparing himself to that shitty family. The leader was shocked by such a statement. Jin said that he thought they had several guilds at their disposal. He told him that if they gave all the dungeons to Jin, they would be left with nothing. But the guy said that they could be patient, but then they would get much more than they ever had thanks to him. The boss was interested, and Jin promised that he would do exactly what he said he would do, while he thought about how he would tear the place to shreds. Then the ringleader said that they were willing to not even give the guy 12 dungeons, But Jin said that if he was going to reduce the amount of what he was asking for, then there was no deal. The leader said that there was no point in bargaining and let him not even try it. He wouldn't give more. At this moment, Santon walked into the office. Jin smiled and said that he realized what level this guild was at now. He headed towards the exit, saying that they knew how to contact him and where to find him, but next time asked him not to be late like this time. As soon as he left the office, Santon started to apologize to the boss for not even realizing how arrogant the guy was. But unexpectedly, the boss said that there was nothing wrong with it since the guy was quite interesting. He said that he liked his greed for money and the way he talked and promised. Their guild didn't need a man, but a scoundrel like him. Perhaps giving him 11 dungeons was too much, but like he said, the guy was quite smart and interesting. But if he didn't do his job, he would make him feel so much pain that he would wish he were dead. He ordered Son Tayu to give the guy all 11 dungeons tomorrow, but to make sure that there were as many ants as possible. He couldn't wait to see the result of this arrogant guy's work. Meanwhile, Jin was walking along with Blackstone. He asked the gentleman if he had thought about the fact that he had asked for 14 dungeons in the first place, and Jin confirmed that he had asked for more than he really needed from the beginning, because he knew that the bastard would haggle with him and offer him less than he needed, which was quite clever but risky. It would be interesting to see their faces when they realized how Jin had fooled them. They would soon realize it, and the two of them would watch it. He walked over to some back alley where Munchoan was, who would have to find the secret location of Jongyon's base, where all the guild's documents were kept. Munchoan told him not to worry, and he would do everything as expected of him. The next day in the second-ranked dungeon, Jin looked around and couldn't believe that these people were able to find him such a suitable place in just one day. Now he liked their attitude towards someone's requests. Blackstone noticed some man they might have seen before. He told Jin about it. Not far away from them stood Hong In-soo, that mister who was meddling in their affairs. He looked very strange. They both noticed it. Considering his condition and where they were, it could be assumed that he had been dragged into this multi-rank scam. He had always seemed like a proper and kind person to Jin, the kind of people who are usually taken advantage of and have a very hard time in life. Jin was angry. He was angry at those bastards who had dragged a man like Hong into this dirty business. Blackstone suggested that the guy pull himself together and calm down a bit. He understood his feelings and that he felt sorry for the man. Jin realized that if they backed away from their plan, then it was all for nothing. But he just couldn't pretend that he didn't know Hong. He hated Kim Ji-hoon for what he was going through right now. Sun Taon said that he would guide them to where they needed to go, and casually asked if the guy liked the dungeon. He explained that he would call the ants, which is what they called the monsters living here, so he asked them to disperse. He also said that he was not only here for the ants, but also for the stones that were collected here. Jin asked if the head had told him what to do here, and Sun Tong replied that he had sent him to the Lord to give him better service. Blackstone as well as Jin realized that the man was lying, to say the least, but the reason was different, and he was here to look after Jin. Jin thought that if this man was watching him, he would surely have to stay calm and could destroy this entire guild. After saying that, Jin began to deal with the monsters. The dungeon was just perfect for him. He had done his job. The days he had spent cleaning up the dungeons had flown by, but still Jin was incredibly tired. Blackstone noticed that the guy had managed to clear all the remaining dungeons in just 11 days. It was just crazy. The opportunity window showed that the guy had gotten the title of a participant in 20 real battles, and all of his stats had been increased. These missions were indeed useful, but since Jin wouldn't be alone on such missions, he felt sorry for the people who risked their lives for him. But most of all, he didn't want Hong to get hurt as a result of the mission. However, now was not the time to think about such things. He gathered his thoughts and decided to look at the state of his capabilities. He saw that thanks to these quests, the strength of his black imperial projectile had increased, and all the other characteristics had also increased significantly. Blackstone reminded Jin that Yong Hanun was now rank 5, and Santhian was rank 4 before going to fight them. He would have to spend the points he had collected to improve his abilities. This would be the right decision, and Jin decided to spend these points on his physical potential, and he decided to pump his own magical abilities to a medium level, and he didn't forget about swordsmanship. He will fight with the energy of the sword, and it all comes in handy. After Jin's chosen improvements, his body began to take on a new look according to his newfound abilities. Blackstone congratulated the guy for finally having a medium level. It was much better. Jin felt that he had become much stronger. His body had changed, and surprisingly, he wasn't even in pain during the transformation. Songtan came over to him and praised Jin for a job well done. He said it was time for him to leave and he could take him with him. Jin told Songtan that he would go with him because he had to visit someone. They were already in Jung's office, who greeted them. Jin told him that with his help, he had cleared all the dungeons as he wanted. Jung noticed that the guy's tone had changed to more businesslike and told him so. Jin replied that he couldn't talk differently to the boss he was going to work for all his life. This answer amused the boss. The guy knew exactly how to behave. Jin asked Jong if he could ask him a question. He replied that he could since he was now a member of their family. They stood across from each other, and Jin asked how Hong and Su got into his guild. Jung didn't realize who he was talking about at first, but Son Tae-hun reminded him that he was the guy the boss thought was an idiot at first, and then Hong almost helped his colleague escape. Jung Hoonan wondered with a laugh. He remembered this man who first wanted to help his co-worker escape, and then was brought into the guild forcibly. Jin heard that they threatened his family. Hong was scared for his daughter, whom they threatened to take away from him. Under such pressure, the man joined the guild. And what was most amusing, as Jung thought, was that his daughter also joined the guild to help her father. These miserable people thought that if they worked together, they could pay off their debts faster. Thanks to people like them, their guild continues to exist. Now Jung gave Jin a job. He ordered him to get rid of the association group leader Yi Yong-yun, but Jin quickly picked up the phone and started calling someone. This scared Jin as he didn't expect such a reaction. Mun Choen's voice was heard and he greeted Jin. The boy asked if he had managed to find out anything. Mun Choen replied that in Jung Hyungun's second tower, he had found documents that had to do with the multi-level guild, the number and abilities of the members and ways to subjugate themselves, the use of resources. He had managed to find documents indicating the girlfriends of the user association. Now it was up to them to decide what to do with them. Jung didn't know now who this guy in front of him was. He and Songtan looked at him fearfully. Jin used the power of the fragile knight, and while Jong and Son Tae-yun were in a confused state, he attacked them. He had a personal motive and wanted to show those bastards that there would always be someone stronger and more cunning than them. Apparently he's done with Suntown, but not the leader yet. Blackstone agreed that the attack had been sudden and spectacular, but he should focus and finish what he'd started. Jong was angry. He grabbed the sword that was lying beside him and thought that Jin had been sent by Yi Yong-yun's association. But Jin didn't want to reveal the intrigue. Jung didn't need to know the truth. He was ready to tear the guy apart. But as soon as he was close to Jin, he used a sword spell that just touched his opponent's sword and pierced him. Their swords locked together, and Jung couldn't even move. But somehow, he managed to bounce back. Jin said that this maneuver cost his opponent organ damage. At the very least, Jin did well, and he has a good chance of winning. Blackstone said that the head is going to tear Jin apart with the power of his aura. He knows his strengths. Jin asked his friend for advice, and he told him that he could either block Jung's punch or overpower him with even more power. Jin decided that it was too late to block the punch, so he had only one choice left. He teamed up with Jong in battle, Blackstone assisting him. He told the master when he needed to use the Imperial projectile so that it would cause maximum damage to the enemy. The mastermind didn't expect such a strong strike and tried to block it. He failed. There was a huge explosion. After the dust settled a bit, it was clear that Jung was injured quite badly. Jin approached him. Jung asked fearfully what this guy wanted. Then Jin took off his mask and said that he openly despised his family, but he liked their creed. Jung didn't understand anything. He looked at him. You can't make a pact with an enemy even on the verge of death. And then the ringleader realized that this guy had something to do with the Beck family. Jin said he couldn't let a bastard like Jung just sit in jail, and swinging his sword at him, he finished what he started. Jin watched as he was rewarded for his work. He was happy that he had finally finished his tasks. His efforts had paid off, but he was tired because he must have used up a lot of aura. Blackstone also noticed that the guy was hardly on his feet after the fight. He lay down on the ground, he called Muncho Ion, and he would probably come and get him soon. Apparently, Jin would wake up in the medical office again. As soon as he opened his eyes, there were his faithful servants waiting for him to wake up. He should take his health more seriously because he was always wearing himself out. Jin replied that he knew this would happen, so he contacted Munchen. But suddenly he noticed an unfamiliar face and asked who it was. The man came to his bedside and said that they had never met before. He was the head of the criminal search department of the Yi Yong-yun Association, and he had come to thank the guy personally. They had received information that there was a multi-ranked tribune guild that had many criminals associated with it. He started a case and searched for them, but they turned out to be more cunning and quite powerful, making the investigation very difficult and slow. There were also people in the association who cooperated with the guild, and because of that, they got away with it. Given the way Jin himself had dealt with the criminals and not only got rid of them, but also managed to dig up a lot of documents on them, some of which were very helpful to the association in the investigation, as well as freeing more than 400 people from the guild's slavery. With these documents, they were able to identify all the victims. All contracts became null and void, and all of the Tribune Guild's assets were given to compensate for the morale and physical damages of the victims. Jin smiled. This all meant that Hong was free again, and also his daughter, who was in the guild. Munchen said that everywhere is just talking about how a 16-year-old boy was able to defeat a multi-level guild and a level 5 ringleader. Yi Yong-yun said that he truly respected Jin for his special sense of justice and sense of duty to the unprotected people. Jin realized that since everyone was really already aware of the situation, his father must have already known about it. After taking out 2 4th-ranked criminals, it was pretty impressive and expected that he would be able to do the same with a 5th-ranked criminal. But he still did well. It turned out that Jung Hyunut was an alias, and the investigator only found out after checking. Soon the reward for catching the criminal should be on Jin's account, so they should go, because it's embarrassing that Jin just woke up and they're already giving him a lot of information. As soon as they left the room, Jin saw that he got a surprise. 2 rewards. It was worth the work he did. Blackstone asked the guy to take an even better look, and Jin noticed that the opportunity window said that he was able to touch the hearts of many people and earn their admiration. For this, he was added the opportunity to the 1,000 sword spell. Blackstone was shocked that no one had ever been given such a reward before. He couldn't believe that Jin didn't know what it all meant. Jin decided to check out the rewards. He replied to Blackstone that he was quite focused on just the tasks, and the reward was pretty good. It was a random choice again, and Jin thought that all future awards would be given out the same way. Blackstone was curious what Jin would choose this time. He couldn't wait to see his reward. He had 2 chances, so he chose the first one without much thought. The reward was a pebble, and Jin was upset about it. But Blackstone thought that justice had been served now. The guy finally got nothing and would be able to come down a little bit from feeling the bitterness of losing. Jin didn't pay attention and decided to get the second card. He stared at it, and Blackstone said that maybe he would get a rare item, because it's not easy to pick good cards all the time. Jin got a spiritual stone with 4 attributes, which contained the 4 elements. He had 2 attribute-related rewards, so he would probably have to look for a magician or an attribute appraiser. Blackstone warned Jin that if he used the stone now, he could raise one of his attributes to a medium level and thus become stronger. Jin decided to listen to the servant and use the attribute right now. He crushed it in his hands and began to gain the energy of the stone. He increased his sensitivity and resistance to attributes, and Blackstone said that the guy was very lucky to have this reward. After opening it, he received the 10,000 Swords Award. It turned out that this award was also important, but Jin didn't use another one of his awards. He was faced with the task of choosing one of the 2 cards, and Blackstone said that no matter what, Jin had already gotten a decent reward. Looking at the right card, Jin decided to choose it. It was the Open Sword Path's reward. Blackstone was shocked. This was crazy. Jin's skills were at master level. The system had checked his qualifications, which gave Jin a huge headache. Blackstone calmed the guy down, saying it would pass soon. A Sword of Rapture and a Sword of Lightning were revealed to Jin. A sword path of rapture and lightning was created with a falling flash of thunder. Jin came to his senses and said a sword path appeared in his mind. This was the first time Blackstone had seen someone being given a sword path as a reward. He resented Jin for being grateful to a system that apparently loves him, but Jin had achieved it himself. After some time, he was already at his father's reception. He looked at his son and noticed that he had almost recovered. This time, the guy was something interesting again. No 16-year-old had ever been able to kill a rank 5 opponent before. Jin had not only defeated the Tribune Guild, but also all the factions that came with it. But Jin kept his serious tone unwavering. He answered his father that he was a member of the Beck family, and it was in his blood to challenge someone. He just felt he had to destroy them all. His father smiled at that and said that was excellent. Jin could never even think that he would ever hear such words from him. The elder told him that there are people who doubt Jin's strength and the fact that he has defeated the 4th and 5th ranked swordsmen, those who consider themselves equal to the Beck family, and they laugh at Jin, which is disgusting for his father to hear. So he will prepare Jin so that he can do his best to shut their mouths. Jin didn't expect this turn of events. His father said something about preparation. It turns out that there was a 3rd-ranked dungeon that had always gone unnoticed. It could mean that there was a new monster, the magic power there was of the 4th level, and his father said that he would spread the rumor that his son had taken part in clearing the dungeon. Blackstone was impressed by this action. Rumors about Jin were spreading very fast, so if anyone heard that Jin had gone to the dungeon, the enemies would go to the dungeon. Jin asked if he understood correctly that his father wanted him to kill all the monsters and overtake all the monsters before he did. His father said that's what he meant. The dungeon was completely unknown, so everyone had an equal chance. Jin will have to defeat them all and prove that they are not equal to the Beck family. Blackstone said that his father is still crazy about Jin. His son just got out of the hospital, and he's sending him to the slaughterhouse again. Jin asked his father what support from the family would be. The elder smirked. He wouldn't send a man with his son to help him, but he would give him level 5 equipment. Apparently, Jin would only be able to take Muncho Ion with him. This mission was more difficult than the one Bexon had arranged for him. He asked what would happen if he was defeated or died in the dungeon, and his father said that nothing would happen. He shouldn't regret his defeats. It was cruel to his own son. Jin said that he must defeat his father. He must defeat him while he is still alive so that he can take his place and become the head of the family. He said he accepted the task and would fulfill it by destroying all the ringleaders. His father said he would give Jin's guards all the details of the assignment. Jin walked away and thought about what would change this rotten family. The elder looked at him and thought that if Jin died, he would probably be a little sad. Meanwhile, Yonghwa ran into the office somewhere, scaring her brother who didn't expect her to come in without knocking. She scared him a little, but she said it wasn't important right now. She asked if he knew about the rumors from the Beck family, and apparently he had heard about them and the youngest son. He knew that the teenager had defeated a multi-level guild and killed a level 5 opponent. But Yonghwa said that there were new rumors that a new dungeon had been found and Jin was going there, so she would go no matter what. Meanwhile, Jin's servants were trying to prove to him that something was wrong, because it was a 3rd-level dungeon and he was being sent there alone. Jin tried to prove that it was a simple matter for him, but they reminded him that he had just gotten out of the hospital. Jin argued that he was already fine and fully recovered, but Munchen was still worried about the Lord. He held a letter in his hand and handed it to Jin, as he already knew it was a new dungeon whose strength was rated at level 3 and nothing else was known. This made Blackstone a little worried that nothing had changed and the dungeon was still almost unknown. But let it be so, they had information that would help them in their mission. Jin thought it would be of little help, for the information was incomplete. Suddenly he read that this dungeon could not be cleared because the monsters were breaking out. Blackstone thought that the guy knew something about this place, and apparently he did, because he reasoned that it would be easier for him to prepare. Jin was asked if Munkyung alone wouldn't be enough in such a difficult dungeon. Jin confidently replied that he alone would be enough and suggested that he get down to business. He wrote a small list and gave it to the servants. He asked them to buy everything he wrote there and not to worry about the money. They could use the elder's name. After reading the list, no one understood what the items were, but Jin said that they would help him clean up the dungeon completely. The next day, Jin and Munchen were standing near the entrance to the dungeon, which looked like a huge block of stone. Jin decided to ask his partner what they talked to the man about when Jin was in the hospital room. Moon Choi-yun realized that the guy was referring to Lee Young-hyun. He replied that he just told him the truth. He said that Jin is a very strong swordsman who follows the path of justice, that they made a plan to infiltrate the guild, and that the guy always fights alone. He also said that the Lord just loves to help people and so on down the list, but he was then stopped and not allowed to tell. Jin was flattered by such compliments, and Blackstone was curious to see the look on Munchen's face if he found out that the guy was doing all of this solely because of the missions. Munchoan went on to say that he was just telling the man the truth, because he wasn't sure if Jin realized how much people admired him and his accomplishments, but there were also those who didn't believe him, not seeing him as a fighting spirit or anything special. Jin was popular and realized that he had achieved this because of Munchen. He had changed a lot during their time together, before Munchen had been a quiet mouse. He told Jin that he might think he was a strong swordsman, but his childhood was difficult as he had spent it in a terrible guild where human lives were worthless and were like a bargaining chip. Jin understood his partner's pain. Munchoan dreamed of becoming a strong swordsman, but not at such a cost, so he lost everything and became the boy's escort. His father told him to follow Jin wherever he went. He had no idea that a seemingly weak guy like Jin, whom he didn't even consider, would become so great. At first he thought he was faking it, but when Sangjinu was ambushed, and even when Bakson faked the mission, Jin still continued to genuinely care about other people. He supposed he might have spoken too boldly, but the rest of the family treated their guards like inanimate objects. And only Jin treated him and Yoongjun as equals. Jin understood the guy's feelings, because he had once been treated the same way by his family in his previous life. And now that he had a chance to be reborn, he tried to treat everyone kindly. Everyone who either didn't know him in his past life or had treated him well in his past life. When Jin trusted him with his secret mask, he decided that he would follow his master anywhere. And after his master said that he was doing all this to save people's lives, he decided that he would give his life for him because his master had stopped pretending to be like him. Jin thought about the fact that there was another person who wanted to change the Beck family, who had the same goals as him. He told his partner that they would do it. They would change all those things that displeased them, in particular the Beck family itself. They would make it together so that swordsmen and commoners would be respected in their family, where human traits would be more important than accomplishments and material goods. This inspired Munchen, and he bowed to Jin and said he was with us. Now they needed to focus on the dungeon. At that moment, Yonghwa, who they definitely didn't think they'd meet here, walked up to them. Munchoan said it was the one from the Jock family. Jin asked her whether he should call her Park Yonghwa or Jung Yonghwa. She laughed, saying that she was always Jung Yonghwa, and he didn't even remember her, even though she was constantly improving her fighting skills. Jin wondered if she was doing this because of him, but she said to ignore it. She just came to see a familiar face and say hello. Besides, she'll show what she can do, and then they'll see who wins. Jin said he wasn't her opponent, and there was no point in him looking for a winner. Blackstone didn't like the way the guy acted around her, because obviously he could have been nicer to her. But Jin was just having fun teasing her. He actually thought she was a little calmer and stronger. She was far away from Jin, but she was already approaching rank 4. They started walking towards the dungeons, and saw the others, and they weren't bad either. Munchoan decided to warn the Lord before they entered the dungeon, that big man Song Jin-hun from the Light Gate. They all said they weren't interested in the dungeon, but as soon as they found out that Beck's youngest son would be there, they started to move. Song Jin-hwan from the Phoenix Guild and Kwang-hun from the Hero Guild also came. They all seemed to be the same age. During this mission, the guards are not allowed to interfere until the situation becomes critical, for the reason that this is a battle of the children of each of the known families. The dungeon opened and could be entered. All the mission plots hurried to be the first to get in. When everyone had entered, Jin suggested his partner to slowly go in. Once there, he wondered a bit if they were exactly where they were supposed to be. Everyone looked at the large castle and marveled at the rarity of such a place. Jin, meanwhile, already knew what kind of dungeon it was. Blackstone asked how Jin felt about what he saw in front of him. The guy replied that this place hadn't changed much, while the others continued to look around. Apparently the dungeon was in the form of a castle. There was an entrance of several doors here. The entrances were located on the east, south, and north and west. Seong Jin-hun checked it out. From here, only the east, south, and west doors were visible. Then he decided to go through the north side and ordered the servants to get ready. Suddenly he turned to Jin and told him that since everyone was gathered here, he wanted everyone to know that the person who defeats the leader of the monsters will take all the weapons of the others. Everyone was surprised at such a bold statement. Seong Jong-hun said that since they were going to compete with each other, they would do it big time. The one who defeated the leader would take the weapons. The guys standing around said that they agreed to the rules. Yonghwa also agreed. Jin calmly accepted the rules. Let it be as this guy asked. Xiong Jong-hoon, after hearing everyone rush forward, he accepted everyone's answers and said that they had no way back. He seemed to be another scumbag. The Phoenix Guild decided to go east, the Hero Guild went west. Yonghwa decided to go south. Those were the only doors left. She looked at Jin and asked if he was going, but he said he was going to look around for now. The girl told him that she realizes he is very strong and talented, but if he stands idle like this, nothing good will end for him. Not only her family is famous, the guys who got together here were pretty strong. Jin asked if she was worried about him, and she yelled that she didn't care about him at all. She would beat him. She won't let anyone do it faster than her. She's going south before it's too late. But she still advised Jin not to linger. And he turned to her and asked her to be careful. Because now he was already worried about her, that rude boy. She told him to be careful too. And now that everyone was gone, he and Munchin were alone. And he told him that it was probably a risky bet to make. Jin joked that the guy should get ready to carry his weapon of choice. And Blackstone noticed that the guy was brimming with confidence. Jin said that he definitely wouldn't lose and he was sure of it. Now he has to decide where to go. And Jin pointed his finger to the window of the castle. And Blackstone and Munchon were surprised by this decision because he could have gone in through the doors like all the other people. But Jin said that he, as a member of the Beck family, doesn't follow other people's paths. He makes his own. So they jumped through the window and were inside the castle. Outside there was a corridor, but it was definitely not that simple. This dungeon seemed to have a labyrinthine effect. Jin said that this was definitely part of his plans. If you go into a castle dungeon like this, you can go to a random place. So if they were lucky, this path would lead them straight to the monster leader. But if you were unlucky, you might end up underground. Blackstone realized that his master was just lucky again, and it irritated him more than a little. Apparently the leader of the monsters was not here. They must be somewhere in the center, and there are no monsters or people here. Munchoan was worried that this place was a labyrinth, but Jin said that they would have no problem using it. Munchoan took out a smoke ball from his pocket that he was going to use. They had to wait a little while for the smoke to spread everywhere. It would help them, because once it enveloped the entire dungeon, a map would appear in front of them. Munchoan asked if the Lord knew this was going to happen, and Jin replied that he had just prepared for all possible outcomes since this was a new dungeon. He praised the master again, calling him awesome, and Blackstone watched Jin pretend to be a good guy. He sure was enjoying it. The smoke had dispersed far enough, and now they had a map. It was pretty quick. Meanwhile, Xiong Jianhun slammed his fist against the wall. Judging by the mark on the wall, they had been that way about 30 minutes ago. They must have gotten lost. He was angry that they were caught in a maze, and also the monsters were annoying gargoyles. They looked like stone statues, making it impossible to tell if they were real or not. They panicked and started walking forward, preparing for the battle with the monsters. But it looked like there were only statues here. They were wasting their time. They had to stay calm as they were really winded because of these gargoyles and the labyrinth. Somehow, they were the first ones to enter the dungeon. Jin asked Munchin if it was what he thought it was, and apparently it was. It was the main monster of the dungeon. No one got here before Jin. He saw a huge fire gargoyle in front of him. The guy turned to Bakwu Jin. He said that it might not be possible to quickly find out the gargoyle's weak point. He continued, saying that only thanks to something they were able to get here quite easily. We are transported back sometime. A large and terrible gargoyle growled and flew at the heroes with an open mouth and wild eyes. The man turned around sharply and began to call the young master, telling him that this creature was called a gargoyle. He wanted to help, but Jin interrupted him, telling him to stop and just stand behind him. It was a test. The guy said that he had to go through it himself and sharply turned around at the monster. He pulled out a sword and attacked him. Munchoan stood aside. He was ordered not to engage in battle, but he could help with advice. He said that this monster was dangerous. It was difficult to deal with, and his skin looked durable, and this made our hero think. Blackstone asked Jin if he had any strategies left for the future, and the guy replied that, of course, yes. Bakwu Jin turned to his comrades and said that he had an idea when he cut the gargoyle. The guy asked for 1 health potion, and Munchin was very surprised by such a request. The man took out a bottle for the master and handed it to him. Ordinary health potions were made from holy water. Jin opened the bottle and began to pour the potion onto his sword. He said that while killing that gargoyle, he saw black sparks. He turned around and began to walk towards the monster sitting on the column, If his theory is correct, then these black sparks are a sign of evil. Jin stood in a secure stance and squeezed the hilt of the sword in his hand. He knew that evil is weakest in front of holy properties. Therefore, if he strikes with a sword sprinkled with a health potion, the power of the holy water will work perfectly, and he will strike the hellish creature with lightning speed. We return to our time. Jin said that this idea accidentally came to his mind, and Blackstone suggested that these were cheat codes for the regressor and called the guy an unscrupulous stopper. Munchoen said that they were the last to arrive, and although they were unable to avoid the monsters, they still went the best, and Jin suggested that the others were not so quick at dealing with the gargoyles. Blackstone smiled evilly and said that he wanted to see them hit the ground with their fists in tears of regret, and Jin smiled and said that this would never happen. Then Jin thought about it. He wanted to know how things were going with that red-haired woman. Blackstone thought that Jok Yonghua was probably coping with his stupid ways. The guy walked and called the lady, who had already dealt with the gargoyles and was holding the head of one monster in her hand. The young guy said that the structure of this dungeon and the monsters in it are very dangerous. He suggested that the girl would have difficulty dealing with them, so the guy suggested that he go ahead. The girl didn't like what she heard. She crushed the gargoyle's head with one hand and said that in this case everything would be pointless. Even if they were late, she would make her way to the exit herself. She lowered her head down and thought. She was haunted by the guy from the Beck family. He had become quite strong, but she didn't want to somehow go through this dungeon. The girl started to walk forward, but stopped. She thought why Jin didn't follow them and assumed that he was lost, and the guy in the suit asked her if she was waiting for Beck at Jin's place. The girl was confused. She began to ask again, and then said that she did not need this rude brat. She started screaming and making excuses, like they might suddenly attack from behind, and she looked back to make sure she was safe. The guy smiled. It was clear that he didn't believe it. The girl didn't know what else to say to her. She was confused and furious. She simply shouted that it was true, because she could not think of anything else. Munchoen told the young master that he needed to be ready at any moment. After all, this gargoyle was not made of stone when they entered the room, and it seemed to recognize them as an enemy. The fiery gargoyle looked at the strangers, but did not show any emotions yet. Jin told Munchen that he could kill her. He didn't need to interfere. The guy was surprised, but didn't argue. He asked him to be careful because she definitely has a special ability. Blackstone also decided to give a little information. He said that fiery gargoyles are different from ordinary ones that use claws. These can breathe fire, and Jin lost the smile on his face. Breathing like that would be troublesome. Blackstone said that the most important thing is their ability to learn. The same attack will not work on them twice. You need to finish it right away. But the guy didn't think that she would get used to the movement of his sword. He firmly grabbed the handle. And then he activated Sasadum's special aura, Black Wind. The monster has its claws ready. Their views converged, and this meant that the battle will begin now. The guy suddenly rushed forward, but the gargoyle reacted instantly. Jin confidently walks forward and already takes out his sword. The guy attacks. Although the attack was super fast, the fiery gargoyle managed to escape the blow. Jin thought so. The dungeon boss will not be easy. He needs to concentrate the aura in his legs. It needs to be released like an explosion, and the guy began to accumulate energy in his legs. He abruptly released her and took off. The gargoyle didn't like this much. The monster growled and began spewing hellfire from its mouth. The fire didn't hit the guy much, but he didn't like it. His attack was interrupted, but Blackstone told him not to lose his composure. Blackstone told Jin that the best time to kill was when the gargoyle opened its mouth, and Jin jumped up. He realized what he needed to do. He jumped and brought his sword behind his head for a stronger attack. The hero filled the sword with the energy of delight and intelligence, and then he activated a falling flash of thunder, and the sword was surrounded by dark energy. The guy began swinging the sword around himself, releasing large bursts of energy. These swings did not allow the fiery gargoyle to approach the enemy and did not miss fiery attacks. The monster growled and decided to break through the blows, but Jin's sword hits the boss right in the neck and cuts off the head from the shoulders. The monster crumbles to dust, the boss is defeated, and Jin lands in a superhero pose with an explosion in the background. Blackstone said that he still should have taken the equipment with him. He was great and did a perfect job. Jin rarely heard praise from Blackstone. Blackstone began to get angry. He doesn't like that they get everything thanks to their luck, but he praises them when they try. And Munchin meanwhile ran to the master and asked if he was safe. Jin shook himself off and said that if he was asking about the gargoyle flame, then the combat uniform was fine. He was glad that he was wearing the anti-magic uniform. The room began to collapse. Munchoen said that if the dungeon is shaking, it means the raid is over. The hero said that this is good, then the labyrinth will collapse. It will be easier to get out. Blackstone called Jin and pointed his finger to the side and asked if he knew about this. On the other side stood the same guys with whom our hero had argued. They looked quite tired but were alive and well. Jin just looked at them. And then he just turned around and walked to the exit and told Moonju Young that they were returning. The guys said that he had collected all the magic stones, but Jin just kept going. The guys followed Jin and Moonchoen as they left. One began to worry that the gentleman would take away their weapons, but the other said that this was just a stupid argument. The guy suggested that it was absurd to take away the weapon just because of some kind of bet. They were lucky that he follows moral principles. After a while, these three also leave the dungeon into the forest, and Jin asked them if they remember the bet. The guys looked at him in surprise, and Jin said that he would take what he won, let these three give up their weapons. The guys started looking at each other and asking what Jin was talking about. Why was he asking for their weapons? The red-haired girl approached Jin. She was surprised that he won the bet. Baekwu Jin recalled the terms of the dispute. Everyone gives their weapons to the one who kills the boss first. The muscular guy got angry. He told Jin that he thought they were going to pretend there was no bet. Jin probably forgot what he said earlier and began to worry about it. The other guy smiled. He considered this situation a misunderstanding. But Jin didn't say a word after killing the boss, and this made Jin smile. And then he said that he entrusted them with carrying an expensive and unique weapon, but he still didn't need to carry it himself. People began to discuss the young master, calling him a demon who needed to be bathed in holy water, but still, he was the one who killed the boss. One guy was surprised and suggested that Jin could really kill a high-ranking criminal, and a red-haired girl overheard their conversation. She said that this was what she was waiting for. Otherwise, she already thought that as soon as Jin entered the dungeon, he would be bullied. The guy standing next to him said that she wanted him to win with all her heart. She wanted him to defeat the boss, and the girl was frightened by these words. And then she sharply attacked the guy and shouted that this was not true, and why was he saying this? And Jin himself, meanwhile, was thinking that the rising stars from famous guilds were just pretending as if nothing had happened. And then he looked at the trio again and began to call them with a movement of his hand, ordering them to give up their weapons. The muscular guy freaked out. He called Jin a bastard and ordered him to choke, and then threw his sword, stabbing it into the ground. The other guys didn't like it either. They were angry but still threw their weapons to the master. Let him take it. Baekwu Jin smiled and thanked them. Blackstone began to scream and began to pull weapons from the ground. Munchoen asked the young gentleman what he was going to do with his weapon, and the guy decided to sell it at auction. Munchoen was very surprised by the guy's decision and asked again, but Jin said he would just take it to a black market auction. Munchoen began to shout that this was a bad idea because of this, a conflict could arise between the guilds, and Jin replied that they were already walking on a knife's edge because the Baek family was not on friendly terms with any of them. The red-haired girl heard part of the conversation and said that she also agreed with the words about friendly relations. She asked the guy how he managed to kill the boss. He was the last one to enter the dungeon, and the guy replied that he couldn't just tell her this because the information about the new dungeon was quite valuable. Jak Younghwa covered her face with her hand. She realized that this question was stupid. No one would give out such information. Jin put his hand behind his collar and asked that she still thinks that he is saying this seriously. He took out a magic ball from there and said that the girl could be trusted. In the dungeon, he used this item, and he would write about the rest in a letter, and the girl was surprised at this act. Jin smiled and said that this is all for a reason. If he ever has problems, she will help him, and asked how she would like such a deal. The guy extended his fist and the girl thought about it. And a moment later, she hit the guy's fist. She thanked the guy. The girl was sure that she could help him. After some time, Baekwu Jin stood on one knee in front of his father. He said that he had completed the task given to him. The father smiled and said that Moonju Young had already told him about this. Thanks to him, his days were not boring. Blackstone asked Jin if it seemed to him that his father's mood had changed a lot. The guy assumed that most likely he wanted to enhance the reputation of their family because the father is a very boastful person. But this time he swung a lot and really changed. The father asked his son what he thought to do with the weapon he brought, because it did not suit him, and Jin replied that he wanted to put it up for auction on the black market. The father began to laugh. He assumed that his son wanted to trample their pride. Jin smiled and said that this is still a mild punishment for those who consider themselves superior to their family. Jin will make them stop thinking like that. The father began to burst out laughing. He told Jin that he was great. He had completed the task properly, so he would give him a gift and asked what he wanted. The guy was surprised by his father's kindness, but quickly said that he wanted the pavilion of swords belonging to Baek Song-ah. The father was amazed at this request and asked again. Blackstone, who was nearby, asked what kind of sword pavilion this was, and Jin replied that it was a personal training room. There was equipment there that was incomparable to what was in the general training ground. The father asked his son if he wanted to take away Song-ah's property. Jin replied that now no one uses it anyway, so he cannot refuse for this reason. Blackstone understood the importance of the sword pavilion, but there must be a reason why he wanted to take her pavilion. Jin began to say that the sword pavilion is proof of recognition of you as a direct relative of the Baek family, and taking it away means that you could not protect your place. This is truly a huge shame. The father began to say that with this, Jin would directly provoke Baek Song-ah. It seems that an internal struggle will begin in the family of the divine sword Baek. The old man let his son go and he left, slamming the door. The father smiled. With his behavior, Jin inserts a knife into his own sister's back. He believes that he will soon be able to make a decision about his successor. He himself is interested. Coming out of his father's chambers, Jin was very surprised by what he saw. Standing in front of him was his second sister, who was also surprised to see her younger brother. The girl said that he must be busy. A lot of news has been heard about him lately, and the guy replied that in order to survive in this family, he needs to be busy with things. Jin said that he almost died because of someone at the aura manifestation ceremony. The girl covered her eyes with her palm and apologized. Then, without thinking, she pointed the sword at him. The guy was surprised by the words he heard, and the girl continued. She said that after his success, she understood her guilt. She didn't think that he would be able to improve his skills so quickly. Jin's sister clenched her hands into fists and said that if he becomes stronger, then she will too, and someday they will destroy the demons together. But then the girl started turning her head around and said that it didn't matter. She said nonsense. She apologized for taking away her brother's time. The girl lowered her head and sadly walked past the guy, leaving him alone. But Jin said that he accepts her apology, although he will never forget about the moment when she almost chopped him into pieces. The girl smiled and turned to her brother. She called him, and then she threw him some kind of pendant with a blue stone and said that it would help him during training. Jin looked at the decoration with confusion and did not understand why it was for him and how it would help him. He wanted to ask, but the girl disappeared. In her place, there was only dust. After some time, Munchoan finds his master and says that guests have come to him, and Jin asked about what business. Munchoan suggested that the gentleman apparently helped them, and they want to thank him. And the guy was very surprised to see these people. It was Mr. Hong and Sue and some girl. Jin didn't know Hong's daughter, and he decided to introduce them. Her name was Hong Ara, and she looked quite friendly. Jin was glad to meet her and suggested they go somewhere cozier. They moved a short distance away and were offered tea and called to the table. But Hong immediately started thanking Jin for saving them from the guild. The guy was embarrassed since Ara was looking at them. He had done what he had to do, and a simple thank you was enough for him. Hong had told him that was true. It was because of Jin that they were able to get out of the hell they had gotten into purely by accident. Besides, he couldn't have imagined that Jin was the swordsmanship genius of the great Baek family. Jin definitely didn't expect to hear something like that. He apologized for treating the guy rather informally earlier. He had told him earlier that the Baek swordsmen were unlikely to ever come here because they were selfish and cruel, but now he regretted saying such nonsense. That would be a pretty interesting confession, Blackstone asked the gentleman if Hong was mocking him. Jin replied to Hong that it's okay because he wanted to hide his affiliation with the family, so the man doesn't need to apologize for his words. He said that he should probably be the one to apologize to him since he should have met him the last time he came to see him. He was told what had happened after what had happened in the Legion district, but Hong was a mere user, and so there was nothing that could be done. Jin said he was just as glad that Mrs. Ara was all right. She replied to him that his kindness would never be forgotten. She would be indebted to him. Like Jin had said before, he had to do it, and they shouldn't thank him so much for such a thing. They talked some more, but soon began to get ready to leave. They already suspected they had taken up a lot of the Lord's time. Jin was pleased to see them. Suddenly, Blackstone told the boy to detain the woman. Jin was startled that the servant appeared so abruptly. He didn't understand what he needed it for. Blackstone was pointing his finger at Ara, saying that she had a fighting physique resembling a mysterious fighting body. There was no time to explain. He nudged Jin to hold Aru back. She looked at him with a puzzled look. Jin was not in a good position as he didn't know what he should do next. Blackstone began to tell the boy that it was not common to find people with such an ability as Ara. In his world, they are called ghosts, and that the girl had great potential to become a ghost sword. Jin then thought of nothing better than to suggest that Ara become a ghost sword. Surely his first impression of himself was quite unfortunate. Soon they were back at the table again. Hong asked if he understood correctly what Jin was saying about the ghost sword. They didn't know what it was. Jin didn't know how to explain it to them properly. Blackstone began to tell them that a battle body was a skill that allowed them to anticipate the skills and behaviors of the enemy as quickly as possible. A person with this ability is like a ghost, as it can penetrate the mind of a person. Then Jin realized what would happen if Ara went through all the proper training. He told the guests that Ara had a hidden incredible talent. She would make an incredible skilled swordsman. But he suddenly realized that he was in a hurry and didn't explain anything about the ghost sword. He wanted to say that he would like to make Miss Hong Ara his personal swordsman. Her father liked the idea very much, but Ara clearly wanted to say something to Jin. She explained to him that she had never held a sword in her life, and because of that, she didn't understand why he wanted her to be his swordsman. He told her that he sees her as having the ability of a mysterious fighting body, and that this ability helps her anticipate the enemy's attacks. She may not be aware of her talent, but he could already sense it. She should just open up her potential a little to see the result and become an outstanding swordsman. If she agrees to this proposal, then she won't regret it. He won't force her since it's her personal choice. Ara thought about those words. She trusts Jin, and she had no reason not to trust him. So she said she will do what he tells her, but she asked him not to be disappointed in her too much in the future. Jin had a new assignment. It said that he had met a swordsman with a special ability, and they were going to develop their skills together. He doubted he would regret calling Ara into such an endeavor. After a while, he and Blackstone were alone in a room. He asked the aide to value that medallion his older sister had given him. He was sure it was cursed. Blackstone replied that he would certainly look at that pendant. He remembered it. It was Zerka's sapphire necklace. It was once made by a master craftsman for his nephew, the Ghost Knight, and the rank of this artifact was unique. It was surprising and interesting, as Jin didn't understand why Nuna had given it to him. Blackstone said that nevertheless it was at least good that the artifact wasn't cursed. Jin realized that his sister had given him this pendant to make him strong enough to fight her, but Blackstone doubted that was the reason. He wondered if Jin had any more guesses, since he always knew everything. The thing is, that was the only assumption, because in his past life, he had not only never interacted with Nuna, but had never even met her directly. The only thing he knew about her then was that she hated monsters to the core. So he didn't have any assumptions other than that she had given him a gift to make him stronger, and he would do it if that's what she wanted. He would think about the rest later. He heard someone calling him. It was Ara. She greeted him and asked him if this was the pavilion he told her about. Jin said that was right. They would do some stretching first. One of Jin's sisters was walking by. She knew that the owner of the pavilion had changed, but she didn't think it was this little guy. Her attention was drawn to Ara. She had heard that he was going to make her his swordsman, but she had never even held a sword. The servant said he also heard that this girl didn't even show her aura. It looks ridiculous, and it looked like Jin was using the pavilion for some games. Jin told Ara that they would now try to get together in light sparring, but she doubted that was a good idea. She could barely hold her sword. But Jin told her not to worry because he had called her and knew what he was doing. Ara stood up as Jin told her to. Her eyes lit up red, then it didn't look as ridiculous as it did at first glance, as a person who was holding a sword for the first time could have such abilities. The servant asked the lady to calm down, as the girl hadn't even reached the first rank, but that didn't stop her. She walked over to them and called the girl over, telling her to work for her. Jin and Ara looked at the mistress in surprise and didn't understand anything. They were surprised that Bex and he approached them with such an offer. She asked Ara if she really thought this guy could teach her anything. She could give her anything she wanted, money, knowledge, sword art. She could provide her with weapons and targets. Jin heard Baeksung and didn't want her to say anything else. She had crossed the line by getting in the wrong business. But she didn't stop and ask Jin what he was going to do with Ara if he didn't even have a personal squad himself. And when Baeksung returned, he wouldn't even have a way to survive. Knowing that, how can he take the responsibility of having a personal swordsman? She was talking about Ara as a thing, which made Jin very angry. And he reminded his sister that she was not allowed to enter his pavilion like that. Or was she purposely breaking the Beck family's rules? He didn't allow people like her to come here. Baeksun couldn't believe that this junior would allow himself to talk to her like that. She thought about her brother being incredibly arrogant after having some fortunes in his formation. This kind of behavior could drive him to his grave in no time. She advised Jin to speak more politely to her, but he said that she was the one who probably didn't understand nicely. Those words made her really angry. Had her little brother grown up to the point where he started to cross his older sister? He must have already forgotten that she was at rank 6, and the way he was acting towards her might cause her to stomp him into the dirt. Bak Sonha is incredibly stubborn and proud, and apparently his words have caught her ego. Bak Sonha reminded the rule of their family: if she wins, she will take his property for herself. She gave the guy 3 months to prepare, after which they would spar and whoever won would take the girl for themselves. Jin agreed and told his sister to get ready to kneel before Hong Ara. Baeksung-ha left the place as she said she was disgusted to be here, adding that she hoped the boy would live to see the battle. Blackstone had no doubt that there were no adequate people in this family, especially the spoiled sister who did whatever she could think of. Jin didn't expect that from Baeksung-ha either. There was something wrong with her head right now, but in her past life, they hardly ever crossed paths. Ara was scared and realized that because of her, Jin was in such a difficult and unpleasant situation. But Jin told her not to worry because it was to be expected. But just in case, he decided to ask Ara if she wanted to train under Baeksung-ha. His sister had a higher rank than him, and her position in the family was much better. But Ara replied that she didn't want to train with Baeksung-ha. She had already decided that she would stay with Jin since she trusted him and also recognized her talent and offered to help her. Blackstone noticed how much Ara resembled her father. Jin would have a great ally. From this point on, Ara has made her choice. Now she will start moving forward and there's no turning back. She said that she is ready for this and she won't disappoint him. Then Jin suggested to continue training. After a while, Munchoin came to Jin and told him that it would be hard for him to train for a while. He explained that when he checked Jin's sword, he found a pretty serious damage on it. This sword had been through many battles and victories. Because of the intense use of it, Jin had no time to check its condition. The sword was indeed very damaged. It was visible to the naked eye. In all likelihood, Jin would need to look for a blacksmith to fix it. He remembered that he had a fellow blacksmith among his acquaintances, and he and Ara came to Soana together. He was worried that his old acquaintance might still be under house arrest, but they had a problem that needed to be solved immediately. Specifically, the problem was with the sword, so Nina now understood why Jin hadn't contacted her. Her punishment had long since expired. Her parents were strict, but they wouldn't lock her up for that long. Soina asked who the girl next to Jin was, and he introduced her to Aru, his new swordsman. Soina shook her hand and introduced herself. She also told Ara that earlier Mr. Jin had saved her life and now she was indebted to him. Ara said it was a pleasure to meet her, and Soana immediately asked Jin to look at the sword. He was ashamed to show what his weapon had become. He had absolutely no time to take care of it. So Nina couldn't say that the damage was light. This sword was made by her grandfather, so Jin must have traveled a lot with this sword if it was in this condition. And Jin had really gone through many battles with this sword. There was no way to remember everything. Soina said that they would have to go to the place where her grandfather is now, and more specifically to the Artisan Island. After a while, Jin, Muncho, and Ara and Soina were already on the island. The weather was nice. Ara and Munchen didn't think it was possible to go that far to fix a sword. But Jin said it wasn't an ordinary island, but an artisan island. When someone wants to eat authentic Japanese udon, they go to Japan. When they want authentic Italian pizza, they go to Italy. Same principle with the sword. Jin decided to ask about Soina's black herb business, and Soina told him that she didn't have enough materials to finish her plan. The ingredients are quite rare, so it's hard to get them, so the matter has stalled for the time being. Jin, out of politeness and duty, said that the girl could always turn to him for help, and Soina was glad to hear that. Jin was grateful to her family for that beautiful sword, and now still taking artisans to the island, she could ask for anything she wanted. Soina said that since this was the case, she would definitely call him in case of anything. She had his phone number. Blackstone asked the gentleman if it was because of his fortitude that he didn't react to her smile in any way. Something seems strange to Jin now. In his past life, this island was closed. It was because of a big incident in his past life. All the artisans were killed in just one night. It was quite warm in spite of the current season. So Nina said that she had heard somewhere that there was a fire incarnation buried on the island, so the temperature was as hot as on a volcanic island. Soina wanted to go quickly. At the end of this road is her grandfather's house and blacksmith shop. Suddenly Jin and Munchin felt something, and it was someone's aura. Minimum level 4 and maximum level 5. They need to be ready in case of anything. They came to their grandfather's forge where Slina was greeted by Yong. He worked with Soina's grandfather and told her that the teacher was working now. She remembered him telling her he was going to go rest, but as it turned out he had found new material and wanted to stay a little longer. Yon looked at the people behind Soina and asked who they were. The girl said there was the guy she gave the sword to, as well as his guard and swordsman. Yon recognized those heroes who had saved the lady's life in the underworld, which embarrassed Jin once again. Yong saw that Jin was really as humble as everyone described him, so he decided to lead them to where they needed to go. There was an old man working in the forge. He looked over and saw that Soina had come to see him. Now they saw the famous craftsman. Soina asked him how he was doing. The old man complained that he didn't have the energy for this new material. It was quite problematic. Blackstone saw the material old man Kim was working on and asked the master if he knew this metal. Suddenly Jin's aura began to manifest for no reason, and it was strange. Neither of them understood what was going on, and Blackstone explained that it was made of the same material, and that was probably why Jin's aura reacted the way it did. It also meant that Kim was working with a metal that wasn't from their world. Kim turned to the guy to explain what had just happened. Shin asked the old man to tell him where he found the metal, but he had no idea where the material came from. Young brought it to him and told him it was from the front lines. Munchon was surprised by this, and Ara asked what it meant. Munchin explained to her that this is the place where the black trees and monsters, whose power is incomparable to that of the local ones, are located. The eldest son of the divine sword family, Bak, is Dingbek Yonghui. It was an interesting find, and Blackstone couldn't understand how it was related to his world. Grandpa asked what brought Soina here, and she said that there was a mishap with his sword that she gave to Jin. They came to fix it. Kim excitedly and abruptly took the sword to see its condition. He said that the condition was hopeless. It's amazing how the sword didn't fall apart in his hands. It must have reached the end of its useful life. But if the guy wants, he can make him a new sword. He won't take any money, of course, but the boy would have to help him. He sat next to him while Kim forged the sword, and Blackstone admitted that when he was near him, he was tickled, and Jin asked him to be patient a little longer. Apparently, the metal was definitely from his world if he reacts like that, because he reacts to their aura, just like Grandpa Kim said. He had said earlier that he couldn't figure out what to do with the metal that wouldn't take the shape he wanted. But when he saw the reaction, he knew what to do. He made the last stroke, then sighed and said that the sword was ready. He had been agonizing over it for months. The sword that Master Kim had created with all his skills, it was a masterpiece and definitely worth the time and effort. The aura and energy of the master was also transferred to the sword, which in return would grant the master new abilities. And the aura and energy would be transferred to the sword as he had invested in it. Blackstone's favor increased, which was to be proven since it was made of the same metal. This weapon could be considered worthwhile. Kim praised the boy for his help, as there was no telling how long he would have had to fiddle with the sword. If it weren't for him, Jin was happy to help. Suddenly, both Jin and Monchoen felt something strange. The servants shouted that it was an incredible killing energy and Jin should run away. There was a huge rumbling sound. Someone was attacking the island. Jin realized that the events he had told Blackstone about then were happening at this very time. He ordered Monchoen to stay put and protect the three men, but he wanted to fight alongside his master. Jin said that if something happened to them, no one would take care of the others. Muekwin shouted that the enemy was a 5th or 6th ranker, and he couldn't do it alone, and he didn't have a sword. But Kim said not to worry about it and threw him a sword. It was pretty valuable, but when Kim saw the way he reacted to Jin, he decided it was for him, and no sword is worth a man's life. Ara said she would go with Jin. Soina agreed that it was the right thing to do because the girl has power, even though she has no rank. Ara couldn't stand aside when her master was attacked. She would protect him from danger at all costs and was determined to go. The two of them left together and Jin ordered her not to die by any means. The strangers were watching them from the tree. Neither were discussing that this should be enough and the fun time could begin. Their original goal was to embody fire. There was no point in spilling unnecessary blood, but they had a condition not to kill anyone. The strangers said that it wouldn't be a big deal if a couple people died. They decided to have fun, but they had to do it cleanly if they didn't want to make too much noise and ask too many questions. He asked his so-called partner if he would join him. They both laughed at that. It depends on how many people survive. After this conversation, they simultaneously jumped from one tree to another to realize their plan. Jin, along with Ara, ran off in search of that very aura. Blackstone told the guy to stop since he felt that they were already near. So he asked Ara to be quiet and try not to make any noise. Jin listened and said he could feel the aura of the two men. It was exactly the same as they had heard when they first set foot on the island. He wanted them to stay close together since it was dangerous to be alone right now. So they stood back to back. She said she'd cover him from this side and he shouldn't worry. But since the fire was already spreading, they had to hurry. Even though Jin had a high resistance to fire, the other people needed help. They wouldn't last long, and they had to do it while fighting the criminals. Suddenly, they jumped at them from the trees, and Era shouted this to the guy. Jin had already sensed them by then and drew his sword, activating a falling flash of thunder that the criminals didn't expect and began to dodge quickly. They were barely hit by the flash. They also noticed that the guy had resistance to fire. Jin told Ara that if they were using fire skills, it was clear what the explosion was for. One of the strangers saw that these kids didn't even possess rank 4, and they didn't stand a chance against them. Right now, they were a bit lucky. They would easily kill them and take their fire incarnation, so they offered to give it to them right now. Then Jin remembered what Soina was talking about when they first sailed to the island. That was the reason for the attack on the island then in the past and now in the present, and now they both were not in a favorable position. He told Ara that she was going to hold on to her strength now and should be ready. Blackstone assured Jin that he had seen Ara's abilities and was sure she could be trusted. Jin clutched at his opponent in battle, his sword burning with flames, and now he realized what a 6th ranker he was. But it wasn't as scary as it sounded. This loser wasn't even a level with the fire gargoyle. After a few attempts, he managed to throw his opponent aside. Although the stranger wasn't going to give up, but he was scared since he didn't understand how the guy was doing it. Suddenly he recognized him as the same Jin from the Beck family who had already been the subject of legends that turned out to be true. He had complete control over his sword movement. Jin waited for his opponent to be discouraged and struck a blow that almost struck the swordsman. But Jin punished him for being distracted during the fight and decided to deliver one last imperial blow. These he destroyed the culprit and was rewarded with the property of the mysterious body and finished the secret mission in 3 months. He saw these changes and realized that they also elevated Hong Aru. The opponent opposite her couldn't believe that she had been without aura all this time and suddenly became different and knew absolutely everything about his sword technique and next steps. Now they would fight him for real. The opponent didn't realize what was ahead of him and didn't pay attention to Ara's words, for which he soon paid the price by grabbing it from her. A lowlife like him would never be able to defeat her. Ara sensed that her opponent would surely be behind her back, and anticipating the attack, she managed to block his blow. This did not stop the criminal. He was not interested in quickly defeating the girl. After a while, he began to attack Aru. Jin was afraid of this because it is too dangerous, but wanted to intervene. But Blackstone stopped him. No need to get involved, and assured the gentleman that soon everything will be over. The criminals were beginning to realize that none of their attacks had succeeded. Ara seemed to have anticipated all their next moves. He wanted to teach her a lesson and strike one last blow. But Ara had anticipated this as well, throwing him aside with a blow. It wasn't hard to read the art of wielding an assassin's sword, given that he easily disappears and reappears. He greatly underestimated Ara and paid for it with his life. In the end, Ara defeated her opponent and sat down on the ground as she was very tired. Jin thought it was incredible. This was the power of the battle's mysterious body. Blackstone repeated what he had told the boy. Before that, Ara could handle it without anyone's help. And since the task of awakening Ara was completed, Jin also received the battle mystery body as a reward. Blackstone said that even though Jin won't feel much difference since it's a matter of growth, this system has helped him again and again and made all sorts of handouts, and the reason was impossible to understand. Jin replied that it would still be nice if it lasted as long as possible. Their conversation was interrupted by Ara saying that she kept her promise that she would protect him from everyone. Jin looked at her and then walked over and hugged her. She had done her job well. In front of them was a golden statue. That's what those assassins came for. It was the embodiment of fire, a concentration of the properties of fire. Kim asked the guy if he knew why this island was called Craftsman Island. Jin replied that he didn't know. Kim explained that the fire incarnation doesn't allow anyone but the master to touch itself. Kim was chosen and became the master, but he would like to use the fire in a more favorable place. So he buried the embodiment of fire on this island and gathered it here so that every day he could create good weapons with the energy of fire that seeped into the ground. And that's how this island got the name of the Island of Artisans. But unfortunately for some people, it's just an expensive piece of some old man's jewelry. It seemed to him that the sword he gave to Jin was the last thing he would ever do in his life. But he couldn't end up like this. Jin couldn't understand what Grandpa was talking about. Kim continued and said that righteous people like Jin have a hard road to travel, so he would make weapons personalized for him. He has always seen how people feel, and when he saw Jin, he knew he needed help because he was in a difficult situation. For this reason, he would be honored to have this sword to help him through his difficulties. Jin didn't know how to thank him, but he promised that he would be a swordsman that Kim wouldn't be ashamed of. Kim also noticed that Ara was also quite strong and helped the boy tremendously, which made her embarrassed because she was just doing her job. Since the fire has been stopped, they can go, but when Jin decides to come, he must remember to bring good alcohol with him. Jin promised his grandfather that they would meet again soon. They were about to go when Soina called Jin to wait. She wanted to ask him something. When they got to the island, the guy asked her what she wanted to make. She then answered him something inaudible. She wanted to make clothes, not equipment, but clothes. It was called Black Beast Fur, a special garment that was made by combining different materials from the monster's skin. Jin had never heard of it before. No wonder he had never heard of it. After all, only her grandfather had made such clothes, and even her father could not replicate it. After all, the skin is very strong like steel. Its defense even surpasses that of a rank 9 combat uniform. It also increases its wearer's mana and physical abilities, and it has resistance to attributes and beauty that can't be compared to anything else. Jin wondered if it sounded like a dream garment. Since the day her grandfather told her about it, her dream was to make it with her own hands, and now she has decided who she will make it for. Soon they would bond and she would thank him again for saving her life. Jin didn't realize for whom she would make the garment, and Blackstone advised him to continue to live in ignorance. Munchoan came to tell the Lord that before they set out, he had something to tell Jin. He had found a spiritual magician as he had requested. He didn't know his name yet. He asked his old friend to find him. He said he found the best spirit mage and wanted to visit him before he returned home. They walked into a large building where they were greeted by a girl named Yushina. She was the director of the Songnami Black Market and also a friend of Munchin's. Munchin's friend was the director of the Black Market. This was interesting, and Jin greeted her. He would be glad to meet her. In turn, Yushina said that she had heard quite a bit about him from Munchin. Jin thanked her for meeting them. However, it would be great if she would remove the guards that were eavesdropping on their conversations. He saw the guards pretty quickly, which surprised Jin, but she did as he asked and apologized. The guards looked special. The black market seemed to have a lot of influence. Money could buy anything from people and things, jobs and information. Jin invited the guests to sit down and asked the purpose of their visit to her. According to Munchin, Jin was looking for the best spiritual mage. It was obvious that this woman was in charge of the place. She was holding an envelope, and according to her, it contained very interesting, high-level information, even for the black market. But of course, she was not going to give this information to Jin so easily. Firstly, she was indebted to Munchen, and secondly, he had been asking day and night to contact the best spiritual mage, depriving her of sleep. Backstone said that it was expected since the young master was a special person, and ordinary mages would definitely fail. Munchoan had a lot of respect for Jin, it was obvious. Jin dared to ask if Park Shin-hye was the best spirit mage right now. But that was just a common opinion. According to the data they have, there is another person they rate much better. She's sure that Jin had heard him before. This spiritual mage's name is Uniman. They discovered him when he summoned two high-ranking spirits at the same time. Blackstone asked the master if he knew this man. During the Great Rift in his past life, this man had been very active. And as he could now see, the black market was already aware of Uniman. Blackstone didn't consider the summoning of spirits as something serious. It was just a trifle. Jin replied that the man had played a huge role during the Great Rift. It was he who had summoned the Spirit King then. After a while, they seemed to be near a mansion in the forest. It was quite unusual. The guard informed the Lord that they had made sure that no one would know about his arrival at the black market. Jin let the guard go and told Munchen that he never thought he was friends with the principal of the black market branch. She was just a simple friend who had earned his trust. Most of those items Jin had asked him to find, he had found thanks to Yujin. Jin thought about what he wanted to say. She didn't leak the information about the purchases, knowing that Jin was the one who ordered them. So neither Jin Yonghua nor the others knew that he was going to the gargoyles' dungeon and his method of victory. Jin said that he wouldn't believe everything she said, but he would think of her in a positive way. And Munchon was happy with that answer. It was time for them to act, and Jin knocked on the gate. The door was opened to them by a tall man, who asked them who they were. Blackstone noticed that he had a strong, overwhelming aura. This is the same ability user who summoned the Earth Spirit King to kill monsters. It was said that he was strong enough to take down an entire region by himself. Although he didn't have the strength to do so now, he was still incredibly strong. Jin immediately gave his full name and admitted that he had come to him so that he could teach him a martial art. This was too sudden, and his friends on the outside were startled that Jin wasn't choosing his words. The thing was that the Yunuman that Jin knew in the past could easily recognize a lie. Mujin couldn't understand how this guy even found him in the middle of the forest. Jin didn't hide the fact that he had sought help from the black market to find the best spiritual magician. Yunuman realized why he had been feeling like he was being watched for the past few days, and he didn't understand who it was. Jin apologized for the inconvenience. He had acted tactlessly toward him because he wanted his guidance. Jin seemed strange to the man, but still he saw that he was being completely honest with him. He said he was a guy with the last name of a famous family and asked if he was a member of that family. Jin replied that he was the youngest son of the divine sword family, Baek Wujin. Yunuman was prepared for anyone to come to him, but definitely not the heir of the Baek family. It was unusual for a sect master to want to learn the ghostly art, and this was an approach he liked, but not everyone who wanted to learn it could do so. But it seems that he only showed interest in this training because of the artifacts he had. But in the ghost art, it was his own attribute of sensitivity that mattered the most. So he should leave and not bother him. He didn't want to take on an apprentice. But for the sake of it, Jin was willing to remove all the artifacts from himself since he had no talent. The mage was interested. Munchoan tried to convince the Lord that he shouldn't do it. Yunuman approached Jin and asked who he thought he was. How could one person have all these attributes? All thanks to a system that adores him and constantly bestows him with something. Now Yunuman understood why the guy had come to him. He was looking for the best spirit mage, but it all sounded ridiculous. However, he realized that the guy was so talented that he would possess all the attributes. A lot could be expected of him. He agreed to tell Jin about the ghost art, but he wasn't going to take him on as his apprentice. He just agreed to teach the guy the basics. Then Jin said he would call him Old Man, and Yunuman didn't mind. He decided to tell him about something before they started. He asked to take the guards back since he has to handle everything on his own. Jin asked Munchoan to go help with Ara's training. He understood and said he would send his stuff over later. Meanwhile, the more the mage looked at Jin, the more he realized that he was nothing like the Baek family, but he couldn't understand how such a talented guy could be born to a bastard like Baek Yonghua. Indeed, the more he lived, the more one observed such amazing things. After a while, he was standing with him at the training field. He asked Jin if he was going to train all his attributes. Jin replied that yes, it would take a long time and it wouldn't be easy. Just like his friend said, his advantage lies in his steadfastness of spirit. Jin replied to him that he has the 4 attributes, so he has no reason to refuse him. Yunuman recognized that the guy's steadfastness was commendable. First, he would show him the very basics. First is the simple energy from the spirit world. His first training is to merge this energy. He could not tell the lad how to do this, for everyone has his own personal method, and the lad will have to find his own personal way that suits him best. The summoning of spirits depends not only on effort, but also on probability. Suppose that his susceptibility is 20, and then when summoned he will be able to summon a low-class spirit with a 90% probability and a middle-class spirit with a 10% probability. During training, his wisdom and susceptibility increases, and the probability of summoning a high-class spirit also increases accordingly, so everything depends on luck to a certain extent. So in order to summon a high-grade spirit, you must train your sensitivity. Jin replied that he understood and remembered everything. But Blackstone thought it was completely crazy. How could summoning a spirit be random? But apparently Jin was not intimidated by this. Meanwhile, Moonchoen was reporting to the elder that his son had gone to Kanwando. He couldn't give details since he'd left before training began. He realized that he shouldn't tell all the details about his master's training. The elder realized that the servant had decided to take Jin's position, but nevertheless he ordered the boy to stay by Jin's side. If he couldn't get at least one guard to take his side, it would mean that there was something wrong with him. He wondered what else the kid would do to amuse his father. It had been 3 days, but Jin still wasn't getting anywhere, feeling like he was missing something. Blackstone laughed that fortune had turned away from the boy. Jin decided to open a fortune window and invest everything in wisdom. Now that Jin had done that, he suddenly realized what he was doing wrong. He drew his sword, which got Blackstone interested. In fact, the old man gave him a hint to find his usual way. Now he was using the sword to combine spiritual energy, using his sensitivity to organize the energy, like cutting a stone. Blackstone ironically said that although the guy had increased his wisdom, his methods had become even crazier. But be that as it may, Jin should try it first. He activated the feature of the second-level mind aura Black Wind. He wanted to put the aura and attribute into his sword, and like cutting wood or stone, cut the spiritual energy. He tried it, and it seemed to work. It was exactly as he wanted it to be. Through effective training, he opened a new sword path. The door of 1,000 swords and the sword of rapture, justice, and emptiness. The sword that pierced the sun was created. It contained rapture and justice and emptiness. Blackstone said that the guy deserved it because he had trained his aura, sword arts, and spiritual energy at the same time. The Sword of Justice is an attribute that allows one to penetrate his target without error. The Sword of Void has no meaning, but it can always be filled with some meaning. Perhaps when Jin summons a spirit, he will be able to use a sword path containing all 4 attributes. Although now he only has a sword that pierces the sun, this time Blackstone had to justify that he was really happy for the guy to receive the rewards for training. He just didn't like it when Jin didn't receive them for his efforts, but just because of his luck. Yunuman didn't think the guy could do it so fast and find a way. He praised him for it. Jin said that he didn't deserve such praise, and then the old man showed him the energy that the guy had created the first time. He hadn't expected him to have such a high resistance to fire, but he was surprisingly in good harmony with it. It was time to try spirit summoning. He couldn't imagine that the boy would be able to combine the remaining attributes so quickly. Jin replied that it was only because he had followed his instructions. But Yunming said that he had only taught the boy the basics. Before he started, he had to stand in the right place. As far as he could predict, the probability of summoning a low-grade spirit was now 97%, so he decided to tell him not to be disappointed. He would have to remember that if he summoned a weak spirit and then said he didn't like it and sent it back, there was a chance that the Spirit King would hate him and he would never be able to contract a spirit again. Jin was not intimidated by this, and the old man told him to start summoning. Jin concentrated and started to summon the spirit of water and earth of low-level Nyx. He saw it flying near him. It was a cute creature that amused Blackstone. He reasoned that because the guy had summoned such a low-level spirit, his luck ended there, but it didn't seem to matter to him. He thanked the spirit for appearing to him and decided to make a contract with him. Now he was ordered to summon a wind spirit. Jin obeyed the old man and repeated his actions again. This time a huge green fox-like creature appeared to him. It was a medium-level spirit. Jin managed to summon it, although it was not immediately given to him, but he managed to do it. A very lucky guy. Jin gently stroked the spirit and said that he was making a contract with it, and told Blackstone to thank him for his luck as soon as he talked to it. Now it was the turn of the fire spirit. The guy had developed the energy of the fire attribute. The old man couldn't wait to see what kind of spirit the guy would summon. Jin started summoning the spirit, but something went wrong. The old man assumed that the guy was denied for some reason. This sometimes happens. You either pissed off or scared the ghost. Even though it rarely happens, a ghost that is very hard to deal with will persistently want to contact you. Jin thought about the fact that he had a great susceptibility to fire, and it would be a great loss if he could not summon the spirit of this element. Yunumin reiterated that although such a thing would happen, it would be the first time he had seen such a thing. Blackstone asked the Lord what he was going to do next, but the lad had no choice but to do what he was best at. They're going to try it again and so on until they get it right. He tried it time after time. Blackstone counted about 7 times. The old man advised him not to overdo it because he had already succeeded today, but Jin wasn't going to stop. Blackstone said that the guy might faint from fatigue, but Jin refuted this, saying that he now has a strong willpower and will not give up. He wants to see who he can call. He tried again, but it was a failure like last time. Blackstone told the guy not to get too upset because not everything in this life worked out at once. As a huge pillar of fire appeared behind his back, it frightened everyone, for they had not expected it, and a huge red dragon came out of the flames. The old man said that this is a spirit of the highest rank is a flame dragon. Blackstone said that this dragon is dangerous, and Jin asked how he knew that. Blackstone's past master also encountered this dragon and the spirit mage who summoned it. He was very frightened and had a hard time dealing with it. The old man ordered to send the spirit back immediately. If the dragon didn't like him, he would kill him without a second thought, without showing any mercy. Jin realized how powerful a creature he had summoned. He couldn't just send it back. He would make a contract with it. To surprise the dragon, the guy decided to show that he was ready to fight him and activated the black aura. The old man knew that this guy was skilled in martial arts, but this was beyond his expectations. The dragon didn't expect the guy wasn't afraid of him, so Jin stepped closer to him. He liked this arrogant creature and would make a contract with him. Jin was about to leave and thank the old man for all he had taught him, but he kept saying that he had only taught him the basics. He would need a lot of time to perfect the speed and accuracy of his summoning. Jin knew this and was ready to train tirelessly. Yunumin told the boy to be careful with this creature, as he was not yet able to control it. The boy remembered this advice and they said goodbye to the mage. The old man doesn't know how big this strange kid's goal is, but he really wanted to see what he would achieve soon. In the afternoon at the residence of the Divine Sword Beck family elder, Jin was at his father's residence. The elder said that he knew about her son leaving to train, but he never thought it would be related to the ghost art. He demanded an explanation from Jin. Blackstone noticed that his father was very angry with him. He wasn't going to kill Jin because of that, was he? The boy answered him that he suspected that would happen, so he had thought of the answer beforehand. He had called him here already knowing that his son had gone to train and knew what he was training for. Blackstone could feel the murderous energy that came from the elder and was directed at his own child. He's just a crazy bastard. Jin answered his father that he did it for the sword. The elder knew the kid would come up with some excuse, but for the sword to be the reason. He said that he had studied the ghost art for the sake of his sword, since his father had little faith in it. Jin wasn't going to explain himself. He just wanted to show his success right here and now. The elder agreed and allowed Jin to take out his sword. He showed him the power he had achieved through his contract with the dragon. This should be enough for his father to understand what it was all about. The elder realized that the boy wanted to give his sword an attribute, but Jin did not want to follow the same path as everyone else. As a member of the Beck Divine Sword family, he would find a new path and become stronger than anyone else. This was his way to rise to the top of the Beck family. The elder laughed after saying that. The guy's reply was quite arrogant when he said that he would become stronger than anyone. He looked at Jin and said that he could go. He would call him again soon. And the father thought about his son's words. He is making his way to the top of the family. This is more and more beyond his expectations. In time, he will point out his heir. After leaving the residence, Blackstone immediately began to reprimand the Lord for aiming his sword at his own father. He must have been crazy to do such a thing. Jin agreed that although he gave the answer his father expected, it was still quite risky. But he was lucky that it ended well. However, the boy had no doubt that he would reach the top someday. Blackstone said that he was genuinely happy that the guy did well and ended well. Now Jin wanted to go and practice at the sword pavilion, just in time for him to have a chance to see the progress of Ara, who he had left to Munchin while he was away. The window of opportunity indicated that the sword path-based study had been passed. The sword path-based title had been obtained, the characteristics had been upgraded, and that the effect of the title obtained had been reapplied. This was all Jin had gotten, and Blackstone would no longer be surprised if the system gave the guy everything it had. As a reward for constantly practicing the sword path, he was given one path from the higher sword paths. He had to choose one of them: change or illusion, cut or flight or flow. Blackstone was right about the system, and it was driving him crazy. Jin wanted to see what he was being offered. The sword of flux flows smoothly. It is the continuous path of the sword. The sword of change changes its path. It is an attacking irregular sword. The sword of illusion is a path creating illusions, causing the enemy to fall into a stupor. Blackstone continued this and said that the sword of slashing is a way of cutting the enemy's attacks, and finally the sword of flight, which is able to make the sword soar. He told the Lord that if he reached the end point of the sword of flight, he would be able to comprehend the sword of control, which allows him to control weapons with just a thought. And this sword interested Jin. But Blackstone immediately interrupted his reverie. As the Lord hadn't even mastered the sword of flight yet, Jin thought about which sword would be the most practical now, and decided on the sword of change. Blackstone agreed with him that this sword would be the most practical now. The system indicated that the sword of change would be proportional to the characteristic of wisdom. Jin made the right choice for this sword, but it was only because the guy had increased his wisdom characteristic before. He should remember that it would play an important role in the future. Jin seemed to understand what Blackstone was talking about. Since he had studied the sword of change, he would use it now. Blackstone told him that the best thing to do would be to try this sword in sparring. He asked if the guy knew anyone suitable for the job. Jin thought about the need for a place to train the sword and use it in a duel, and suddenly it hit him. He remembered one suitable place. The small training ground of the Divine Sword Beck family was in full swing. Jin thought of just that, since they were being used by the Beckson squad that he had kicked out of the sword pavilion. He could do the following. He greeted the guys who were training there. They all wanted to kill Jin in one way or another, or just hated him. Blackstone joked that the gentleman was getting into trouble and asked if he was in control of the situation. Jin confidently replied that this was the action that was behind his plan. One of the squad members came out to him and said that if the young master had come here to mock them, he could start right now. Because of him, the squad was having a hard time. Jin said that he had come here for that very reason and wanted to offer them something, but the guy waved his hand away and said that he wasn't interested in any of his suggestions. Then Jin said that he understood them. Since they didn't want the sword pavilion back, it was their business. And apparently these words interested the squad. They asked what Jin meant, and he replied that he had already told them everything just now. The rule was that if they could defeat him, he would immediately return the 7th sword pavilion to them. Seeing the guy's reaction, he asked if he could interest them in such an offer, but there is no better training than a fight, and that was his plan. Baxon's squad is made up of the best sword masters of the BAC family. These guys would do anything to restore Baxon's honor. Surely they couldn't reject this offer of battle he had made. Blackstone thought about how every time the Lord intends to do something, he will really get scared. The guy from the squad asked if Jin was serious about such conditions. Jin replied that he always keeps his word, and if he suddenly has a moment of distrust in him, he can swear on the name of the Beck Divine Sword family. The guys in the squad realized that Jia's conditions sounded pretty good. Even though he had advanced a lot in his strength, they had to try and overpower him. Blackstone told the Lord that those guys already thought they could defeat him, but it was also part of his grand plan. The main squad members said that they accept Jin's terms and asked how the competition would go as well. Jin said that he didn't want to stall for too long, so he asked them to pick the best fighters from their squad. They will fight one-on-one. They will set up a fair sword competition without any tricks. He is giving them a chance to decide for themselves who will go to fight him. The guy realized that the Lord wanted to fight him without even using ghost arts, but only with his sword. He didn't know where the guy got so much confidence from. But when it comes to sword, he is definitely the best at it. So he should take this chance to take back the sword pavilion and trample Jin's arrogance. He told him that he would fight him. His name is Kanugan. He is the captain of the swordsmen of Bakson's squad. When Jin heard this, he suggested that he start right away. He knows that there is no room for indulgence in a duel. That is, he should try not just to knock him to the ground, but to destroy him completely. Kang Chuan replied that he would do as he was asked. Blackstone could sense the captain's anger. He really wanted to kill Jin. Jin himself was even more interesting. You can learn a lot from a man who puts his whole soul into an attack. Everyone here would witness the duel. The participants were given the command to get ready, and a moment later they were already fighting. The captain warned that he would not restrain himself, and for this reason he attacked first. Intensely attacking Jin, he clearly did not expect his opponent to be so strong. For this reason, Kang Chuan assumed that he had a good chance of winning, as his opponent was hardly defending himself. Blackstone was worried about his master, but Jin reassured him and said that everything was under his control, and he was preparing for the attack. Jin activated his super concentration, and the next time Kang Chuan attacked him, he just fended off his attacks. The captain noticed that the guy's tactics had changed. Jin decided to activate a feature of the battle mysterious body, and now he could see the change of sword in all of his opponent's next moves. The system was crazy, supplying him with rewards as it created a crazy monster. Kang Chuan was very tired and didn't understand what was going on. Jin told the guy that if this was all he could do, he suggested ending it there. Jin attacked him with the same tactic that the guy had just attacked him with, and shot Kang Chuan. Everyone present noticed that young Master Jin was using the sword art of change. They were shocked that this was possible. Even the squad captain himself couldn't believe that it was true. He couldn't imitate the sword art he had studied all his life. It was clear that he had lost, and Jin delivered the decisive blow in this duel, after which squad captain Kang Chuan fell to the ground. A swordsman should not be influenced by emotions, although that was not what Jin should say after he won, but since he was the winner, why not? Jin thought that because of him, his understanding of the sword had changed and improved a bit. He should just bow and thank the system 3 times a day for being so favorable to him. Suddenly, a female voice called out to him asking what was going on. It was Baeksun, who Jin didn't expect to see here. He didn't know she was back already, as he thought her punishment would last longer. She told him to stay on topic and answer her question. Jin said that he had made a light wager, a fair swordsman's duel that only he would have to pay for losing. But she didn't believe it because she thought her brother was lying to her. One of the swordsmen in her squad told her that everything her brother said was the truth. Mr. Jin had put a pavilion of swords on the line. Baeksun then realized that her brother had first taken the sword pavilion away from her and then was just mocking her to tease her and make her even angrier. The swordsman tried to calm her down, but she already knew there was nothing she could do, which made her even angrier. But still, she said that she would teach her insolent brother a lesson. Everyone noticed Jin getting ready to fight her, and it scared her because she had no idea what her brother was doing while she was serving her sentence. Her little brother had obviously changed a lot since the last time they met. Jin had offered to fight her right now, not just let her words go to waste. She realized that her brother wasn't at her level yet. She should kill the bastard right now and avenge all the insolence he was showing towards her in front of her squad. But a family aide intervened and asked them to calm down. The elder asked him to deliver a message. All the relatives of the divine Swordbeck family will have to gather in the elder's hall. Jin realized that the time had finally come. There was only one reason for his father to gather all of Beck's direct relatives. Blackstone realized that his master knew something about it, although the guy thought it would happen later. But there is only one event that his first brother is involved in. It has to be the announcement of the heir. Everyone had already gathered in the elder hall. Clearly, this event was the reason why Baeksun had returned so early from her punishment. It looked like father was still preparing, but one person had yet to show up. Jin looked to the side and saw that person. Father's first son, the eldest son of Ba Younghui's divine sword family, had arrived. They met his gaze, and Blackstone suspected that the gentleman's manner of speech indicated that he had never seen Yonghui before. This was indeed their first meeting. Even though he was his older brother, Jin had never seen his brother live in his past life, for the reason that his brother was always ahead of everyone else. Blackstone noticed that this man was quite strong. He was at least rank 8 or even higher, and he might reach rank 9 soon. In terms of strength, Baek Young-hwa is second only to his father. Jin set himself a goal to become stronger than his elder brother and then his father. It was announced that the elder was coming. Everyone lined up and greeted the elder. He sat on his throne and said that he didn't want to waste any more time. For that reason, he would ask right now if they knew the reason why he had gathered them all here today. Baek Young-wee replied that the reason was to choose an heir. His father was surprised and asked why he thought that. He said that otherwise his father wouldn't have called him. Baek Young-wee was as perceptive as ever. That was the right answer. Now he would tell them all about the method he would use to choose his heir. 8 candidates, don't they think that's too mana? The children looked at their father in surprise, not knowing what he meant. The elder continued, saying that half of the 4 candidates would be enough. Jin remembered that his past life was very different from today's meeting, so had the future changed. Blackstone believed that it was because of Jin's intervention. It had influenced the course of events. That's true, but this is the first time such an important event has been changed. The elders said that he would of course make choices based on their personal achievements. That is, he would take into account martial arts and physical strength, achievement, and counting. They could use all of this to elevate their reputation and the reputation of the Baek Divine Sword family. Baek Myung-hoon raised his hand to ask something from his father. He stated that he was still young and lacked strength and experience in martial arts. He couldn't fully compete. But that was bullshit to the elder. He told him that if he was going to use weak excuses, then right now he should give up the competition and go away. But Baek Myung-hoon justified that he could fight and would not quit. The elder gave him the example of his younger brother Jin, who proved that age has no correlation to achievement. Thanks to Jin's activism, the family has been shining lately. They should all take an example from him. Baek Woo-jin has a good chance of being chosen as the heir apparent. If he continues in the same vein, he advised him not to give up, and Jin thanked his father for those words. His father was very cruel, and it was true. He exalted him before the others to make them targets. It was all getting tiresome, but no matter what, Jin would have to climb to the top at some point. The elder said that was all he wanted to tell them, and they could all be free to go except Baek Young-wee. They began to disperse, and Jin only thought that he could surpass them all and raise the Baek Divine Sword family to the top. The elder greeted the eldest son, saying that he, and long time no see, he hasn't changed at all since their first meeting. It's quite disappointing. Baek Young-hui asked his father the reason why he decided to announce his heir so early. Even if age has nothing to do with achievements, some of the people here just now weren't even 20 years old. Didn't Baek Kyung-yong and Baek Sung-yun become outstanding? Why would a father provoke unnecessary conflict among his children? The elder asked if Baek Young-woo knew about the insect pot. He explained to him that if you gather several poisonous insects in a clay pot and close them there under a lid, they will intertwine and fight each other until there is only one survivor. It is said that the last insect has the most deadly and crushing poison, and this phenomenon is called the insect pot. Baek Young-woo couldn't believe he was talking about his children as poisonous insects. The father went on to say that he too was once a poisonous insect who struggled to survive inside the clay pot to survive. He trampled everyone who tried to climb up. The last survivor in the pot gets everything. Baek Young-woo got angry, saying that his father is making an example of insects when it comes to human lives. Doesn't he care if they die? But the elder thought he was a complete moron. Humans are weak enough to fail in this competition and deserve to die. Because he had once failed to handle his worthless compassion, he had failed to cross the martial arts line. Baek Young-woo listened to his father and told him that he would follow his own path of his own choosing. The elder expected that he would not be interested in becoming the heir. He asked if Baek Young-woo was definitely going to leave the family. He told him that he was going to do so, but that he had unfinished business, and there was someone here he was interested in. Blackstone nicknamed Jin. He didn't realize if the guy was going to do anything, but Jin didn't know what his friend was talking about. Then Blackstone told him that in case he hadn't noticed, it had been a whole week since the competition between the heirs had been announced. He didn't understand why he was so indifferent to it, with everyone from Baek Sung-yun to Baek Myung-yun waiting outside the administrative office and grasping at every task. Jin replied that it's because of them that he has no assignments left. He takes this opportunity to ponder quietly. But Blackstone saw that the gentleman was just idling rather than thinking. But Jin said that wasn't the case. Blackstone didn't know what to do in that case. Jin shared his feelings with him. He's been feeling very strange and unusual lately, looking at the stars and flowers. He doesn't know how to describe it, but it feels like he's about to have a great idea. Blackstone thought about the words of the Lord and suddenly realized one reason why he had such thoughts. Perhaps Jin had reached a level of excitement. Martial artists who had reached this level were able to create skills from what they saw and felt. Jin asked if that wasn't great, but Blackstone had a hard time answering, as he couldn't tell if Jin had better luck or ability. Well, luck is also an ability. Anyway, if he thinks a little more, he will come up with something. He heard someone calling him. It was Jung Jun-hyuk. He told Jin that he had an assignment from the administrative department related to the Divine Sword. It finally arrived. Jin took and opened the letter. Blackstone noticed that the gentleman was frowning for some reason. Jin believed that a conflict with a very large guild was about to happen. He ordered Jung Jun-hyuk to get the car ready for tomorrow morning. He said he was going to go tomorrow to Cheongju. They were already in the city. The problem was that the Baek family's territory was invaded in Cheongju. But that wasn't all. The citizens had been damaged and some of the group had been injured. Blackstone listened to their conversation and didn't understand what happened. These people are called the Great Yang family. It's a large guild and by various measures similar to the Divine Swordback Guild. He used to hear that they often provoke conflicts with his family, but that doesn't happen anymore. Suddenly they are creating a branch in Cheongju, and even in their area, it seems like they wanted to say something to them. Well, the more territories, the more advantages. In some cases, you can monopolize all the dungeons in a region. But there was nothing appealing about Cheongju. There were no advantages here due to the fact that the dungeons were practically without rifts. So as you can see, the branch manager of the Baek family was only rank 5. Blackstone wondered who the branch leader of the Great Yang family's Cheongju branch was then. He was Kim Seong-jae, the 9th Sword of Change. That meant his sword had changed 9 times. Jin knew him. They were once good acquaintances. He had no idea what his old acquaintance was up to, but it was bad. The thing is, Kim Seong-jae is quite famous for his sword changes. Jin assumed that his current capabilities were on the same level as Baekson's. This would be his best chance to get a better look at the sword changes, he thought rather optimistically. But would he really come out and offer to fight? He won't do it, but Jin knows what kind of person Kim Seong-jae is. He has created a situation where he can't refuse to duel with him. They came to a building. It was the Cheongju branch of the Great Yang family. As you could see, they had built a solid wall and a metal gate right in the middle of someone else's territory. Jin looked at all that and he felt like breaking down that gate. Jung said that they tried to talk to him quietly, but they were rebuffed right outside the gate. Really wanted to talk to the branch manager, but he wouldn't even agree to meet with him. Then Jin said the answer would be obvious. If the branch manager didn't want to come out himself, they would go in to see him. In the branch courtyard, work was going on. Oh, everything was going better than he could have expected. At this rate, they would be able to completely get rid of the Divine Swordback family in a few days. The servants greeted Mr. Kim Seong-jae, but they also already had suspicions that Baek would not let this happen. Recently, one of them was quite famous, judging from the rumors. This guy should come right here. Many people had already heard this. His name is Baek Woo-jin. It's said that he was able to single-handedly break a multi-level guild. Although the rumors were exaggerated, Jin was a kid who, wherever he went, something exceptional always happened. Kim heard this talk and reminded them whose side he was on. Or were they going to go beg the Baek family to accept them? They started to make excuses, but they were only afraid of Jin because of a couple of rumors. But even if they were exaggerated, it was still true that Jin is very strong. Just in case, they should be prepared for him to come here by breaking through the gate. Although Kim didn't believe that could happen, he didn't think Jin was crazy enough to do it. They heard a huge explosion and turned around to realize that the gate had been destroyed. Divine Sword. Baek's family came to them. Jin told everyone that he was a direct descendant of Divine Sword, Baek Woo-jin's family, and he had come here to make them all pay for trespassing on his family's territory and not apologizing. He ordered the branch manager Kim Seong-jae to come forward and fight him. No one expected Jin to be this crazy. The guards were immediately in a fighting stance, thinking that Jin and Jun didn't realize where they had entered and who they were dealing with. But Jin told them to get out of his way. They realized that this was the same Jin who was known for his accomplishments and lowered their weapons. They asked what he had come here for. Did he really want a war? Jin didn't understand why they were asking him such a stupid question with an obvious answer. They had started it all, but they thought it was ridiculous because he thought he was acting in the name of justice. If martial artists have a problem, they solve it by using martial arts instead of words. Jin offered to fight for the Cheonju branch. The loser would give it up. Blackstone tells the guy that this is bullshit. He's doing reckless, crazy things, although Blackstone likes Jin's attitude, and it was his plan. Kim has an inflated ego and can't back down if challenged by an inferior. He had broken the gate to draw attention to himself. Otherwise, he could refuse the duel. Kim couldn't believe that Jin had become so cocky, but he realized that he couldn't just give up the duel. Because everyone was looking at him, he should pull himself together now. He stepped forward and said that he recognized that Jin was the bravest one here. But even though he was the leader here, the duel was decided. But he didn't have time to prove it before Jin said that he understood. Kim was just a helpless bogeyman. That's what he wanted to say, right? If that's all he needed to know, he told Kim to get the hell out of here and bring his superiors to him. Those words were enough to drive Kim into a frenzy and a willingness to fight Jin. It happened just as the guy said it would. Blackstone said that if Kim had kept his cool and indifference and reacted to provocation, he would have been a saint. Jin decided to take this chance to complete the task and improve his mecha skills. He saw in the opportunity window that a new surprise assignment had arrived. Jin needed to analyze Kim and thus defeat. The condition was to win after fully understanding the changes Kim used. This assignment was in Jin's favor, but Blackstone was getting really pissed off. The system wanted to make a monster out of Jin. After a while, they were standing in the arena opposite each other, and Kim thought that Jin wouldn't use spirits since it was a sword duel. Jin thought that his opponent was just afraid of him, but he reassured Kim by saying that he wouldn't do that. He didn't need to be afraid. They began to fight. Kim couldn't wait to make Jin regret his words. He attacked first, and Jin managed to block his strike. He activated the aura features of Flame Wings and Super Concentration, as well as the feature of the Battle Mysterious Body. He concentrated all his power and threw Kim away from him. Now they all saw that black aura that was rumored. It was not pleasant and needed to end it all soon. He attacked again, and this time Jin couldn't block his attack. He wounded him a little. There were multiple cuts with the sword that Jin barely had time to fend off. It was a 9-dimensional sword, and Kim was using it now against Jin. The technique was called 9-dimensional bright light. Jin froze and just stared into the void. Blackstone shouted at him to get ready to look at his opponent, but it was as if Jin didn't hear him. It was clear that he had comprehended the new sword. Since he had achieved enlightenment through incarnation, he could now take the initiative to fight. Blackstone couldn't tell if this was the way of the mecha. Meanwhile, the third gate of the 1,000 swords was revealed to Jin. The third gate was the sword of power. The 7th gate was the sword of change, and the 8th gate was the sword of illusion. He thrust his sword into the ground with all his might, creating a huge wave of energy that Kim wanted to hold on to. But all his efforts were in vain, and there was a loud explosion, after which Kim lay on the ground having lost the duel, while Jin looked on as a true victor. Meanwhile, the branch soldiers couldn't believe what they saw. They were shocked. This was true sword art. Jin turned to them and advised them not to waste time. They should quickly gather all their belongings and get out of this area. Baeksun came to her father's house to inform him that she had finished the task he had given her. She did better than the elder could have expected her to do. He told her that he had heard that Jin had driven the great Yeon family out of Cheongju on his own. But Baeksun didn't know that. Despite his arrogance, the more the elder watched him, the more his son reminded him of him in the past. Jin had amused him greatly with his adventures. He let his daughter go, saying that she still had a lot of work to do. As she left the reception, all she could think about was what a bastard her little brother was. She hated him because his assignment time and hers crossed at the same time. At this rate, she would definitely lose the competition. It just couldn't be allowed to happen. She would accept that person's offer even though it was a bit dangerous. Jin was in his room looking at the characterization. He was able to touch the hearts of many and brought them suffering. In addition to the main reward, he would be added 1,200 points, and the reward for the surprise task was changed to the reward of 1,000 swords. Blackstone ironically joked about how Mrs. System could already just give Jin everything she had. Jin was opened a new sword path, was given the title of Opening New Paths, was awarded 1,000 points, and was extremely lucky. Blackstone hated the system for these unreasonable handouts to Jin. He needed to deal with it right now, but Jin asked him to calm down and pick a card for him. Blackstone didn't think it was a good idea since he had no luck in such lotteries, but Jin insisted, let him try at least one. Among the large selection of cards, Blackstone poked his finger at a random one, not showing much interest and not having high hopes. He didn't trust luck, so he didn't think much depended on it. The card indicated that Jin had received the 1,000 sword reward, and techniques would rise to the second level regardless of skill level. It was a legendary card, and that wasn't a bad thing. Blackstone has perfect luck, and probably now Jin should ask him to pick a card every time instead. Blackstone couldn't find a place for himself because of this unfair life. But Jin meanwhile opened the box. It was a gift from the Young family. He was curious what was in there. It was a plant causing death in 9 breaths. A mountain plant and red ginseng and silver moon. They all helped raise the resistance to poisons. If Jin used them correctly, he could earn himself resistance to 100 poisons. It sounded amazing. He would definitely get an advantage if he had a new skill. He needed to think about the absorption rate if he wanted to use these herbs properly. The effectiveness depended a lot on that. He called Zhong to him. He told him that he needed to retreat to the sword pavilion for a while. He would like him to do something for him. He said the Lord could trust him. He was trying with all his pitchforks. Jin liked the infusion, but the matter didn't require much effort. He came to the sword pavilion where Ara and Munchoan were practicing. They were happy to see him. Munchoan told the master that Ara was a very fast learner, and she had already learned the basics. That was good, and Jin congratulated her on gaining her first rank, and they were going to the dungeon tomorrow. She was startled by this news, but Munchoan congratulated her on her first dungeon walk. Ara had a small request for Jin. She wants to clear the dungeon alone and without a team. She had heard that the Lord had once killed a boss on his own when he was also rank 1. Munchoan had told her about it. Now Ara wanted to try it too. Blackstone had asked Jin to let her do it no problem. He was sure of it. Ara was much stronger now than Jin was then. He listened to him and decided to let Ara go into the dungeon alone. But if it was hard for her, she shouldn't force herself. Ara was very glad that the Lord agreed. The next day near the first rank dungeon, Ara had no problem dealing with the goblins alone. Blackstone once again repeated to Jin that everything would be fine, but he followed her in disguise. This was her first outing. Then he wouldn't do it, and this was the first and last time. Ara continued to chop down the monsters alone with Jin supporting her. Blackstone saw what kind of father Jin would become in the future since he was so rooting for Ara. Suddenly Ara was called out by someone, and these people told her that she was trespassing on their territory. She apologized to them and they realized she was a sock puppet. They ordered her to give them the mana stone of the monsters she killed and get the hell away. Blacktown was angry that they were allowing this to happen. He wanted to intervene, but he is a simple spirit, so he asked Jin to do it. But he couldn't, as it would be a violation of Ara's request. He looked weak. It's not like he can just watch. He wanted to just see what the girl would do, if anything he fit in. But Ara gave them the stones and said she would go somewhere else and never come here again. They began to rejoice that it was over so quickly, and the girl left. She heard them call those who had trained her morons and as cheesy as they were. It was enough to make her come back. She would make them answer for their words. Ara told them to answer what they had just said about her trainer. They unsuspectingly told her that she had been trained by an idiot. But before he could prove it, Ara slapped him across the face with all her might, causing him to fall to the ground. They didn't expect Ara to do that and were a bit confused. She wouldn't let anyone say such things about the man who took her in and taught her everything she knows. If they tried to say such nonsense again, she would cut off all of their heads with her sword. Blackstone, who was watching, cheered. Ara switched to the other man and beat him mercilessly no matter what. Jin thought about the fact that her punches looked quite familiar. He had forgotten that he had taught her that. When both men stood up, they drew their swords and were determined to kill Aru. But she warned them that they just didn't know who they were dealing with yet, and they would be lucky to get out of here alive. They got into a fight. Ara managed to block a blow from one of them and then shoved them aside. But still, fighting alone against 2 experienced swordsmen was no easy feat, especially considering her first rank. They tried to lash out at her with words calling her a lowlife. But Ara wasted no time and read their sword technique. She used her battle mysterious body skill, and it looked like she was already finished. She attacked them in a way they didn't expect her to. especially since just now she was losing. He told her that her stupid teacher had only taught her how to block blows, and it was time for her to learn how to fight normally. Ara warned about the expressions towards her teacher, one of those inglorious swordsmen wasting oxygen. They thought this was their chance to attack her and wrap things up. But as soon as their swords touched Ara's sword, as the blades started to crumble and eventually nothing was left of their weapons, just the hilt. They were stunned and didn't understand how this was possible. Ara had warned them of what would happen if they said such nonsense again. She did not speak in vain, and screams came from the forest. In the end, Ara didn't kill them, just beat them unconscious and stopped there. They should learn some manners, and now she headed for the monster boss. Jin motioned for Blackstone to go back. There was no point in watching anymore, and Blackstone warned him about it. After a while already in the city, Ara met Jin. He asked how everything went. The girl defeated the boss and everything was just fine. She told him with admiration that it was a goblin fighter, but she managed to get used to his attacks pretty quickly, and so she was able to use the sword techniques Jin had taught her. He praised her, but wondered if she had told him everything. She thought about it, but decided not to tell the Lord about the incident with the thieves. Jin realized that she wasn't telling him everything, but he didn't question her. Blackstone thought that the boy was not good at leading his subordinates. He was right about that. Munchin approached them. He was just in time. He said in an excited voice that the master needed to see something right now. He saw a small flame dragon that was sitting in a pile of wooden swords, he suddenly admitted to himself. At first, Munchon was surprised since he thought it was a monster, but then he felt the spirit energy. Blackstone also didn't understand what was going on. He had seen something like this for the first time. Then Jin decided that old man Uniman definitely knew the answer. He didn't expect the guy to call so quickly since he had relatively recently left. Jin asked if contract spirits could just appear by themselves. The old man didn't understand what he was saying, and Jin didn't know how to explain. He explained to him how it was, and the old man said that although Jin was special, his spirit was not inferior to him. He said that he would call him and tell him when he could come to him. He would see what he could do. He thanked him for not refusing to help. Suddenly, Jin heard someone calling him. The voice was outside. Munchoan said he would check, but Jin objected. It was him who was calling, and he would come out too. Munchoan asked why the guy was making noise right outside the sword pavilion. The guy turned to Jin. His name was Kim Sung-chul. He apologized for such rude behavior, but the situation was urgent. He was supposed to be practicing right now, but he had come to him specifically. No one but him could help him. He begged God for help. He begged God to save him, and Jin and Munchin didn't expect this turn of events. They didn't understand what he was saying. Kim Sung-chul told him that his companions had gone to explore a high-level dungeon, but there was a rift and monsters of a higher level than they thought appeared. Blackstone wasn't surprised at this. He had a bad feeling about it and asked Jin what kind of rift they were talking about. Jin replied that even though the probability was low, the dungeon was being distorted, and as a result there was a rift and monsters that were much stronger. Kim asked for help from the administrative department and the other direct descendants of the Beck family, but they all instantly turned him down. They explained their refusal to him by saying that all his friends in the dungeon were dead by now, so there was no point in wasting time and energy to go down there. He didn't believe that his comrades were dead. They were definitely alive and just had to be hiding somewhere. But even if that was the case, it was necessary to at least retrieve their bodies. Jin turned to Munchin. He said that they would do without family support, just the two of them. Munchin understood and said he would go get ready. Kim thanked the Lord for not refusing to help him. Jin saw that he had a new assignment to go on together. His guild members were hiding in a rift-altered area to save them. They need to be shown the path to follow. Jin tells Kim that his comrades are alive, so they go to rescue them. Meanwhile, the swordsmen of the Beck family guild were incredibly tired. Some of them felt like they were dreaming, and it was just a nightmare. No one thought it was possible in real life. They hid behind a large rock, running away from the monsters. It was only a matter of time before they found them again. Some of them thought that they should hold out until help arrived from the Beck divine sword family. But at the same time, some of them had already given up hope. The Beck families didn't care about their fates and no one would help them. They had already spent so much time here and no one had come, even though they knew exactly what had happened to them and that they needed help. They were just abandoned. The guys asked their friend Hyuk not to worry and stop panicking. But it was too late. The monsters smelled the swordsman and immediately rushed towards their hiding place. Guild immediately began to prepare for another battle, even if they die. Let it be during the battle with monsters, they wanted to at least show themselves one last time what they were worth. The monsters began to attack, and when one of them clutched at the sword of the swordsman, it was clear that the monster was not intimidated by the weapon and easily destroyed it. It was too late. They were already surrounded, but they were not going to give up and they would stand until the end. At that moment, Jin and Munchen appeared. They were almost too late. The swordsman must have been waiting for help, but they were all good because they were so happy to see Jin since they had no hope of being rescued. Munchen said that they had come to their rescue and would protect them from the monsters. A little while earlier, when they were just approaching the rift, Munchoen asked Jin if he was all right. Jin didn't understand why his swordsman thought something was wrong. And Munchoen explained that Jin had just interfered with the mission without the permission of the administrative department or the head of the family. Jin knew this and it was part of his plan again. He reminded Munchen that he had once told him that he would remake the Beck family, where the value of a person would become more valuable than the value of a sword. To back out now would mean he had not kept his promise. Munchoen was once again humbled by such words of the Lord. He was ready to follow Jin to the end. Blackstone praised Jin for always knowing how to choose the right words depending on the situation and the person. But despite the rightness of his actions, Jin was uncomfortable. In his past life, it wasn't the Beck Divine Sword family that had taken this assignment, but another major guild. Events had changed again, and it was because of Jin that his family had become more famous than ever before. It looks like they came, it was that rift, they didn't hesitate, and immediately went into the portal to rescue their family members. Events returning to our time, Jin ordered the archers to get ready. He summoned the spirit he had contracted with, a wind spirit who made a wind barrier over them. The swordsman saw that Jin had indeed mastered ghostly skill. The monsters couldn't get close to the archers because of the barrier, so they tried their best to attack him. The swordsman realized that the shield would not last long. There were too many of them and it was very annoying. Then Blackstone told Jin that it was time to use it. At first, Jin didn't understand what he was talking about. But Blackstone said that he wasn't talking about the first sword. He was talking about another sword. It's pretty strong, so it can help deal with these monsters. Blackstone turned into a dagger. This was the time just right for him. He could sense their mana. Jin armed himself with a second dagger. At this moment, the barrier was almost running out, and the monsters started to attack. But Jin was already ready for battle. He opened Blackstone's second sword, its deadly blade of darkness. He started destroying the monsters one by one with his new weapon. It was an incredible power. The guy literally handled the monsters in one breath. Perhaps it was because Jin had gotten so much better. So it looked like it was time to use what he had learned. He activated the sword piercing the sun. The contents Jin chose were fire energy. He chose delight and justice, void and fire tribute. He directed it all at the monster, which made it roar, and soon there was nothing left of it. Jin had defeated it and was incredibly tired. He had used several techniques at once. Blackstone praised his master for holding on until the end. Munchoen ran up to his master and asked if he had learned how to put attributes into his sword. Jin replied that he had put a spirit attribute into his sword. It was unbelievable. Munchoen did not hide his admiration. Blackstone was angry that Jin didn't say anything about his technique, when he himself saw that it was simply incredible. The guild swordsman bowed to Jin, speaking words of gratitude to him for saving their lives. Jin did what he had to do. He was glad they were all unharmed. He told them that their comrade Kim Sung-chul had asked him for help. The guys couldn't believe that their friend hadn't forgotten about them and was seeking help for them. An earthquake hit the entire dungeon, which meant that everything would soon be gone since they had taken the monastones. Now they had to get out of here as soon as possible, and they were all going home. Outside waiting for them was Kim Sung-chul, who couldn't believe that his friends were brought back alive. He was glad that they were all safe and admitted that he had hope for their rescue. The guys had already thought that they were doomed. Jin saw an employee of the Black Sword Squad coming towards him. Most likely his father already knew about everything and called his son to him. Before the staff member could say the reason why he came to him, Jin said that he already knew everything and was on his way. Kim's friend Chul asked him how he managed to persuade the administrative department and the young gentleman. But Kim confessed that he couldn't convince the administrative department. The young master didn't get permission from them. The family refused to help, and then Jin acted out of his own free will. He went straight to rescue them. No one could believe it was true. Young Master Baek Woo-jin was a hero to them. The elder immediately said that the guy was well aware that the orders of the administrative department were as absolute as his personal orders. But nevertheless, he still violated those orders and went to rescue the swordsman. He must immediately explain himself. Father exuded a murderous aura as always. It's almost like fatherly love for him. Jin replied that he did not disobey orders. He himself had said to achieve the result by all means and means. His father refuted that. He had said it during the announcement of the air competition, but it had no connection to the current case. Jin said that a few days later, the lead sword ceremony was held. This is the kind of ceremony where the disciples choose who from the Baek family they will follow. As far as Jin knows, it should happen in the next few days. Compared to his sisters, he had no influence and only has one swordsman. But if everyone knew about today's incident with the swordsman, there would be many more willing to follow him. They would choose him for his sense of justice. Perhaps he had achieved even more effect than he had intended. This was not a bad excuse. He says he has thought his actions out this far. He needs to build long-range strategies to take the place of an elder. During the rivalry, he will use any means to win, even if it is other people's sense of justice. This cold answer was very much to the elder's liking. He seems to be satisfied. He really is a dangerous and treacherous person. Blackstone directly wanted to learn how to be as persuasive as Jin. However, his father said that the guy still broke orders, which he couldn't just turn a blind eye to, so he'll give him a small punishment for it. He orders to help the first person who comes in here now. There was a knock on the door and his father let him enter. Jin was surprised to see who it was. He didn't expect him to be here. It was Baek Young-yeon, and he will be helping her on his father's orders. It had been 3 days since the flame dragon was discovered, and the spirit mage still hadn't called Jin. It seems he was still searching for answers. After all, finding some information about a spirit that eats cookies is not easy. Jin's sister said that they were already leaving on a trip tomorrow, but she somehow never said the purpose of the trip. For Jin, it was all obvious and will be something directly related to demons. Luckily, he can train freely. Blackstone advised the guy to try during the next real fight, the Dark Orb of Domination. It's quite a useful skill. Blackstone had taught it to Jin himself, so he would definitely achieve the desired results when mastering it. Jin was grateful, but before he went, he wanted to check the rewards and quests. Jin received 1,100 points for completing the task of rescuing swordsmen from the dungeon. That wasn't bad, but Jin looked disappointed for some reason. You can't just shamelessly get extra rewards all the time. So as he led the people, he got another 1,600 extra points and a special item. It was Shikron's spiritual bracelet. It was created with angel feathers, and it contained the holy power of Shikron, who was kinder than anyone but hated evil. Jin and Blackstone looked at the bracelet in silence, and then Jin couldn't contain his emotions of joy, which couldn't be said for Blackstone. She didn't know that her father already knew, but he didn't want to explain. She was genuinely worried that Jin might die. But her father just coldly said that it would mean that he was incapable of doing more. Baek Young-yeon thought that Jin was important to her father, but he only valued those who were useful to him. If Jin were to die for any reason, that would be the end of it. Jin looked at his sister and wondered what she was thinking. She must be imagining slaying demons on a mission. No doubt all the people gathered here had high skills. He could feel their energy. He'd heard that most of them had a strong hatred for demons, which was why the atmosphere was so tense. There was a guy walking towards them who said that he hadn't often seen a red-colored sword bring someone with him. Jin bowed to him. He knew this person. It was Holy Boche Junhyun. He was often talked about in the news. Jun was embarrassed to be recognized. He possessed the attribute of sainthood. It's not every day you get to see such a rare era. Jun knew Jin, and he had also heard of him. He was the brother of the red-colored sword, and it had been a long time since he had seen someone near her. Jin explained that he was just serving a sentence here from the elder. But Jun wanted to say that after one incident, Baek Young would never do it again. But he didn't finish it because he decided that now was not the time to talk about it. She didn't want her brother to ever find out what happened and asked Jun not to talk too much. Suddenly, an announcement was made that they would be given information based on the association's materials and eyewitness accounts. They weren't exactly sure about this demon's ability, but according to the dark energy assessment, its rank was between low and medium. This demon was unknown and his name was Kireya. Jin remembered him from his past life. He was a high-ranked demon and he had committed a massacre and he was brainwashed. Since this demon has dominion over the mind, it would be very difficult. He also knew that the demon had an annoying traveling technique. Bikinga was not happy, and apparently she was expecting a different demon. The last time the demon was seen near Kanasan, all the residents had been evacuated, and so right now they could go and start searching for the demon. Baekhyungyeon said that Jin would go to Sogwifo. He didn't understand why he was going to Sogwifo when the demon was in Seonsan. But his sister said that the situation might change, and now he will join the patrolmen to protect the citizens. Blackstone advised not to watch his sister. Baekhyungyeon thinks he can't fight the demon, a bad way to show his work. But Blackstone disagreed with the guy. The sister is just worried about him. It was strange for Jin, especially from his sister, but still it was clear that Jin would not follow his sister's advice, but would do his own thing, and that was that. He happened to have the perfect item for the occasion, and he couldn't wait to test it in real combat. Meanwhile, human screams were coming from one of the common houses. The man couldn't understand what was happening to his body and why he couldn't control it. The demon Korea was there and he was impressed by it all. The man's consciousness remained intact. However, it was futile to resist. He advised him to get ready to take the pleasure of killing, and it was useless to fight. He wanted the man to give up, but the man held on to the last and could not kill his friend. Korea was amused by his control over the man, and when he was about to break something strange happened. He noticed that someone had appeared in the room. It was Jin, who was a little late. The demon couldn't understand how he found him. He had hidden his dark energy behind the barrier. But Jin wouldn't tell him about it. The demon would die here anyway. The demon couldn't understand who this child was and how he could smell his energy behind the barrier. He just couldn't have found this place by accident. A little earlier, Jin was walking with a patrol in the forest and suddenly felt something. It was a faint energy that came from somewhere nearby. Somewhere in the opposite direction of the demon's last manifestation, the energy was weak and incredibly unpleasant. Suddenly, he felt a murderous aura. He had to hurry and not let the demon leave again. He told the patrolman that he was going to go look around a bit, even though they were yelling at him that it was quite dangerous. But the guy didn't hear them. They were too late, and Jin asked Blackstone to check on the two men. Since the man had fought back very hard, the wound wasn't very serious. The lives of the two weren't in danger. Jin saw that Korea was confused. He didn't think he would be found so quickly. The demon didn't like this cocky man. He was interfering with his next amusement. His life didn't seem to matter to him at all. But Jin suggested that the demon should not talk idly, but fight him. They fought, and the demon praised the guy. His confidence level was equal to his abilities, but to him, he was still a weakling. He tossed Jin aside. The blast wave caused the house to start collapsing. Jin was outside. He needs to act seriously, as apparently the level was not comparable to the level of monsters the guy had met before. It was true, Jin only swung his sword once, but his whole body was numb. If he was wrong, he would die, and he couldn't feel the effect of the bracelet. He had triggered the dark energy, so they would soon receive help. This gave Jin confidence, and he got into a fighting stance, launching a black imperial projectile at the demon, followed by a falling flash of thunder. But Korea had no problem fending off his attacks, one after another. If that's all he had, he might not have to try hard to defeat Jin. The guy could barely hold back the demon's attack. He didn't understand why the bracelet didn't work at all. Korea was bored. It would be much more interesting to just tear those two apart. But since Jin had challenged him quite boldly, he would kill him quickly and painlessly. Jin felt that because of the demon's power, he couldn't move. Blackstone asked the Lord to use it. He turned into a sword and Jin tried to take it with all his might, resisting the demon's magic. Meanwhile, Baekhyungyeon and Jun stood alone. He told her that she looked much more haggard than the last time they met. She had a lot of worries at home. Beck's family instilled fear in people. She'd brought Junior to work, but she didn't want to do it herself, at least right now. Jun said he originally thought she had decided to take advantage of her brother, but suddenly their conversation was interrupted by a huge rumble. Turning around, she saw a huge pillar of light in the distance. They couldn't understand what that energy was doing in the opposite side of where the search was going on. Whether Baek Young realized that it was just a decoy. Along with the dark energy, the girl also felt an incredible holy energy. They didn't know who it could be, but Baek Young thought it could be her brother. In those seconds, Kiraya couldn't understand what that disgusting energy was coming from the guy. He didn't understand what he had just done. But Jin was going to kill the demon, and so he didn't have time for unnecessary explanations in front of him. Kiraya thought that he could control this energy and nothing bad was happening. But suddenly everything exploded and the demon started to burn. The effect of the bracelet was completely different and not how Jin imagined it. So he immediately starts the second round. Kiraya still thought that everything was under his control and his power had already reached its maximum. He was very strong. But now it was time to strike the final blow and finish the demon once and for all. He aimed his power at it and managed to break through its dark energy, although it was almost impossible, because the guy was equal to an ordinary teenager in terms of his strength. But now he was showing a completely different result. He came close to Kiraya, not to lose vigilance during the fight. Jin struck him a blow, but it was not fatal. When the demon was distracted, the guy was able to get as close as possible and blind him. Kiraya couldn't believe that this guy let himself get so brazen, but it was solely his fault as he let him get close enough to him. The demon lost an eye, but worst of all for him, and he couldn't regenerate. He didn't realize what this brat had done. But Jin replied that he himself had no idea as he was using this technique for the first time. Kiraya was incredibly angry and wanted to kill Jin more than ever before. He used the demonic orb. It should be avoided as once it touches him, he will go crazy, and it is the perfect thing to subjugate people. It was a mind-dominating technique, but Jin had a good chance of destroying this orb before it even got close to him. Blackstone had a beautiful new plan of action matured. He asked the Lord to attack this sphere first. He asked him to just trust him. He had a funny idea he wanted to put into action. Jin did so, hoping he wouldn't regret it later. The demon thought it was all over, and he had defeated the guy who fell for his trick. He didn't know what the little bastard was thinking, but nevertheless he had done everything the way he wanted and suited Kiraya. Now he would destroy everything around him and continue his fun. But when the smoke cleared, he noticed that there was a huge wall in front of him. When he touched it, he realized that it was completely made of metal. He couldn't understand how this could happen. Only a true master could do such a thing. He couldn't understand how this kid could do something like this. He was much stronger than the average ability user. It felt as if the kid was living a second life, because he possessed such abilities and skills at such an early age. Suddenly he heard a voice behind him saying that this was the reason why he had chosen Jin. Kiraya could not bear to be affected by such a hideous aura. He felt that with the approach of this spirit, and he could literally die. Blackstone waited for the demon to at least turn to him, since he was tired of listening to his whining. He welcomed the demon into Bakwu Jin's world. The demon couldn't understand what the spirit was doing in Jin's head. But Blackstone wasn't going to explain anything to him. The demon would die soon anyway. But at least Blackstone hadn't seen himself in this form in a long time. It was much better than when he was dressed as a child. The demon realized that Blackstone wasn't human, at least he was now. He asked Jin if he felt a little strange. He was flying around Blackstone now. It was his choice to switch roles with him for a while. He would show the demon who he really was. Kiraya was losing his temper, and he didn't understand anything. They were only talking among themselves, and he was waiting for some kind of explanation. He was like an angry cat being teased to play. But he was a weakling and thought he could step on them. And when he almost did, he thought he had taught them a lesson. But Blackstone easily held his foot with one toe. To him it was like another child's play, not a battle. He effortlessly tossed the demon aside. Blackstone explained to the frightened Kiraya that there were different rules here, and he should be thankful that he was even trying to talk to him. Jin realized that he, Blackstone, had prepared this cool phrase in advance and was ruining Blackstone's image. Mentality and experience are not the only important things. When it comes to the mental realm, handling is also important, and so he advised Jin to watch and learn. The demon didn't understand who Blackstone was talking to. How dare he even behave like that to him? He would do anything to tear him to shreds for such insolence. He made many copies of the session. Blackstone just couldn't understand how this demon could be so predictable. But it was a perfect opportunity to show something beautiful. The demon's copies began to attack Blackstone, but he proceeded to repel their attacks. The demon copies were coming closer and closer, and Blackstone was building up his mana for the attack. And just when he was ready, with one swing of his sword, all the creatures were blown away and they shattered into pieces. Meanwhile, Junhyun and Baekhyun were running. The guy was saying that they should hurry up because he felt the aura even stronger. The girl noticed something. Junhyun also saw something and said that the situation was getting worse. They stopped, the aura suddenly disappeared. He couldn't feel it anymore and wondered what had happened there. Jun noticed a silhouette behind the trees and told Baekhyun about it. It was Baek Woo-jin. He was glad that the two of them had come. Archer rushed to the guy and asked if he was in one piece and warned that there was definitely dark energy in the neighborhood. Jin was fine and told him not to worry about the dark energy. Then he reached into his pocket and pulled out a red crystal from there. He dealt with that energy. The guys were shocked at what they saw because the guy had a demonic core in his hands. Junhyun said that one was really good, but Baekhyun interrupted him, asking Baek Woo-jin to explain how he killed the demon, since this one was impossible to do alone. Jin didn't understand why she was asking about it. After all, he had just straightened him out with his sword. Was there really any other way for a swordsman? The guy decided to go about his business and said so. Blackstone thought about Jin's words. The guy called it his sword. But in fact, the guy is right. Blackstone's sword destroyed that demon, so Jin didn't lie and the guy said it was true. He told the truth, but for some reason it made Blackstone angry. Baekhyun and Junhyun watched the guy walking away. The girl thought it was that boy. It had to be him. And we are transported to some gloomy place. A bunch of different swords lying around, most likely after a brutal battle. It was like a dream. Some silhouettes appeared near the lying weapons. And standing apart from them was a long-haired man. He looked like Blackstone in a human body. The men armed themselves and ran to attack the mysterious boy. Blackstone apologized and readied his sword. And in an instant, his magic attack released a huge stream of dark energy. The men with weapons stopped. They were blinded by that light. And when the energy reached them, the whole group disappeared without a trace. And the mysterious man who looked like Blackstone just stood there without moving. Then he turned around abruptly. But what was wrong with his eyes? At this time, Baek Woo-jin was lying in bed and then he cried out. He raised himself up and didn't understand why he was crying. Then someone turned to him. It was Blackstone who asked if he saw it. Jin asked what happened to those people Blackstone fought, and he realized he saw everything. Blackstone said he didn't remember, but then added that he never had any enemies. Lately, all he had been thinking about was this. Jin assumed that his memory was now recovering little by little. Blackstone was greatly surprised. He couldn't believe it. Then he started getting angry and yelling that he was the one who killed the demon and didn't understand why the reward was given to Jin, and the guy stopped him, saying he had nothing to do with it. Blackstone continued to yell, but now at the system, while trying to kick her and suggesting that she fight him. Jin pondered for a moment, and then called Blackstone, and the latter asked what he wanted. Jin asked, the fragile night of carnage that Blackstone showed, is that her final appearance? And the guy said it was. The guy said it was drastically different from what he was using. It had been a long time since he had been so surprised by someone's swordsmanship. Blackstone hesitated and asked what impressed Jin. The guy said that he feels every time that he is not ready yet, there is still a chance to get Blackstone's memory back. You have to fight strong enemies like today. Baek Woo-jin will help get his partner's memory back, and that made Blackstone happy. The fellow added, saying that more importantly, he is a perfect being, so no one can reproach him for lack of strength or experience. And these compliments embarrassed Blackstone. Jin said that was why he needed to train him just as well in the future. Blackstone laughed and said, good, but have him ready for even tougher training. And then added, saying that from this day forward, he will show his true worth. Jin began to ponder when he met Blackstone both in his consciousness and in his dreams. He was no ordinary warrior. Jin's father is without a doubt a very strong man, but he is no comparison to Blackstone. His father's way of training is definitely worse than Blackstone's plague. The guy was surprised that his stats had increased a lot. If you count it, it was about 4,000. Jin was happy because at this rate he will soon be able to rise to a high level. And Blackstone was angry, saying that it is unbearable. The guy is just lucky and luck is with him. And then he pointed his finger at the boy and said he would give him a training session that would make hell seem like heaven. And then the phone rang. Jin picked up the phone. It was Munchin. The news had reached him that Jin had single-handedly killed the demon. The guy was shedding tears of joy. He said that he believed in him and knew that he could handle even such an opponent. Jin confirmed that it was true and then asked what business he was calling about. Munchoan apologized and said he called him to ask about his plans, and Jin asked if he had something urgent. The guy said that it's about the name of their sword squad. They need to come up with it as soon as possible, and the guy was wondering why. And then Munchoan said that the elder had just told him that the lead sword ceremony was postponed to an earlier date. And these words shocked Jig. It was getting somewhat close. Jin got out of bed. The ceremony would be sooner than he expected. Blackstone didn't understand what it was and asked if it was a problem, and Jin said it wasn't. He just had a bad feeling and started packing his bag. Important events started to happen faster than in his past life. It seems to be the consequences of Jin's actions. The guy took his bag and left the apartment. Walking out of the house, Jin met Junhyung, who was surprised that the guy was already leaving. Baek Woo-jin smiled and said that he was given one news about the start of some event back home. Jae Junhyung thought about it. He realized why that girl left so early, and Jin asked what it was about. The guy said Baek Young-yun left too, right after she made sure Jin killed the demon Karaya. Jin thought about it. Eun-young really only thinks about demons, and his thought was interrupted by Jun-hyun, who asked if it was related to those events at home. Then his face turned serious, and he told him not to think so badly of the girl. Jin looked at Jun-hyung with confusion, and he started rubbing his head and said that he won't say anything. When the time comes, he will find out, adding that Jin is in a hurry and he doesn't want to delay him so much. Jin started to leave and said goodbye to his comrade, and Jun-hyun said he would like to talk to him again if he had the chance, and said goodbye to Jin too. Munchoan realized that Jin's older sister was full of secrets, more secrets than Jin could remember. But he didn't answer. He was right. Maybe he was. Jin wondered if he would ever find out everything about her. And we are transferred to the office of Song-ah, who was sitting in the chair. The young lady was visited by the secretary, who said that the younger gentleman is back, and the girl did not like this news very much. She knew that he will also participate. The blue-eyed secretary said that he had single-handedly killed a mid-level demon, and the news had already appeared in the newspapers. The girl took out a folder with sheets and began to share with Song-ah the latest news and notes. There was a rift a few days earlier, and there are rumors about the sword pavilion. Song-ah slammed her fists on the table and said that the lobbying went in vain. The secretary looked at the lady with confusion and said that she had promised to provide a lot of help, so she was sure that Song-ah would be able to recruit enough people. But Song-ah said that the number was clear. But what about their abilities? The secretary calmly flipped the sheet and said that Madam will get high-level swordsmen, but the best will be hard to recruit. Song-ah got angry again and started beating her fists on the desk, shouting, "Curse!" The girl calmed down a little and said that because of Jin, nothing comes out every time. The girl remembered how surprised she was that Baek Woo-jin went into the rift by herself. She practiced and took a towel to wipe her sweat, and then asked her subordinate if he even got permission from his father, and the answer was negative. The girl turned around and smiled wryly and said that Jin was a psycho. It was obvious that he was going to die there, but he somehow went to sacrifice his life anyway. Song-ah lifted her head up, smiled, and said that she really wanted him there and disappeared. But after a while, the girl realized that her prediction was right. He came back. But he didn't come in by himself. He even pulled all the people out alive and unharmed. One of the crowd said that if it wasn't for young Master Baek Woo-jin, they would have become mincemeat. Another red-haired guy started reminding the guys of the moment in which the young master came up from behind and delivered his powerful punch. The third guy also admired Jin because, knowing that he would be punished, he still came to their rescue. Sun-ah listened to them all and got angrier and angrier. Because she rejected the rescue request, her image is now ruined. And we go back to our time, where the girl's head is already hurting from hysteria. She asked the receptionist if there is any news about Jin. She also wants information about the spy who will join Baek Woo-jin's sword squad. The receptionist said that a capable person had already been selected and held out a sheet with his information, and Sung-ah didn't expect that they already had some information. The girl looked and was pleased. This level was acceptable, and she thanked the receptionist for a good job, and the latter bowed. Sung-ah smiled wickedly and thought about Jin. She doesn't know what he's thinking right now and what secrets he's keeping, but she will find out about everything. And we are transported to the hero, where he and his comrades are looking at something and thinking. Ara said that she didn't know what they were doing, and Munshin supported her, saying that it was much more difficult than he thought. Yijin sat upset. He also did not expect it to be so difficult. There was a bunch of crumpled sheets of paper on the table. The guys didn't think that coming up with a name would be such a difficult task. Blackstone smiled and offered his own version, asking how he thought the squad of swordsmen was lucky, and Jin didn't understand why he was lucky. Blackstone decided to explain that since Jin is a man who relies on luck, then his squad should be called lucky. He believes that this is ideal, but Jin rejected his proposal. Munchoan also came up with something and decided to share it. He was sparkling with ideas. The guy suggested calling himself an altruistic squad of swordsmen. He thinks that it goes well with Jin's nickname, but the guy said that this is too much. It's stupid to call it a squad so directly. And then Ari modestly raised her hand. She smiled and suggested calling them the righteous squad of swordsmen. Jin was embarrassed. It's unlikely that he would call him that because he's not such a kind person. But the girl was very surprised by his words. She abruptly stood up from the sofa and started screaming. She thought that this was not so. She thinks that the young master is the most honest person she knows. The guys were shocked by such a modest and quiet girl. Ara decided to return that Jin is the person who saves her and her father, saves Mechnikov from the pavilion and many other people. This word is best pronounced by young Master Beck at Jin. The girl already choked on her scream and began coughing, and Munchoan patted her on the back, asking for air. She clearly had never performed like that anywhere. Munchoan turned to Jin and smiled. He supported the girl's words, saying that this word suits him more than anyone else in this family. Jin was surprised, and Munchoan continued. He said that the guy is the only one against whom it can be applied. He thinks so. Blackstone smiled and also decided to support the guys, saying that, as they said, there is humanity in him more than in others. The guy wanted to say something, but Blackstone interrupted him, saying that if he didn't like this option, then let him choose between a lucky squad and a lucky squad. He's a lucky swordsman. Jin thought for a while and said that he had made a decision. He got up from the sofa and happily said that their squad would be called the righteous squad of swordsmen. And then he looked at his friends and said that they would guide this family on the righteous path. Ara and Munchin were glad to hear such a speech and see such an attitude in the guy. And then Munchoan stood up, and he said that with such a name, they could not delay any longer. He would go right now and apply. And then the girl suddenly stood up. She raised her hand and said admiringly that she would prepare everything for the newcomers. Ara and Munchoan were leaving Jin's apartment. The girl asked what else she should prepare, and Munchoan said that he didn't know. He was from the dark squad of swordsmen, and Ara decided to start by looking at the training equipment. Munchoan laughed and said that this was a good idea, and he watched them, joyful Jin. Blackstone said that since Jin is a good person, he is destined to be surrounded by the same kind people. Then the phone rang. Jin picked it up, and what he saw shocked the guy. He thought about it. Now everything is clear to him, and Blackstone asked where he was looking. Jin said that he was looking at the list of students that he requested from that person, and Blackstone was surprised because it was so fast. Baekwoojin smiled evilly. Now he is sure he knows who he needs to get rid of. Dozens or even hundreds of disciples were sitting in front of the Beck family's manor with a long and wide staircase, on the second floor of which a few people were sitting. The disciples sat in even rows. They were all wearing the same uniform. The people at the top were almost all direct descendants of the family. There was an empty space between Wu Jin and the other descendants. There were two more on the other side. It was obvious that Baek Young Hui and Baek Un Kyung had expectedly failed to show up. Blackstone was thinking about something, and the protagonist noticed it. He asked what he was looking at so intently. It turned out that Blackstone was looking at a group of people sitting in front of him. He pointed his finger at one of them and said that guy over there looked useful. Wu Jin asked if he was already selecting people. The spirit replied that there was nothing wrong with that, however. Looks like those people Wu Jin saved were the best. Then the guy realized he was talking about those three. Said that quantity was one thing, but quality was much more important. Adding that it wasn't that he was trying to save them specifically, but that they would become famous in the future. Told that if he got one or two of them, the lead sword ceremony would bring him great success. Someone from above loudly notified everyone that an elder was coming, shouting for everyone to bow immediately. The elder of the Beck clan proudly walked down the long staircase. The two direct descendants bowed to him immediately as he came closer and greeted him. At last the elder seated himself in his seat. Blackstone, observing the scene, said that as soon as the master's father appeared, the atmosphere changed in an instant. The selves tensed up sharply. Wu Jin replied that this was the case, and the elder extended his hand forward. He ordered to begin. A guy stood up from the formation and announced that all the family members would present their sword squads. First was Baek Sung-hyun. He revealed that he was from the Blue Sword Squad, proudly saying that from the squad that gets the best education and diverse missions among all the sword squads of the Baek family. He shouted that if they wanted to get superior education and experience, they should make sure that the Blue Sword Squad would be a great choice to achieve such goals. Baek Seo-hee commented on her brother's words, saying that this is what they are seeking, and therefore she is waiting for their choice. The girl shouted loudly and confidently. She had every chance to win the attention of the new swordsman. Baek Sung-ah also said from herself that if that was what they wanted, then a clear sword squad would be a great choice for them. The one who was previously the fierce offender of the protagonist modestly and uncertainly announced that the Tiger Sword Squad was hiring outstanding teachers. He blanched, but still said that the squad had also prepared the best equipment for the newcomers. Sitting back down in his seat, he finished by saying that he hoped that many people would choose them. When Wu Jin stood up, his brother looked at him angrily. Loud and clear, Wu Jin shouted that he was happy to see all the swordsmen from the sword pavilion, introducing himself as Baek Wu Jin. One guy asked the other if this was the young master Baek Wu Jin he had told him about earlier. The latter replied that his putting on actions were impressive. The former hesitated because not so long ago, he was the weakest of the Baek family. Wu Jin told him that he had created a new sword squad. It was called the Righteous. He explained that his name meant that they would follow the right path. Wu Jin warned that since the squad was still very new, it had no teachers and had only one member. He shouted that yes, everything was exactly as they probably thought, said that he couldn't promise them much yet, and two people, a boy and a girl, stood near him, looking at him silently. Wu Jin said that the other units provide newer equipment and the training system can be better. But there is one thing. The girl listened to the guy in fascination. That one thing is that Wu Jin will put everything he has on the line and promise them just one thing. He raised his hand up and loudly announced that he would never, ever leave his swordsmen, his men. Such sincere words struck the newcomers to the core. Wu Jin kept shouting that in battle, he would fight ahead of everyone else, and if they were in danger, he would come to them wherever they were, saying that if they wanted to gain the spirit of a true swordsman, then let them join the Righteous Swordsman Squad. He finished and there was silence. Wu Jin sat down and told Blackstone that he had finally finished. The latter replied to the master that even if there was silence all around, it was a definite success. He said that the atmosphere had changed, apparently because most of the people gathered realized what exactly Wu Jin was trying to convey to them, saying that in the end, he was able to convey his idea to other people. The youngest son smiled and said that it was quite long. Blackstone was surprised that his master's father had no reaction. He asked about it, explaining his question by saying that with that kind of speech, even he usually said something. Wu Jin replied that he had left him the bait a couple days ago, saying that there was a reason for all his actions. Saying that it was likely that his father thought he was only playing to the public, the elder sat back and smiled. Someone announced that it was now time for one by one to demonstrate the training, after which they would choose a squad, or he would choose them himself, shouting that he hoped they would show all their skills they had trained until that day. Kim Woo-hyuk was told to come out, and the red-haired guy held a large sword in his hands. Woo-hyuk swore in front of the direct descendants of the family and said he would do his best not to disappoint them. Blackstone said he was the one Wu Jin saved, saying he had high expectations for him. Wu Jin said he did too. Blackstone looked at Hyuk and told the host to look at him. He was looking at him with high expectations for him. Wu Jin laughed a little, his eyes really lit up as he looked at his savior. He was ordered to start. Woo Hyuk took a fighting stance. With sweeping and beautiful movements, he showed off his skills, his gaze full of confidence. Blackstone liked his presentation. He said that he was like a second ranker, saying that although he couldn't be compared to Wu Jin, but if he refined his base, his skills would increase a lot. At the end of the presentation, Woo Hyuk was told to name the sword squad he wanted to join. Expectedly, Woo Hyuk chose the Righteous Sword Squad, saying that he wanted to join young master Baek Woo Jin's squad, while Baek Woo Jin himself looked approvingly at the guy. The other direct descendants clenched their teeth enviously. They looked at their younger brother with an embittered look. Blackstone told Jin that his siblings were greatly annoyed. Woojin replied that very much like that, they should be kinder. Now the troops who wanted to accept Kim Woo-hyuk were asked to raise their hands. Bak Ho-jung and Bak Sung-ah immediately raised their hands. Woojin, unlike them, was not in such a hurry, and the announcing voice said that if young Mr. Bak Woojin raised his hand, he would get first right to accept Kim Woo-hyuk. In their thoughts, Hyo-young and Sun-ah pleaded with their younger brother not to raise his hand. They even started to feel nervous. Woojin's hand started to move. However, he didn't raise it but held it out to the new student, saying that he didn't even need to think about it. Of course he accepts it. Woojin smiled and welcomed Hyuk in his own chosen hard way. Kim Woo-hyuk also smiled sincerely at his newfound teacher. He thanked the young master, shouted that he would follow him all his life. His voice told Kim Woo-hyuk that his choice and young master Bak Woojin's choice coincided, and so he was accepted into the Righteous Swordsman squad. Woojin was pleased with the realization that this was definitely a good start. The guy who was standing nearby with the girl Woojin said that apparently the lead sword ceremony was coming to an end, and it was true that there were only 3 people left in the square. The girl agreed with him and said that there were not many people left. The guy called her Miss Ara and said that it looked like they were going to have a lot of work to do now. He spoke proudly about the fact that among the 10 high-ranked swordsmen, as many as 5 had joined their squad. Miss Ara said that from now on, she will need to train harder to keep up. The guy thought about how for some reason it bothers him. He is sure that the other family members want to infiltrate a spy into their squad. Meanwhile, the red-haired kid was showing off his abilities in front of the direct descendants. He too looked completely calm and confident. His name was Guan He. The kid was asked to name the desired sword squad. Guan He excitedly said that he was extremely impressed by young master Bak Woojin's speech. That was why he wanted to join the Righteous Sword Squad. Woojin hesitated and said that he was impressed. Hence, this time Hyo-jun was completely calm, and Sung-ah was looking at the younger man with a sneaky glance. She thought about the fact that here he is. This man is the spy she trained with him. She addressed Woojin to herself, saying that everyone knows about it except him. Sung-ah thought that there was no way her little brother would turn down a man with noteworthy skills and not bad character. A voice asked the sword squads who wanted to take Kim Guan He for themselves to raise their hands. This time, no one raised their hand. This stunned Baek Sung-ah because this was clearly not what she expected at all. She wondered why he didn't raise his hand. She was worried that Woojin might not like his skills, but she dismissed her fears because he had accepted people with worse skills before. Then she raised her own hand and shouted out that since no one was willing, the Clear Sword Squad was accepting him. A voice announced that Kim Guan He had been accepted into the Clear Sword Squad. From the faces of the other 2 direct descendants of the family in the squad, it was hard to tell that they were very happy. Guan He bowed and thanked the girl. In fact, Sung-ah was practically out of her mind with anger, cursing and asking herself what was wrong. When she looked at Woojin, Sung-ah realized that he was looking at her and smiling sneakily. She couldn't believe that he knew from the beginning that there was going to be a spy. It scared her that there was definitely a leak from somewhere, but from where? Blackstone rather said that, judging by the look on Woojin's sister's face, quite shocked. Woojin answered him that she was counting on it working. The spirit asked, his name is Kim Sung-chul, said he doubted a guy like that would be able to help them. Woojin replied that he didn't have high expectations either. Told that from his past life, he remembered him as a proper person, so he thought he would give a refusal even to his request. But Woojin remembered how Sung-chul was surprised when he found out that it turns out the spy had accepted the order to join Baek's youngest son's sword squad. How Woojin had told him that he wasn't sure yet, but just felt that something like this might happen. How he assured him that it wasn't an order and it would be enough to just maintain the atmosphere. How Sung-chul had interrupted him and promised to try to figure it out. How he asked the guy to leave everything to him, and Cheol said that Woojin had saved his comrades, and so if he couldn't do even that, then the path he'd chosen would be a failure. Cox said he would do everything he could to find the spy. Blackstone said that he is much more loyal than he thought. Woojin replied that he was more trusting in his past life, and this is not a bad opportunity for him. Kim Min-hwan was asked to step forward. He was a big, broad-shouldered, bald guy. He was a little tense. but promised to try his best, his voice shaking noticeably. Blackstone asked if it was true that he had saved him too, and Woojin said yes. Heo Jun said that this guy had barely graduated from high school, and Suna asked if his father had become the head of the sword pavilion, or else how could he have gotten here? Hwan was told to start. He obediently agreed and started. His movements were not as dynamic and confident as the previous participants. He was clearly confused. Baek Sung-hyun, watching this circus, sighed heavily, and Bak Seo-hee even let out a chuckle and asked who would even take such an almost novice swordsman to his place. The man who had been announcing everything all along coughed and asked Kim Min-hwan which swordsman squad he would like to join. The poor fellow replied that he would follow whoever accepted him, saying that he lacked skills right now, but he would do his best to keep up with the others. All 5 direct descendants were silent. The elder unhappily clucked unhappily. He thought about how professional his children were after all. Not seeing that his talent could shine brightly in the future, he didn't want to believe that they were so short-sighted. Suddenly it dawned on him that it was even to his advantage if he took him to the Black Sword Squad. But something interrupted his thoughts. It was Woo Jin. He raised his hand high and shouted that the Righteous Sword Squad was ready to accept Kim Min-hwan. This made the kid terribly happy. He furiously thanked the young master. Seo-hee chuckled and told her sister that to think he was lowering the level of his own squad. Sung-ah asked if he had finally found a swordsman of his level. Father snorted. He laughed loudly and yelled that it was just perfect. This amazed the girls. Sung-ah even asked what was the matter. The elder then explained that although he couldn't act proactively, he was glad that at least one of his children had a sensible view. He turned to Bak Woo-jin. He immediately responded. The father congratulated his son on acquiring a good swordsman, but also advised him not to forget the difficulty of education. Asked him to nurture Kim Min-hwan well. Woojin was surprised at what he heard, but not as surprised as the rest of his siblings. Baek Sung-ah knew very well that her father doesn't say such things to untalented people, which means that the last contestant has a lot of hidden potential. Blackstone told the host that he was good and he was able to see his talent, because he has a good chance of becoming successful. Woojin replied that he had doubts at first too, but after thinking about it, he remembered. Woojin said that since there were 3 days left, he would check on the progress of the task entrusted to Young Jun-hyuk. Suddenly, someone from behind called out to Woojin. It turned out to be Sung-hyun. The protagonist asked his brother what's wrong. He said it's nothing serious. Said that they just hadn't talked in a while. Sung-hyun looked as friendly as possible. He asked if his brother had some time for him. Sung-hyun said he had heard the news and asked if Woo-jin had really captured the demon with Yoon-kyung. They were walking together. Sung-hyun asked if he was alone like the rumors said. Woo-jin said he was lucky. That surprised the older man. He asked what he was talking about, shouting that he heard he had defeated a demon with his flashy sword art. Jin even felt a little embarrassed. Sung-hyun added that on top of that, it looked like the fight with him came easy to Woo-jin, and he asked if that was really what they said. Without waiting for a clear answer, Sung-hyun affectionately told his younger brother that he had grown a lot. Said that although in the distant past, he was far behind his older siblings, but now, in all likelihood, he is now surpassing them. Sung-hyun called Woo-jin amazing, saying that he actually envied him from the bottom of his heart. Woo-jin didn't understand what his brother was getting at and was shocked. Then Sung-hyun laughed and said that he was talking too much, saying that he called Woo-jin for a reason, but he ended up talking nonsense. He reached his hand into the inside pocket of his white robe and said he wanted to give him something. This surprised Woo-jin even more. He didn't expect it. Sung-hyun handed him a wooden box and told him to take it. Woo-jin asked what it was. The older brother told him that it was a medicine he had recently gotten. He said it must be high quality. Woo-jin was a little incredulous and asked what the occasion was for such an expensive gift. Sung-hyun replied that Jin was striving hard, so he wanted to give the medicine to him immediately after receiving it. The protagonist thanked him for worrying about him. The latter replied that there was nothing wrong with it, saying that he was happy to help his brother. He also congratulated Woo-jin for taking in so many good swordsmen, adding that it was nice to chat with him after all this time. Woo-jin said goodbye to him until the next meeting. The older brother did the same and withdrew. Woo-jin looked at him suspiciously. Blackstone looked at his host and asked if he was okay. He said he wasn't. He said he felt uncomfortable for some reason, and Blackstone looked at him questioningly again. Woo-jin shook his head, trying to get the bad thoughts out of his head, telling himself it was probably just an obsession. Then Blackstone asked if he was imagining things. The protagonist told him that it was definitely the Hyung he knows. But for a moment, Woojin felt that it wasn't his Hyung. There was something pink and hairy in the box. Could it be a yam? Woojin was disappointed and shocked at the same time. Asking if he had upset Baek Sung-hyun in any way, Blackstone looked at the box, and after thinking for a while, he said it was a sedan. Woojin didn't know what a sedan was and asked a friend about it, who said that it was a valuable fruit that increased resistance to poisons when eaten. He said that it looked indistinguishable from ordinary yams, but its effectiveness was guaranteed. However, it's incredibly bitter, Blackstone, squirming, said that it's probably the most bitter food he's ever tasted in his life. Woojin smiled and said that he wasn't a child, so any bitterness wouldn't be a problem for him. But Blackstone, a little angry, said that he was a child and shouldn't say that until he tasted it, shouting that he almost threw up his stomach when he tasted it. He said that the more sensitive you are to mana, the more bitter it will be. He said that with Woojin's level, it wouldn't be surprising if he fainted, which made Woojin wonder a bit. He asked if it was really as bitter as he said. The guy's face spread into a smug and sneaky smile. He said in that case, Young-jun. Young-jun looked extremely horrible and sickly. He had lost a lot of weight, capillaries had burst on his eyes, and he was all purple. Seeing his appearance, Woojin and Blackstone were very frightened. Woojin worriedly asked what happened to him and why he looked like a walking corpse. The poor guy mumbled and tried to explain something to the young master. He had a tray with something hot in his hands. He held it out to the gentleman and said that he had prepared what he asked for. That's when Woojin realized everything. Blackstone asked if it was by chance. Woojin replied contentedly that yes, it was a decoction that was made from ingredients that were donated by the Yeon family. It seemed like something came to the main character's mind, and he asked, does it really work out like that? Woojin asked if he was making it without a moment's rest, and Young-jun laughed and said that it was the young master's assignment, and the poor guy was really working hard for days on end. Woojin heard this and told him to go back to his place and sleep immediately. He added that it was an order. At first, Young-jun wanted to object to something, but then changed his mind and replied that he would get some rest today then. When the guy left, Woojin exhaled a sigh of relief, and Blackstone looked at the food that was brought and said that it turned out to be a decoction of medicine, saying that it wasn't that he hadn't thought of such a thing. Suddenly, Blackstone noticed the honey and asked why it was here. Woojin reached for it and said he would see for himself now. Woojin did something and then asked how he liked it. He said it was sedian cooked in honey. Now the sedian really looked very appetizing. Blackstone asked if the owner had lost his mind, shouting and asking who would even cook the medicine in honey. Woojin turned around and asked what was wrong with it, and said that if he had to eat it, he would like it to be delicious. Blackstone panicked and asked what if you made it more effective, and Woojin had already taken a spoonful into his mouth. The medicine literally shot through his head. Woojin turned blue. He clearly wasn't feeling well, and notifications started appearing that he had absorbed sedian, that his mana was up, that his mana sensitivity was up, that his resistance to poisons was up. Tears came to Woojin's eyes. He stuck out his tongue and said that even with the honey it was incredibly bitter. Blackstone finally exhaled and said that luckily everything went without incident. The blue panel on the front said that Woojin had invented a new way of taking sedian. His sensitivity to mana was increased. His sensitivity to earth attribute was increased. His resistance to earth attribute was increased. Blackstone, seeing the notifications, was shocked. He asked, what does this all mean? Is this a cooking channel? Woojin didn't really pay much attention to him. He took another sip from the medicine bowl. Notifications appeared on the panel that he had absorbed the effects of the 9 breaths death-inducing plant, mountain plant, red ginseng, and silver moon without damage, that he had reached the 4th level of Kane's aura method, that a permanent ability to resist 100 poisons had been created. And a short while later, a message came up that Woojin had reached the level of resistance to 1,000 poisons. Blackstone was extremely amazed. Even he stammered and asked if it was really 1,000 poison resistance. The main character's body was on fire. He was looking at himself from all angles, saying that it was amazing. Delighted, said his body was warming up from the energy circulating in it. Said he felt like he'd stay fine no matter what poison he took. Blackstone was very angry and annoyed for some reason. He shouted that it wasn't just a feeling, that it would actually be like that, asking how this was even possible, like resistance to 1,000 poisons at once. and Wu Jin kindly asked if it wasn't mostly due to Blackstone. He explained that if he hadn't told him that Sidian was so bitter, he wouldn't have been able to do anything about it, and that he had embarrassed Blackstone by saying that it was all a curse. Wu Jin stuck his hand into his pocket. There was some sound coming from there. It turned out to be Yunwoo Min, the old man's summoner. Wu Jin didn't expect him to call. He asked. He recognized something. The guy cheerfully said hello into the phone. The guy immediately talked about how he had already heard about the news about the demon, said that Wu Jin made a big fuss. The main character replied that this was the case. The old man said to this that he was talking as if nothing special had happened, called Wu Jin still as shameless. Without waiting for an answer, said that in general he found a person who knows about the flame dragon that Wu Jin mentioned earlier. This already made the protagonist more interested. Starkey Yun said it was a long way to go and he could go with Jin, and Wu Jin said to go tomorrow. The old man promised to send the exact location and dropped the call. When Wu Jin finished chatting on the phone, Blackstone said that the old man always acts cool. The protagonist replied that despite his coolness, if he called him on purpose, he was probably looking for information everywhere. Told that he was going to talk to Ju Young on the way and buy alcohol for the old man, Blackstone thought this plan was a good one and asked what he would buy. Wu Jin assumed it would be honey Macaulay. The spirit interjected and loudly asked him to stop talking about honey. Apparently, he was still reeling from the shock. There were beautiful snow-capped rocky mountains ahead. Wu Jin, Blackstone, and Old Man Yun were heading forward. They were now walking through the forest. Old Man Yun said that they will now meet this dragon expert in this county, so Wu Jin can rest for now. The protagonist obediently agreed with the old man. Blackstone told the master that the house is in the middle of the forest and the guild is in the mountains. Said the forest and mountains, the connoisseur obviously likes to hide things. Wu Jin looked around and asked the old man if the guild was definitely located deep in the mountains. He said yes, although it was small. He said that unlike Wu Jin's character, this rascal doesn't like to be in the center of things, and Wu Jin asked about this rascal. The old man replied that there she was. A young large woman appeared in front of them. She waved at them and said that they had arrived just in time. The woman had short golden hair and large earrings in the shape of crosses. Wu Jin was somehow surprised to see this particular woman here, and the old man said that this was the person they were supposed to meet. The woman called the old man a teacher and said that he was just like always. She said that he should not only visit his student to solve such issues, but Old Man Yun said that he was no longer her teacher. He reminded her that he had asked her not to call him that anymore. The woman laughed about how he didn't even accept her leaving, but still speaks like that. The old man replied that he could see that her habit of ignoring his words hadn't gone anywhere. The woman said they should put it down. She said she heard that he had taken a striking young man as a student. She approached Wu Jun and said in a friendly manner that it turns out it was him. Wu Jun replied that yes and introduced himself as Bak Wu Jin. His last name startled the woman, and she asked him if he knew how surprised she was when her teacher called her and said she couldn't believe that such a famous person was his new student. The old man shouted and asked her what she was talking about, shouting that he didn't consider either of them his student, and the woman completely ignored his words, instead telling Wu Jin that he looked much better in person, that she seemed to understand why the stubborn old man had decided to take him on as a student. Old Man Yun sighed heavily and gave her the most unhappy look and asked her not to talk about it anymore. Blackstone, who had been silently watching the scene all this time, said that to think that this old man was confused, saying that he must have a good relationship with his students, even though he denied it. Wu Jin told him that he doubted that she was a problem. Blackstone thought the same and added that it seemed to be something else. Finally, the woman said that she never introduced herself. She called herself Jang Kyung-ha, telling him that she was a former student of that stubborn grandfather. Old Man Yun slapped his face. He was obviously very nervous, saying that he definitely shouldn't have come here. The girl didn't pay any attention to him. She was telling Wu Jin that she was also the head of the Unitas Summoner Guild he was looking for. Wu Jin was very surprised and asked again. Kyung-ha asked if this was the first time he had heard of it. She told him that it was a small guild that didn't have much contact with outsiders. Suddenly, Blackstone turned to Wu Jin. He told his master that this girl was very strong, despite her frivolous behavior. Kyung-ha did give off a strong aura. Wu Jin said he could feel it too. However, she was not familiar to him in his past life. Blackstone replied that she must have put a lot of effort into not standing out. Woo Jin agreed with his opinion and said he thought so too. The woman said she shouldn't keep her guests waiting, told the student and teacher to follow her. Hearing the word teacher once again, old man Yoon got even more furious, asking her to finally listen to him. Kyung-ha took him under her arm, laughed and said that their teacher was acting like that again. She said that it was cold and therefore they should hurry inside. Old man Yoon said that was why he didn't want to come here, and Woo Jin told his buddy that their personalities were so different. Ahead was a beautiful white manor, but it was guarded, no longer so beautiful, by a large beast with yellow eyes. Seeing him, Baek Woo Jin tensed up a lot. Kyung-ha came over to him and told him not to be frightened. She wanted to tell him who it was, but he told her that it was a medium-level summoned spirit. The woman was surprised that he understood and asked how he did it. Woo Jin explained that the Grey Wolf was a rank 5 spirit, saying that even among spirits, they were quite aggressive. He stroked the wolf's head and said that despite all this, he didn't feel a bit of hostility from it. Kyung-ha was even more amazed that he could feel it. The protagonist said that in addition, introducing herself, she said that she was at the head of a guild of not spirit mages, but specifically summoners. He asked if he was right, but without waiting for any answer from her, he explained that he thought that there were also summoners controlling such spirits. The girl was pleased with his guess. She said cheerfully that it was all true. She said that there were both spirit mages and summoners in the guild. She called Woo Jin a very smart guy. She hugged the wolf and said that by the way this cutie was summoned by her, she told him that his name was Pet. This made Woo Jin shocked. He asked what then. Old man Yoon told him that he appeared through magic in the art of summoning. Woo Jin was really surprised. Kyung-ha called herself really cool and asked if he agreed with that. She said that she probably inspires more confidence now. The man in the black robe bowed to someone and told his master that there was a glitch in the plan. His master asked if there was a problem. He was also wearing a black robe, so his face was completely invisible. His servant told him that Yun Woo Ming had come to the guild. The master asked. He didn't really expect an answer. He said that he was apparently talking about the teacher. The man said that this old man was not used to leaving his house, so what could have happened? The servant replied that he heard that he was looking for something, but unfortunately, he doesn't know the details. The manservant thought for a moment. He said that a teacher and a student is interesting. Then the servant said that it wasn't just Yun Woo Min, the swordsman Baek. Woo Jin came with him. The man asked if it was the youngest son of the divine sword family Baek. The master smiled and said that it might be even more interesting than he thought. The servant asked if it would be better to postpone their plan, but the master said no, because if they didn't get to that thing now, they wouldn't get the chance again. He said he would take care of the teacher and his student, and the servant should take care of the rest. The servant was an older man. He had a gray mustache that showed from under his robe. He apologized to his lord that it would be hard for him to do it on his own, that it would be hard for him to deal with Baek Woo Jin on his own. The master laughed at the honest answer he received. The servant replied that he had warned him about it for the success of the plan. The master activated some magic and said, okay, in that case, he would give it to him. The man created some kind of field. His magic was green in color. A dark monster began to emerge from the portal. It was a purple frog and yellow eyes. It also had spikes. It appeared and quacked. The servant rejoiced at the contracted spirit, and the master told him that it was Bufo, a medium spirit that had 100 deadly poisons. Said that would be enough to kill every member of the Unitas Guild, and also to get that thing. He asked his servant if he agreed. The servant blurted out a smile and replied that absolutely, and he wouldn't disappoint him. The master said they had 2 uninvited guests, which meant they were the opposite of lucky. His face was now visible. It was a handsome young man. His hair was black and his eyes were red as if he was a vampire. He said it was an opportunity to eliminate all the annoying disturbances at once. The gentleman said that a pleasant night was approaching. Woo Jin, Kyung-ha, and Yun Woo Min were in the manor's huge library. Kyung-ha asked, is the spirit summoned by herself? She said that honestly at first, she didn't even understand what the teacher was talking about. She asked if she could look at the spirit, and Woo Jin said yes now, and he threw some 4-packs on the floor. A red dragon appeared out of nowhere. It flew to the sweets Woo Jin had put for it. At the sight of them, the dragon's eyes lit up. The woman said he was just awfully cute, and Yun Woo Min asked if it was the same dragon as he was back then. The dragon greedily ate the goodies he had prepared. Kyung-ha yelled about how lucky the dragon was that she had some more goodies left. She dumped a whole mountain of sweets in front of the beast. The dragon was clearly happy. Woo-jin asked if she really called it a little. The girl ignored him. She looked at the dragon mesmerized and told it to eat as much as it wanted. She called it awfully cute. Then one of the men coughed and said it was now time for information. Kyung-ha felt a little embarrassed for being so distracted. The woman walked over to one of the bookshelves and pulled out a book that was quite high up. She said that it was right here. Woo-jin was surprised by her words about the other world and asked where she had gotten the book. Kyung-ha said that it happens. There are intelligent monsters that possess such things. She said that it took some time to interpret, but there is information here. There was no direct mention of the flame dragon here, but there is a bit about spirits whose energy becomes stronger. She revealed that they are called royal vessels. Woo-jin asked, what kind of royal vessels are those? Kyung-ha replied that it said that a royal vessel is a spirit that has the innate qualities to become a spirit queen, but the dragon looked at her questioningly. Apparently, he didn't know much about himself. Yoon Woo-ming shouted whether she was serious about the Spirit King. The girl replied that according to the interpretation she ordered, it said exactly that. The main character thought it all sounded great, but there was one but. He wondered why this description didn't fit him. He was referring to his dragon cub, eating sweets with an extremely satisfied look. It really didn't look royal. Woo-jin was deep in thought about something. He asked if he could look at the book. Kyung-ha replied that the translation was right there. However, the guy said he wouldn't need it and wanted to look at the original. The girl asked if he could read the language of another world, and Woo-jin said that if he saw a familiar sign, he would be able to understand. Blackstone asked the host how he could be so confident. He asked how he would read the book. Woo-jin replied that he would not read it. He held it out a little towards his friend. Woo-jin smiled slyly and said that it was clear that Blackstone would be reading it. This surprised the spirit a lot, because he hadn't even thought of such a thing. He got a little angry and asked who he thought he was, if he was a translator, and the protagonist told him that he could read, so they should help each other. Blackstone sighed heavily and said that he was at it again, but he agreed to look at it, and after reading it, he told him what it said. A large-scale and superficial teaching of summoning that even orcs can understand, and Woo-jin asked what it was. Blackstone said that it was very much like a book that came from another world. Woo-jin said that it wasn't bad, but the title wasn't encouraging. Kyung-ha asked if he was able to read it. Woo-jin said yes, and it was easier than he expected. He read the book and said that the developing spirits are fit to become a royal vessel, and in the future they are able to challenge the throne through an exam. The girl said that if they can challenge, then the throne is not hereditary. Old man Yun asked if it said anything about the exam. The protagonist replied no, but it says that if you give a spirit a name, it will start to develop quickly and gain special abilities. The old man asked, is there anything else? The guy replied that apparently only simple and basic details are covered here. Kyung-ha was deeply amazed. She said she couldn't believe he translated so quickly. She told the teacher that it was simply amazing and he would be able to be of great help in the future. Old man Yun replied that yes, and he was clearly better than her. The girl was a little offended and said that she would be offended if he said that, but he said that she was already 40 years old. He wanted to tell her to grow up, but the woman aggressively shut his mouth with her hand, not letting him finish his sentence, and asked why the teacher had brought it up. There was a knock on the door. The door opened and an old man came out. He apologized and Kyung-ha saw him and said to pass. He started to say that the preparations had been completed and then stopped halfway through. He seemed surprised to see an unexpected guest here. He shook Baek Woo-jin's hand and said in a friendly manner that he had indeed come. The old man said that his name was Young-han-soo and he was his fan. Woo-jin felt a little awkward, but he thanked Young-han-soo. Kyung-ha said that he was the manager of their guild and was in charge of the internal affairs department instead of her. Han-soo laughed and said that he didn't have many responsibilities. He suggested that they get acquainted later and go downstairs first, saying that he didn't want to be late for the meal. There were a lot of people in the room. They were all very happy to see them here, some shouting to Mr. Swordsman that he was a fan, some just surprised that it was really him, shouting to the older man about how long it had been since they had last seen each other. Woo-jin quietly asked Kyung-ha who they were, and the woman replied that they were guild members. She said that they were all eating together and showed her hand where to go. Ahead was a thickly set table with many different sweets and wine. Kyung-ha asked for everyone's attention and said that Since they had a guest, she had splurged a little. She wished everyone a good meal, inviting them to the table. Sitting at the beautiful table, one guy jokingly asked the others, "What happened to the cheapskate?" The girl who was sitting next to him said that it was really a little unexpected. Kyung-ha was a little angry. She asked the guy if he thought that if she started behaving right, then he wouldn't be so hurt. Blackstone also liked the picture that was unfolding in front of him. He told his master that it looked like all the guild members were pretty close to each other. Woojin replied that it looked like that and said that he was even a little jealous. He looked at the young people having fun together and wondered if he would ever be able to create a place like this. It was night. A beautiful full moon could be seen in the sky. Kyung-ha asked, "Walking right after eating?" She told teacher Yoon that he didn't change. Yoon Woo-min replied that sitting down food is not good for digestion. The woman said that since they went out, she will tell. She told old man Yoon that Woojin really got better. She said that she hoped that she too would have a disciple calling the Spirit King. Old man Yoon told her not to get her hopes up too high because the kid is aiming to become a strong swordsman. Kyung-ha shouted that he can become both. Calling the old man terribly stubborn, she said that he's very talented, reminding her of her first meeting with Jong-hoon. For some reason, after saying that, she immediately covered her mouth with her hands. Yoon Woo-min remained silent. The girl in a trembling voice apologized and said that she was too carried away with thoughts of her disciple. Old Man Yoon said it was nothing. Asked if there was any news about him, Kyung-ha said there wasn't any, except that he had joined the criminal guild. The old man sadly replied, "I see," then suggested that the woman should go back since they had gone too far, and she agreed. Suddenly a man in a black robe appeared from behind. He said that since they were here, how about having some fun together? Shocked, Yoon Woo-min and Kyung-ha turned around. The woman asked him who he was and how did the man in black robe overcome the barrier, asking if she didn't remember him. Taking off his hood said it was a shame. They were a family sharing a meal at the same table. When he took off his hood, the old man and woman were extremely shocked to see him here. Old man Yoon called him a creep and asked why he came here. The black-haired and black-eyed gentleman smiled widely when they called his name, Shin Chang-hoon. Old man Yoon shouted that he's son of a bitch. How dare he show up here? The one said that, how hurt he was after such a long separation. They see their disciple who is like family to you. He asked how long ago it was, and then he himself remembered that it was about 11 years ago. Shin Chang-hoon smiled widely and added that that was when the old man killed them. Kyung-ha yelled that he was a bastard. Jong-hoon replied that he was honestly a little disappointed, said she was playing princess while walking with her teacher in the forest, asked if she had been playing for all those 11 years, said that now he understands why she is Yoon Woo-min's favorite student. The woman was tormented by his words. She started to move closer to him, saying that he was too talkative. Old man Yoon was also beyond furious. He said that he would take this great opportunity and end him with his own hands, saying that this time would definitely not let him go. The summoned beast spirits, the wolf and rhinoceros, appeared in front of them, while the limiting whale and the heat bird appeared behind them. Chang Hong seemed to be genuinely surprised that they had summoned 3 high-level and 1 medium-level, saying that it was so cool. However, didn't they feel drowsy, and this startled the woman and the old man. They were indeed starting to feel it, and very strongly at that, they felt terribly sleepy. But they were still asking themselves, when did he have time to use the poison? Chang-hoon shrugged and said that he knew that they had a lot of questions for him. He asked if that was true. For example, he said that they were probably wondering when he had managed to poison them. He said that he had not done anything on his own. But there was one thing. He asked if one of the family members held a grudge against you, which struck the woman even harder. She was literally furious, screaming that she would kill that bastard Chang-hoon immediately. But to her dismay, old man Yoon stopped her by stretching out his hand in front of her and telling her to calm down. The old man told her that the more active she showed emotion, the faster the poison would spread, yelling that she needed to slow down the poison energy as much as possible. Chang-hoon said that was what was expected of a teacher. It was an awesome solution, but asked Sis-ha if she was okay, because her family was surely in great danger right now. He asked if there was someone he could confide in. Now Kyung-ha and Yoon Woo-min froze in shock. He said that they were thinking about Baek Woo-jin like him right now, and once again asked if he was right, and they just briefly asked, "What?" They were both drenched in cold sweat. Chang-hoon told them that he also knew about their famous friend coming here, and therefore, leaving him Bufo, the guy caustically said that he was extremely curious as to how he was now there, whether he died easily or melted down. Yoon Woo-min's eyes burned with anger. He shouted that Chang-hoon was a real devil. The guy said okay, since they were less worried about the family. Time to get down to business. He crossed his arms. Pink magic spheres appeared near his palms. The dishes shattered, falling to the floor. All the guild members were already lying on the table or sniffling in their chairs, the food left almost untouched. One person stood up, leaning on the table. It was old man Jung Han-soo. He was smiling smugly. Now he told Bufo to come out. A summoned magic frog appeared in front of him. It had green smoke coming out of its mouth, and its eyes were squinted differently. Old man Han-soo said that it was already time to call it a day, saying that they would give him sleeping poison so that he would die a painless death. He left the banquet room. Now he was walking down a long and luxurious corridor, saying that he would sooner deal with him and join that company. Suddenly, something stopped him. It was a tailwind that blew right into his back. The old man, shocked, turned around and asked where it came from. There was a green monster at the back. It growled at Han-soo. Han-soo called it Jin and asked who summoned it, yelling that everyone should be sleeping right now. Someone said that it turns out he was the one who put the poison. These words struck the old man even more. In front of the huge green spirit stood Baek Woo-jin, who already had a sword in his hands. The old man asked how, since he was eating with everyone else. Saying that the poison should have completely spread inside him by now, Woo-jin asked about the poison. He remembered the pop-up that said that with the effect of resistance to 1,000 poisons, his strength was ignored. Woo-jin told Han-soo that the poison had no effect on him. After saying that, Han-soo ordered the Bufo frog to melt him. The spirit's cheeks swelled up and smoke began to come out of its nostrils. The beast's purple mana flew straight into the guy's face. The old man laughed and said that his acid would melt even iron. The acid flowed down Woo-jin's head in a huge heap. Han-soo started to tell Woo-jin that he was dead with this, but something stopped him and he froze. Woo-jin asked him if he hadn't heard him, and it just struck the old man. The acid only melted the main character's shirt, but he was unharmed. He said that he had said earlier that the poison wouldn't work. Woo-jin told Blackstone that the immunity to poisons was really something, saying that it was unbelievable, who replied that the gentleman was even more unbelievable when he tested it on his own body. Baek Woo-jin finally said that now it was his turn. The guy flew straight at old man Jung Han-soo. First he pushed the frog with his knee. The frog quacked in surprise. The impact was so strong that it flew into the window, shattering it and flying out of the manor. Han-soo didn't even have time to react to it. Baek Woo-jin gripped his sword harder, purple mana flowing through him. He waved it, and the magic flew straight into the frog's spirit. There was an explosion, and the frog let out a little cry of pain. Blackstone said that Bufo was spraying deadly poison even in death, saying that sending it away was a very good decision. Woo-jin was angry and said that it was bloody trash. His eyes blazed with anger, and he asked Han-soo if he was going to kill the guild members who treated him like family with poison. Old man Zhang shouted in a trembling voice for his opponent to shut up, asking what he could possibly know. He raised one hand and something metallic began to appear in front of him. It was an iron-summoned monster of large size. Han-soo called it Diaz and ordered it to crush Woo-jin. Blackstone said about how stupid it was. He couldn't even believe that he had put up a simple barrier. The huge monster swung at Woo-jin. He ducked down and prepared his sword. Purple lightning streaked across the sword. In a single strike, Dao Dao was literally destroyed. Old man Han-soo immediately fell to his knees. Bleeding cold sweat, he asked how Woo-jin had defeated Modius so easily. Baek Woo-jin replied that he had many questions for the old man. However, he would hit him first, and the protagonist swung his heavy fist at the old man. Han-soo shouted at him to wait, but it was too late, and his fist hit him in the face, shattering his nose and causing blood to gush out. The old man fell to the floor and cried out loudly from the pain to his nose. Woo-jin fearfully towered over him and asked if he was in pain. Han-soo was already shedding tears, and his previously snow-white mustache was gradually turning red. Woo-jin grabbed him by the scruff of his neck. He lifted him up and told him to stop pretending, because he hadn't even started beating him yet, saying that now Jung Han-soo would explain to him himself why he did it, and his black and purple mana swirled around him. He channeled his mana directly into the old man's forehead. The old man screamed even louder. The veins in his neck began to swell actively. His eyes turned white and glowing. The old man was lifted up, his body twisting in every possible way. Hansu kept shouting and shouting. Blackstone watched all of this and told his master that he was forcibly investing his aura into him, which was a very cruel and effective torture. Now he was also quite looking at his opponent from above. The poor old man was screaming on the floor. Blackstone, enjoying this scene, said that in a minute he would start listing the names of his ancestors. See what this type would say. Kyung-ha was breathing heavily. Her eyes were blurry. She could barely stay on her feet. The woman had turned very blue, struggling to sleep. Chang-hoon said she looked quite tired, asking why she shouldn't rest. The woman squeezed out a word out of the last of her strength. "Shut up." Chang-hoon said quite contentedly, "Oh, that's how it is." Asking if she wanted to take him back, he spoke of his wolf, which he had already managed to glamorize. Now the beast's eyes were burning belligerently. He growled at his own loving mistress. The girl cursed through her sleep and asked herself how this could have happened. She wondered if it was a skill that allowed her to steal other people's contracted spirits. Kyung-ha knew that there was no such thing. Her eyes were already nightmarishly slipping shut. Yoon Woo-min didn't feel any better, but told the woman to back off. He told her to go save her guild before it was too late. Chang-hong clapped his hands and said, "Bravo, teacher." Impressive as always in general, saying that without the poison and SS he would have lost. He asked if that was true. This angered the old man again. He said they would see how long his worthless mouth would laugh. At this, Chang-hong smiled again and said he would laugh for the rest of his life after he killed the two of them. He snapped his fingers. Many summoned animals appeared around him, such as a gorilla, a snake, and a bat, all of which were much bigger than the real ones. Kyung-ha was greatly surprised and even shocked that he had summoned 4 of them at once. The old man was just as shocked. He asked how this was even possible. Chang-hoon said that he had taken this kid from the Yong family, and this one was in the Phoenix Guild. He asked if they were interested in where this one came from, and without waiting for an answer, he said that he was from the Hero Guild. His face spread into a terribly smug smile. He asked them what they thought of his precious disciples' matchless collection, saying that he wanted to hear their opinions before they died. Yoon Woo-min was pouring forth sweat. He knew very well that there must be a condition for stealing other people's spirits, and he needs to figure it out. Old man Yoon tensed up a lot. Chang-hong spread his hands and said that it seemed like they were on the verge. He smiled caustically and ordered his spirits to tear them apart. The beasts shouted loudly and threw themselves at their opponents with the whole crowd. Old man Yoon summoned a barrier, however. He had no strength for it at all, he asked himself. Is this really the end? Suddenly, a black and purple magic appeared and flew at the beast like a meteorite. It flew right into the belly of the gorilla, which was already ready to attack the old man and woman. Everyone was surprised, asking, where did this blow come from? The gorilla started to dissolve. It screamed loudly in pain. Old man Yoon, excitedly and shocked, said that this technique and energy. A guy came out to them and apologized for being late. This guy was Bak Woo-jin. He was emitting a purple aura and said that he would fight him now. Yoon Woo-min immediately ran up to him. Woo-jin told the old man not to overexert himself, saying that first Jang Kyung-ha and the poison. Told Shin Chang-hoon that means he was the old man's disciple, and Chang-hoon was extremely surprised that Woo-jin knows him, and in his honor that he is alive and standing here. Blackstone asked his host how he knew him, and Woo-jin told him that in a few years, Chang-hoon would become a dangerous criminal, but that he only found out that he was the old man's former apprentice now. Said that because Shin Chang-hoon stole other people's contracted spirits, he was nicknamed Robber. Chang-hoon looked extremely smug again. He kept his stolen spirits on chains. Blackstone said that he looked like he was also very talented in martial arts. Woo-jin said. That was true. He said that he was very hard to capture because of his good skills, but since his talent had not fully blossomed yet, it was much easier now. Shin Chang-hoon asked Baek Woo-jin how he came to be here. Woo-jin smiled and asked, and this? He said that his spy had told him kindly that old Hansu was lying on the grass with a gag in his mouth and his limbs bound. Woo-jin added that he told him about where he could pick up trash. Jang-hoon was shocked. He asked how he could be okay after the poison. What kind of tricks were these? Woo-jin asked if he was a fool who would tell him about it so easily. Now Jang-hoon was furious. He called Baek Woo-jin a son of a bitch. saying that he didn't even have to think about it when he killed him. Chang-hoon rushed straight at his new opponent, shouting that he would also kill those two and it would all be over, but Wu Jin was already standing by. He swung his sword and said it was all lies. When their attacks met, there was a large, multicolored explosion. Wu Jin was thrown a little further away, and he drove through the ground, cutting it open. The same thing happened to Chang-hoon as pieces of ground flew around. However, Chang-hoon was not so easy to deal with. He was shocked as he could not believe or expect that Baek Wu Jin's strength could match his own. He understood that Wu Jin was from the family of the divine sword Baek, but he wondered how he had managed to reach such a level at his age. Chang-hoon looked directly at the boy and saw his fighting attitude. Before he knew it, Wu Jin was already flying at him from behind, swinging his sword wide. He shouted at Chang-hoon to get what he deserved. Only then did Shin come to his senses. Baek Wu Jin swung his sword and his aura attacked his opponent. It flew lightning fast in his direction. Shin Chang-hoon managed to block it. Now he tried his best to contain it. He shouted loudly and called Wu Jin a puppy. Wu Jin, on the other hand, looked at his enemy with determination and scrutiny. When the main character's attack dissipated, it was clear that Shin Chang-hoon was already exhausted, while Wu Jin was unharmed. Through furious teeth, Chang-hoon once again called Wu Jin a puppy. A little upset, Wu Jin told Blackstone that Chang-hoon had withstood it, and Blackstone replied that shield aura was the best defense. But using it wasted a lot of aura, said that Shin Chan-hong probably didn't even realize how much maneuverability the master had. Wu Jin replied that this was the first time he was using soul fusion in real combat, saying that it was a very useful skill. Chang-hoon was sweating and kept calling the guy names, this time calling him an asshole. Then he asked his serpent what he was doing, ordered him to go and tie Wu Jin's legs, and two beasts, the serpent and the wolf Kyung-ha, swarmed on the protagonist. The snake hissed loudly and opened its mouth wide, showing its sharp fangs. Blackstone told Baek Wu Jin that it was an attack from below. The master replied that he would use it in that case. He uttered a fusion of dark domination step and unknown footwork. Jin started to exhale a bunch of magic smoke, raised his foot, slammed it hard against the ground, and the serpent was thrown upwards by the shockwave, also striking it with Wu Jin's aura. It was an imperial sword of domination. The serpent, dissolving, hissed loudly, making various sounds of pain. When the cold-blooded beast had almost dissolved into space, a wolf threw itself at Wu Jin. Wu Jin noticed that it was Kyung-ha's contract spirit, remembering the wolf's satisfied face as he stroked it. The protagonist sincerely apologized to him. After that, he made a couple swings of his sword, cutting the wolf into pieces. Shin Chang-hoon was in sheer terror. He shouted that Jin was a psycho, saying that he had one swipe of his mid-level spirit. That's when he realized that the kid wasn't just equal to him in strength, he far surpassed him. Chang-hoon saw Wu Jin's burning eyes. They made him stunned, screaming that it was a curse. But since it had come to this, Chang-hong held up the leg of some kind of bird. It turned out to be a red bat. He called him Mephs and ordered him to use his remaining eyes. Mephs glowed red. He had another extra pair of eyes and exhaled pink smoke from his nostrils. Subsequently, this smoke formed a circle around himself and Shin Chang-hoon. Wu Jin didn't expect this. He asked Blackstone what it was. He replied that he didn't feel any killing intent, saying that it didn't look like he wanted to attack, but still not to let his guard down. Then Yun Woo Min shouted for Baek Wu Jin to stop him immediately. Wu Jin was shocked by this. Old Man Yun revealed that Murph, a contract spirit capable of passing through space, shouted that Shin Chang-hoon was trying to escape. Chang-hong laughed without a smile and shouted that he was a chump and could play with them as long as he wanted. Suddenly, a large green hand appeared from the ground. Behind it, two huge ogres came out, and they stood in front of their master. Wu Jin said that these were elite orcs. It turns out that Chang-hoon still had contract spirits. He turned to Blackstone, saying that they had no time at all, and he would have to use it. And Blackstone replied that it was a great chance to see what kind of progress the master was making in his training. For some reason, Chang-hoon came to dread it again. It was because there was a black aura ahead, filling everything around him, and he didn't even know what kind of energy it was. When things calmed down a bit, Baek Wu Jin showed up there. Chang-hoon's eyes widened greatly from the fear and terror he suddenly felt. He shouted to Murph that they were leaving now. Wu Jin activated the fragile Knight of Carnage. His aura began to dissipate through the nearby air, covering the night sky. The ogres almost immediately began to dissolve, the aura absorbing them. Chang Hong was in indescribable terror. There was a massive explosion, and the last thing heard before him was his scream. It was a clear morning. The sun was shining on the manor. Wu Jin, Yun Wu Min, and Yung Kyung Ha were already in the library. Wu Jin asked the old man of the woman if everyone was okay. He said they woke up early today. The woman said she was fine. She was fine thanks to her teacher. Wu Jin asked the old man how he was. He said he was fine too. They were both still very sleepy. The main character guiltily said that he was ashamed that Shin Chang-hoon ended up running away. The woman asked what shame and what he was even talking about, yelling that if it wasn't for him, they wouldn't even be there anymore. Old man Yoon said she was right and asked if he had left a serious wound on Chang-hoon's arm. He said that Chang-hoon's life would never be the same again. His arm was left on the battlefield. The old man said that they were the ones who needed to apologize. After all, they were the ones who should have solved this problem. Yoon Woo Min was really sad, saying that he took him in as an orphan. He said that Chang-hoon was just incredibly talented and smart. His potential had aroused a lot of interest in him. However, he could not see the evil that lurked within him. Told how in his and Kyung Ha's absence, he had killed his two older brothers, recalled the corpses of his students, his family, lying in the pouring rain that washed away their blood along the way, and also Shin Chang-hoon's satisfied face in his clothes that were all drenched in his brother's blood. Said reason was absolutely ridiculous. He wanted to know if it was possible to steal a person's contracted spirit when killing them. That was when they realized that if they let him live, he would become a huge threat to the world in the future, but they couldn't do it. Old man Yun revealed that he only hesitated for a second, and the frightened Shin Chang-hoon managed to run away. He lined up a small red field in front of him, from which a bluebird then appeared and flew away. Yoon Woo Min said that Chang-hoon eventually escaped. Wu Jin told Blackstone that coming out was why the old man stopped accepting students, and Blackstone replied that the hopeful had made him a useless piece of trash. The main character started talking about Young Han Soo. Asked what about him, the woman said they'll deal with him soon. Sadly said that sooner or later, but the guild members will punish him. Wu Jin said that Shin Chang-hoon forced Young Han Soo to steal something. Kyung Ha asked for it and started opening some box. Said he must have been looking for it. In the box was a blue dagger. The woman told him that it was a divine artifact called a twisted weird dagger, water incarnation, in which all water energy was imprisoned. This stunned Wu Jin. Blackstone looked at the cold weapon and said that the similarity is not only in the name. He said that its properties are similar to the properties of the incarnation of fire. Baek Wu Jin held the dagger in his hands. He said that this is what Shin Chang-hoon tried to steal, telling Blackstone that it now made sense why he didn't know about Unitas in his past life. Explained that it was because the guild had suffered greatly at the hands of Shin Chang-hoon and lost the twisted water dagger. Blackstone replied that it was just like Craft Island. He asked the host, "Doesn't that mean the future will change again?" Wu Jin said to be prepared for that too. Kyung Ha said that they'll beef up the guards because maybe Shin Chang-hoon has more helpers. Old man Yoon replied that it's definitely a good idea, saying that even so, he doubts that the devil shared the information with anyone else. Adding that caution still wouldn't hurt, and he would help them with it. Wu Jin smiled widely and said that he would participate as well. However, Old man Yoon smiled at him and said it's not worth it. They can handle it from here, and asked if he has anything to do after he returns. Kyung Ha told Wu Jin that she would give it to him. She held out a blue circle to him and said that since he was good at controlling the attribute of water, it might be of a little help to him in the future. Wu Jin asked what it was, and Kyung Ha told him that it was a spiritual stone made of pure energy gathered from the twisted water dagger. Baek Wu Jin bowed to her and thanked her. The woman nodded in response and said that no, compared to his help, it was nothing. She said that there was something else. She announced that the Unitas Guild, including herself, would support swordsman Baek Wu Jin in any endeavor he wished. Kyung Ha sign swore to that effect. And even in a deadly adventure will be by his side. The last statement surprised the protagonist greatly. She said that all the members of the guild had agreed to take this oath, with all these people standing beside them. And the woman said that all of them without exception. Old man Yoon Woo Min said that he was also taking the oath. This shocked Wu Jin even more. Then the old man smilingly said he was indebted to the guy, telling him to call him again if needed. Wu Jin smiled gratefully at them all. He bowed and said okay. He too would come to the aid of the two of them in any time of need. The woman nudged the old man with her elbow and asked if he could see what disciple virtue was like. Old man Yun coughed. Blackstone exhaled and told the master that they would spend their whole lives helping each other like this. The long-haired guy and Miss Era were heading somewhere. The guy said that Woojin called them as soon as he got back. Ara asked if he had something wrong. Guy replied that considering how soon he called them, no doubt it was about an important mission. Miss Era said she was ready and suggested he come in. They opened the door and called out to the young master. The guy said they arrived as fast as they could. Woojin said that since they were here, let them sit down first and pointed with his hand to the seats on the couch beside him. He said that this was a very important matter that he would have a hard time handling alone. After sitting down, the guy said that whatever it was, he would do it. The girl raised her hand and shouted that she would too, asking if they should go get ready right now. Baekwoojin felt a little embarrassed. He thanked them for being so eager, but said there was no need to go anywhere. He said that they needed to give it a name. The main character talked about a dragon that ate sweets nearby. This amazed and even a little disappointed the helpers. The guy sarcastically said, "That's it. This is really important." Miss Era said she liked it. She smilingly said that without a name, it was like he was missing something, and then asked if that was true. Woojin replied that that was why he was trying to think of a name. He asked in all seriousness how they liked the chalk variant, saying it was because he was always chomping when he ate. Which is a guy? That a girl? And most importantly, the dragonkin looked at the young master judgmentally. The red dragon was angry at Woojin, and there was an awkward silence in the room. A surprised Woojin told Blackstone that he had imagined a very different reaction. The latter replied that his master was an idiot, and he had told him that it couldn't be a spirit name. Miss Era gently asked the young master if he was making fun of them like that. The guy wanted to stop her, told Miss Era to calm down, explained to her that naturally he was joking, saying that the young master definitely came up with a good name. This frightened Baekwoojin, and he asked his friend what he should do now that he had no other options. Blackstone said that it looked like he would have to help. Woojin remembered that Blackstone was good at naming and told him about it, citing the fragile Knight of Carnage, the deadly Blade of Darkness, asking him to think of something. Blackstone thought of a name for the dragon, told that he had once fought a red dragon and his name was Ig Karta, not that Woojin liked the name much. He yelled out, "That's right!" He came up with a new name, Ignis. He asked what they thought about it, if it fit. But Woojin actually looked extremely unsure of himself, sweat dripping down his face. The guy obviously really liked the option. He said it was a Latin name suitable for a fire spirit. Miss R liked it a lot too and sincerely called it cool. The guy told Ara if she could see it and he said it was just a joke. Ara laughed and said she probably just overreacted. Woojin exhaled a sigh of relief and told Blackstone that this time, he was lucky after all. Blackstone replied that compared to chalk, any option would seem acceptable. Then Baekwoojin turned to his red dragon and said that his name was now Ignis. The dragonkin didn't rage this time, but his eyes lit up. Fire swirled around him and lifted the beastie aloft. Notifications came in that Woojin had provided a suitable name for the fire vessel. And it was also written that the flame dragon had gained the gastronomic fire property, increased the power of red fire, and stabilized the control of red fire. Blackstone was surprised that the system was reporting this and asked why it was doing this. Jin said he saw it in the book. He said it said that when you give a name, special abilities appear. Told Blackstone that he thought the dragon was completely his now. The dragonkin himself limbed. Its eyes were closed and its two stones on its forehead and chest were glowing. Its head and the hair on it glowed with bright orange fire. The blue-haired guy was shocked, and the girl watched the beast enthusiastically and said that apparently it liked the name too. Woojin told his buddy that he wondered how far this royal vessel would go. The system notified that his attribute susceptibility was increased by 10 points, attribute resistance was increased by 15 points, also that Woojin received the title of Vessel Master due to the effect of the title Vessel Master. All characteristics were increased by 1. The effect of the title received would accumulate. Blackstone was shocked. He said to wait for a while and asked, "What is this?" Said that even his characteristics went up. Woojin was very happy about it and said that he managed to hit the jackpot. Blackstone was even more amazed that the number of fire attribute had risen so much. saying that with such a number, you could even swim in lava. He asked himself, what the hell is the system trying to create? Everyone was discussing about the fact that Baek's divine sword family has been very active lately. The man at the cafe said that he heard that there was a rivalry for the title of heir, which made everyone get busy. In the office, they were discussing it too. A guy asked if Baek Young-hwa is going to step down as the head of the family, who will be the next head. He said that he has all the children outstanding. Someone was drinking hot drinks and discussing about it. One asked if it's Baek Young-hwa's eldest son, saying he's her hero, coming ahead of everyone. The other said that based on rumors, he doesn't show any interest in competing for the title of heir. The two were walking down the corridor and discussing it, saying that they had heard that Baek Yoon-kyung wasn't interested in it either, asking what they were thinking, because becoming the head of such a huge guild, you can do whatever you want. The guys in the forest around the campfire were also discussing the event, suggesting that Baek Sung-hyun could be the next head of the guild, because he was also strong, saying that unlike his man, he had a reputation for being soft. Another asked what difference it made to them who would become the head of the family, saying that everyone was the same. But recently, Baek Woo-jin has been taking the most unusual actions. At a cafe, one asked the other if Junior had been on top of his game lately, and he said that he had heard that he had succeeded in killing a mid-level demon alone on Jeju Island. The people in the office were surprised that he must be 17 now. Because of that, they assumed that someone just exaggerated a lot. The other said that he heard the news from an acquaintance who was there, and therefore it looked like it was true. The men around the campfire also went over the topic. The bald one told the other that he had heard a rumor that an apprentice from the divine sword family, Baek, had learned the art of summoning. This surprised his buddy. He asked if he was even human, shouting that this kid was already excelling in swordsmanship, but to be able to learn the art of summoning as well. Even on social media, Baek Woo-jin was being discussed all over the place, some believing in his accomplishments, some not. Jung Yeon-hwa was also sitting and reading it all. She was extremely interested in the information. She told herself that she didn't know how much he had grown during this time, but there was no way she would give in to him. Suddenly, a man walked in. He had the same hair and a few big scars on his face. He put his hand on the girl's head and asked what she was doing. Yeon-hwa didn't hear him come in, and so she was very scared. She yelled out, "What's the truth?" She told him to knock before coming in. This greatly angered the youngest daughter of the clan. The man then explained that he knocked 10 times, but she didn't come out. Then he focused on the monitor behind the raging girl. He asked if she was reading about Baek Woo-jin again. This confused Yeon-hwa. A blush appeared on her cheeks. The girl decided it was time to send Appa out, so she pushed the man out of the room, swearing and saying it wasn't what he was thinking. And Appa pretty much said he had already figured it out. He laughed at her, saying that it was the feeling of not being able to say anything because of shame. He jokingly apologized to her for not noticing right away. This all made Jo Kyung-hoo very angry. She pushed him out of the room with her foot and shouted for him to get out. The man even flew up from the strong push, which he was very surprised by. When he landed on his heel, he laughed and said to himself that seeing this kid, who knew nothing but training, was so interested in this man. He also wondered who this Baek Woo-jin was and started to get to his feet. Suddenly, something pricked his shoulder. The smile immediately fell off his face. He recalled someone's depressing image, said he hoped he wasn't as flashy as that guy. Woo-jin practiced in his room, a purple aura pouring out of his body. Soon he opened his eyes and exhaled some smoke, the same purple color. Blackstone was by his side as usual. He told his master that he hadn't practiced his aura in a long time. Woo-jin replied that he was very busy, but his concentration had increased. Now they were walking to the kitchen together. Blackstone agreed with him, saying that he really had a lot of things to do. Even he, just being around him, was in complete turmoil. Baek Woo-jin took the glass in his hands. He thought about the fact that he would have to focus on an important task for a long time, as well as taking care of the guy's training. He began to drink, still thinking about the fact that he still had to think about how and when he would use the skill points he had recently received and the spirit stone he had taken from Unitas. Moon Ju-young entered the room and greeted Woo-jin. The protagonist asked the assistant if anything had happened in his absence. The guy replied that nothing in particular, but there was something else. Ju-young said that young lady Seo-hee sent Woo-jin a message. Woo-jin was surprised by the message from Baek Seo-hee. Ju-young said that it said that the competition had been postponed. Apparently, the mission given by the elder overlapped with that date, Such news did not please the protagonist at all. He furrowed his eyebrows and said that it was a great excuse on her part. He asked when it would be held in that case. Ju Yan replied that after the mission is over on any date desired, the choice is up to the young master. Wu Jin asked the guy to tell her that he understood and also to tell her not to cancel without a reason. Ju Young bowed and promised to convey everything. Wu Jin told Blackstone that this was even better for them. The latter asked what the master was talking about. Wu Jin then said that he barely won that time with all his efforts. He recalled the day he fought with his sister. He said that now the other party was giving him more time, so he would definitely be able to break her. This thought satisfied the protagonist. Blackstone also smiled and replied that he didn't even know if he was a warrior master or a battle ghost. Then he asked if the thought had occurred to him that during this time the opponent would also grow in skills. Wu Jin replied that of course it had. He said that it definitely wouldn't be easy. Said that she was an expert in the challenging absolute sword, and therefore he must prepare thoroughly, along with his squad of swordsmen. Said that was why they needed to toughen up their training. It was early morning, but Bak Wu Jin and his students were already standing in the courtyard of the manor with their swords. Wu Jin stood on a dais and shouted that the sun had not risen yet. But the real fight was much more ruthless. Shouted that they needed to concentrate. The fighters got into position and shouted a loud yes. Wu Jin was loudly saying that in order to use real swords in real combat, they would need to hold on for at least another 3 hours. This shocked the young men. One interjected and another said that the mentor wanted to kill them. Sweat was already dripping down the poor guys. Wu Jin shouted that if they only lasted an hour, it would be hard for them to endure even 10 minutes in a real fight. And if their enemy was a monster, he had nothing to say. He said that he didn't force them to do exercises that wouldn't be of any use in a real fight. Even louder, Jin asked if they understood. All in one voice said yes. Miss Air was shouted to the right. They said she broke the stance. Sweat was streaming down the girl. But she didn't give up and followed all the instructions. Blackstone looked at her and told the master that Hong Ara was incredibly persistent. He couldn't believe she was going to learn a real medium-level sword. Wu Jin replied that it was her choice and he respected it, but he thought she was trying too hard. He asked if she was going to be okay. Blackstone looked at the girl and said that Ara will soon improve her skills and overcome the level of the others, because she is a talent chosen by him personally. He said that she understands that talent is useless if it is not improved. Blackstone smugly said that was why everyone he chose would become very capable in the future. Wu Jin did not sincerely thank him for that. Not long after, Wu Jin clapped his hands and told the students that enough was enough. It would be enough for the morning training, announced that they would have to practice on their own after lunch. The poor young lulis were exhausted from their strength. Many fell to the ground. They whined about surviving. Someone even said he really almost died. Wu Jin said that he would start practicing then too. Suddenly his phone vibrated in his pocket. The main character was very surprised that an unknown number was calling him. He realized that not many people knew his phone number. Wu Jin wondered who it could be. The protagonist pressed the accept call button. He immediately said into the receiver that it was Bayek Wu Jin. From there he was greeted and called the swordsman. The unknown man said that he should have introduced himself first. He apologized for his rudeness. A male voice introduced himself as the head of the Arcane Guild, Seo Gongmyeon. The man sat in his clean little office. The name struck Wu Jin. Seogong Myung said that Wu Jin was a benefactor, saving his daughter twice. He said he was late in introducing himself due to urgent matters. Wu Jin pulled himself together and said it was no big deal. He said that Lady Xiao In had helped him with a lot of things too. Gong Myung laughed and said that Ina had said the same thing, so he could assume it was true. Wu Jin said nothing. Then he said more seriously that it seemed like Seo Gong Myung had called him because he had something to do with him. All because he was Lady Seo In-ah's father and the head of the guild at the same time. Seo Gong Myung had red hair and light eyes. He wore glasses. The man replied that he did. Wu Jin knew that the Arcane Guild was also the best production workshop in Korea. Wu Jin said into the phone that just as he thought the guy had good intuition, the protagonist himself was well aware that he wouldn't have called him just to thank him. Seo Gun Myung started flipping through the pages of the document that was on the table in front of him and said that it was time for them to end this useless conversation then. He said that he was not speaking on his own behalf, but on behalf of the Arcane Guild. He once again addressed swordsman Bak Woo-jin of the Bak Divine Sword family, saying that he was asking for his help. This shocked Woo-jin. It was a clear morning, the sky was blue, there were also some clouds on it. The red-haired man smiled and said that he would introduce himself again. He pointed his hand and said that he was the representative of the Arcane Guild, Seo Gong-myung. A beautiful girl stood next to his father. The main character was standing opposite him. He too told him that he was Baek Woo-jin from the family of the Divine Sword Bak. He and the man shook hands. Jin said that it had been a while since he had met Lady So-eun. He looked at the red-haired girl next to him. Seo Gong-myung tensed up and thought that now he understood exactly what Ina was talking about. He thought she was exaggerating because Woo-jin had saved her. Right now, he couldn't believe that at such a young age, he had such skill. He saw the guy's powerful aura. Gong-myung stretched his hand towards the table and said that he wouldn't waste their time. He promised to talk about everything in detail after they entered the dungeon. Woo-jin was really struck by the fact that the problem to be solved was in the dungeon. Gong-myung hesitated a bit. First he said yes, then no. He further said that it was more accurate to say that from the outside. Seo-eun smiled and told the protagonist that he would probably be surprised when he saw the dungeon. Soon they were walking down a long path down to the bottom of the dungeon. All around them were stones and torches hanging on the walls. Seo-eun used the pass to go inside. Woo-jin noticed that for an old dungeon, the security was high, and she had already opened 3 locks. Seo Gong-myung smiled and said that Woo-jin seems to be wondering why there are so many locks here. Woo-jin was greatly surprised by his words. Gong-myung said that he understood him after all. Everyone who is here for the first time says the same thing. Baek Woo-jin even felt a little embarrassed. He laughed. Myung then said that this place was originally set up as a storage area, so it has complicated security procedures. As he can see, they were in the middle of renovating a showroom of equipment and items, but for some reason they had to use it for other purposes. There were large iron doors in front of the 3 people. Gong-myung continued by saying that these reasons were also related to his request. The iron doors lifted up and they were able to enter. Inside, something surprised Woo-jin. The reason for the shock was Madame Jok Yeon-hwa. The girl stood proudly in the middle of the room, noticing Woo-jin. She said that this time he was not wrong. Woo-jin confidently walked closer. He was now towering over Yeon-hwa and said that during this time he had heard news about her. She was quite active here and there. Yeon-hwa replied that he thought he didn't know. After all, she wasn't as spectacular as some. They looked straight into each other's eyes and smiled. Seo-eun stood nearby and watched them carefully. Someone put their big hand on Yeon-hwa's head and said that means it's that Baek Woo-jin who's been on the rise lately. The girl looked unhappily towards the man and tensed up. It was a red-haired man who was smiling and saying that compared to the news and articles, Woo-jin's life was much better. In fact, the man noticed that this guy was strong, but Jung Yeon-hwa was not happy. She wanted the man to finally take his hand off her head. The man finally took his hand off her head and held it out to Baek Woo-jin. He introduced himself as Jok Kyung-hoon from the violent Jok family. He said it was nice to meet him. Blackstone analyzed Kyung-hoon. He told him that this guy had reached the 6th, no, he had already reached the 7th rank, said that his abilities are at a level where rank is meaningless. He is a genius without exaggeration. The protagonist happily introduced himself as Baek Woo-jin from the Bak Divine Sword family and extended his hand. Told him that he too had heard about the fame and activities of Dragon Fist. They shook hands. Kyung-hoon smiled sincerely, saying that he didn't even expect this, saying that Woo-jin was kinder than he thought. I explained that to him. Most of the members of the Divine Sword Baek family were very rude. Kyung-hoon laughed and said that their father should be on good terms. Yeon-hwa was angry at him, and Baek Woo-jin was a little embarrassed. Then he asked if he would do the mission with him, and Kyung-hoon said he was a smart guy. Gong-myung explained that Dragon Fist had said he wanted to do this mission with him, saying that he was the one who recommended him to him. Kyung-hoon said that he was interested in his skills since he had been on top of his game lately, also influenced by what happened to Yeon-hwa a few days ago. He put his hand now on the girl's shoulder. Baek scratched his head and said that he was praising him too much. He even felt embarrassed. The man replied that they would see if it was empty praise or the truth after all. Kyung-hoon looked at the guy and wondered what other empty praise was. On the contrary, he thought it was far from enough. Hoon decided that Yeonhwa was right to show enthusiasm. Seeing him in person, Kyung realized that he really is amazing. Just as they say about him, compared to himself when he was his age, Woojin is definitely not far behind. Then he thought about it and was very surprised. He asked himself why the hell everything was like he was on that level, like he was living his second life. Woojin started talking. The main character asked why Miss Yeonhwa came here if she wasn't going to take part in the mission. This shamed Yeonhwa. Her cheeks turned very red. Kyung-hoon asked, and she told him not to even tell. This made the girl terribly angry. She was ready to kill her relative, and he kept saying that she found out that he was going on a mission with Woojin. The girl couldn't take it anymore and punched him in the stomach with all her might. Then she explained to the others that Oppa didn't seem to be fully awake yet. Talking nonsense, Kyung-hoon was shaking on the floor in pain. Gong-myung coughed and said that it looks like they've all gotten to know each other already. Said that In-ah would now tell them all the details of the mission. The girl asked everyone to come this way. What they saw inside amazed the three. There, beyond the portal, they could see big rocky mountains and jungle. Woojin asked, "Is it a rift in the dungeon?" Kyung-hoon said it doesn't look like a normal one. It's the first time he sees the other side so clearly. Said it's more like a portal. Suddenly, Blackstone called out loudly to back Woojin. He was either scared or surprised by something. Woojin asked him what it was. Then the spirit explained that it's not an ordinary rift. It was the island of Phalon, which was in his world and where he used to go when he was training swordsmen. Woojin was shocked, but Gong-myung smiled and said that it was not an ordinary rift. He said that it's neither a rift nor a dungeon. It looks like a portal that is connected to another world. Blackstone yelled for the host to rather ask how he ended up here. Woojin asked Myung then why the portal opened here. Gong-myung replied that he usually doesn't say that. It was because of him, the swordsman Baek Woojin. This shocked the protagonist a lot, and he started to ask what it meant. The man said that after the attack on the Artisan Island, he and Mr. Woo Kim Jong-hoon met and discussed the security issue, coming to a decision to create a new secret space. Using fire incarnation energy, they spent many attempts to open the space, overflowing with flame energy. He remembered how much fire was in the space when they were trying over it, said that unexpectedly during the test they established a connection. He doesn't know why it established with that particular island. There was a small fiery explosion. Myung said that they assumed that the portal was created by the power of fire incarnation. That's why that volcanic island was summoned. Woojin once again asked about what Seo Gong-myung had said earlier, that it was because of him. The man replied to Mr. Swordsman that he had protected the artisans and the fire incarnation on the Artisan Island, making it possible to conduct this experiment. Blackstone became furious, shouting that it was the result of all of Woojin's actions. Tom became even more embarrassed. He asked how everything led to such a big consequence. Kyung-hoon suggested to let the story go. He asked what they should do. Gong-myung told him that there are dangerous creatures on that island. They are a big threat to the expansion of the facility. Kyung-hoon looked up. The man asked them to deal with this threat. Something started to happen and Gong-myung said, "They just appeared." Strange flaming monsters started to approach the portal. Gong-myung said it was them. Everyone was amazed at what they saw. Even Blackstone. Woojin asked if they were fire golems. The guy started warming up, and Kyung-hoon asked back Woojin if he was ready. The protagonist said yes. Then he turned around and said that, by the way, something clearly confused him. He asked when they had the time to switch to you. Kyung-hoon smiled and said that it was such a minor detail that Woojin didn't have to worry about it. He asked if it wasn't easier to work together that way. Baek Woojin obviously didn't think so, but agreed. Blackstone remarked that he's not a bad guy as long as there's no downside to his character. He said that. Woojin smiled and said that yes, he is, and he's the complete opposite of Baek's family. Kyung-hoon then said that before they went in there. He asked how about a little bet. Woojin was surprised and asked again. Kyung-hoon decided to bet on who would fell those fire golems the most. He pointed his finger at the monsters on the other side of the portal. Woojin folded his arms and replied that of course it would be Jok Kyung-hoon who would win, because there was a big difference in skill between them. The man said that he didn't expect this. He said that he somehow thought that Baek Woojin would immediately agree. In that case, he suggested that he should also use only rank 6 strength at first. Asked what Woojin thought about this, Woojin was not impressed. He said that he was at most rank 5. Kyung-hoon was amazed. He looked at the guy across from him. Then he said that his real strength was close to the 6th rank. He asked if that was true. Such statements shocked the protagonist. He told Blackstone that Kyung-hoon had already realized the difference. Blackstone replied that in addition to his character, this guy was also very smart. Kyung-hoon smiled and said that if there was nothing at stake, there was no fun. He had to think about it. A couple of seconds later, he shouted that if Baek won, he would praise him in front of Yeonhwa. Hoon seemed to bloom saying that. He even put his hand over his heart. He excitedly asked Woo-jin how he felt and if he was excited. The main character's feelings were completely opposite. He indifferently replied that he didn't need it. Kyung-hoon laughed so hard that tears flowed from his eyes, and he grabbed his stomach and twisted around. He yelled about how Woo-jin had said it decisively, saying that if Yeonhwa heard it, she would be completely disappointed in him. Yeonhwa was sitting nearby in the same room, but didn't hear their conversation. The girl was very curious about what they were talking about, but for some reason she had a bad feeling. Kyung-hoon finally managed to pull himself together. He then offered to fulfill one request of his, within limits of course, asked Woo-jin what he thought. The man himself thought about it. He even got a stomachache from laughing. Woo-jin rubbed his head, pondered for a moment, and then replied that if he so desired, they could try it. This pleased Kyung-hoon. He warned his interlocutor that it was forbidden to interfere with each other. Say they would count the points in the middle and again when all the golems were killed. Woo-jin asked how many points a boss was worth. This surprised Hoon, for he didn't know what another boss was. Woo-jin replied that there was no special reason, but there might be a boss-level monster here. Kyung-hoon said he was right and thought for a moment. Then he suggested that we keep it simple and follow the rules of the dungeon. He said that whoever kills the boss will win no matter how many points he has. He asked what Baek would say about it. Woo-jin smiled and said he agreed. Kyung-hoon shouted that he likes that Woo-jin is so simple, repeated that he likes it. He said if the guy was ready, they could go in. They both moved towards the portal. Soon they were already fighting the golems. Kyung-hoon maneuvered his fists. He threw a strong punch and the composing stones of one of the monsters scattered in all directions. The magic stone inside the lava fire golem glowed brightly. Now Kyung-hoon activated his magic. It lasered into the large golem's shoulder and shattered it. Suddenly, one large stone flew straight at the guy from the side. The golem started to move away. Then it did its wound. Something heavy fell to the ground. Hong was bearing down on his opponent with a smile on his face. His fist flew into the center of the monster. The guy exhaled and prepared a second fist. He threw another punch and another golem disintegrated into pieces. Kyung-hoon landed carefully on the ground while the blocks of rocks were still somewhere high. Soon he stood up and said to himself that he had already dealt with 7 of them. It was even boring somehow. He looked up at the sky and said that it wasn't bad for a warm-up, and Jin must have killed about the same amount too. He thought he might even slow down. The drone was flying overhead. Through it, Seo In-ah, Seo Gong-myung, and Jung Yeon-hwa were watching the guys. Something surprised them a lot. Seo Gong-myung rubbed his glasses and asked if Baek Woo-jin was a 5th ranker. The girls next to him couldn't get a word out. Gong-myung explained his surprise by saying that he had already killed 10 golems. The man couldn't believe his eyes, saying that it was like Woo-jin was playing with them. Yeonhwa looked at the screens carefully and wondered what the hell Woo-jin was doing all this time. He realized that the fact that his abilities had to have improved was natural, and Appa was certainly giving into it a bit. But she still thought this speed was incredible. Woo-jin was being carried along with the invisible Blackstone. Blackstone asked him if from the beginning he wanted to agree to the bet. Woo-jin replied that it turns out Blackstone had noticed after all. Blackstone asked what he meant by noticing. He said he was asking because he deals with golems in one hit, and not just 1 or 2, but all 10. Woo-jin attacked another monster. His weapon flew straight into the heart of the golem. The golem disintegrated, and Woo-jin hadn't even landed on his feet yet. He was followed by the next monster. Blackstone said that Baek Woo-jin could see it, the location of the core. The protagonist smiled and replied that he did. He said that he couldn't have accepted the bet without any preparation, and due to the development of Ignimus, he had an increased sensitivity to the fire attribute. Woo-jin didn't know about the rest, but the location of the core of the fire golems he could indeed sense. Blackstone replied that with that being the case, victory was already in the master's pocket from the start. The protagonist was attacked by another golem, and he replied to the spirit that he was the first to offer to make a bet anyway. Jin pushed himself off the ground towards the golem. He also said that when negotiating, one should refuse several times. Meanwhile, he smashed another monster. Blackstone was either judging or proud of his master for being cunning. Jin flew down and with a smile on his face, shouted that he hadn't planned to lose from the beginning. The unspecified counting golem, subsequently, was cut into 2 equal parts. The core of the golem was particularly evenly divided. The golem began to disintegrate, and Jin calmly landed. Stones fell around him, and the protagonist said that whoever his opponent was, he wouldn't lose to him. All of this was also broadcast on the screens at Seo Manor. Seo Gongmyong was so shocked that he was sweating and wondering if it was even possible. The man noticed that Jin immediately realized where the core of the golem was and cut it in one blow. This far exceeded Seo Gongmyong's expectations. He believed that Jin would not have been able to do this using dark energy or tricks. He thought it was obvious that he was helped solely by his skills. A swordsman active for only 1 or 2 years. Gongmyong assumed that the rumors regarding him were made up. After all, he was the direct heir of a huge family. But Jin might just be a talent worth investing in. As the scoring begins, Young Kyung-hun has 17 points. But Jin, he has 25 points. This number surprised Kyung-hun. He didn't expect such a gap. He asked himself if he had been too lenient on him. He knew that his skills were higher than his current rank. But a golem appeared behind Kyung-hun. The guy dashingly cut it with a single blow. He told himself that he needed to get serious now. A powerful red aura began to pour out of him. Hong said that it was because he doesn't plan to grant Jin victory. The guy flew at 2 golems at once. Blackstone asked the master if he could handle it. Jin didn't understand what he was talking about at first. Now they were walking through a calm area. Blackstone explained that Jok Kyung-hun might act childish in places, but he was definitely much better than Jin right now. Kyung-hun was killing monsters with ease. Blackstone said it was worth it for him to show off his true abilities just a little bit. A lot of big clumps were lying around the strong Kyung-hun. Blackstone said that the outcome of the battle would be predetermined. Jin told him that was the reason he added the last condition. Blackstone asked if he was talking about the dungeon rule. Blackstone realized that then all this time the master had been aiming at the boss. Jin replied that yes, on the other side of the portal, he felt a large amount of fire energy. They walked together with the spirit to a high rocky mountain. Jin pushed himself off the ground hard and said that now they would go through all those little bipeds, and heading directly to the boss, they flew towards the target in lightning speed. A short while later, Jin was sitting on the ground, leaning against a tree. He and Blackstone looked down. The spirit asked if the boss was underground. Jin said he was. He said he could feel him, even though it was faint. He said that if he put his aura in the ground, he'd jump right out. Blackstone rushed to stop him. Said he hoped the master was going to awaken him, knowing exactly what he was. Asked if that was the case. Jin cheerfully and enthusiastically replied that it wasn't exactly like that. Said he thought Blackstone would tell him who he was. Blackstone was surprised and told the host to look at himself. He had reached the peak of shamelessness. He apologized to the main character, but said he didn't know what was in there. Asked who would even dig that deep. Jin told him not to worry. It's not like he's going to awaken him without a plan. Jin said. Now with his resistance to fire, he raised his leg high. He shouted, "This should work." Jin kicked the ground with his foot, and the ground started to break, crack, and fall apart. A fiery aura began to pour out of the cracks in the ground. Then 2 bright, flaming light sources appeared from there. Kyung-hun was astonished. The red aura flew at him in a big wave. He had to hold back with his hands. He was amazed at such a large amount of fire energy. The energy was coming from the mountains. Kyung-hun couldn't believe that he was there. He was talking about the boss whose silhouette was perfectly visible from behind the mountain. His entire enormous body was on fire. The boss was incredibly huge. His insides were on fire. His mouth and other orifices were pouring flames. Jin was the size of half of the monster's pinky finger. The golem opened its mouth wider. Magic fire swirled there. Blackstone shouted to Jin that it was a Tandalos. Jin asked what kind of Tandalos it was. The protagonist already had to dodge the boss's attacks. He yelled to Blackstone that he seemed to know a lot about it. Asked him to explain. Blackstone yelled that it was a siege magic golem and was very hard to crack. Told him that it has 3 cores, unless he destroys them all at the same time. It would revive, in the process triggering a huge explosion. The golem, meanwhile, roared loudly and swung at the protagonist. The golem hit the ground, but Wu Jin managed to jump up and dodge the attack. Blackstone said that he must have been furious that the master had woken him up, shouting that waking him up was a huge mistake, and he should wait for Jak Kyung-hoon to defeat the boss together. Wu Jin then confidently and unequivocally replied that no. The protagonist swung his sword, saying that since he now knew how to destroy him, he was very close to the golem's face. The golem roared again, fire gathering in its mouth again. Wu Jin activated the misty slit and flew at the monster, his cold weapon glowing with purple light. The monster roared questioningly at his opponent. Wu Jin used the triple link skill of falling thunderflash. His dark mana flew bright arrows. It flew into 3 areas on the golem's body: the face, shoulder, and chest. The monster screamed loudly and lost. The golem was torn apart. Wu Jin flew downwards. He soon landed near Blackstone, the latter looking at him in surprise. The spirit thought as he adjusted the speed of the sword energy to deal damage to 3 points at once. The first core cracked, the second, and of course, the third. Blackstone was actually shocked. He thought about how the speed at which Baek Wu Jin was advancing was so fast that it didn't even seem real. Soon Wu Jin and Kyung-hoon were standing side by side in the stone room. Hoon asked who Ji knew that the boss was actually there. Then he smiled and asked Wu Jin, or did he know about it from the beginning after all? Wu Jin smiled and replied that in a bet against a person who is much stronger than him, you can't do without an advantage. Kyung-hoon laughed and said that Jin was too good. He spread his hands and said that he admits that he lost. The guy reminded that he has to fulfill one wish from Jin, asked what he wants. The protagonist seriously thought about it. Then he said that he would hold it until the right time. Kyung-hoon said that if he holds it too long, it might evaporate. The protagonist replied that he would just be thrifty and use it before it evaporates. Kyung-hoon laughed again and told his partner that he liked him a lot. He also wanted to say something about Baek's family, but Seo-in-ah interrupted them by calling out Baek's swordsman, Wu Jin. She told him that her father wanted to talk to him. Wu Jin said he was on his way. He said goodbye to the red-haired guy until the next time they meet. Thoth did the same. Then he turned to Yeonhwa, asking if she wanted to say goodbye to Baek Wu Jin. He explained that she didn't know when she would see him again. The girl grudgingly turned away from him and asked why she had to say goodbye to him if he left without doing it to her. Kyung-hoon smiled as he looked at her. He saw a blush appear on her cheeks. Finally, he said that he was like her appa giving his consent. This made Yeonhwa terribly angry. She yelled that he was just pissing her off, that she didn't just ask him not to talk like that. She was mad. She said she was just going to go practice. Kyung-hoon tried to stop her, asked her to wait, and suggested they go together. Then he stopped and told her to just be honest with herself. He turned back to look at Wu Jin again. Kyung-hoon told Yeonhwa that at this rate she might lose to him. Wu Jin was walking while having fun chatting with Seo-in-ah. He and Seo-in-ah finally arrived at her father's office. There, Seo Gong-myung bowed to the protagonist and thanked him, saying that the Arcane Guild was once again indebted to him. Gong-myung remembered how the golems burned innocent guys, said that if they had started building without locating the boss, and if he later awakened and raged, the poor construction workers were burning. Gong-myung remembered it clearly. He said that they would have suffered great losses. Wu Jin waved his hands and said it wasn't worth it all. After all, nothing happened. He said that thanks to Seo Gong-myung, he had gained valuable experience. Then he remembered something and started digging in his pocket. He asked the man to take it. Wu Jin pulled out a red magic stone, held it out to Gong-myung, and told him that he found it after defeating the boss. Gong-myung actually seemed surprised, and he knew what it was. He could feel the incredibly dense fire energy coming from the stone. He knew that this item was at least of legendary level. Seo Gong-myung asked the swordsman why he was giving it to him. Wu Jin explained that the item obtained during the mission given by the customer belonged to him. This shocked Gong-myung. At first he didn't say anything. Then he said he couldn't accept it. This statement shocked the protagonist. He asked what he meant. Gong-myung explained that all he did was to have Wu Jin and Kyung-hoon kill the golems, and Wu Jin got it by killing the boss. So this item is his. Wu Jin smiled. Then he bowed too and thanked his employer, said that in that case, he was glad that he was giving it to him. Gong-myung was happy and said that he would send Wu Jin the money for the waste. He wished the protagonist a good journey. Wu Jin thanked him again and said that if he needed him again, Myung shouldn't hesitate to contact him. Seogong Myung looked at Woojin's back as he walked away and thought that it must be easy to be arrogant when you have such skills at such a young age. But he's still an honest man. Gong Myung was happy about this, and he thought that maybe they would meet again soon. When Woojin finally arrived home, he undressed and placed the stone and sword on the bed. Blackstone looked at him and said that his master was something. After Blackstone started to get angry at the protagonist, yelling that he originally didn't even intend to give the item away, Woojin rather replied that of course he knew he would refuse to save face. He recalled how it was and said that still at the end, he had no choice but to accept the stone, and therefore it was a win-win for both sides. He said that more importantly, Gong Myung would consider him an honest man, which pissed Blackstone off, saying that people needed to see his true corrupted self. Soon Blackstone pulled himself together and told his master to eat the stone, because if left like that, the energy of the fire would diminish. Woojin asked if he should just eat it. He would just break his teeth. Blackstone exhaled and asked why he always gets it wrong. Woojin asked. Maybe then he could tell him what to do. Blackstone looked at him judgmentally and thought about it. A notification came in that it was the heart of Tandalos, a crystal that could only be obtained after killing Tandalos. Absorbing an entire crystal with magic rapidly increases resistance and susceptibility to fire. Its rank is legendary. Woojin decided to summon Ignis, his fire dragon. The latter immediately appeared nearby. Woojin petted the beast and Blackstone asked why he summoned the lizard. The protagonist showed the stone to Ignis. Thoth opened his mouth in surprise. Then Woojin told him that the dragon had a skill that made it stronger when eating. He said that we thought Ignis could eat that crystal. Yes, in this way would be much more effective. Blackstone said it does make some sense. Ignis opened his mouth to devour the stone. Woojik looked at his beast and said he seemed to like it. Blackstone asked if he wanted a piece too. As soon as Ignis absorbed the magical fire energy stone, it blazed brighter and became visibly larger. A notification came that the susceptibility to fire had been increased by 20 points, and the resistance to fire had also been increased by 25 points. Woojin was surprised to see the characteristics increase as well. Blackstone even started to get angry because the crystal was eaten by a dragon, and Baek Woojin was also getting stronger. As reports came in that Ignis had absorbed the dense flame essence and that Ignis's vessel was expanding, Woojin and Blackstone turned around and the protagonist said that it looked like they were getting somewhere. Then they looked up and Woojin was surprised. He asked if that was it. Blackstone didn't like it. He told the host to be satisfied with what he had already gotten. He started to ask what else he could expect. Suddenly someone interrupted Blackstone with the words that Woojin was interesting. It struck the protagonist's spirit. Woojin began to twist around and ask what it was. Blackstone was also startled, but replied that it was a voice inside his head. A notification came that the fire spirit king Ifrit had shown interest in him and Ignis. Woojin asked about the Ifrit spirit king. Blackstone was surprised. He explained that he had never heard of him. He asked if the spirit king was talking directly to Baek Woojin. He was then informed that the fire spirit king Ifrit had personally invited him and Ignis to the spirit world, and a fire portal opened in front of them. Woojin was extremely surprised and asked if it was really the spirit world. Woojin asked about the spirit king Ifrit. Blackstone was surprised. He explained that he had never heard of him. He asked if the spirit king was speaking directly to Baek Woojin. He was then informed that the fire spirit king Ifrit had personally invited him and Ignis to the spirit world, and a fire portal opened in front of them. Woojin was extremely surprised and asked if it was really the spirit world. Sparks flew around his hair and a gust of wind from the portal tossed his hair back. Blackstone said that it looked like Ifrit had personally opened the portal. He said he could feel the strong energy of fire. Woojin said that the invitation from the king himself, it's a bit excessive. He asked if that's not true. Blackstone replied that Baek Woojin looks too charged up to say that. The main character then told his dragon cub to come with him. The three of them entered the portal. Inside, in another world, Woojin was surprised. He asked if this was the spirit world. Blackstone replied that it was his first time here too. This place was overflowing with pure energy. Woojin also asked where they were exactly. In front of them were three big stone statues with different flags. Blackstone asked what kind of chairs they were. He talked about these big stones. Woojin said they looked like thrones. Then they heard someone's voice again. This voice told Baek Woojin that he was right. and these were the seats of other spirit kings. This again greatly surprised Jin and Blackstone. Someone that looked like a demon appeared on the fourth throne that had a red flag on it. Wu Jin stood in a stupor as he looked at the demon and thought about the fact that it looked small but emitted such a huge amount of fiery energy. He realized that it was Ifrit. Wu Jin hurriedly bowed out and greeted the Fire King. Ifrit told him to stop this circus, as he didn't like it anyway. He said Wu Jin and the Flame Dragon grew at a great speed. Ignis exhaled some smoke. Blackstone said Ignis doesn't know what humility is. Neither does his master. Wu Jin answered him that he wouldn't find a person more humble than him here. Ifrit started to say something. He said that Wu Jin has a very remarkable talent. He saw the main character's aura. Ifrit thought about the fact that for an ordinary person, he is surprisingly compatible with fire energy, and upon closer inspection seems to be talented in all four elements. He knew he had only summoned him because of his interesting progress and for the sake of giving advice. But he might be useful to his plan. Ifrit smiled and turned to Wu Jin. Ifrit asked how about giving him a contract. Said that if he did a good job, he could help his flame dragon become the next spirit king. Wu Jin was amazed that Ignis could potentially become the spirit king. Ifrit said that Jin would only have to help him with one task. He asked what he would say if he was interested. Blackstone asked if this didn't sound more like a request than a contract. Wu Jin turned to Ifrit. He asked the Spirit King if this task was related to the other spirits' empty thrones. Ifrit smiled and said that Wu Jin was very clever. He began to list the Spirit Kings. The first was the Water Spirit King Erwin. The second was the Wind Spirit King Shurka. And the third was the Earth Spirit King Grandi. Ifrit told him that right now they left to clean the damaged world tree. Said that originally the Spirit Kings were forbidden to interfere directly, however. The damaged world tree could lead to the birth of a new elf queen. So they had no choice but to intervene, even though it was forbidden. Blackstone said that it was much more problematic than they thought, saying that the Elf Queen usually alone controls all four Spirit Kings. Wu Jin asked him if it was really all of them. Blackstone said that if the Queen took control of the Spirit Kings, hell would break out in the human world. Ifrit said that the damaged world tree seems to have moved to the human world. It is called the Dark Tree. Blackstone asked if it was true that the Master's older brother had already dealt with it. Wu Jin told him that it was, even though it was the first time he had heard that it was a damaged world tree. Ifrit told the protagonist that he only needed to help the Spirit Kings in the place where the Dark Tree was. He would let him know when to proceed. Wu Jin was surprised that it was not needed right now, and he asked about it. Ifrit replied that it takes a long time to prepare a powerful seal spell. And to use this spell, you need a strong enough mediator who can handle all four elements. Wu Jin said that was his role. Ifrit said he was right. He said that they were going to do it without an intermediary, but then the probability of success drops many times over. Ifrit asked what he thought he could do. Wu Jin told Blackstone that he was going to go with his brother anyway, and if he was lucky, he could get more information. Blackstone asked if the Spirit King candidate wasn't enough for him. He said that no one could beat him when it came to greed. Wu Jin bowed to the Fire King and said that he accepts his offer. Ifrit replied that it was good, and that in that case. Since he said yes, there was a fiery explosion. Fire poured into Ignis. Wu Jin was scared for him. Then the dragon itself started spewing flames. It touched the Spirit King's hand in the other side. The fire was all around the diameter. The protagonist told Blackstone that Ifrit was about to attack. Ifrit said that if their defense was even a little late, they would burn to the ground. Wu Jin picked himself up and asked what it was. Ifrit replied that there was no point in making a contract with someone weak. Said that besides, he couldn't make everyone the next Spirit King. Said that Wu Jin could do whatever he wanted. He gathered the magic in his hands and said that if it ever hit him, he would make their agreement. Blackstone was surprised by the king's behavior. After all, he had just asked for help. Wu Jin replied that he knew he wouldn't help them so easily. The protagonist called out loudly to Jin. On one side appeared the green wolf, Jin. On the other, an earth turtle. And on top of that, a white bird, Nyx. It landed on the protagonist's hand and sat on his finger. Wu Jin asked his bird if it was okay. Blackstone laughed. Blackstone said he was just kidding and suggested cheering up, and the bird sang. Blackstone turned into a blade and said that now. Time to face the king's test. Wu Jin stood in the circle of his beast, dragon, and summoned beasts. Everything around was burning. Wu Jin was already exhausted. His black t-shirt was torn. Only Ifrit was sitting on the throne and smiling. In the smoke, it was hard for the protagonist to breathe. Woojin turned around and called out to Ignis. Ifrit said that Woojin was holding up better than he thought. If someone clumsy had been in his place, there would have been only ashes left of him by now. The protagonist gripped his blade tighter. He quickly spread his arms. Magical attacks flew at the Spirit King. Ifrit realized 3 small fireballs above him. He sent them towards the guy's attacks. Their magic met. The fireballs fell to the ground, and the ground burned even thicker. Woojin placed a protective barrier over himself and his animals. Fire flew over it. Soon the barrier split. Attacks flew at the animals. Woojin extended his blade in front. The summoned animals screamed and roared because of the flaming attacks. It wasn't easy for Woojin either. Everything around him was in chaos. The main character's arms were badly burned. The skin had peeled off. Now only meat was visible. Woojin was actually in pain, but he stood steady. Even Ifrit was amazed by this. He said that it was amazing that he could not believe that a man could withstand a flame of this magnitude. He told Woojin that he was not bad at communicating with his spirits, but it was not enough for him. He looked at Woojin, who was on fire, and said that since he had gotten this far, he would give him some advice. Ifrit advised the protagonist to think about when the fire is at its most fierce. Blacktone told the host that he gave him a huge clue by telling him that there are other ways to fight against it. Woojin added that he says he's good at communicating with spirits, saying that he was overwhelmed with the thought of fighting against the Spirit King and forgot about his abilities. Blackstone replied that in that case, he thinks he'd better do what he's best at. Woojin then straightened his back and was inspired by the thought of being a swordsman. A swordsman who burns brighter just by picking up a sword. This pleased the guy. A dragon came up to him. Woojin was surprised and turned to Ignis. Then he realized and smiled. He stroked the dragonkin's flaming mane. Fire erupted behind them. Woojin told Blackstone that he could feel Ignis's will. Said he wanted to figure it out together. The fire started to burn closer to Ifrit. The protagonist ran his fingers through his mane once more. Woojin said that he would burn everything with his sword at the expense of his and Ignis's will. 2 fireballs were already flying at him. Woojin closed his eyes and thought of his anger, Ignis's spirit. And then he opened his eyes. The protagonist was using the past method of changing fire forms, and the fire that was flying at him swept around the guy in a wave and then swirled on the tip of his sword. 2 more large fireballs could be seen in the sky. They were already close, and Woojin used the Fire Lotus transformation. The fire met the fire. Woojin in turn pushed himself off the ground. He pushed the flames apart on the way. Then he flew high in the circle of fire. This is the compatibility of the fire's gate. Ifrit was much more interested this time. He watched his chosen one closely and said that he was indeed beyond his expectations. He said that he hadn't been this excited in a long time. The demon finally stood up from his high place and pushed off. Now he was flying with fire directly at Woojin's head. The Spirit King's body was smoking. Soon he stepped on the ground began to crack, and small pebbles were flying from the shockwave. The Spirit King raised his fist and swung it at Woojin. He told the guy to try and stop it. Ifrit's fist was already very close and carried with great speed, but more importantly, strength. Woojin smiled and tensed up hard. He ran upwards on Ifrit's arm, then high up, so high that even the huge Ifrit had to raise his head. The protagonist shouted and swung his mighty and sharp sword at the Spirit King. Ifrit smiled and said it was good. Woojin flew at his opponent while smiling. Ifrit was ready to catch him, shouting to the guy to show him everything he could do. When they met, there was a large and loud explosion. It's a single fire. Woojin flew out of there. He wasn't so pleased now. Instead, he was tensely watching something. There, Ifrit stood on all fours and let out a large fireball from his mouth. He blew at it, and it lightning fast rushed towards back Woojin. It even scared the protagonist. There was another explosion, but this time it was not red, but light blue, almost white. The element of water flew around Woojin. It came from his heart. The water enveloped him completely. It filled all the space around him with parts of itself. Woojin was fluttering high above the ground. He looked down. From there, the Spirit King's fiery attack flew into him. Woojin clenched his teeth. There was an explosion again. Woojin was still enveloped in water. Then he called out to Nyx, his summoned bird. Now it wasn't such a small chick. Now it was a large and massive feathered bird. Woojin himself was surprised that Nyx had changed. Blackstone said that he had heard that some spirits could completely change appearance at will. Woojin asked if Nyx was like that. Blackstone didn't even let him finish his sentence. He said yes. He said that seeing him in a predicament, Nyx's will, and the Master's Spirit Stone united and became one. The bird now had strong legs and long black claws, mighty wings full of strong feathers. Blackstone said that he was now a Glacia, a top-level spirit. It was because of him that Woojin had not been roasted. Ifrit also looked at the summoned spirit and asked if he had awakened. He said it was quite unexpected. Now Woojin was standing on top of the bird and looking at the Spirit King. Ifrit said that Nyx had become stronger in the middle of a crisis. As always, his judgment is correct. But there is one but. He held his hands up, raising another pair of fireballs with them. Said test wasn't over yet. The king directed the attacks towards Bak Woojin and shouted for him to show him his true strength. Woojin shouted encouragement to Glacia. The protagonist stood firmly and confidently on the bird. Glacia deftly dodged all of Ifrit's fireballs, and now the bird was very close to the Spirit King. Woojin prepared his sword, then he pushed himself away from the bird's body. His sword blazing, Woojin used the fire shapeshifting again. In the end, the protagonist managed to slash the Spirit King Ifrit. This was aided by the single fire skill. A little while later, Ifrit took his normal form. He was once again small and unintimidating. He told the protagonist that he had succeeded. There was a large and seemingly deep scratch on Ifrit's chest, but it didn't bleed, so Ifrit didn't pay much attention to it. The Spirit King said that he thought that at best Bak Woojin would only be able to inflict a scratch, but he didn't expect him to take the blow. Woojin only laughed in response, with his fire dragon Ignis sitting beside him. Then Ifrit told Ignis to hold out his paw, for a promise remains a promise. The Dragonkin and the Spirit King touched each other, and fire poured out of their hands. Soon it surrounded them both, flames blazing all around. Ifrit closed his eyes and began to say that on behalf of himself, the Flame Spirit King Ifrit declares him, Ignis, to be the vessel of the next Spirit King. Ignis too closed his eyes and took the oath. Then the flame flickered, and Ifrit said it was ready. He smiled and asked Ignis to do his best in the future. He further said that since they were done, he and Woojin could go back. He opened the portal behind him again. Ifrit held out his hand and promised that they would see each other again very soon. Woojin told Blackstone that it was time to go. However, he was deep in thought about something. The main character noticed this and asked what was the matter and what happened. Blackstone told him that he felt like something was missing. It felt so nasty. Ifrit asked Bak Woojin why he was talking to the air. Is there something there? Woojin was startled and hurriedly replied that there isn't. He suggested that Blackstone think about it after he returned. Blackstone closed his eyes and replied that he thought it was something very important. He did move forward. They all entered the portal. Ifrit watched them silently. Then he spoke to himself, saying that the man who had received the blessing of the spirits. He decided that Bak Woojin would definitely be liked by all the other kings. The main character was heading somewhere. Then he stopped and turned to Blackstone and asked what was wrong. Blackstone replied that it was always at this time that something appeared that had not been there before. Suddenly, Blackstone realized what was bothering him so much. That sound, poor spirit turned blue all over. In front of them were notifications that a method to pass the change of fire forms had been created. Ignis met the criteria to become the next Spirit King vessel. The low-level water spirit Nyx had awakened after reaching the highest level and became Glacia. Also that his training in the spirit world had greatly increased the energy of his 4 attributes. Woojin was a little surprised, and Blackstone was raging and shouting about the system window. Next was the notification that he would be granted new attributes due to the level increase. About his awakening as an immortal sword body, he was granted the immortal sword body's attribute of development. Blackstone said that it was no wonder he was so nervous. He shouted that the system window appeared as soon as it could. Woojin was silent. In front of them was a description of the immortal sword body, the development. It said that he had obtained spirituality that allows him to draw strength from his target, gain the talent of a heavenly being with a single sword, and the ability to use his sword to reveal the sword cloud that opens the heavens. It also has special abilities such as the sword cloud and spirituality, and something else unknown. Blackstone slapped his face as he realized that it was just as he expected. Woojin was still silent, which surprised Blackstone, and he asked why he was not responding. The protagonist still didn't respond. Poor Blackstone got angry and said that it was nothing to him now. Asking if that was the case, Wu Jin finally turned to the assistant. He said he thought he now understood what he was talking about. Blackstone asked what he meant. Said that as always it only offered him usefulness. Wu Jin said, "No, that's not what he meant." Said Blackstone said he had experienced a nasty feeling. Blackstone replied that yes. Wu Jin asked him why he felt like something was wrong. Blackstone replied that he didn't know how to say, but it was right before the system window appeared. Said he felt like it notified him a little later. Wu Jin said that's exactly what it felt like. Told that he was thinking the same thing now. He said that the window usually appears the moment he gets those powers. But now it didn't appear until they came back. It was also supposed to notify him about Glacian and Ignis. The protagonist said he doesn't know much about his rebirth, his past, and this system, but maybe this system. Much more complicated than they thought. He stared at the notifications. Wu Jin added that even though it was just a guess, Blackstone was very annoyed with the host. He asked why. Then he acted like he knew everything. The main character smiled widely and thanked Blackstone for everything. Blackstone was startled by this. He asked why he was suddenly talking so strangely. Wu Jin explained that he just had a feeling that he was getting attractive rewards every time he mentioned the system. This made Blackstone even angrier. He shouted that the master was angering him the most. The dragonkin made some sound and opened his mouth wide. Wu Jin paid attention to him and asked if he was hungry. He offered Ignis a snack and said he could eat as much as he wanted, which pleased the dragon. Blackstone watched them from behind. In the room they entered, Moonju Young was sitting. The boy was happy to see the young master. The fact that Moonju Young was here surprised the protagonist. He asked when he came. Ju Young said not too long ago, but it seems that the gentleman had been practicing so hard that he hadn't left the room for 3 days. So he was waiting for him. This surprised Wu Jin. He asked if it was really 3 days. Then he asked Blackstone if it had been that long. Blackstone told him that the spirit world was a different world. Of course, time flows differently there. Ju Young hesitantly asked if there was a problem. Wu Jin replied that there wasn't. He was just thinking about it. He revealed that Ignis was now one step closer to becoming a spirit king. This amazed Moonju Young. He hurriedly bowed out and congratulated him on his huge advancement. Wu Jin felt embarrassed and said that huge was too loud a word. Blackstone said that he felt like he had seen it more than once. Then Wu Jin still asked Ju Young why he was waiting for him. Ju Young told him that he had a visitor every day for the past few days. The fact that he had someone visiting him daily amazed Wu Jin. He asked who it was. A red-haired girl was standing on a dais, and a group of people were standing below, breathing heavily. "It's Miss Xiao." Ju Young said that she was looking for him. After all, she has something to discuss with him about the Arcane Guild. Wu Jin walked out on her and said that he heard that she came to see him. The girl turned around smiling. She cheerfully said that she was happy to see him again so soon. Wu Jin said that he was too, because he thought they would both be very busy. Xiao and Ah said that she heard that he had formed a new sword squad. Wu Jin replied that he had, and it was called the Righteous Squad. The girl said that she brought a gift in honor of this event. This surprised Wu Jin. She asked him if he remembered how his work had gotten them possession of the volcanic island. Using materials from the recovered volcano, she said that they had created these swords as an experiment. Xiao and Ah said she would like to present them to the members of the Righteous Sword Squad. A box of swords was lying beside her. Wu Jin asked if she would mind if he took a look. Ah said that of course he could take a look. She held out one sword to him. Wu Jin carefully took out the cold weapon from the sheath. He told Blackstone that the sword was quite sharp, saying that it might not be of a unique rank, but it was certainly not bad. He examined the sword carefully. Then he told Xiao and Ah that they were good swords, but he had already received compensation. Taking something again is not much. The girl didn't let him speak. She deliberately interrupted him, saying that it was her father who gave them to him, not her. This surprised Wu Jin. He asked if she was talking about Mr. Xiao Gong Myung. Xiao and Ah told him that she would be in a difficult position if he didn't accept them. She said that her father said to give these dreams to him no matter what. Wu Jin listened to her and thought that with the way he was showing his kindness, it could be assumed that he liked him. That thought made the protagonist happy. He thought that it looked like he was able to leave a good impression of himself last time. Xiao and Ah said that Bai Wu Jin knows how stubborn her father can be, but Wu Jin just laughed. Then he said that in that case, he would accept her gift with gratitude. A little while later, the students greeted young master Baek Woo-jin. Woo-jin shouted that the Arcane Guild had given them all excellent weapons. He held one of the swords in his hands. He pulled it out of its sheath. The thin blade of the sword glistened in the sun in front of the young men. Everyone stared at the cold weapon with open mouths. Woo-jin told them that the sword was called Oath, which means will. He said that he would give it to each of them, so they should step forward. The boys were excited about their new swords. The weapons seemed to glisten in their hands. Someone stepped forward and called out to Mr. Swordsman. It was Seo-in-ah. She asked him if she could speak to him privately. Soon she said that she would like to entrust him with a job. Woo-jin asked what the job was. The girl said that it was a personal assignment that had nothing to do with the guild. Woo-jin asked again to elaborate. In-ah said she created one thing during their first meeting, asked if he remembered it. Woo-jin asked if she was talking about the black moss. The fact that he remembered everything made the girl very happy. She shouted that she did. She said that she finally had a chance to get the last ingredient. She said her grandfather had told her that manticore skin was the key ingredient for black fur. Manticore is a fearsome lion that has wings and lives in fire. The manticore surprised Woo-jin. Seo-in-ah continued talking. She said that a week ago the monster in the 3rd Legion area turned into Raken. Woo-jin asked if it was really true about Raken. He explained that he was asking because it was a dungeon boss. In-ah replied that yes, it would definitely become a manticore. Woo-jin thought about the fact that the most important ingredient for black fur is manticore skin. He said that it must be a manticore then. For some reason, his guess made Seo-in-ah very happy. She shouted that it was and offered to catch it together. Now Woo-jin was thinking about catching the manticore together. He asked if she said they were together. What surprised him was that apparently Madame Seo-in-ah was going to go with him. He asked her about it. The girl replied that that was it. She said that catching manticore was not everything. She said that when she dies, the toughest part of her skin must be perfectly removed to be used as an ingredient in the future. In-ah shouted that she had practiced countless times for this day, Woo-jin thought. Blackstone told him that it would be fine, saying that he could overpower the manticore now and alone. He also said that more importantly, he was interested in the black fur after all. Woo-jin closed his eyes and replied to the spirit that he was right, and it would be good to test his strength now. Blackstone promised that he would be by his side, prompting the regeneration time. Woo-jin smiled and said in that case. He agreed to accept Lady Seo-in-ah's errands. The girl bowed to him and thanked him. Then the guest decided to tell him about his reward. Woo-jin was surprised and then said that of course it was important too. The girl interrupted him and said that his reward would be someone was watching them from above. Seo-in-ah told Woo-jin about his reward and it shocked him a lot. It was all because she was going to give him black fur. He asked if she was joking. The girl waved her hands and said of course not. Woo-jin said that she told him that black fur was her dream. Seo-in-ah exhaled and said that to be more specific, making it was her dream and using it was a whole other conversation. The protagonist wanted to object that by selling it she could. The girl once again didn't let him finish. She coughed loudly. She said that he already knows her family well. Money is not a problem for them. Woo-jin felt embarrassed. He thought that he had made an idiot of himself by talking about money with the daughter of the head of the Arcane Guild. Seo-in-ah said that her grandfather often said that a craftsman's work was finished after he gave the item to the right person. She remembered her grandfather's kind face, his long white hair and beard, and how tired he was but how satisfied he was at the end. In-ah said she was of the same opinion and thought the black fur suited Baek Woo-jin perfectly. Woo-jin rubbed the back of his head and said he couldn't accept it anyway. Then Seo-in-ah asked him to wait. She said that he had just accepted her assignment. Asked if that was true, Woo-jin confirmed her words. Seo-in-ah said that if that was the case, then he should know that the client determines the reward for the work. Woo-jin felt even more awkward and wanted to say something. The girl didn't want to hear anything. She turned away and shouted that she had already made up her mind anyway. She reiterated that the reward for his task would be a black fur. In-ah emphasized that there could be no objections. Blackstone laughed out loud, saying that she was so sure of her position, saying that he definitely liked it. Then he told the already humble Woo-jin to try his best. The protagonist really asked him to shut up. Woo-jin did agree with Seo-in-ah, but asked if she had gotten permission from the artisan to go there. Seo-in-ah confidently and cheerfully shouted that no, putting her thumb up in front, said that now it's time to go and get it. Blackstone gloated at the host, telling him not to worry. In-Ah yelled that if she said Baek Woo-jin would accompany her, he would authorize it that second. Blackstone broke out into loud laughter again. He shouted that her position was just perfect. Woo-jin felt even more awkward. A week later, at the entrance of the 3rd Legion area, there was thick forest and fog all around. Woo-jin, along with Ju-young, were heading somewhere. Soon ahead, they saw Seo and Ia and a mage girl. Seo and Ah waved to Mr. Swordsman and shouted for them to come this way. Woo-jin smiled and said that he didn't expect that he would actually give permission. Seo and Ah said that she had told him that he would agree in an instant. The girl was clearly extremely pleased with herself. She said that she had been actively preparing for this day, even taking all of her top-ranked equipment. The protagonist thought it was a bit unnecessary, but only laughed in response. Then In-Ah talked about the second girl, the mage. The girl was red-haired and beautiful. She held a magic staff in her hand. Seo-ah said that her father had sent her a guide. The stranger introduced herself. She called herself Park Ju-hee and said she was looking forward to working with Baek Woo-jin. Blackstone told the master that she was very strong, at least at the beginning of the 6th rank, said that it was even too much for a guide. Woo-jin replied to him that considering what happened to Cha Jin-woo, it was a delicate matter. Woo-jin shook Ju-hee's hand and said that he too was looking forward to working with her. The girl shook his hand in return and said that she would follow his instructions. The protagonist thanked her for her cooperation. Suddenly, Ju-yeon's husband was very surprised by something. In fact, he was just terribly happy that even other people now trusted his young master. He even had tears popping out. Blackstone noticed this and asked if something was wrong. Woo-jin said he didn't know. Seo and Ah said she thought they had everything. She offered to leave without delay. A portal immediately opened behind her back. A blonde-haired man in a black robe knelt down and asked his master if he had called for him. The windows of the office were covered with roller shutters. Behind a large black chair sat a man. He was turned to the window, and so his face could not be seen. He replied that he had entered the Legion area. He said that he was also with the heiress of the Arcane Guild. The blonde-haired man was wearing a cat mask and was listening to the Lord attentively. The Lord extended his finger and said he had a question. He asked what he thought he had called him for. The boy said he probably called him to kill Baek Woo-jin. The mister wagged his finger and said no way, but the reason was similar to that. He said they couldn't let him die so easily. He said that in addition, he would not die such an easy death. He has an incredible resistance against poisons and attributes. To be more specific about the target, on the table in front of the gentleman were documents and a picture of Seo and Ah. The gentleman said he was curious how strong he really was, so he would go and find out. The masked man asked if he should just watch. The gentleman said of course not. He asked how he was going to find out his real strength. He said that he had to personally evaluate Baek Woo-jin's strength. He said that his progress had exceeded his expectations. Such news didn't make the guy very happy. The master said that however he would not reveal his true identity, so it would be better to give him a good reason to do so. He ordered a servant to kill the daughter of the head of the Arcane Guild. This shocked the blonde-haired boy. Master said that Baek Woo-jin would either become desperate or reveal his true self. The masked guy smiled widely and gleamed his white teeth. He said he would do as his master wished. Woo-jin exhaled and said that they would move to the 2nd floor without any problems. In front of him lay a large and terrifying ogre, but it was no longer conscious. Behind it stood the summoned beast. Ju-hee was astonished. She said that she had heard that he could control spirits, but who knew that they were of medium rank? Ju-yeon coughed and asked her if the young master was unusually talented. This confused the girl and she looked at him questioningly. Seo and Ah replied to Ju-yeon that she agreed with him, saying that she had a good eye for good people. Jau-hee gave her a questioning look. Ju-young and In-ah laughed, and Ju-hee was even more shocked. Then Blackstone told Baek Woo-jin that he was already here. The main character called everyone and asked them all to guard Madame Seo and Ah. Everyone immediately stood in front of Madame. 2 black spots swept across the sky. Then an unknown beast landed heavily and loudly. It was so heavy that the ground cracked. It was 2 huge, unusual lions. They had bright yellow eyes and human bodies. They were incredibly large. Woo-jin said that the Raycons were already here, and he thought it was time to start. The Raycons looked truly formidable and dangerous. They roared loudly at the humans who had come. Ju-hee activated magic and told them that their energy was on a whole other level. She said she would create a protective barrier. Seo and Ah and Moon. Ju Young hid behind the girl's back. Woo Jin looked at the monsters and told Blackstone that they didn't look too special. Blackstone asked why he wasn't nervous at all. Woo Jin smiled and told him that the Spirit King almost burned him to the ground, asked if he thought some Reikans could make him nervous. The Reikans also had large and heavy cold weapons. One of them swung at the protagonist. He got into a fighting stance. The sword in back Woo Jin's hands glowed with purple mana. Woo Jin swung his sword with lightning-fast, gigantic force. A lot of blood splattered, and the protagonist was clearly pleased with himself. He said that it was much easier than he thought. Suddenly, Blackstone drew the host's attention to something, pointing his finger and telling him to look. Woo Jin turned around. There was a yellow time board in front of them. He asked something like this. Could it be the Golden System window? He told Blackstone that he didn't think he had ever seen it in that color. Blackstone replied that it was also the first time he saw a Golden System window. Said he thought the boss should show up now. The thought frightened him a little. However, he said that he doubted that a regular manticore would come out. Now Woo Jin was a little scared too. He asked the assistant what he meant. Blackstone thought for a moment and replied that what he said that it would at least be an unusual manticore, or perhaps something completely different would appear. Woo Jin turned back around and motioned for him to deal with it. He turned to the two of them, asked them to be very careful when setting up the barrier, told them that they didn't know when the boss would appear, and they could also be attacked by someone else. Ju Young and Ju Hee agreed with him. Girl asked the protagonist to leave it on them. Then Woo Jin turned to the smiling Seo In-ah. He asked her to trust his guides. He said he would also try his best to protect her. Seo In-ah smiled widely and agreed. Woo Jin told Blackstone that there shouldn't be any problems now. And they had 2 days left. He looked at the timer in front. It showed 45 hours. Blackstone asked if he was planning to just rest the whole time. Woo Jin smiled and replied that of course not. He suggested he enjoy a good hunt to the fullest. Woo Jin killed the Reikans one by one, their corpses lying on the ground and bleeding. Someone was watching the protagonist from above and scolding, saying what he heard, that he was rank 6. It was a guy wearing a mask. He said that this guy, Baek Woo Jin, was a real monster beyond his expectations. He was thinking of approaching him while he was hunting that Reikan. He was talking about the Reikan that attacked Woo Jin recently. The Reikan hit the ground hard, right where Baek Woo Jin had just been standing. But Woo Jin was able to jump back in time. Woo Jin looked at the masked man. The smile on the guy's face fell off, and he said to himself that there was a possibility that he had already been discovered. He said that it was just a terrible feeling, the first time his judgment was false. He bit down on his finger, and in such a way that blood spurted from it. The guy smiled again and said he didn't mean to use that insurance. He swiped his blood across the ground, drawing a circle. He said that it would be possible to get rid of Seo In-ah at any time, so he would assess Baek Woo Jin's abilities first. The guy drew a circle with some kind of image inside, and he said that he should try to get in his way when he fights monsters. He decided to see how long he would last. Red mana was pouring out of the circle drawn in blood. Blackstone asked his master if he had gotten the hang of it. Woo Jin thought for a moment, then said that he liked that he was training him with his sword. But this Reikan was particularly difficult. Blackstone said that of course Fragile Knight was strong, but her technique absorbed just as much of his aura. He smugly raised his nose and told his master to be grateful for those lessons. Woo Jin sarcastically replied that he was right. Then he remembered something and wanted to tell Blackstone. He asked if he felt like they were being watched. Blackstone said he felt it too, but only for a moment. Woo Jin said that it annoyed him, asked if the Watcher was planning to get involved during his battle with the boss. Blackstone asked why they shouldn't find him and kill him. The protagonist replied that he was pretty good at stealth, probably an assassin or spy. He looked ahead into the dense forest, said that finding him was just a waste of time. He said that if he was his target, he would show up sooner or later. The other guys were sitting quietly on the log, thinking about something. Woo Jin looked at the timer. There were 3 seconds left. Blackstone said it was almost time. The protagonist agreed and said to be ready. One of the guys called out for Mr. Swordsman. It was Ms. Seo In-ah. Woo Jin turned around and looked at the girl and asked if she was okay. She looked sad, raising her eyes. In-ah asked the swordsman to apologize, explained that she thought they would meet the boss right away. Seo In-ah said didn't think to rush here. I guess she's just wasting his time. The girl stood up. Woo Jin said that it's not like that at all, and he's having a good time here. Said that, by the way. He turned around and looked at the timer, asked who knows if he might show up soon. There were about 10 milliseconds left on the timer. So-and-ah asked what he meant. 4 milliseconds left, and then time ran out. Something happened. Woojin told Blackstone that he was here. The black silhouette of a beast with bright yellow eyes appeared in the purple sky. The beast was even heavier than the previous Rakens. When it landed, the ground shook and cracked even more. It was also an unusual lion, and it roared loudly. Its mouth, as well as the size of its body, was of incredible size. Its roar was so loud that poor Xiaoane had to cover her ears. Ju Young and Ju Hee were surprised by something. Woojin assumed it was a manticore, but he saw that something was wrong. He said it was an unusual manticore. Blackstone told Master that it was a mid-7th ranked Rex manticore. An ordinary one wouldn't even compare to this one. He said that it was better not to fight it personally, but to use Ignis to do so. Woojin replied that he couldn't do that, saying that a strong opponent had just appeared. Manticore growled, and Woojin said he had to use everything he had learned right now. Ju Yan and Ju Hee were seriously scared. The guy called out to the young master, his voice trembling. He asked if he was going to fight the monster alone. Woojin calmly told him that it was even more dangerous to run away because he could fly. He told Blackstone that the man was still watching him, and he could clearly feel his aura. Woojin reassured the other guys, saying that he had to kill the manticore if he liked. He smiled and asked Miss Xiao-na to be calm and wait for a while. The girl was greatly embarrassed, and a blush appeared on her cheeks. Woojin instantly jumped back from there and rushed towards the beast. No one expected such a sudden movement. Xiao-na calmly asked the guys to trust him, which surprised the couple even more. Toja Xiao-na explained that since it was swordsman back Woojin, there was no problem. She smiled widely. Woojin flew to meet the battle. Soon he came to a stop. He was standing right in front of the nose of an unusual manticore. He said that everything was fine and he was her opponent. The manticore squinted its eyes. Woojin flashed sideways somewhere. Then again, he also deftly dodged her attacks. Asked if that was all she was capable of. This made the manticore terribly angry. Then Woojin told Blackstone that he was really tough, and he was going to kill him with one punch. Blackstone got angry at his master, yelling that, and he did say that this monster was stronger than a normal manticore. The protagonist replied that he knew that very well, saying that was why he would deal with it properly. A large and strong pillar of purple mana rose up. Manticore glared at her opponent. Then she spread her mighty wings. A lot of pink smoke flowed from her mouth. Blackstone said that the monster also perceived Baek Woojin as its enemy. He said that one of the two common attacks of a manticore was to disorient its opponent with a sound wave. Manticores could easily kill ordinary warriors with such an attack. Blackstone said that by concentrating their aura, they reduced the sensitivity of the enemy's hearing. The entire monster was burning red, only the eyes remained yellow. It kept letting smoke in and out of its mouth. It was already very close to Woojin's pillar. Soon it filled the entire surroundings. Then purple arrows began to appear in the air. They slashed at the monster's wings. Soon the wings were clipped. The manticore screamed loudly in pain. Woojin asked if the second technique was the poison cloud. He said that if it was someone else in his place, maybe it would work on him. But that wasn't all. He received a system notification that he was ignoring the low-level poison damage due to the effect of resistance to 1,000 poisons. Woojin was clearly happy about this. He said that it was unlucky for the manticore to have him as its opponent. The manticore seemed shocked. Woojin asked her what was wrong. Didn't she have anything else to show for it? The smoke cleared, and Woojin got into a fighting stance and said that in that case, he would now demonstrate his skills. He sent a dark purple-colored magic ball at the monster. It flew straight into the beast and crushed it into the ground. Even the main character himself was thrown back by the shockwave. He smiled and said, that's how it should be, said it should have been done from the beginning. Then he felt a murderous energy. It startled the protagonist. It was coming from somewhere in the manticore, or behind it. Then Blackstone told the host that the one watching them had made his move. Woojin replied that he knew it was his target. Said he was biding his time, waiting out his battle with the boss. Called it a cunning plan. Blackstone replied that he got used to his position so quickly, can see that he is a true master at stealth. Woojin said, that's not all. The protagonist said that he purposely took a position behind the manticore to take advantage. The manticore swung its paw at the protagonist, and the protagonist had already put his sharp sword under it. This time, it wasn't easy for him at all. Killing energy poured down on Woojin in a wave right from behind the monster. Wu Jin was actually having a hard time. Blackstone was terribly annoyed with him. He yelled that he was terribly annoying and asked to send Ignis to tear him apart. Wu Jin smiled and said that if he did that, the enemy would escape again, and he wants to know how strong he is. Blackstone looked at his master and asked if he wants to use it here. Wu Jin said yes. He said he would kill them both at the same time. He pulled out the blade, and Blackstone started to get sucked inside. The masked guy was getting annoyed too. He wondered what kind of monster he was. He didn't understand how Wu Jin had managed to dodge all of its attacks while fighting the boss. He realized that the 6th rank was a complete lie. He thought that all the information regarding the swordsman and his strength was false. He decided to try to evaluate his strength later, but in the meantime, he had to kill Seo and Ah as he had originally intended. Suddenly, he noticed something. He turned around and asked in horror what it was. He saw Baek Wu Jin in a magic pillar of incredible power. The guy fell to the ground and asked if it was sword energy, shouting that it was just crazy. He was colossally wrong about its power. Wu Jin shouted loudly that this was the end. The system notification of Blackstone's 3rd sword, Blackstone's dominant black murder activation, came. The blonde-haired masked guy started to get extremely nervous. He didn't know what it was and was extremely surprised by such a terrifying power. His power split the ground practically under the masked guy's feet. The masked guy realized that Baek Wu Jin definitely didn't have a rank 6. Yes, he was just a monster. Then he realized that the head could have deliberately concealed this information. Such a guess frightened the masked man. He was cursing everything around him as he realized that the main problem was not killing Seo and Ah, but now he had to eliminate him, the swordsman. He was sitting on the ground when someone approached him. It was Baek Wu Jin. He was towering over us, and in the darkness of the night, only his silhouette could be seen. He asked the guy where he was going. Then he asked who sent him and warned him that the best choice was to answer. Wu Jin put his blade right to the masked guy's throat and said that of course he would find out about everything. Even if he didn't tell him, the blonde-haired guy was terrified. He was silent, and then a sharp and long needle appeared in the main character's hand. He said that judging from the thing he threw, he was originally trying to kill him. Said he wanted to hear the rest from him directly. The masked guy jerked sharply. He stuck his hand inside his cloak. He probably wanted to pull out something to attack Baek Wu Jin, but Baek Wu Jin prevented him from doing so by cutting his hand off. The masked guy didn't expect this. He screamed terribly loudly at the horrible pain of losing his limb. He cursed at Wu Jin, saying he was a son of a bitch. Wu Jin told him not to even think about doing something useless. He asked if he wasn't planning anything else. He said he could beat a confession out of him with just words. The masked guy was proud and still remained silent. Then Wu Jin asked Blackstone what the Watcher was trying to do. Blackstone was surprised that the host chopped off the stranger's hand without knowing why. Then Blackstone went to the severed hand. There was a scroll in it. He told the master that it was a scroll of return. It was also of the highest grade. If he used it, Baek Wu Jin would miss him without a chance. Blackstone added that the scroll is also quite expensive. Wu Jin realized that this guy definitely didn't buy it with his own money. Wu Jin again told the stranger to talk about who he was working for and what his purpose was. The masked guy blurted out a smile and swore. He had a lot of blood around his mouth. He said he never thought he would use it. This amazed and scared the protagonist a little. Suddenly, the masked guy stabbed himself. Blood spurted from all parts of his body. He cried out in pain. A considerable amount of the stranger's blood landed on Wu Jin. The protagonist was dumbfounded. He expected everything but not this. He looked at the corpse of the guy he was holding by the neck with his hand and said that it was instant death. Blackstone said that it was like a kind of tracking technique from the assassin, but instead of using it to kill the victim, he used it for himself. Blackstone said that he was able to target Wu Jin because of it. Spirit thought it was very strange. Wu Jin told him that maybe he wasn't the target. Now there was no way to reveal the customer. Then he said that it seemed like there was a very unpleasant person behind him. The 3 boys called out to Mr. Swordsman as he peeked out from behind the thick trees. They were glad to see him back. They noticed the blood on his face and were frightened. They asked if he was all right. Then Wu Jin told them not to worry because the blood wasn't his. This shocked the magician and Zhu Yang. Wu Jin said that the punishment had caught up with the person who was following them. He had committed suicide. Zhu Yang said that he was terribly ashamed and that they were the ones who should have dealt with him. Wu Jin replied that that wasn't true, and even he had a hard time keeping up with this master at stealth. Then he turned to Miss Ina. He told her that it was time to go get the ingredients. The girl stared at the swordsman in astonishment. It seemed that only after his words she remembered why she had come. In front of them lay the huge corpse of an unusual manticore. Its head was separated from its neck. Seo and Ah said that he had cut it up very carefully. Wu Jin replied that he wanted to make things a little cleaner. Ju Young knew that manticore skin was not easy to cut. Because of its special properties, it was treated as top-level armor. Moreover, this particular manticore was stronger than a normal manticore. The expert recognizes that the work is absolutely exquisite. He once again fell into the maelstrom of his master's admiration. In his thoughts, he was telling his master that he was exceeding his expectations. Ju Hee once again looked questioningly at the guy. Soon Seo and Ah was in her mask and apron, said she now proceeded with the cutting. The girl carefully dealt with the skin. She cut it off with a sharpened knife. Wu Jin watched her closely and told Blackstone that her hands moved so precisely, handling the material smoothly. Blackstone replied that he found it hard to believe that a young mistress from a wealthy family had such skill. She was a master of a high level. Ina exhaled and wiped the sweat off her forehead. She said that she thought she was done. On the plates in front of her were pretty parts of a manticore, a small piece of its skin, a bone. The girl was also holding a cold weapon. Wu Jin looked at it and asked if it was a knife. Seo and Ah said it was called an anicaps. She said that it can't inflict a scratch on living people, but it cuts dead monsters perfectly no matter what their texture is. She pointed her hand at the bone. Blackstone marveled and said that it was simply unimaginable, sighed Baek Wu Jin. It was clear at a glance that it was a legendary item. One whispered to him that the living need money and therefore he should try his best. Wu Jin looked at the knife with envy and said to Blackstone that even they don't have such a thing at home. Then Seo and Ah told Mr. Swordsman that he had one last thing to do. She asked him to place his aura into this pelt. The girl handed him a red-colored pelt. The fact that one should place their aura into this thing dumbfounded Wu Jin, and he asked if it was definitely worth doing. Seo and Ah replied that yes, it would enhance the owner's ability. She explained that when he placed his aura inside the skin, the effect would become even stronger. Wu Jin replied that in that case, perhaps other energies besides his aura can be placed. It was more of a question that surprised Seo and Ah greatly. She soon came to her senses and smiled widely. There were many summoned animal spirits behind Wu Jin. He smiled and told Madam that it was a secret, at least for now. Wu Jin said that he didn't want to publicize that he was controlling the four spirits. Then the protagonist asked if the skin would be harmed if they put the energy of all four into it. Seo and Ah hurriedly replied that no, it would become very strong. Wu Jin exhaled smoke. Smoke also poured out from all the summoned spirits. They were all different colors. Next, Wu Jin raised his blade and told Blackstone that now he smiled widely, and Blackstone was clearly very scared. Then the protagonist shouted to the spirit that he would put that energy in as well. Blackstone was in a panic. Purple energy poured into the hide. Something was starting to happen to it. Everyone was terribly interested. The manticore pelt was lying in Wu Jin's arms. He was staring at the piece in amazement. Wu Jin told Blackstone that all the forces had merged into one. Blackstone was also looking at the hide interestedly. A system notification came in about the lion skin of the Manticore Rex. It said that it was the skin of the Manticore Rex. It was so strong that even a 6th rank aura could not cut it, and magic below 6th rank could not be applied to it. 6 types of mana were harmoniously blended to create a new energy. Using this skin to create an item, new abilities will be available to you. Rank legendary. Conditions for wearing. Not currently wearable. Blackstone asked in a trembling voice if this was legendary rank material as well. With anger, Blackstone's mouth felt like foam was flowing out of his mouth. He was cursing this damn system. Wu Jin was still staring at the notice in astonishment and holding the hide in his hands. Seo and Ah was also staring at the hide. She asked in the same trembling voice what happened. Wu Jin replied that he didn't know. But as he sees it, it's a big success. He stood in front of the girl and smiled widely. She too held the hide in her hands and felt that pure and saturated power. Then she raised her head to Baek Wu Jin and shouted with a wide smile on her face that this is beyond her expectations, saying that now she will be able to create something incredible. Wu Jin also smiled, closed his eyes and said he was looking forward to it, promised to trust her. The girl replied that it would be like that. She said she would definitely do it. Someone read the breaking news on the phone about Baek Woo-jin single-handedly hunting down Manticore Rex, thwarting an assassination attempt in the dungeon. Also something about the owner of spoiled cats better start getting nervous. The man reading all this said that was true too. He smiled and said it easily exceeded his expectations. On his screen was a picture of Baek Woo-jin. He said that yes, this guy is getting stronger and stronger when the time comes. His broken expression would attract even more attention. Ju Young and Woo Jin were already in the manor. Ju Young wished his young master a good rest. The protagonist waved his hand and wished him the same, told Ju Young to go and rest. The door to the room opened. Woo Jin, along with Blackstone, walked inside. Woo Jin immediately fell on the large and soft bed, exhaled and said he almost passed out, asked why he was so damn tired, if only to walk around the dungeon. Blackstone explained. Then during the fight, Woo Jin activated the Black Kill and put all the remaining energy into the hide. Saying that it was admirable that he was already able to give an interview, Woo Jin raised his hand and replied that he wouldn't faint in public again. Blackstone said it was a bluff, and Baek Woo-jin put his hands on his head and said he was about to die. Said he almost fell asleep in the shower. He said he couldn't remember the last time he lay down. Woo Jin didn't have time to finish, falling asleep. Blackstone was stunned, his eyes widening greatly. He asked, did he fall asleep so soon? He said he was surprised that it was after pretending to be very strong. Something happened, and Blackstone started to get very sleepy too. He said he couldn't and didn't understand what was happening. He wondered why he was falling asleep. He too, like his master, had no time to speak. His pupils seemed to roll up behind his eyelids. Woo Jin was standing in an incomprehensible space. In his pajamas, he didn't know where he was. Then he saw Blackstone in front of him, only he was an adult. The protagonist guessed that he was inside Blackstone's memories. Soon the black space turned to some terrain. The sky was clear, with few white clouds. Woo Jin told himself that this was the first time he was seeing them so clearly. Blackstone stood in front of the knight. Jin asked if it was a castle, and there were two knights. One of them smiled broadly at Blackstone. The face of the knight could not be seen. Blackstone nodded to him. He walked forward and drew his sword. The knights turned to follow him. Suddenly, Blackstone made a powerful swing with his cold weapon. Many stones and concrete flew. Woo Jin looked at him with his mouth open, so amazed was he. He asked what Blackstone was doing, and the large concrete doors crumbled after Blackstone's blow, and he was able to get inside. He proudly walked forward. Then he swung at the other knights with lightning speed. He cut off the heads of two of them at once with just one blow. A lot of blood flew. The other knights were stunned and frightened. Blackstone was wiping people off the face of the earth one by one. Woo Jin didn't understand what it was or why it was like that. Cold sweat of horror ran down his face. The protagonist was so badly shocked because he knew that it wasn't Blackstone's style at all. Blackstone stood inside a cloud of raised dust. People were pointing fingers at him. The main character's eyes started to close again. Someone apologized. It was very hard to understand any words that about Ever and Monster. Blackstone was leaving the scene. Suddenly, Woo Jin's eyes widened shockingly. He woke up in a cold sweat and jumped up on the bed. Now he was sitting up and breathing heavily, jerkily asking what that just was. The shocked Blackstone stood silent and thought. He did not look in the direction of his awake master. In fact, he was both shocked and horrified. Asking if he had done such a thing, Woo Jin quietly called out to Blackstone. The protagonist said, "There must be a reason." He said Blackstone wouldn't go that far just like that. Blackstone was silent. Then Woo Jin smiled and said that Blackstone is sometimes noisy and grumbles more than necessary, but he's a good guy. After saying that, he looked at Blackstone sympathetically. He exploded. He shouted that no, this is ridiculous. Said that the master should either support him or mock him, in short, to choose one or the other. He pulled himself together and thanked Baek Woo-jin anyway. The main character said it was just a piece of his memories. Said he was sure that if Blackstone found out a little more, a system notification appeared behind them. This infuriated Blackstone even more. He cursed the damn system, asked it if it could read the atmosphere. When he turned his attention to what the notification was about, he fell silent and furrowed his brow. The notification was about a better duel. It was said that he who had passed the path of the sword had a chance for greater enlightenment. They invite him to develop his abilities through dueling. After accepting, he would be immediately transferred to the dueling round. Conditions: get the recognition of his opponent. The benefit of accepting the task: As he completed the task, he would earn many points to increase his characteristics. The reward was 3,000 points and a special title. Blackstone asked what it was and why it was so sudden. Woojin was greatly surprised. He asked about the duel, who he was dueling with. Woojin got up from the blood and said there was no special difference. Blackstone smiled. Woojin was highly motivated by the 3,000 points and the special title. See, there was no way to miss such a thing. He pressed the accept button. The main character immediately moved to the battlefield. Many swords were stuck into the floor. Woojin looked around and asked where he was. He asked if this was where the duel would be, then said he hoped it would be held here. He turned around and asked Blackstone who he thought their opponent would be. Woojin didn't find Blackstone behind him and called out to him again. He started twisting around, asking himself where he had disappeared to. Suddenly, Blackstone himself said he was here. Woojin was surprised. He had to look up, and what he saw struck him even more. Now there was an adult Blackstone standing in front of him. He was a head and a half taller than Baek Woojin, said his master. This was the second time he saw him in this form after all. Woojin was shocked and asked if he had materialized. Blackstone examined himself and replied that it looked like it, saying that it had been a long time since he had been in this body. A little while later, Woojin realized, said he meant it that way. He asked if it was his opponent. At those words, his eyes widened more and more. Blackstone blurted out a smile and said, "Master is right. It seems like he is his opponent." Woojin wondered if he should fight Blackstone and get his recognition. Now Blackstone was looking at him seriously. Woojin was scared that he would have to fight his main authority and mentor. Blackstone trembled and thanked the system. Woojin didn't realize what was happening. Blackstone's body was shaking all over, and he was saying that the day had come when he was grateful to her. Woojin sweated and called out to Blackstone. Blackstone's face looked crazy. He said that he finally got the chance to beat up Baek Woojin as hard as he wanted. The protagonist was scared. He suggested that they first settle the matter like civilized people and decide on the rules before the duel. Blackstone smiled and crunched his fingers, saying that he was sorry, but this body was inhabited by an ignorant barbarian. He said the last words curtly, with clear pauses. Then, not wasting any time, he swung at his master, which he was pleased about, shouting that they would start with a single blow. His blow flew to nowhere, not a destination, but it left a wave. The protagonist now looked more seriously at his opponent. Since Blackstone was absolutely sure of the success of this strike, he was greatly surprised and even angry. He was in pain and rubbed his arm to get rid of the pain. He asked what else was that wall. He started banging on the transparent wall and asking for it to be opened. A system notification came up that it was worth deciding if they were going to continue or not before starting the task. Both guys were surprised at the choice given. The notice also stated that there was a significant difference in strength between him and his opponent that they were unable to compensate for. If they continued the duel, they would not be held responsible for any injuries caused. He could refuse the duel as well as the reward. In that case, he would be immediately carried back. It asked if Baek Woojin would agree to continue the duel. Blackstone and the main character stared at the window in amazement. Then Woojin made a smug and sly face, which scared Blackstone a lot. Woojin, smiling, slowly turned to his future opponent and asked what he should choose. Blackstone asked Baek Woojin very much. He stuck to the transparent wall between them and said that it was 3,000 points. He said that Master was not the kind of person who would refuse such a large and generous reward. Woojin replied that he wasn't sure, saying that he could probably get it another way anyway. Droplets of sweat appeared on Blackstone's face. He promised to be careful, said he could simplify the requirements by which he recognizes him, asked what Baek Woojin thought. Woojin laughed and asked if it was true and if he could hear them. Blackstone agreed. He said it would be something simple. Like cutting off one of his hands, the protagonist immediately rejected a proposal of that nature. Blackstone lowered the demands to a bruise. He said it would be enough. Woojin's bruise was also rejected. Blackstone became furious, put his hands up and shouted that he was taking back the gratitude he had just expressed, shouted that the system was evil and nefarious. Then Blackstone pointed to the sleeve and suggested the edges of the garment, said he just couldn't simplify it any further. Said that if he cut off the selvage of the garment even a little, he would recognize him. This made Baek Woojin hesitate. Blackstone noticed this and asked if it would be enough. Woojin smiled broadly. He said he could try something light like the edge of his clothes. He agreed to try it after all. Woojin pressed the big accept button. Blackstone was very happy about it. Finally, the wall between them disintegrated. Blackstone lowered his head, laughed, and called his master an idiot for accepting the challenge. Woojin didn't understand. Blackstone's face stopped being benevolent again. He looked back Woojin and turned to him, asking him to point out his mistake that even a trickster like him couldn't think of. He smiled sneakily. Woojin asked what it was. Blackstone reminded him that he hadn't said he would control his power. He clenched his fist and said he could easily control it. Woojin didn't let him finish, saying he knew it himself. Blackstone continued to say that he could do it in one punch and then stopped. He was surprised by his opponent's words. Woojin turned away and said that if he was going to fight, he should do it properly. He walked over to one of the swords and pulled it out. He said it was a chance to learn from the strongest swordsman. He asked when else he might get it. The protagonist turned back around and said it was time to start. Blackstone was flabbergasted. Then he smiled and said that he just couldn't hate the master. This trait in Baek Woojin he recognized. Blackstone began to gather mana in his hand, saying that however the condition was different. A mighty blade appeared in his hand, and he warned Woojin that he would be sorry. The dark mana was going to Blackstone. Woojin could perfectly feel this pressure that not even his father could match. Blackstone smiled and praised Baek Woojin, and then added that he would restrain his strength. A black storm appeared next to the Blackstone, and a very loud and piercing scream was heard from it. Suddenly, the guy appeared behind Woojin's back, saying that by holding back his power, he was giving him a chance to get closer to his magic. Baek managed to react quickly and put his sword in order to avoid the approaching attack. The swords collided and small cracks appeared on one, and after a couple of seconds, Woojin's sword shattered into small fragments. Blackstone smiled and said that Baek's reaction was quite good, but things were too slow. Suddenly, he attacked the main character, shouting that Woojin must quickly predict any movement of his opponent. The fist made contact with the iron sword. Baek twisted all the words that the teacher told him. He highlighted the word restrain. The body flew throughout the room where the guys were working. Only after so much time did the main character realize that there was a fake next to him. But when he realized this, a silhouette had already appeared behind him and was about to attack him. A matter of seconds later, Baek was hit in the back, his eyes turning to stone from such a sharp blow. The main character fell to the floor, and next to him the dust burned and the sword sounded loudly, which also fell down. The enemy's body trembled. He clenched his fist and began to grunt a little. And after that, he put his palm on his chest and smiled joyfully, shouting loudly that when he gets rid of the villain, his soul becomes very light. Baek, although with difficulties, got to his feet and said that he was definitely not the villain here. The opponent put his hand to his chin and, with a smirk on his face, asked a question regarding whether Woojin had begun to regret. Baek, all dirty, began to get up, taking the sword with him. He said that he didn't regret it one bit and added that once was not enough for him. Blackstone did not expect such an answer and only smiled through his teeth. Baek began to run towards the enemy, saying that this time everything would be completely different. There were rubble on the floor and everything was quiet. The main character was sitting on the floor and was all beaten and torn. Bruises and scratches were visible on his back. He was holding his neck, saying that he almost died. After a short pause, the enemy asked Baek a question as to why, at the end of each attack, he hits him on the back of the head. Looking at his hand, the villain smiled and added that he just liked the sound of a good spank and was addicted to it. There were swords around Baek stuck into the floor, and nearby there were fragments from their attacks. He did not know how much time had passed since they began the duel. The main character continued to look at the enemy. He thought that after so many countless battles, he was able to resist only a couple of times. Woojin came to the conclusion that the villain is indeed at a very professional and fantastic level, which is beyond Baek's capabilities. The teacher raised one hand up and smiled, and then with sarcasm in his voice said that he was very sorry, because he almost touched him. These words made the main character quite angry. He began to get up with the realization that giving up in this situation is the stupidest option and he needs to get the most out of himself. Without hesitation, Baek took the sword and attacked his opponent with a smile on his face. He managed to bypass the enemy's first beam magic. And after that, a cloud of purple rays appeared in the sky. Stones flew in different directions. The villain smiled, looking up where everything was in smoke. 3 large purple-hued beams rushed towards the enemy. At this moment, he shouted the power of the sword. The teacher tried to resist magic. He said that the attributes of the sword technique and even their form were simply excellent. But this is too much for him. Next to the villain, there were a large number of purple rays, which he fought off. At that moment, Beck appeared right in front of his teacher's face. He was about to strike and show all his strength. Alas, it was a fake silhouette, so the main character was screwed once again. The villain began to evaporate, saying that so far all his victories have been achieved thanks to knowledge of the future, objects, and the help of the system. But much of what Beck could know has already happened, and now the opponents will either be stronger than him or will fight knowing all of Wu Jin's weaknesses. The teacher looked at the guy with little condemnation. There was a tough duel between the guys. The enemy talked about how Beck should not waste his strength, but should sharpen the flow of his aura. Beck was shouted at to find out his opponent's weakness and take advantage of it. The villain knocked the sword out of the hands of the protagonist and shouted to him that, as always, he was wasting too much aura. He pointed the sword at Wu Jin's body and said in a serious voice that due to his weak character, he couldn't even touch him. Beck exhaled heavily, sweat pouring off his face. The teacher smiled sarcastically and then asked him a question about whether he understood anything. The main character went back and said in a quiet voice that this time, it would be a little different. He pointed the sword at his opponent, smiled and said with pride that he seemed accustomed and resigned to his attacks. The villain thought for a moment and then put his hand to his chin and asked Beck a question regarding how long he had been feeding him with promises. A day, 2, a week, or a month. But Beck was serious. He did not lower the sword, near which there was a purple aura. He proudly informed the teacher that this time he was completely serious. The teacher was amazed by the aura and said that it was not bad at all. He couldn't understand why there was so much aura, most likely due to the duel they had. Wu Jin still rushed towards the enemy as before. The villain was upset and angry with the student because he repeated all his mistakes again and again. Beck began to spin around, creating a big storm around himself. He did not understand why he was making such a useless movement, but that was not the case. The main character decided to hide his skill, which shocked everyone. The student was already in the air. He confidently held the sword in front of him. After a couple of seconds, the villain realized that Beck was not hiding his skills after all, and it was not a fake. As it turned out, Wu Jin studied his opponent in order to become much better and more thoughtful. The villain considered this action very good. The two guys' swords touched each other. Beck was full of rage and confidence. Beck smiled and asked the teacher if he was going to give in to him. The guy just laughed a little. Wu Jin knocked the sword out of the teacher's hands and shouted that he shouldn't be so ashamed. The main character proudly ran towards his opponent, whom he had wanted to attack for a long time. Beck said that this was all he had hoped for. Sweat was slowly dripping from Buck's face. He looked straight ahead menacingly. The teacher, smiling, began to praise his student, saying that this time he was not bad. He also added that he was a little excited. These words did not raise Beck's spirit at all. He began to get angry, saying that all this did not matter because he still failed to do anything. The student raised his hand and asked the villain to take a break, and after that he suggested that he immediately get down to business. But the teacher refused. The villain smiled, raised his hand in front of him, and said that Wu Jin's last attack had broken through his defense, even if he was somewhat hostile to the student. Beck began to sparkle with joy after the teacher said that he had completed this mission. The guy's body trembled. He did not expect to hear these words. Wu Jin abruptly stood up from the floor, spread his hands in front of him, and shouted that he had finally waited for this moment. The teacher was shocked that he was so happy. The main character sarcastically asked the teacher if he would not be happy in his place after such and such blows. Beck put his hand on his neck and said that the back of his head was about to crack from pain. The villain noticed that the student still had energy, as well as regrets. The teacher proposed an idea to Wu Jin that the guys would fight again, but the main character immediately abandoned this idea. Wu Jin had already arrived back home and had time to take a shower to freshen up after such a sweaty fight. A couple of seconds later, a system window popped up, saying that Beck had been given a special title called Teacher's Recognition. Beck was very happy. He looked at this message with sparkles in his eyes and said that it was not in vain that he tried so hard. The teacher was indignant because he also made a lot of effort. Turning off the timer, Wu Jin couldn't believe that about 2 weeks had passed in the real world. The villain added that he should have kept Beck there and spared him for a year. The main character feigned pity and, waving his finger to the side, asked the teacher what to do, because now he could no longer touch the student. The teacher was furious. He begged the system to offer another round, and this time he was not going to give in. Beck realized that through training and rewards he had earned points. and his own abilities had also increased significantly. The main character smiled and said that at this rate, he would soon be able to overcome the 6th rank barrier. At that moment, Jung Jun-hyuk unexpectedly entered the room, scaring the guy to death. Beck started to tremble. With fear in his voice, he told Jong not to scare him like that. Jong addressed the young master in the same way, with fear in his voice. Jung Jun-hyuk was very excited about something. He looked first at the main character, then at the phone. Beck asked what happened to him. He replied that just a couple of seconds ago, he saw the young gentleman on TV. These words struck our hero. Beck could not understand what happened again. The silhouette of the main character was playing on the TV, and on the screen it was written that Beck Woo-jin had destroyed a criminal guild called Chemi Rank 5. Jung Juk-hyuk explained that Beck had not appeared in his room for days, and when he saw this, he thought that their young master was doing something again. He added that he came to clean up, and at that moment, Beck left the room. These words surprised the main character. After a minute's pause, Juk looked first at the TV, then at the young master, and could not understand why there were two of them. Beck understood perfectly well that it couldn't be him. The teacher confirmed this, because until today, the guy fought with him. The assistant opened his hands in front of him and asked Woojin a question in surprise, regarding whether the news about his activity over the past few days was fake. The young master replayed Juk's words. He could not believe that this was not the first broadcast. The teacher made his guess that it could be doppelganger, or at least such a possibility exists. Beck refuted this option. He said that for long-term mimicry, doppelganger needs to eat the original body of the victim. But with a simple disguise or transformation, it is simply impossible to copy Beck's techniques so well. The main character asked Jung Jun-hyuk if he knew what he had been doing for several days. He agreed and added that he wrote everything down. The young master asked to bring these notes so that he could read. Jong, without hesitation, ran after them. In total, Beck dealt with 8 small and medium-sized criminal guilds and wanted ability users. Peck thought about it because this is exactly what he could do. The teacher added that even the radius of action is the same. He put the notes back on the table. And after that, I began to think about the whole situation. The teacher said that a great detective was coming into the case, and then asked if Woo Jin-woo remembered anything. The guy remembered only one similar incident, the massacre of a famous ability user in the square. After many people captured him, his true identity became known. It was an ordinary person possessed by a demon. He hated this ability user greatly and actively slandered him. According to his testimony, this demon approached him, and he said that he could change his appearance and strength as he wanted. Perhaps this person gave free rein to his emotions? The teacher roughly guessed what the situation was, but could not understand how this man carried out the massacre. He also added that he doesn't understand why someone would just take on the appearance of Peck and do righteous deeds. The main character replied that he did not know the answer to this question and was now going to find out everything. Before the stranger gets him into really big trouble, when Peck walked out into the city center, all the passers-by admired him. Everyone was pleased to see the guy with their own eyes, and some even wanted to get his autograph. One girl approached the hero and asked what his next mission was. Beck smiled and replied that it was a secret. He simply beamed from the audience. Woojin promised that any of his next things would be done specifically for the people. Suddenly, a stranger in glasses appeared in the crowd, silently watching the whole picture. The teacher smiled and asked the man what he thought about this. This man turned out to be Baek Woojin, who was almost burning with shame. Pak, adjusting his glasses, said that he had never said such ridiculous things as that guy, to which the teacher replied that the man should be recorded on a voice recorder. After a moment's pause, the villain asked Woo Jin why he had not yet captured the imposter, because Bak could reveal to the entire public who that guy really is. The hero replied that now is not the time, because he does not feel the dark energy at all, and he needs to wait for the moment when it completely devours the body and leaves it. Woo Jin added that the fake does the work for him, and if he just leaves him, he will most likely continue to destroy criminals. The man pathetically folded his hands and said that catching criminals and killing demons was a sweet chance of automatic hunting. He wanted to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. In the comments under the news, they wrote that they were shocked by how Baek Woo Jin single-handedly cleared the Manticore dungeon. They couldn't believe that the main character was working alone. But one of the commentators wrote that that guy came from the family of the divine sword Baek and was again fooling everyone. The man was unhappy with this criticism and called the readers bastards. He said angrily that those people didn't know anything about it. As it turned out, this stranger was a devoted fan of our hero. He tried in every possible way to protect and shield Peck in any situation. The untalented youngest child of the Beck family suddenly blossoms and becomes a towering supernova. He moves unhindered towards his goal, and there is a warmth in him, unlike the other members of the Beck Divine Sword. The stranger passionately and desirably wanted to become Woojin at least for a day. Having done nothing at all, the fan retired as a rank 1 ability user. Photos of the main character were hung all over this man's wall, since Peck was an idol for him with a capital I. The man threateningly pressed the key and called the commentators useless. After all, they were the ones who dared to challenge the main fan, Beck Woojin, who knows everything about him. Rising from his chair, the stranger exhaled and said that it was an easy victory. This dedicated fan was about to add some dumplings to his ramen when suddenly a silhouette appeared behind him and caught his attention. Bright green eyes appeared in the darkness, and a heavy sigh was heard. This entity scared Woojin's devoted fan to death. The unknown stretched out its green, massive arms and said that it had found a man with an unquenchable thirst for admiration. In front of him stood a demon, also of the highest rank. The man could not understand where the villain came from. A green aura of the villain began to appear in the room. As well as fleeting waves of blackness, he began to slowly and confidently approach the bright fan, Beck. Licking his lips, the demon said that the man was perfect for him, and that was very good. The aura began to intensify, and the enemy became angrier and angrier, saying that the stranger should not be afraid of him. A huge hand with claws reached toward the fan. The villain added that ultimately he would thank him for making his wish come true. The fan found himself on the ground, holding his head and saying that his neck hurt. He could not understand what had just happened. He staggered in different directions in search of the demon. The man dismissed it all as a nightmare, adding to all this that poor nutrition does not lead to anything good. Only when he passed by the mirror did he realize that his appearance had changed. This was too unexpected, so the fan jumped back out of fear and fell to the floor. Looking in the mirror, the guy couldn't believe that he had become Beck Woojin. Pulling his skin in different directions, he could not understand what was happening to him. Looking at himself from all sides, he could not find an adequate answer to his question. The stranger wanted to hope that this was an ordinary dream, and that the face he had seen many times in newspapers and on TV was fake. The man could not understand one thing: how he managed to become Beck Woojin. Suddenly, a violet aura appeared around him. He could not understand what kind of power was hiding inside him. The voice of reason screamed at him to act. The demon who possessed the body of the young fan commanded him. He controlled him with red threads and told him to go and do what Beck Woojin was doing. These words befuddled the stranger, who was simply a fan of the main character. The young master received a call from Moonju Young. He said that he conveyed all the information, as well as the address that he was given with all the orders. The man asked Ju whether he was suspected, and he replied that he was not at all. The partner emphasized that the fake Beck behaved very naturally, and he even almost mistook him for the real Woojin. He replied that most likely his self-awareness has weakened greatly, and he is already at the level where he fully believes that he is the real Beck Woojin. The young master warned Moonju Young that a demon would soon appear, and he asked a question about how anyone dared to impersonate Beck Woojin. Moonju Young was furious with what happened and was ready to kill the fake one, but the real Beck excitedly said that there was no need to do that. Beck Woojin, rushing from side to side, told him to wait, and when all this is over, he will definitely tell everything. Ju agreed and said that he would wait for the next instructions. A teacher appeared from behind and asked a question regarding what the gentleman had conveyed to him. He replied that the address of the Korean branch of a large criminal organization. And even if the future had changed, the place remained the same. He was not sure that the head of the department was the same person, but at least it was an ideal place for bait, and the fake was bound to fall for the trick. The teacher was shocked. He asked if it was possible for a fake to defeat the young master in battle. He began to retreat and deny what was said, and then added that he did not even expect anything like that. After all, the body in any case has a limit to the power it can contain, even if it is controlled by the demon himself. After the death of the host, he loses a lot of strength. When the difference in abilities becomes noticeable, the villain will reveal his true nature. The teacher and Peck watched as the fake went somewhere. The young gentleman smiled and raised his glasses, saying that he was going to the building, just as they had planned. The assistant thought about it and realized that even a demon could not cross the boundaries of the original's cunning. This guest seemed strange to Jin. The gentleman decided to just wait. He added that he needed to go inside at the most opportune moment in order not to scare off the money. At that moment, the not real Baek Woo-jin was dealing with one of the men who was in that building. The stranger shouted, asking how he could know about this place. The fake replied that he could not help but know. Baek smiled creepily and strangely at the same time. And after that, he said that he is the one who punishes evil and upholds justice. He reminded that Woo-jin is from the divine sword back. The man's eyes rolled up. He wanted to say a word, but he hesitated. Calling Baek a psycho, he bent his head down and sat silently all this time while he looked at him with contempt. Wiping his hands, the fake said that he knew that there was an underground of villains here. But for him, they were all very weak, so he would quickly end all this and return to his family. But suddenly, another moment attracted the guy's attention. Something sharp and dangerous was flying straight at the young man. After this moment, a very bright and loud explosion occurred, the flames of which scattered throughout the entire corridor. The not real Baek managed to defend himself, putting his sword in front of him. He asked the question whether he was the head of this department. Taking off his hood, the stranger replied that he was going to come to Baek Woo-jin anyway, and therefore was very grateful to him for showing up here himself. In front of the fake stood a man who looked very creepy and also had the facial features of a psycho. He said that the pain from the cut-off hand that Baek inflicted was still not gone. The stranger, holding his hand, shouted to Baek that it was because of him that his plans had gone down the drain. His eyes flashed with red flames. He was furious, shouting the name of the main character. The ground trembled and burned. Baek put his index finger in front of him and said that he had no idea what the villain had said about himself before, and then asked a question about what he had done to him. The enemy stood in a state of shock, as if the ground had gone from under his feet, and Pa's next words that he was seeing him for the first time morally killed the villain. This answer angered the demon many times more. He called the fake a fucking bitch and was ready to kill him. A discrepancy occurred between the guys. They began to run at each other in order to end the misunderstanding once and for all. Suddenly, a huge purple hand came out from under the demon's cape and began to approach Baek's face. At this time, the guy managed to react and put a sword in front of him in order to reduce the likelihood of the villain attacking his body. He succeeded, albeit with difficulty. The demon's hand crashed into the wall, which was not so far from the guy. Small pieces scattered to the sides. The enemy was full of rage. He asked Baek what was the matter and told him not to be distracted and fight like a man, not a brat. There were splits and a lot of smoke around. The villain said that he wanted to feel that it was not in vain that he plunged into black magic in order to defeat him. Everything in the room was smoked, but if you look closely, you could see a black silhouette in the distance, which clearly emphasized the body of a living person. Through the smoke, which gradually began to dissipate, a face became visible, lips whispering words that the enemy could not hear. The villain was very angry about this, he shouted, asking Pak about what he said, because everything was important to him and always. Holding the sword below, the not real Woo-jin began to say that soon this would all end and he would have to return to his homeland, that is, to the family of the divine sword Baek. The guy raised his weapon to the top and began to shout that he was Baek Woo-jin from the divine sword family. This scream was heard throughout the entire territory, enveloping the offices of the entire building. The demon squinted his eyes and after a while began to suspect that something was wrong with Baek. He was confused either by the guy's behavior or by what he was saying. He noticed how Woo-jin's eyes were looking at one point, holding his hands with a sword in front of him. Then it dawned on the demon that the guy was obsessed with something or someone, and this behavior was not just like that. Continuing to look at one point, Baek said that he would be able to return somewhere, but only when this was all over. Suddenly, Woo-jin decided to use the Black Imperial trick, and using magic, a long purple wave appeared below and approached the enemy. The demon tried to stop the attack from the guy, but he succeeded with great difficulty. A wave of magic attacked his chest. Gritting his teeth, the villain tried to endure the pain he received due to a strong and sharp blow to his body. Two strong magics were fighting nearby, at the same time dark. The aura that glowed in the room was very intense and sharp. The demon was very amazed because he could not at all understand what was the matter and what terrible trick that guy named Baek had done. Soon, the whole atmosphere began to become very tense for the villain, and he addressed them like a son of a bitch and asked about what he had done. Preparing his fist, the enemy said that he just needed to kill Woo-jin no matter what it took. His eyes glowing with madness and his fist with strong magic. Not so far from the demon's hand, some red ball appeared that resembled the sun. He shouted that Peck would not be able to stop this, and he would have to leave this place, but this time it would be lethal. Under the influence of magic, he sent a huge red ball, which went straight to Peck. At that moment, the demon screamed for the guy to die. If you look closely, you could see how the area where the fighting was taking place and where the ball flew was significantly smoked. The whole room was in smoke. The demon clenched his teeth again. He couldn't believe that Wu Jin was trying to ruin his mood to the very end, which was already not there. Smoke and pieces of asphalt were flying near him. The villain turned around and said that Pack had made too much noise. As she was leaving, a shadow appeared behind her, and next to her, a green aura. The villain said that she had dealt with the guy and therefore could calmly receive a confession. He wanted to leave the building before people from the associations entered, but suddenly something happened. Standing in front of him was no longer Baek Woo-jin, who was famous for his good deeds and saving people, but the demon who was in his form. The villain did not expect to see a demon in front of him, so when he found himself alone with him, he was significantly frightened. Moving his neck in different directions, he said with a malicious smile that the man's last blow was quite dangerous for his life. Smiling maliciously, the demon said that because of this worm, he released his powers much earlier than he had originally planned. The guy did not understand what was happening and was full of shock, because he certainly did not expect such a turn of events. He didn't understand why something like a demon came out of Baek Woo-jin. When he started to think, he headed straight for the guy. And after that, he hit the enemy in the stomach with such force that his blood splashed out and his body was thrown back. The man screamed loudly in pain. The demon lifted him by the neck and said that he would slowly suck the life force out of him and eventually kill him. And this would be his payback for interrupting his plan. He added that he was interested in one question, namely how long a man could last in such conditions. Footsteps were heard from the corridor, as well as a voice telling the villain to stop. The real Baek Woo-jin came out of the dark corridor. He said that the demon should not dispose of this beautiful face because he does not know how valuable his rights to the image are. The man was shocked and did not believe that the real son of the divine sword Baek was next to him. He also could not understand what was happening in this building. The demon smiled sarcastically and said that the original arrived just in time. Woo-jin stood and listened to everything the villain said, namely that he just took a copy from the head of one guy. The demon added that he would kill Baek and take all his power. Licking his lips, he added that it was then that he would become the ideal original. The main character directed his powerful purple force at the enemy. The demon holding the man did not immediately notice this. There was a very loud explosion in the building, which caused flames to appear and the top windows to fly out. A man was lying on the floor and groaning from a sharp blow. Peck stood opposite. Jin was very annoyed that he was talking more and more. He asked a question regarding whether all demons fight with their tongue. The man began to react aggressively to the words of the main character, calling him a bastard, but Pa asked him to shut up. He glanced at him and said that all this time he was thinking about what to do with them. The enemy asked again. Woo-jin replied that apparently he even mastered dark magic and summoned a demon, but could not control it. Puck smiled and said that he told a good story, and then asked if he was right. The main character pointed the sword directly at the chest of this man, who wanted to tell Woo-jin everything as it is. This demon flew out of the window again. At that moment, Woo-jin said that it was not his plan to leave the man alive. The same goes for the demon. Woo-jin looked very strange. His eyes glowed with hatred. He said that he hates those who pretend to be him, but Baek hates those who try to kill his people even more. So the only way to feel better is to deal with them with your own hands. The demon stood up and asked a question regarding how Baek Woo-jin dares to talk such nonsense in front of him. Sticking out his tongue in the form of a snake, he said that he would eat the hero and replenish his strength. With a wave of his hand, he added that he would do it right now. A large fireball appeared near the protagonist's hand. The demon was in complete shock because he did not expect such a turn. A dragon named Ignis appeared ahead. Baek Woo-jin ordered his dragon to attack. This idea made the villain very angry. He gritted his teeth in extreme anger. And after that, he added that he knew that Baek was dealing with a spirit, but he could not believe that he was of the highest level and this little guy was not at all lost. Baek looked at the second opponent, smiled, and said that it was time to end this circus. The man just smiled and glanced up. The main character smiled sarcastically and then asked a question regarding whether he had sewn up the wound, and then replaced the hand from the collected remains of summoned spirits and monsters. These words angered the enemy even more. He shouted that Beck was in too much of a hurry. A huge hand flew out towards the hero, but he managed to deflect. The villain shouted that he would take away Beck's spirit and unite it with his hand. The man's hand was about to touch Ignis, but at the same moment, he could not do this. The hand retreated back. The man could not understand why he could not capture the spirit. Beck just smiled sarcastically. Putting the sword behind his back, the main character asked a question regarding whether he thought that his pitiful technique would work on the vessel of the Spirit King. And since the villain decided to take on such techniques, then let him correspond to this level. The villain could not believe whose vessel this was. Woojin smiled and said that the enemy had no aces left up his sleeve. Buck's eyes were full of confidence. He proudly said that the villain would advance into battle because he needed to bring his head to the old man's party. The two guys started attacking each other. When the villain wanted to attack the main character, he managed to substitute his sword in time and avoid the attack. Beck managed to repel the attack in a matter of seconds. He understood that the enemy was now only defending himself and nothing more. At that moment, a Blackstone appeared. Woojin said that most likely, when he hit the villain with his technique, he shit his pants. Blackstone added that most likely, due to forbidden magic, the villain cannot use the summoning technique, which is very good for Beck. Therefore, he needs to go on a more aggressive offensive. Beck smiled and praised his opponent, saying that he had become stronger. After all, he was already worried that he would cut the villain like tofu. The enemy was amazed that after all this time, Beck Woojin was still as arrogant as before. He shouted that the main character would no longer be able to humiliate and insult him. After all, he is wearing the strongest armor, collected from the auras of all kinds of spirits and monsters. The villain added that he had no idea what the essence of this armor was, but it looked very strong. Beck took into account that it was a solid aura, close to rank 7, and most likely the enemy concentrated all his strength on defense. Suddenly, the main character began to be tormented by doubts as to whether he could cut through this defense. At the same moment Blackstone appeared, he supported Woojin, saying that no matter how strong the armor was, it should always have a weak point. If Beck can gather his thoughts and sharpen all his sword energy in the aura itself, then in any case, he will be able to cut armor of absolutely any complexity. Woojin exhaled heavily and said that in any case, he would have to try. Shin Chang-hoon started running towards the main character, saying that he would crush his head. Back concluded that the cash desk needed to find the smallest gap for itself to solve this problem. He began to spin the sword near him. With a quick movement and a very sharp knife, he moved from side to side where the purple line appeared. The enemy opened his mouth in surprise, since he did not at all understand what had just happened to him. The armor began to crumble. He could not understand how Woojin managed to defeat him so quickly and without slowing down. Blood sprayed from the guy's torso, and soon the villain fell to the floor, and his blood scattered all over the perimeter. He could not understand how he did it. Beck stood on the sidelines at that time and simply watched. Taking the last breaths of his life, the guy did not want to take everything seriously. Because this could not be, he had to become even stronger. But alas, he did not succeed. Woojin raised his sword and said with a stern look that his words were poisonous to the very end. The main character narrowed his eyes and said that Shin Han-chun should go to hell. Blood splashed and a quiet whisper was heard. Ignis was still fighting the demon. The demon was at a loss because his incomplete body was not even close to a spirit of the highest rank. He, in every possible way, did not want to believe the fact that Beck mastered not only the art of fencing, but also the technique of spirits. Gritting his teeth, the demon began to say that all was not lost because he was not yet in full shape. But still, the chances were very small to defeat Beck. The villain began his transformation into a stronger form. Wings came out of it. It looked like a bat, and its back sparkled with green flames, which were located around the entire perimeter. In a menacing and rude voice, the demon said that since Beck Woojin destroyed his plans, he destroyed everything in this place. A huge stream of green energy headed towards the protagonist's gate. Ignis was ready to attack. Suddenly, Beck approached his spirit and said that he had held out very well and now could rest because he would take care of the demon. At that moment, Blackstone appeared and asked a question about whether Woojin was confident in the battles that were going on, one after another, because his opponent was a demon. The main character smiled and said not to worry, since he had a very good item with him. In his hands, he was holding something similar to a gold bracelet. Putting on the sparkling bracelet, Beck said with a grin on his face that his strength should be enough. At this time, two guys were exploring the area, but the teacher noticed something and decided to look back. The red-haired girl turned around because she did not understand what had happened. The teacher continued to silently look into the distance. The partner asked a question regarding what happened, but the man continued to stand silently and look into the distance. After that, he slowly put his hand on his chest and said that he didn't feel very well because his heart was tingling. The girl was unhappy because this incident had been repeated more than once. She did not understand why the teacher was so burdened by the past. But after a couple of minutes, she smiled and said that they had come a very long way, and if there was such an opportunity, then they should start thinking about the best now. Madam giggled, and after that she decided to joke a little, saying that she was afraid of becoming the same in the headman as the teacher. He was at a loss and asked his partner again. She only pretended that she had not heard anything. The teacher called her a rude person and began to claim that he had a lot of energy. The girl agreed, smiling, saying that it would be very good if he used strength to gain a step. After all, there is a very long road ahead. There was a very strong conflict between these two, which now decides the role of each of them. Beck covered his nose and mouth with his hand, because the demonic energy of this demon was much stronger than he could have imagined. The demon was angry because the main character saw his form a little earlier than he planned. He also introduced himself. His name was Bridge. He talked about how in a couple of seconds he would swallow Beck Woojin and turn into a top-ranking demon. The main character was not at all afraid. He said that he did not care at all about all those words. After all, Beck is not interested in knowing the name of someone who will die right before his eyes. These words angered Bridge quite a lot. He called his opponent impudent and added that he would teach him good manners. Bridge aimed arrows with green magic at the main character and then added that he would see how he dealt with it. Without wasting a single second, the guy immediately bent down so that the arrows would not hit his body. And after that, he made a strong swing and a slight movement of the sword and began to repel the attack. His movements were sharp and quite fast, and his blows were precise and sharp. Woojin tried his best to protect his body and buy some time. He clenched his teeth and then said with hatred that the enemy's attacks had indeed become stronger than before. At that moment, Blackstone appeared. He said that Beck needed to attack because if he did not, then Bridge would have an advantage. The teacher was angry. He aggressively asked a question about whether Woojin had forgotten about the techniques he taught him. Beck said that all Blackstone did was beat him up the entire sparring session, so he didn't count it as training. The main character opened his arms and a sharp purple aura flew from the sword. But alas, she didn't even touch Bridge. Woojin could not believe that the blow missed. He thought that the bracelet most likely had not yet started working and had not triggered the same effect. It seemed to Beck that the opponent was very strong, although there was a high chance that he had completely assimilated with the host. The teacher added that an accurate blow to the demon's core will certainly save a person. The main character asked a question as to whether his sword could do this. Blackstone emphasized that there should be no problems with this, because he was able to cut Shin Chang-hong, which means he can do this with the second opponent. Beck will only need a sharp sword. He emphasized that Woojin needs to get sharp not in lines but in points. Beck, without discussing anything, agreed with the words of his teacher. The teacher added that he needed to fill the area of emptiness not with spiritual energy, but with sharp energy, so Woojin decided to use the blade of the delightful day. The purple attack stabbed straight into Bridge's chest with such force that he grunted in terrible pain. From the hole that Beck inflicted on him, the enemy's aura began to gradually leave. Bridge screamed that he could not believe that his body was beginning to crumble and the dark magic was dissipating. He shouted that this simply couldn't happen, and he didn't believe in it. When the dark magic and armor completely disappeared, a guy with glasses and brown hair fell to the floor. Beck asked the Blackstone a question regarding what would happen to this guy next. The teacher approached the stranger and examined him. Without hesitation, he said that the victim was alive, but the guy would need treatment in any word due to poisoning with demonic energy. Bridge's magic remained on the ceiling. He started yelling at Beck and Blackstone, saying that they didn't even know what they did. The demon called them damn insects. The demon added that he would tear them apart so badly that they would not even recognize themselves in the mirror. Buck felt funny at Bridge's menacing threats, and after that, he said that he himself was an insect that needed to attach itself to a person in order to obtain strength. The main character called his Blackstone, who immediately understood everything in a matter of seconds. The bracelet that Beck put on at the beginning of the fight suddenly sparkled with a bright and golden light. Bridge began to scream in pain. He did not understand what kind of disgusting energy had just enveloped him. Woojin waved his sword and said that this was the very last ray of light he would see in his life. As he launched the attack, he said goodbye to the demon, calling it a parasite. It was a fragile night of carnage and divine radiance, all rolled into one. The demon screamed loudly from the pain that our main character inflicted on him. A powerful explosion occurred in the building. Bright red flames fell from the window, and glass flew in different directions. Events moved from the building to the hospital. A man in glasses, rubbing his eyes, asked a question about where he was and how he got here. Baek Woo-jin greeted him with a smile on his face, which surprised the guy. The main character said that he was very glad that everything was fine with the patient, and he recovered a little faster than generally expected. The guy in a frightened voice asked a question about what Baek Woo-jin was doing here. He replied that he was waiting for him to return to normal since he was possessed by a demon who was summoned by a criminal organization. The patient looked at his hands and was very scared. He could not believe that it was all a dream. The main character stood in bewilderment. Baek Woo-jin smiled and said that the stranger was still in shock, so he needed to rest and get better soon. The main character added that it was time for him to leave because he had already made sure that the victim was all right and he could go, but the patient extended his hand and asked him to stop. Sweat was slowly dripping from Buck's neck. He couldn't believe that his excuse was too obvious. The patient, holding the phone in his hands, tearfully asked Woo-jin to take at least one photo with him since he is his devoted fan. The guys took that very cherished photo. The news of the day was heard in the room. Baek Woo-jin is at the scene right now. They are informed that one of her members named Shin Jong-hoon has been caught. He had previously been declared a particularly dangerous criminal, and during the course of the case, traces of demonic magic were revealed. There are suggestions that the detainee lost control over the previously summoned demon. Not far from the table, there was a girl named Gray, and the guy who was sitting at the table was called Baek Chong-hwa, and they were watching the news. Cheon felt very ashamed because he did not expect so much noise to arise around this incident. Gray decided to support her comrade, saying that there was nothing shameful in this, and from that day on, she would be much more attentive to everything like that. But Baek Chong-hwa said to forget about it, since he still didn't have hopes for the past demon. And after that, he asked the girl a question about whether all this seemed strange to her, and then added that even though Baek Woo-jin was stupid, it was not at all like him to summon a demon that he could not control. Cheon called him a skilled liar. This expression surprised Gray, so she asked him again. Pointing with his fingers at his head, he said that he meant Baek Woo-jin because he was already a very cunning and unpredictable hero. Leaning on his chair, Cheon added that due to his busy schedule, he had completely stopped being interested in his country. He added that he couldn't just leave his place empty with nothing to do. Therefore, he entrusts the case regarding Baek Woo-jin to his partner Gray. Gray couldn't believe her ears and asked again. Baek Chong-hwa said that this was all in all seriousness and wanted the girl to just clear her head. Sticking out her tongue and closing one eye, Gray told the man not to doubt it, since he was guaranteed to be pleased with her. The girl slowly began to walk away, leaving a black and red shadow behind her. Baek Chong-hwa smiled sarcastically and added that he hopes and believes in her words. The villain was interested in seeing how similar the monster he raised was to him. This desire foreshadowed many troubles and losses. Baek Woo-jin walked along the road with Blackstone, but he was clearly in a bad mood and was very angry. The main character was wondering how long the teacher would be angry. He shouted that in this situation, there was no way to avoid it. Blackstone turned and started yelling at the guy, saying that it was he who killed the demon, and not anyone else. A lot of interesting things happened that day. A green aura reigned in the room. It looked like the power that the demon himself had been collecting all this time. Beck noticed that it was reaching for the Blackstone. The essence of the mid-level demon, Briza, was absorbed by the Blackstone. The teacher could not believe that he had absorbed all the power. It seemed to him that he had become much stronger than he was before. He was glad that after so much time, he also got something. The main character looked questioningly at his comrade. At this moment, the aura began to come out of Blackstone through his back. He did not understand what had begun to happen to him. Suddenly, Beck also began to feel it, and it seemed that the demon's aura was reaching straight towards him, which was a rather strange sight. Blackstone grimaced and said that this sounds quite dangerous. Since he is a spirit, and Wu Jin is a human, and the power of a demon is reaching out to him right now. The main character looked at the hand, and after that he realized that the demon's aura was too pure, and most likely it had simply been filtered with the help of the black stone itself. These words hurt the teacher quite a lot because he hoped that he would get something, but alas, he was wrong. He was horrified by the fact that he was just a walking filter that made Baek Woo-jin's life much easier. Blackstone began to freak out at the system, saying that he didn't want to be a joke and the like, while Beck stared intently at the system window. There were 3 paragraphs. The first point was the purified demonic energy successfully absorbed. The second point was the increase in mana, and the third point was the increase in mental abilities. At that moment, an advice column appeared, which stated that by remaining calm, like a calm lake, he would significantly reduce the expenditure of mental energy when using other skills. Woojin's hand immediately reached out to the system window. His eyes became wider several times. He said in a quiet voice that this was simply incredible. He smiled sarcastically and asked Blackstone a question about how he would like it, and he began to swear very loudly. Blackstone began to panic with anger and say that he was being treated like an unnecessary filter, which greatly upset him. Baek Woojin decided to support his comrade, saying that in any case he had also become stronger, but Blackstone asked him to keep quiet. At this moment, 2 system windows appeared. In one of them, it was written that in emergency situations, fencing abilities are applied automatically, and a new sword path was open. The second system window said that the exact sword had been unlocked. Blackstone poked his finger into the student's cheek and aggressively asked a question as to why he didn't reveal everything at once, because every damn skill appeared in order to take over the damn world. Jin smiled and said that the stronger he gets, the more likely he is to unlock his teacher's memories. He asked the Blackstone to look at things a little more cheerfully. These words made him very angry and enraged. But gathering his courage, he exhaled and began to come to his senses. The guys walked towards the building. Blackstone told Beck that he had been unconscious for several days, so it was strange for him that he was so suddenly taking up the art of the sword. Blackstone added that Woojin was completely new to this activity, and after that, he asked him a question as to why he wanted to study the piercing sword. Beck said that this technique helps to cut through the energy of the enemy's sword, as well as its aura. It is more of a defensive technique than an attacking one. He added that he noticed this during his fight with Shin Chang-hun, as well as Briz. After all, blocking enemy attacks with an aura has virtually no effect. The main character thought that by cutting through the enemy's attacks with the blade of the sword, he would have more opportunities to save mana. Blackstone only smiled sarcastically after hearing what he heard. He also added that he would gladly praise Woojin for his ingenuity and resourcefulness, but he's not in that mood right now. The guys were already heading back to their room. Baek Woo-jin summed up that they did a good job and therefore suggested that Blackstone watch an episode or 2 of their favorite series. Suddenly, an assistant was running from behind the corridor with documents in his hands. Jin and the teacher were not happy about this since they were just going to go relax and watch TV series. The main character asked a question regarding what happened. He, out of breath, could not put together a few words. After a couple of seconds, this guy pulled out his palm and said that the head of the family turned to Beck. He thought that his father called him, but it was not so. The head of the family handed Baek Woo-jin one document, which was in a dark envelope. For Woo-jin, this was unexpected, because he thought that his father would call him on more difficult missions. The document stated that Beck needed to defeat the lizard boss, who was located in the dungeon and had the 6th level. The main character began to have doubts because he did not understand why his father did not entrust him with this personally, because the mission was terribly simple. Suddenly, the guy noticed something that horrified him. He exhaled and said that everything was clear now. The assistant nearby was just as interested in what Beck saw there. Squinting his eyebrows, Baek Woo-jin said that this is far from a simple expedition, but a real and most dangerous Hunger Game. A new silhouette appeared not far from the guys. Beck said that this task was entrusted only to him. The girl walked straight towards the guys. She was surprised that everyone had already gathered. The main character was on guard and said in a quiet voice that there was no sign of him. In front of him stood a girl with a malicious smile, red hair and the same color as her eyes, and her name was Baek Song-ah. The girl walked straight towards the guys. She was surprised that everyone had already gathered. The main character was on guard and said in a quiet voice that there was no sign of him. In front of him stood a girl with a malicious smile, red hair and the same color as her eyes, and her name was Baek Song-ah. and terribly strong energy emanated from the girl. Red flames enveloped Baek Song-ah's body. The main character began to doubt that she was the sixth rank, or rather the seventh. Blackstone emphasized that the dream has come a very long way, since incredible power emanates from it. The girl emphasized that Baek Woo-jin is not a weakling, as he was several years ago, and there was a moment's silence between them. The assistant tilted his head down, and the main character, with aggression in his voice, asked a question about what the girl forgot here. Baek Song-ah smiled sarcastically and replied that absolutely everything was written in the letter, clearly and clearly. It was an elimination mission. Woo-jin decided to ask a question regarding what made her take such a long and difficult path in her life. The girl smiled and said that everything is simple. She is here to offer Baek Woo-jin something very unusual and very interesting. The hero asked her again. She suggested that Woo-jin complete this mission, but use only the skill of the sword itself. These words shocked our protagonist. Waving her hands, Baek Song-ah said that they had no other choice, and this was the guy's last task. They will fight for the last time as members of the Baek family using only sword techniques, and that's it. Jin didn't like this idea at all. He said that the girl watched the dramas and considered this action terribly absurd. Song-ah told him to think as he wanted, but she decided to end everything on a good note. The main character immediately realized that his sister was playing, although she didn't really succeed. He was interested in one fact, namely what Dream was up to. Baek Woo-jin suspected that the girl was deliberately trying to make him refuse this mission. The main character said, "So be it." These words shocked Song-ah. But deep down, Woo-jin knew that he was not going to play the games that his sister played here. He asked her a question about whether Song-ah wanted to win by simply adjusting everything to suit herself, and immediately added that she should continue to dream about it, because he could cope with her even without spirit. This is their last fight, and he will pretend that he did not hear everything that the girl said a couple of seconds ago. Woo-jin asked a question regarding why she does not use everything that she has. Baek Song-ah was furious at her brother's remarks. Biting her lips to hold back all her anger, grimacing, she called Woo-jin an arrogant bastard. Leaving the guys, the girl turned around and said that she would do absolutely everything to make Baek Woo-jin regret for saying all the bad things to her. The main character watched his older sister slowly and silently leave. Turning his head, Jin said that all this was very strange and suspicious. Blackstone did not understand what exactly, and asked again. He replied that it seemed to him that Baek Song-ah was not at all angry with him at the last moment. It seemed to him that there was something else there besides the Baek family, and most likely, someone was standing behind it. Blackstone asked a question regarding how he would act in this situation, since he did not even know who it could be. Jin replied that he would be guided by how his affairs would go. Smiling and looking into the distance, Baek Woo-jin said that at absolutely any cost, they must win. Baek Song-ah went into the office, sat down at the chair, and called someone. On the other side of the phone, they said that they did not expect the girl to call so early. The girl decided not to procrastinate and get straight to the point, saying that she could defeat Baek Woo-jin, but the stranger interrupted and said that he had a better plan. The stranger said that he would send something very special for Song-ah, and with its help, you can easily defeat even the most powerful demon. The thing was made specifically for this occasion, so the girl would have to use it to the fullest. Baek Song was tormented by one question regarding why the person on the other side of the tube was helping her. The man, smiling sarcastically, said that there was nothing suspicious in this, and he was helping only out of the kindness of his heart. The stranger added that most likely this item had already been delivered, and it was lying in a white box on the girl's table. The girl was in a misunderstanding because she did not understand when her partner managed to do this. Inside the white box lay an orange ball that sparkled in all directions. It turned out to be a golden tablet that would give Baek Song-ah strength and strengthen her aura. The stranger added that she could eat this miracle in advance. But in the box, in addition to the gold one, there was another one. The girl asked a question about what about the second tablet. The stranger explained that the black pill has a short-term effect, and by eating it, Baek Song-ah's abilities increase several times. This effect lasts 10 minutes, after which the girl must not use her mana for 3 days. And if the girl does not listen to him and uses mana ahead of time, she will forever lose her ability to magic. These words pierced Baek Song-ah's heart. After a couple of seconds, the girl narrowed her eyes and said that 10 minutes would be enough for her. Her partner wished her good luck. But in his heart, he said that Song-ah had an extremely bad and nasty character. The girl understood that they wished her luck not from the bottom of their hearts, because each of them was simply mocking her. A scream was heard in the office. Song-ah was furious and screamed that as soon as she managed to get rid of Baek Woo-jin, this stranger would become her next prey. It was the day when the battle would be the last for one of the members of the Baek family. There were people around in a fenced-off place with a portal. The two guys started a conversation. The guy on the right smiled and said that the tension in the Baek family had reached its peak. He replied that this was not just a fight, and most likely it would be life and death. He was interested in finding out what was going on in their family. Suddenly, one of the men pointed his finger forward and shouted loudly that the guys were coming and Baek Woo-jin was here. People around were whispering. They said that the main character was simply amazing because in just a few years he was able to reach such heights. It seemed to them that Baek had really exceeded the 7th rank. After all, at his pace, this is quite realistic and possible, as one of the passers-by said. The assistant walked smiling, saying that Baek Woo-jin was becoming more and more famous. But he denied and said that it was just a very loud word. But the guy began to smile even wider and say that the hero's name can be heard in every corner of the capital. He sat on his knees and began to pray, saying that his instincts never let him down, and very soon, absolutely every person on this planet will know Baek Woo-jin. The guys looked at each other shyly, and after that, the Blackstone said that he was completely gone. Blackstone asked to stop the assistant before he began to worship him. Jin said that he would deal with him as soon as he finished everything in this place. The crowd started shouting that Baek Song-ah was coming. The guys turned back with dissatisfied faces. The same Baek Song-ah was walking there and was simply straightening her hair. The crowd of people went wild. Some said that they were very nervous and it was becoming increasingly difficult to breathe at this point, while others threw speculation about who was most likely to win. Many of the passers-by voted for Baek Song-ah, since she alone coped with several dungeons. But Baek Woo-jin is not so simple, because he alone coped with many demons. Baek Song-ah turned to her opponent and with a grin on her face asked a question regarding whether he was ready to be defeated. The main character smiled and replied that he had nothing to worry about and that it would be better for the girl to take care of herself. There was silence between the parties. The two opponents silently looked at each other and their mana enveloped the silhouettes. Blackstone wanted to warn Jin that the enemy had become stronger over these few days, but he himself noticed it. They watched in silence, and after a couple of seconds, Blackstone said that he was sure that Baek Song-ah could not do without a good elixir, because she could not increase the number of auras in such a short time. He was sure that all this was true not thanks to training. Taking it as a fact that a sudden surge in strength on the day of the task is simply not possible, the main character began to think and soon realized what was really going on. There is definitely someone behind Baek Song-ah, and this someone is terribly insidious and cunning. 2 dinosaur heads flew to the sides along with a terrible roar. This work was done by Baek Woo-jin. He just waved his sword, as the 2 torsos of the enemy were already lying motionless on the floor. The main character grinned, and looking at the dead bodies said that they were weaker than he thought. Blackstone indignantly replied that this was only true for him. Blackstone added that with the skills that the guy has, you can take down even the boss himself. So dealing with these dinosaurs is easy, these words encouraged Jin. He smiled and said that they would quickly finish everything here. Baek Woo-jin turned to Moon Ju-yeon and suggested that he push him a little. These words were not expected from the guy, so he was a little confused. But after a couple of seconds, he still agreed. But at that very second, the partner lowered his head down and became too sad, thoughtful and silent. The main character approached Ju-yeon and asked a question regarding what happened. He answered that Jung Young-won is Baek Sun-ah's bodyguard. He and she are members of the Black Sword Association. Moon. Waiting Young was very ashamed to talk about it, but he had never been able to defeat the girl in any of the fights. He added that he only thought about it because he didn't want to see or even cross paths with Baek Song-ah face to face, since he was becoming too uncomfortable. There was a huge tap on the shoulder. It was Baek Woo-jin. He put his hands on Moonwait Young's shoulders with full confidence and said that he is no longer what he was before, and at the moment, he has every chance to win Song-ah. After all, Moonwaiting Young is not just an ordinary guy, but Jin's assistant. These words were a surprise for the guy. He began to lower his head down and thank Baek Woo-jin, saying that he would put his own life on the line if necessary. The main character waved his hand and said that this was not necessary. Blackstone crossed his arms and, not contentedly, asked Jean a question about why he was pretending to be so good. Buck smiled and said that he had always been like this. All the way, the teacher was indignant at the main character and expressed his dissatisfaction in every possible way. Baek Woo-jin turned around and said that he had prepared a script for Moon Joo-young and would tell everything in detail along the way. The main character added that his partner just had to listen to his instructions. Moon Joo-young asked a question regarding what exactly the hero meant by the script. He replied that his partner should just listen because this is a 100% working scheme. Jung Young-un approached the creatures, touched them with her hand, and said that their bodies had not yet disappeared, which means that no more than 5 minutes had passed since their killing. And judging by the cuts, this was far from the hands of spirit. A minute of silence hung between the girls. The bodyguard turned around and asked Baek Song-ah a question about what she thought about all this. Because if this continues, the opponents will be the first to get to the boss. Baek Song-ah replied that so be it, because this mission is just a formality and they need to pursue them, keeping their strength at maximum since their goal is not the boss, but Baek Woo-jin. The moment he defeats the boss, his strength will already be running out. Pointing her finger at her temples, Baek Sun-ah added that there were times when the main character was a loser and didn't become an eyesore for her. The girl could not believe that now she had to deal with him. She was furious, saying that she had to fix the problem before it was significant. Baek Song-ah asked Jung Young-won if she had prepared a bracelet. She agreed and handed over the silver jewelry. This was great. Song-ah understood that she needed to defeat Baek Woo-jin right now, since she wouldn't have another chance. She was not happy with the help given to her, but that's all she had. After all, for the sake of victory, not everything could be done. At this time, the main character was already fighting with the boss, which ended this entire duel between the members of the Holy Sword family. Suddenly, Baek Woo-jin was overcome with heat and fear. He began to breathe heavily and look into the distance with huge eyes. Moon Joo-young began to run forward, waving his hand. He was very worried about the state of his master's health. Wiping sweat from his forehead, Baek Woo-jin said that the boss was much stronger than he even expected. The main character looked at his hands and said that he was glad that he had been training hard all this time, because one wrong move and everything could have ended completely differently. And besides, they had an audience all this time. The two guys turned around and Baek Woo-jin said in a quiet, calm voice that he had already finished everything and the boss was caught, so the observer could go out. It turned out to be Baek Song-ah. She smiled, clapped Gina's hands, and after that, began to praise him because he managed it alone. Baek Song-ah added that thanks to him, they arrived here comfortably and in great shape. The main character turned around and thanked her for the compliments, and then said that the girl should not forget that it was he who defeated the boss, and Song-ah did not even dare to go out to fight him. Waving her arms and smiling widely, the girl replied that Baek Woo-jin was too naive and still had not noticed the most important thing, namely that from the very beginning her goal in that dungeon was far from being the boss. These words began to strain the main character. Covering her face with her hair, the girl said in a quiet tone that Baek Woo-jin was able to defeat the boss, which means that the dungeon will collapse in 15 minutes. She added that the guy shouldn't worry about it. After all, when he comes out of the dungeon, he will tell everyone that Baek Woo-jin simply didn't have time to get out and was knocked down. Smiling maliciously, the main character replied that he knew about it. Baek Woo-jin added that the enemy had gone too far, and then asked her a question regarding whether she was really that unsure of her abilities. These words made Baek Song-ah very angry, and gritting her teeth, she asked the guy to shut up. And after that, at the speed of light, she began to run towards Baek Woo-jin. She also screamed that he should never open his ugly mouth again. The swords of the two strong members of the divine family clashed. They were full of anger and hatred towards each other. Moon Joo-young shouted loudly and called the master. He wanted to help him, so he pulled his hand toward the sword. But suddenly, the assistant noticed something strange behind him. He quickly stepped aside. At that moment, the sword flew a millimeter away from him. I saw the red shoes of bodyguard Baek Song-ah, and she asked the guy not to interfere. Jung Young-un stood in a fighting pose with a sword in her hands. She warned that Moon Joo-young should not even think about the fact that she would feel sorry for him. He would not even have time to blink an eye before she would tear him into small pieces. Moon Joo-young narrowed his eyes and in an aggressive tone told her to immediately get out of the way, because Baek Sun-ah was clearly going against all the rules and laws, and the bodyguard was just going to watch all this in silence. But the girl said that she was just a devoted servant of Baek Song-ah. He understood from the past what she was saying. because Moon Ju-young himself was once a devoted swordsman. The main character's partner said that the girl was really right, and he from the past would have done the same thing. But something has changed. Moon Ju-young realized one thing. Compared to mindlessly swinging a sword, sharp swords that have a purpose are much sharper. With these words, the guy attacked Young Wong. There was a violent fight between the two bodyguards. The swords were intertwined in an arc from the powerful attack. The girl was full of anger and hatred. She shouted loudly that Moon Ju-young had taken the completely wrong path. But Jin's partner smiled and said only that he was no longer the same as he was before, because now he had reasons to win. Baek Song-ah flew up the mountain with her sword and was already ready to attack the main character. There was a close and very tense atmosphere between the guys. The main character clenched his teeth and looked forward with hatred. Baek Song-ah did the same, but at the same time calling the guy a petty bastard. It seemed to the girl that the member of the Baek Divine Sword family seemed to become more aggressive. Baek Song-ah also noticed that Woo Jin's breathing began to differ from what it was before. This can only mean one thing. No matter how strong Jin was, he was definitely exhausted at the moment. After taking those pills, the difference in their strength is not that big, but one cannot cancel the fact that the main character was too active. He destroyed all the lizards and also finished off the boss himself. No matter how strong Baek Woo Jin is, he is still a person who needs rest. The girl smiled and called her opponent an idiot, and then asked a question as to whether he really thought he could defeat her in this state. The main character looked at his hand and was quite scared. And after that, he loudly shouted for his genie to come out, and a green light appeared from his hand and a wolf above his head. The bracelet that was given to Baek Song-ah began to act, and a red aura of evil spread out from it. A couple of seconds later, the girl shouted loudly that she had been waiting for this exact moment. Jin, as well as the guy himself, groaned loudly, and after a while, their strength began to slowly fade away. Baek Woo Jin fell to his knees with a huge crash. The protagonist's spirit became weaker and smaller, so Baek lost all hope and strength. The girl began to laugh loudly and ask her opponent why he was depressed. She pointed the sword at Woo Jin and said that she had prepared for his tricks from the very beginning. She had her own measures against Baek's spirits. Baek Woo Jin excitedly started asking the girl what it was all of a sudden. Song-ah immediately realized that he was asking about the bracelet. Song-ah replied that this is not an ordinary bracelet, since it can summon them against wolves. She knew that Woo Jie would summon a spirit, so she prepared in advance. The main character began to get dark in his eyes. His strength left him faster and faster. The girl noticed that after the summoning technique, Woo Jin finally lost all his remaining strength. Song-ah shouted that the game was over and he had lost, but the guy leaned on the sword and slowly stood up and said that he had never heard of such a thing and asked where the girl was dug her up. Baek Song-ah replied with a grin that it was obvious that he had not heard of such a thing, since the bracelet was one of a kind, made personally for her. It was personally made by someone who knows the main character very well so that she would finish him off. The main character was shocked. He couldn't believe his ears, so he asked again. He was angry and looking at the sky. He shouted that he didn't understand who it could be and why he needed this. Baek Song-ah raised her sword and looked into the distance with contempt. She said that Woo Jin does not shut up until the very end. And after that, she asked the question if he is really interested in who that person is. The sword began to replenish its strength. Song-ah said that she was sure that the main character would meet him in hell, and just then, he would understand everything. She wished a safe journey for Baek Woo Jin. But that was not the case. The black sword stopped the attack. The girl was shocked because she could not understand where Jin got the strength to protect himself. She couldn't understand how Baek could fight back. The main character swung his arms with the sword so hard that stones fell around and Song-ah flew back. Calling his opponent to him, he exhaled and said that he hoped to at least find out the name of that villain. He was surprised that Baek Song-ah didn't notice anything, namely that it was an acting performance and it seemed to be pretty flawless. Song-ah was shocked and asked again. Baek Woo Jin smiled and asked if she really thought he was that weak. The girl began to scream, saying that Woo Jin defeated the king of the lizards. She saw with her own eyes how stubbornly he fought against them. The main character replied that he spent very little of his energy on him. And after that, he asked a question about whether she had heard about stone action. He added that the hardest thing is to deliberately pretend that it's hard for him. These words greatly infuriated the family member of the divine sword Baek. She called the guy a bastard and that he decided to mock her. Blackstone started laughing very loudly and saying that Song-ah was good, Wu Jin added that he was glad that their plan with the play worked. Smiling maliciously, the Blackstone suggested that Baek Woo Jin should go to work as an actor, rather than be a swordsman. He could not understand whether this was a compliment or an insult. He understood what Song-ah had meant all along. Frowning, Baek Woo Jin said that her goal was precisely to kill him. Sweat dripping from Song-ah's face, she replied that after all this time, it finally dawned on him. A flame appeared in the palm of the protagonist, which spread throughout the entire territory. He said that in this case, he was no longer stopped by guilt, and with a calm soul, he could kill the girl. He summoned the witness, and the spirit's eyes lit up with flame. A huge dragon stood behind the guy. It was large scale, from which a powerful aura of fire emanated. Ignis, looking at his prey, blew fire from his mouth. Song-ah stretched out her hand and shouted that all of Baek Woo Jin's efforts to win were useless. The bracelet began to release its red aura towards Ignis, but the dragon did not react to this in any way. The girl was amazed why the bracelet did not work. The bracelet began to break into small pieces. The girl simply could not believe it. Ignis changed his appearance and began to look terrifying. With his powerful energy, he threw Song-ah's body into the distance. She couldn't believe that this was possible. The main character pointed a sword at the girl and then asked a question about what she would say now. In the farthest distance was the shadow of Ignis, with prominent red eyes. A little closer, the silhouette of Baek Woo Jin, who pointed his sword at the lying body of Song-ah. He was interested in what kind of creature started all this. She couldn't believe that this was possible. The main character pointed a sword at the girl and then asked a question about what she would say now. In the farthest distance was the shadow of Ignis, with prominent red eyes. A little closer was the silhouette of Baek Woo Jin, who pointed his sword at the lying body of Song-ah. He was interested in what kind of creature started all this. Suddenly, Baek Song-ah began to tremble and laugh loudly. Ignis and the main character silently looked at her. The girl, smiling sarcastically, said that the stranger had warned her about something, namely that Baek Woo Jin is cunning. These words surprised the guy. Baek Song-ah started to get annoyed by everything. She couldn't believe that she would still have to take advantage of this. She took out the very pill that she was told to take, just in case of emergency. The girl, without hesitation, immediately swallowed it. Overly powerful energy began to emanate from Song-ah. Blackstone began to panic. He said that Song-ah's aura was getting stronger and stronger every second. Woo Jin couldn't believe that it was all just because of that thing that she swallowed, and the main character turned around and summoned Ignis. A strong fire began to burn from his mouth in large quantities. From that pill, the girl's eyes turned white. She said that since she had such power in her hands, she would not waste this chance. The girl took the sword and spun it around herself, thereby accelerating her aura in a more powerful direction. She directed her aura straight at Ignis. It hit him right in the neck, causing the spirit to groan loudly. All that was left of Ignis was the torso. The main character was shocked that Song-ah had finished off his spirit. He did not understand how much aura she had. Baek Song-ah stood on her feet and shouted that this was just the beginning. The girl threw her head back, her hair floating in the air. And after that, she grinned and said that now she could easily tear Baek Woo Jin into small pieces. When Song-ah attacked with her aura, she screamed for Baek Woo Jin to die. There was quite a dangerous fight between the guys. Baek Woo Jin tried to collect his thoughts and remember all the training he had undergone. And after that, he grunted his teeth violently. And he shouted that he knew absolutely everything. After these words, he attacked Song-ah. The main character's hands had already begun to go numb. He was interested in the question of what the girl had eaten. Baek felt as if this pill had become an instant aura enhancer. He noticed that such drugs could have a lethal outcome, because only through powerful control of one's own aura can one get rid of the consequences. But it seems that Song-ah is already intoxicated with her own power. She was obviously playing with fire. Song-ah released a huge stream of aura out of anger and shouted for Baek Woo Jin to finally die. The main character exhaled and said that if so, then there is only one option left. Weighing everything before and after, he narrowed his eyes and became serious. And after that, he repelled the red stream of energy from his opponent. This action shocked the girl. She could not believe that Woo Jin had cut off her aura. Baek Woo Jin looked to the side and said that it was not in vain that he practiced the absolute sword techniques. Blackstone added that this time he did it quite well. Song-ah called her opponent a little bastard, and after that asked a question regarding when he managed to study the absolute sword. Baek Woojin smiled and answered that she could not defeat him only by increasing her aura. From these words, the girl began to experience powerful anger. She exhaled the air from her mouth with hatred. And after that, her mana became many times stronger. She called the main character a smug cretin. The first blow missed Baek Woojin and flew to the side. The main character realized that Song-ah lost concentration because she was intoxicated with her own power, but her power remains very dangerous and strong. Blackstone began to worry. He emphasized that if Woojin takes even one wrong step, then he is screwed, so he needs to be on alert. Baek Woojin thanked his partner for the advice and rushed to attack Song-ah. At this moment, Jung Young-eun turned to her mistress. She looked very beaten and scared. She asked a question regarding what Baek Sun-ah was doing there. At that moment, Moon Ju-young tried to strike. Moon Ju-young, holding the sword in front of him, told the girl to stop looking around since her opponent was right in front of her face. Jung Yeon-eun was furious at these words, and after that, she asked her enemy a question about whether he himself was not worried about his master. Because if everything continued like this, they would both die. But Moon Ju-young said with a straight face that the girl was too naive. These words clicked in Young-eun's heart. After a couple of seconds, Moon Ju-young added that he did not understand how one could not believe in the abilities of one's own master, and also said that Baek Woojin was not so weak as to succumb to this kind of spells. And after that, he decided to reach for the sword. With a quick and most importantly clear movement of the sword, he cut off Jung Young-won's hand. The guy confidently said that besides this, the gentleman also believes in him. Blackstone turned to the side where Moon Ju-young was and said that it looked like they had a winner. Baek Woojin replied that he had no doubt, because he was his subordinate. After a couple of minutes, the Blackstone noticed that they had little time left and therefore should not hesitate. He added that Woojin should use it and deal with everything as quickly as possible. He agreed and extended his hand. Suddenly, Song-ah's heart began to be enveloped in a red aura. She began coughing up blood and choking. The main character asked in fear what happened. Blackstone replied that most likely the drug was expiring. The girl was in shock. Her whole body began to crack. She couldn't believe it, since she still had a little time left. Absolutely, the entire aura was directed towards Baek Song-ah's heart. Blackstone was scared. He shouted loudly that she had begun the process of self-destruction. The main character began to ask again about self-destruction, but Blackstone replied that he knew nothing about it. He asked to leave all the questions for later because they needed to get out of there quickly. Because if such an amount of aura exploded, the territory would be destroyed. Song-ah was crushed that her friend had deceived her. She didn't want it to end this way. The girl categorically did not want to die. She screamed, falling into pieces. The main character extended his hand and told Moon Ju-young to step aside. There was a huge flow of energy and strength that Song-ah had been holding within herself with the help of the pill. The main character and Moon Ju-young were lying on the ground, and not far from them there was a hole from the explosion. Woojin asked his partner if he was okay. He said that everything was fine with him. Moon Ju-young looked into the distance where the hole was and asked a question regarding what just happened. Baek Woojin replied that it was self-destruction and they were lucky that they managed to move away. The bodyguard was shocked. He could not imagine that he would see something like this. Woojin replied that not only he, but thank God everyone was alive and safe. Suddenly, Ju-young fell to his knees and shouted that he had failed his master. The main character put his hand on his heart and said that it was he who should have protected him, not him, so Ju should not blame himself, since he did not know that everything would end like this. After all, the only one who could know was Jung Young-eun. Moon Ju-young replied that most likely she didn't know anything. These words amazed the main character. The bodyguard replied that the moment Jung Young-won looked back and saw what her mistress had become, she was shocked. And if Jung Young-won had known in advance, she would not have reacted like that. Ju added that the girl was so distracted that she did not even notice how he approached and attacked her. Moon Ju-young said with a serious face that most likely Mrs. Song-ah hid this from everyone, even from those closest to her. Blackstone agreed with the bodyguard's opinion and added that the girl was very scared in the last seconds of her life. As if from the very beginning, she did not know that everything would end like this, as if everything did not go according to her plan. The guys remembered the last words of Woojin's sister and understood that she definitely did not want to die. Blackstone said that this is all very strange. No matter how much she wanted to win, the fact that she took that pill knowing that Song-ah was only waiting for one end didn't even sound believable. And that's not all. In none of his past lives did Blackstone hear about the kind of elixirs that cause self-destruction. The main character exhaled, and after that he said that he had a lot of questions for his sister, if only she were nearby now. He frowned and said confidently that in any case, there must be at least some clue. After all, Song-ah said that the person who wished him death is a person close to Baek Woo-jin. And if this is true, then the circle of suspects for the guy is very narrowed. Blackstone asked a question regarding how he was trying to find the guilty in the middle of everyone. Woo-jin replied that he would think about it carefully as soon as he left the dungeon. The main character reached for the bracelet that his sister was wearing during their fight. He brought this accessory closer to his face and said that he hoped that it was a real lie. The portal began to open. The entire crowd of people was in shock since only a few hours had passed since the battle. Two silhouettes were visible from the portal. One of the passers-by shouted that it was someone from the Baek family, although they were both from this family. Baek Woo-jin and his bodyguard Moon Ju-young came out of the portal. Everyone was delighted. Journalists immediately ran up to the main character and began asking questions. They were also interested in the question of where Miss Song-ah was at the moment. The crowd noticed that the portal began to close, and this only meant that Baek Song-ah had passed away. TV presenters and journalists did not give way to the main character. They asked questions regarding what was happening in the dungeon, whether it was true that there was an accident inside. One of them asked whether Woo-jin killed his sister. The main character tried to justify himself and find at least a few words to explain the whole situation. He bowed his head down and said with a sad face that Baek Song-ah self-destructed, although it was hard for everyone to believe. The entire crowd was shocked. They all did not expect to hear such an answer. Woo-jin said that when he killed the boss, he met his sister on the way, and she suddenly attacked him. He had to defend himself. His fist began to shake. He added that most likely Song-ah decided to take a risk because she did not see a way back and was afraid to leave the dungeon as a loser, so she decided to self-destruct in order to disappear along with the dungeon. The Topla girl asked her friend if he believed it. He replied that it was 100% a lie, and Baek Woo-jin simply killed her. Another guy got involved in their conversation. He said that they had no witnesses, so they could only believe the main character. Moon Ju-young asked everyone to calm down. He said that in the coming days, the Baek family will tell about everything in detail, and at that moment, he asked Jin a question why he lied, because he didn't even finish. The main character, with a grin on his face, replied that this was bait for the bastard who was behind all this. This is how the stranger will think that his plans have gone awry, and of course will take the bait. They just have to wait. The news wrote that the Baek family was crazy, and that blowing oneself up because of a loss was a stupid thing to do. Everyone wrote that it was unlikely to be Baek Woo-jin, since he is a family member. The stranger turned off his phone. His bodyguard approached and asked if this situation would cause them problems. He replied that most likely, Woo-jin is up to something, but he is still not sure who is behind all this, and now he is just waiting for the culprit's further actions. The bodyguard asked a question, what if Mrs. Song-ah told her brother that it was him? The stranger laughed and said that this was impossible. After all, even the luckiest person will have a maximum of 3 minutes before self-destruction after he takes the black pill. And his little sister is not the smart one, so he is sure that Song-ah spent this time on something else. He could say with certainty that Song-ah didn't even check the black pills he gave her, and out of hopelessness and desperation, took them. It makes him laugh at how stupid people can be. The guy was surprised by the fact that Song-ah actually thought that he was helping her. The bodyguard replied that the most important thing is that the head does not find out about this. Woo-jin's older brother replied that he should not worry about it because no one will know anything. He added that their father personally sent Woo-jin and Song-ah to do this, and the elder brother is sure that the head wanted to get rid of one of them. Jin's older brother added that he knows his father very well. As long as he doesn't interfere or go against his plans, he won't do anything to him. And it was always like this. The bodyguard threw a jacket on him and said that in any case, they should prepare because no one knows anything. The guy smiled and told him not to worry so much and to trust him completely. The bodyguard apologized and said that he had said a lot of unnecessary things. Baek's brother said that there was nothing new terrible in this, and in fact everything was factual. He appreciates people who know how to express their thoughts. He will think about what the bodyguard told him. After all, you never know what could happen in the future. She and his brother have been too smart lately. And who knows, maybe the main character has already set his sights on him. or he is still an exemplary older brother to his dear Woo Jin. The main character went to his father with the news that Baek Song-ah was dead. But the father didn't really want to listen to his son. He simply waved his hand and said that he already knew about everything. Baek Woo Jin asked if he wanted to listen to the whole situation in detail. The father replied that Song-ah knew perfectly well where she was going, and all this was for the sake of victory, so he did not need any details. Jin asked again. The head of the Baek family said that going to the dungeon was Baek Song-ah's idea. She said that she would do anything to win and could even risk her life. These words made even the man feel funny. The main character was silent. The father said that maybe Song-ah died because she was not strong enough or because she was fooled. But, in any case, the battle is already over and the result is done. The spirit of the leader of the family changed its appearance and became dark and negative. He said that the fittest survive. It has always been so and will always be so. Blackstone made a face and said that he had no words and that this man had no soul at all, because even animals grieve when their young die. He added that it was definitely not because of power and that his father was simply a monster. The main character knew from the very beginning that Song-ah asked for this task in order to kill him. It was a game where one of them had to be eliminated, and it looked like who. There was only one end awaiting the loser, namely death. The father said that he hoped that Woo Jin would not end up like his sister. He asked him not to trust anyone and rely only on himself and his own strength. Baek Woo Jin thanked his father for the advice, and he added that he would do everything possible to get his father's place as soon as possible. The leader supported him and said that this was a good attitude. Blackstone and John were returning from their father's office to the street. Suddenly, the main character said that he had already decided everything, namely that he does not want to be the next head of the family. Blackstone was shocked. He asked in fear what had come over him. Baek Woo Jae had no doubts about the fact that his father is a real monster. Therefore, he will take away the most precious thing from this monster, namely his throne. The main character walked through the city in a mask. Blackstone was nearby and said that he would now train like crazy. And after that, he asked a question about where they were going. Woo Jin replied that they needed to find out who was behind his sister. Blackstone asked if the guy had already noticed someone. He replied that not yet, but he knows someone who can definitely help them with this. They met with Miss Yujina. The girl, while giving coffee, said that Baek Woo Jin had something very urgent, since he came to her without warning her in advance. The main character replied that the matter was a little complicated, so he could not tell everything in advance over the phone. Yujin said that since the guy arrived to her immediately after finishing the task, it seems that he really has something very serious. She sent all her subordinates to wait outside. The girl decided not to hesitate and immediately get down to business. She asked Woo Jin if he came to her specifically because of Mrs. Baek Song-ah. Holding the bracelet in his hands, the main character said that he needed Jin-ah to find out about something. The main character put the accessory on the table and said that this was the bracelet that Song-ah used during the fight. He asked the girl to find the person who made it. Baek also asked if Yujin had heard of a drug that, instead of just making you stronger, causes side effects such as self-destruction. Jin-ah looked at the bracelet. She said that this was the first time she had seen this thing, which could not be bought anywhere. As for the drug, the girl had never heard of the existence of such a drug that can cause self-destruction. She called the bracelet an interesting thing and said that it might be connected. Then the main character asked what the lady knew about this situation. Yujin said that this was just a guess, and then asked if he had heard about the underground battle arena. He replied that yes, but he did not understand how it could be connected. The girl said that recently rumors had spread about the spread of a certain medicinal herb on the territory of the arena, and they don't even know where it came from, which is very strange. The underground arena is controlled by the black market, and all illegal things can be used there. From doping substances to dangerous equipment, there is not a single product that they could not find out about. The main character was surprised. He said that the very drug that is gaining momentum at present cannot be tracked down even on the black market. Yujin said that this is exactly the case. There was a Blackstone nearby. He asked Woo Jin if there was any connection between them. He replied that he doesn't know for sure yet, but he has a hunch that all this is connected. Yujin said that since things have come to this, she also has a request to the main character. She said that at the moment, in the underground arena, there is fierce competition for the position of deputy director. Branch managers choose the best of the best. In simple words, it is a battle between the big shots. And if Baek Woo Jin can get this position, then he will have access to a lot of confidential information. The main character will be able to receive information, goods, money, all this much faster than now. As Baek Woojin understands, the girl wants him to participate in the match as her representative. Blackstone asked if he would agree. Woojin replied that in fact, he didn't really want to. Despite the whole situation, Blackstone said that this is a good investment for the future because you never know what can happen tomorrow, and information will never be superfluous. The main character thought that he was right and said, Woojin, about that he agreed, and then asked when the next fight would take place. The girl replied that the semifinals would be about a week. And according to the rules, each group must have 3 members. Baek Woojin will be their dark horse, coming out at the very end. Baek Woojin said he didn't think it would be that difficult. Suddenly, the guy came to a realization. He said this whole plan wouldn't work. Woojin couldn't understand why. The main character replied that he didn't want to stupidly wait for his turn because it was a waste of time, and besides, you wouldn't gain experience that way. An unexpected quest appeared. Baek Woojin had to take part in a fight that would take place in a week and defeat all the talented players. The condition said that he had to enter the ring first and win all the fights, and the reward was 1,600 points and an additional prize. The guy smiled and said that he would agree, but only on the condition that he would enter the ring first. 1 week later, Underground Arena 7 ring, 2 guys fight against each other. The guy couldn't attack, and after that, he fell to the floor in shame. The entire crowd screamed and rejoiced that the enemy had fallen. The judge shouted that it was great, and the mysterious fighter swept his opponent off his feet like a whirlwind in a matter of minutes. Our main character was hiding behind the mysterious fighter. This was his 5th fight, and in all steel fights, he defeated the enemy with 1 blow, aiming straight at the head. The crowd was shocked that the fighter won with just 1 punch. A question was heard from the audience as to where the head of the Seongnam branch even found such a monster. The stranger smiled and said that for a long time, a worthy opponent had appeared for him. He was sure that the mysterious fighter was holding back and did not show all that he was capable of. The bodyguard asked again. He replied that it seemed so to him. Since the fighter was hiding well, but you can't fool him, even that mysterious guy. Definitely not lower than rank 6. And most likely the stranger does not want his identity to be revealed because he may even turn out to be some kind of criminal. The bodyguard asked a question regarding whether he could cope with him. The guy replied that he would deal with him in no time. Baek Woojin walked towards the exit of the arena. Woojin was delighted with the guy's fights. She nicknamed him Baek San. He laughed and told the girl not to exaggerate. The main character was amazed that everything was going according to plan. The girl also did not expect this. He didn't even think that they could get to the final so quickly. From the topic of the fight, Baek Woojin decided to get off and ask his partner about how the search for information about the drug was going. Woojin replied that, unfortunately, there was nothing yet. Most likely this drug appeared in these circles quite recently, and very few people know about it. But when it comes to the bracelet, they have some news. This bracelet was clearly made overseas. Woojin entrusted this matter to the best specialists from abroad, so the main character does not need to worry. The main character thanked the girl and said that he would wait for news. Something caught Baek Woojin's eye. He asked Woojin about the stranger who was sitting on the steps. The girl called him the Yellow Tiger and added that he was his next rival. She added that the opponent is a member of the Yan family, as well as one of the zodiac signs. Blackstone asked a question about whether Baek Woojin destroyed the Yan family in Cheongju. He replied that yes, but since he is a zodiac, it means that he is not just anyone, but the main member of the Yan family. The main character said that this was a rather unusual place for a meeting. He knew that he had disappeared somewhere for a while, but did not think about meeting him here. Blackstone noticed that the Yellow Tiger had quite a strong aura. He would say that he was almost rank 7, but most likely, lately he has given up training. Several years ago in a battle, Baek Woojin smashed him to smithereens. It was after that incident that the Yellow Tiger went to bed. Blackstone told Woojin not to be so self-confident and not to let his guard down because he never knows what the Yellow Tiger might stick. The main character smiled and said that there is no need to worry about this. The opponents turned against each other. The Yellow Tiger called Woojin an anonymous person and said that it was not too late for him to change his mind. After all, he gives him a chance to get out of here on his own 2 legs. He added that the opponent was far from his level. These words made the main character laugh. The opponent was all on edge. Baek Woojin smiled and asked a question regarding whether he knows how to show everything in action and not just wag his tongue. He beckoned him with his finger and told him to start already. These words completely finished off the yellow tiger. The judge gave a sign and indicated that this was the last fight. As soon as the judge said start, the yellow tiger rushed towards the main character with his hands flaming with mana. The yellow tiger prepared to strike. He loudly shouted that the main character was finished. Bright mana surrounded the entire ring, but Baek Woojin managed to jump back and avoid the approaching blow. There was a lot of smoke near the yellow tiger, and the main character was a little further away. Blackstone said that everything that he expected was happening. The yellow tiger's weapon is magical claws. He can use it on all his fingers at the same time, which is very surprising. It is nothing more than tiger claws. Blackstone didn't expect that Baek Woojin knew a lot about this weapon. The main character said that those with the magic claw technique usually specialize in close combat, but tiger claws are on a completely different level. They release a lot more aura into their hands. This allows them to attack even from a long distance and increases the power of their strike. And the yellow tiger's aura is so rushing that it won't even bother him to attack, both close and from a long distance. Blackstone could not understand how the main character knew all this. He had the feeling that they had switched roles. After all, the man who crushed the yellow tiger to smithereens, there was his sister Baek Yui-kyung. There was a tense moment between the guys. The opponent's claws pierced Woojin's sword. Suddenly, with one sharp and quick push, Baek Woojin got rid of his opponent. The yellow tiger did not understand at all what was happening and who this mysterious swordsman was. After all, he blocked all his attacks. The opponent assumed that the stranger was strong, but not that strong. He told himself that he needed to brace himself and added that in any case, the swordsman would not be able to dodge all of his attacks. And with each blow, the mysterious guy gradually weakens. The yellow tiger ran at the main character, saying that he would tear him to shreds. Blackstone said that everything was happening exactly as Woojin said. That guy gave up all his training. And the hallmark of the tiger claw is speed. Unpredictable and sudden movements that move the body from one point to another with incredible speed. But what the yellow tiger demonstrates is just a waste of its own aura. Blackstone said that he perfectly understands that it is difficult to resist a tiger in close combat, but this is the only way to notice all his mistakes and quickly begin to attack. A certain thought came to the main character, namely that he will only need to take one step. The yellow tiger was already sweating. He did not understand why he still could not put an end to this non-entity. Up to this point, the swordsman had done nothing but block all of his attacks. Suddenly, Baek Woojin knocked the enemy away from him with a sharp movement. The tiger couldn't believe his eyes. As it turned out, all this time, the main character was accumulating his aura. The enemy Baek screamed loudly and said that this simply could not happen. All these actions brought the guy out of control. He took all his aura into his fists, preparing for the next and harsh attack. He decided that he needed to finish off the mysterious swordsman before he became even stronger. A fist began to emerge from the yellow tiger's aura. Blackstone was scared. He warned Baek Woojin that his opponent had concentrated all his aura, and most likely this will be the most powerful blow. But the main character did not react at all, and his eyes sparkled with a very strange violet flicker. Baek Woojin smiled sarcastically. The yellow tiger jumped back and shouted loudly that the swordsman would now come to an end. He used a technique called the King Tiger Killing Kick and flew at his opponent as fast as a bullet. Woojin looked at everything that was happening and thought of a more optimal solution and decided that it was time to reach the blade of honor and righteousness. Blackstone was shocked because he didn't expect Baek to try a new path of the sword right now. A huge aura was located throughout the room where the battles took place. Two strong manas collided. The yellow tiger's killing blow was struck by Baek Woojin's blade. Suddenly, the tiger noticed that the aura had changed its path, and she went straight to his body. He screamed loudly in pain. The yellow tiger called his opponent a complete bastard and added that he could not defeat him. After a couple of seconds, his eyes began to noticeably double. He lost control of his body and now it does not move. At this moment, the main character stood behind, having already prepared his sword. Baek Woojin looked with disdain and said that they would end at this point. And after that, in the air, he hit the yellow tiger in the neck with incredible force. That one landed at the bottom with a huge roar. The judge was shocked by what he saw. The main character landed on his knee. And as soon as he did this, the judge announced that the swordsman Baek-san had won. The yellow tiger's bodyguard was furious. He didn't understand what nonsense was happening. He pointed his fingers and said that this couldn't happen. After all, the judge cannot give victory to some mongrel who has not even revealed his identity. The man added that no one knows what the stranger's up to, because maybe he is some kind of criminal or maniac. The judge replied that the stranger was registered as the best fighter of the branch manager, and this information was quite enough for them. And as far as Baek San's personal life is concerned, whether he is a criminal or not, it does not matter to them. At this moment, Yoo Jin-ah came and said that the tiger bodyguard needs to worry about himself. The man did not expect to meet her and start a dialogue. The girl opened the box and said that it would never have occurred to her that the person distributing the drug with a dubious composition would be the head of the underground arena. The bodyguard was shocked at how Yoo Jin found out about this. She replied that the black market could not just leave it like that, because of this drug, the trust of black market clients is significantly destroyed. Yoo Jin-ah's security tied up this guy. The girl kicked the floor and said that she had a lot to discuss with him. Jin-ah smiled sarcastically and said that they would pay special attention to the position of head of the underground arena. When the main character left the room, all the guards bowed to him. A system window popped up and notified that Baek Woo-jin had received a reward for completing a task called the Special Way of the Sword, and also received 1,000 bonus points, and an additional 800 points for defeating others with your skills. As it turned out, this was a reward for defeating the Tiger Claw, and a new skill, Immobilization Lightning, was added as a reward. Blackstone grimaced and said that after the fire, they could open this skill before the fight. Woo-jin asked her comrade not to grumble because he knew that he would still receive this skill. After a couple of seconds, Blackstone said that they never found out who Baek's sister received the drug from. He replied that Miss Yoo Jin would handle the matter herself. After all, now that Yoo Jin-ah has taken the position of deputy director, she can solve this kind of problem in a matter of minutes. Someone or something unexpectedly caught the guy's gaze. He turned and said that he had noticed the way someone was standing a long time ago. It was Baek Myung-hoon. He was standing covered in sweat. The main character didn't even listen and said that if he came here to sort things out, then he was not in the mood and the guy had better leave. But Baek Myung-hoon said that he had news. Blackstone turned around and said that he was shocked that the guy could communicate normally. He couldn't even believe that it was Baek Myung-hoon in front of him. Baek told him not to delay and to tell it like it is. But Myung-hoon didn't know where to start. They came to an old place forgotten by everyone. Blackstone looked back and said that he had not been here for a long time. Woo-jin agreed with him. The main character had a strange feeling. The last time Baek Woo-jin was in this building was several years ago, and it was there that he had his first fight. Blackstone emphasized that his opponent was Baek Myung-hoon, and now he doesn't even hold a candle to Woo-jin, and most likely is no higher than the 5th level. The guys asked Myung-hoon what he wanted, but he suddenly fell to his knees. He begged Baek Woo-jin to take him under his wing because he wanted to become his student. The main character was shocked and asked again. Blackstone thought he heard something wrong, because he couldn't believe that the guy wanted to become Baek Woo-jin's student. He did not understand what came over Baek Myung-hoon and why such strong desires. Woo-jin asked in a quiet and rude voice what kind of nonsense he was talking about. The main character pointed his finger at Myung-hoon and asked a question regarding why he would accept him and where is the guarantee that he will not betray him. And after that, he asked a question about whether Myung really thought that if he fell to his knees, he would be immediately accepted. Baek Myung-hoon stuttered and said that he really wanted to stop this mindless competition and stop falling even lower. For the same reason, he was not present at the swordsman gathering ceremony. Woo-jin asked why him, because Myung-hoon could have chosen any other brothers. Baek Myung-hoon lowered his head and fell silent. And after that, he looked up and said that at least Woo-jin would not kill him, even if he became the head of the family. Blackstone called Myung a pathetic clown. The main character proposed Sun Hyun-hyun to his brother and said that they would definitely get along in character. The guy exhaled and said no in a quiet voice. Baek Myung-hoon said that he doesn't understand how, but he feels like something is wrong with Sung-hyun. Baek Woo-jin fell silent. After a couple of seconds, the main character agreed to his brother's proposal. And after that, he said that he understood everything perfectly. Myung-hoon already hoped that his brother would take him to his team. But that was not the case. The main character is not so gullible, so he said that he could not do this. He decided to think about this proposal, but immediately warned Baek Myung-hoon not to build high hopes. The guy left. The guys looked after him. Blackstone asked a question about what one could even think about here, if everything was so obvious. The main character replied that although Myung is behind all the plans, he is very smart, and his intuition is at its best. And whatever one may say, he is also a member of the Beck family, so he will definitely be good at something. But Blackstone did not agree. He called the guy an idiot, with whom it was impossible to even work. Woojin said that this has its advantages, namely that he does not have to deal with it. After the main character becomes the head of the family, and Ma Young loses all his privileges, he voluntarily leaves the family. The main character turned around. Suddenly, a woman's cry was heard in the distance, saying that she was looking for a gentleman. It was Hong Ah-ra. She was running with some document in her hands and smiling widely. The girl believed that Woo Jin had finished the matter they were talking about. Toy replied that it was exactly like that, and then asked what brought her here. And Ra replied that a new task had been received from the 7th Hall of Swords, and the letter contained a more detailed description. She looked everywhere for the main character to convey it. He did not expect to see the 7th Hall of Swords. Hong came closer and asked what kind of task he was given. It was a level 5 dungeon and a monster to defeat. The main character said that until this moment, they had dungeons no higher than level 4, and he doubted his abilities. Blackstone replied that he should think positively because thanks to this task, he can improve his skills. In this case, Baek Woo Jin did not think for a long time and immediately agreed, which made Hong Ah-ra very happy. He asked the girl to warn everyone and everyone to be ready. Blackstone looked at the thoughtful gentleman and asked what he was thinking about. He began to shake his head and say that it was still too early to take on such tasks. The teacher did not understand what he was talking about. A huge pink portal began to open. A guy from the crowd was inviting people. Suddenly, the pink crystal began to crack. At this moment, Yonghua was training. She easily hit the punching bag with such force that it flew very far. Her blows were clear and strong, and her aura was very powerful and above level 5. Yonghua exhaled with a heavy throat, when suddenly some stranger came in and said that he saw how the girl was training at full speed. He scared Yonghua by sneaking up. The girl asked him many times not to enter the booths during her training. The man said that he came with interesting news about Baek Woo Jin, but since she is busy, he will tell you next time. Yonghua immediately caught up with him. She told the guy to immediately report everything, but he said that wouldn't work that way. The guy asked to be more polite, but in return he received a blow to the stomach from Yonghua. The girl was burning with rage and anger. She said that she would not repeat it twice. He then revealed that Baek Woo Jin had decided to participate in the 7th Swordsman meeting, and the mission would take place in a rank 5 dungeon. And on this mission, their clan will be represented by Yonghua, since her name has already been written down. This was a great chance to show everyone what the girl is capable of, and this event will certainly benefit her. Yonghua turned away and said that this was not such a bad idea. She added that this time she simply had to win. The guy smiled and said that Yonghua pretends that she doesn't care, but in fact she is very happy about it. He added that it seems like Baek Woo Jin is not a bad guy, and most likely their father will like him too. They started calling my brother's phone. He didn't understand what was wrong with him today. And after that, he turned to Yonghua and said that Jangak wanted to talk to her. The girl didn't understand who it was and asked again. Then the guy smiled and told her to forget. After all, this is not the most important thing now. Brother said that Yonghua should take care of herself. The main character met Yonghua live after a long time. He smiled and said that they had not seen each other for a long time, and the last time the guys met was at the academy. Yonghua became embarrassed and then asked how Woo Jin was doing all this time. Baek Woo Jin began to analyze the girl and realized that she was at least level 5 and a kind of genius. The main character noticed that all this time, Yonghua most likely was not idle, because from the very first second he felt that the girl had become stronger. After a while, Woo Jin noticed the redness and said that there was something wrong with the girl, as if she was sick with something. Blackstone called him an idiot when it comes to such things. Yonghua was serious. She said that this time, victory will be theirs. They will never lose. The main character smiled and said that so be it, but he was not going to participate. This decision shocked the lady. She did not understand why Woo Jin would not take part. Baek Woo Jin replied that they are not here for victory but for something more, namely experience and increased abilities. Seeing Yonghua's team, he thought that this is what they were here for, but it seems he was wrong. The girl felt feverish and began to make excuses, saying that she was also here to improve her capabilities. The main character turned around and said that they would see each other again. And after that, the gentleman approached his team. He said it was a special case. Otherwise, they wouldn't be here. After all, thanks to this dungeon, Each of them will be able to gain incredible experience. Also, Baek Woo-jin warned his team in advance that their opponents did not intend to coddle with them. The team shouted loudly that they understood and victory would be theirs. After that, the main character followed into the dungeon and told the team to do the same. One of the guards stressed that the dungeon would be closing soon. The second guy asked why so quickly. He replied that two of the most powerful swordsmen had entered there, and he was confident that the guys would complete the mission in a couple of minutes, and in the meantime they could relax a little and have a snack. But his partner didn't like this idea and he snatched the soda. Opening the drink, he said that he did not come here to relax, and after that he added that the guy took the list in his hands and wrote down the entry time of all participants. But the red-haired guy replied that he should take things more simply. A crack has formed in the dungeon. And then a few more. The security couldn't understand what was going on. The red-haired guy said that a crack had formed in the dungeon, but his partner did not agree with his opinion. He said it was a wave dungeon. A wave is formed when one dungeon merges with another. The guy ordered him to immediately measure the rank of the dungeon itself. The intrigue was strong and exciting. The equipment showed that the dungeon was at least rank 7. The guards shouted that they were screwed. Because the average ability of those who entered the dungeon does not exceed rank 6, they did not know what to do in this situation. The dark guy said that his partner should report the situation to each guild, as well as the association, because they have no other choice but to hope and believe in the best. They had to separate the dungeons from each other as soon as possible, but those who are now inside will have to hope and believe only in a miracle. Or one of them will have to create that very miracle themselves. It began to snow inside the dungeon, and Baek's team was in shock. After all, it had just been hot and there wasn't even a smell of snow. They didn't understand what was happening here. Moonju guessed that it was a dungeon wave. Blackstone said that he now understood why the weather had changed so dramatically. One dungeon had just merged with another. The protagonist thought that this would happen in the more distant future. He did not expect this dungeon to appear so early. But it was not only that, Blackstone felt something very strange. Namely that, while the dungeon was merging, someone strong got inside. After all, since the weather has changed, they need to quickly deal with this matter and leave. Suddenly, a winter jacket reached out to the guy. It was Hong Ah-ra who was handing him the jacket. He didn't expect to receive it at all. And after that, I saw that his entire team was wearing winter clothes. He didn't understand how the guys figured it out before. The team replied that they had studied absolutely everything in the ogre dungeon, and also that 3 cases of snowfall had been observed here. Hong Ah-ra smiled and said that they were careful about all this preparation. Blackstone smiled and said that he was not at all surprised that they were his squad of swordsmen. Putting on winter clothes, the main character agreed with the Blackstone's words and added that he felt safe next to them. But Younghwa was a little less lucky. She was too careless. She was also in a snowy area, although they expected something completely different. The girl looked at Baek's team and was upset because she couldn't even predict it, although she said that she would win today. Younghwa, although heavily, exhaled air. She needed to calm down and leave the past in the past because the present was more important. The mistress asked her team a question regarding whether someone had brought warm clothes. The guys began to apologize. Then Younghwa told them not to ask for forgiveness because she also came empty-handed to them. The girl invited her team to use the aura, but they refused because there was no need. The main character appeared from behind with a bag in his hands. It contained additional winter clothing. Baek's team took it just in case, but since they were well prepared, there was an extra one left over. He added that the dungeon has become larger and colder, so the aura alone will not cope here. The main character noted that if you don't give Younghwa and her team clothes just like that, they will use them and return them back. The smile on the girl's face could not leave for a long time. She said that she will definitely repay Baek Woo-jin for such kindness. Younghwa asked the main character a question regarding what kind of dungeon he thought appeared after the wave with this. Baek Woo-jin replied that if his assumptions were correct, then it most likely merged with the rank 6 Yeti dungeon. The girl's team was shocked. They asked again in Spanish several times. The main character said that among the 6th rank dungeons, here are the harshest conditions. But the Yeti's high intelligence makes him a monster that is difficult to defeat even for those who have the same rank as him. It is in such a situation that the tactic with the highest chance of survival will be. Younghwa asked if they could unite into one team because now it would be much better to act together. He replied that if they fought without interfering with our training. The girl was shocked that Baek Woo-jin wanted to force the teams to fight. The main character said that in any case, this was planned and discussed from the very beginning. Baek Woo-jin understood perfectly well that this was dangerous, and the guys could get seriously injured. As Young-hwa said, things were not going well. But on the other hand, the guys can face much more dangerous monsters. Although in fact, this can help quickly improve the skills of a squad of swordsmen. The girl didn't understand how Baek Woo-jin's team could start training in such harsh conditions. She thought that she was not even close to them. She was interested in how many steps forward Jin's team was calculating everything. Blackstone asked the main character what he was up to. After all, he communicates too well with Young-hwa. This is far from his spirit. He added that the main character cannot be so kind to her only if he is not sure about something. The main character smiled, spread his hands and said that he was also not a stale cracker. Blackstone frowned and said that this was the most suspicious thing he had heard from him. Moonju shouted to his team that someone was approaching and they needed to get into position. Baek Woo-jin said that he finally waited. Then Hong Ah-ra asked a question regarding whether they were monsters. The gentleman replied that no, because now when the dungeons are merging due to the wave, not only monsters can appear on their territory. This also applies to those with abilities in a normal dungeon. As it turned out, it was John Gak. Something or someone attracted his attention. He shouted Young-hwa's name. The girl narrowed her eyes and looked at him with suspicion. The girl could not understand how the stranger knew her, but he was not at a loss and decided to introduce himself. Baek Woo-jin's team started looking at each other and talking about John Gak. The main character grinned maliciously and said that he did not expect to see another character at all. Blackstone asked a question regarding who he is to Baek Woo-jin, since he reacts to him this way, but the main character only said that the purpose of their raid had just changed. He is going to receive this dungeon's reward from Yang Gak.